In the year 740 of the age of the universe, a poignant farewell echoed through the air. Farewell, Kakarot. Bardock pressed his palm against the glass, silently uttering his thoughts as he gazed at Kakarot within the spacecraft. A year later, in 741 of the age of the universe, a spherical spaceship descended like a meteor into the Bowsy Mountains, where an elderly man discovered a baby within and gently cradled him. From this day forth, you shall be known as Sun Wukong. As the year 748 approached its end, a bewildered youth with a crab-like head clutched his head in confusion, muttering to himself, "Who am I?" Gradually, he found tranquility and surveyed the surrounding forest and the house behind him, a flicker of memory igniting within him. He realized he was both Sun Wukong and an ordinary young man on Earth, their souls having fusion. Think. While watching the third installment of Dragon Ball Heroes, I suddenly traversed realms. No, perhaps it is not merely a traverse, Sun Wukong mused, his gaze fixed upon the sky, his pupils widening in contemplation. I am neither Sun Wukong nor Yin and I, yet perhaps both names apply. Let it be from this day forth. I shall be known as Sun Wukong, or perhaps Kakarot. He entered the house and lay down on the bed, pondering his next steps. It is now the end of 748, which means my encounter with Bulma is less than a year ago. He reflected, glancing at the calendar on the wall. He had often envisioned what it would be like to cross into the world of Dragon Ball, that if he were to become a Saiyan, he would inevitably encounter the 4-point system, the sins of beings, the Dragon Balls, the gravity chamber, and the mastery of K. As his thoughts wandered, memories of years past flooded his mind, moistening his eyes. If only I had arrived a year earlier, perhaps my grandfather would still be alive. No, it had not yet been a year since his grandfather's passing could still use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. However, it seemed his grandfather had found love in the afterlife with the Great Elder, and he might not consent to his revival. Regardless, my first step is to find Master Roshi and become his disciple, Sun Wukong declared, springing from the bed to stretch his limbs. Grabbing the Rui Jingu Bang from the wall, he embarked on his journey to seek a master. Half a month later, Sun Wukong floated above the ocean, gazing at a distant island, finally exhaling in relief. At last, I have found it. At that moment, Master Roshi lay in a recliner, engrossed in an adult magazine, a lewd grin occasionally crossing his face, oblivious to Sun Wukong's stealthy approach. Master Roshi. Hello, I am Sun Wukong, and I wish to become your disciple. The sudden voice startled Master Roshi, causing him to fumble and drop the magazine. Regaining his composure, Master Roshi picked up the magazine, dusted it off, and turned to the boy before him. You wish to be my disciple? Wait, did you say your name is Sun Wukong? He adjusted his sunglasses to scrutinize the boy. Yes, Master Roshi. My name is Sun Wukong, and Sun Gohan is my grandfather, Sun Wukong replied with a cheerful grin. He caught a glimpse of the magazine in Master Roshi's hands and couldn't help but think of him as the same old lecher. Gohan's grandson? How has he been lately? Master Roshi reminisced about his two disciples. After a moment of silence, he turned to the crab-headed youth, noticing his hesitance to speak. Grandfather. He has passed away. Sun Wukong reluctantly uttered the words he wished he could suppress. Master Roshi paused, taken aback for several seconds. Alas, the departed are gone. Child, you need not grieve any longer. Though pained himself, he sought to comfort Sun Wukong. Enough of this. You wish to be my disciple? As Gohan's grandson, I can accept you, but my training is arduous. Perhaps due to Gohan's death, Master Roshi refrained from requiring Sun Wukong to bring a beautiful companion, adopting a more serious demeanor. Thank you, Master Roshi. Sun Wukong beamed. Master Roshi glanced at the sky, noting it was still morning, and turned to Wukong. Since you have decided to be my disciple, training begins today. Follow me. He led Sun Wukong to a cliff, inscribing a character for turtle on a stone before tossing it into the abyss. Do you see that stone? Find it, and if you succeed, you shall have a meal today. If not, prepare to go hungry. Sun Wukong looked at the familiar scene and couldn't help but smile slightly. Understood, Master Roshi. 5 days passed, and Sun Wukong could feel himself gradually growing stronger, though it was still insufficient. He yearned for an even swifter ascent in power. One morning, after delivering milk, he approached Master Roshi, who was once again engrossed in his adult magazine. Wukong smiled at the sight and concocted a plan. Cautiously, he approached Master Roshi's side and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Master Roshi!" The loud exclamation startled the old man, causing him to leap from his recliner and hastily conceal the magazine, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Ahem, Wukong. What is it?" Son Wukong found Master Roshi's pretentious demeanor amusing but stifled his laughter, knowing it would earn him a beating. "Master Roshi, I wish to intensify my training. My physique has always been somewhat unique, and I feel this amount of training is insufficient. Very well, starting tomorrow, I shall gradually increase the training intensity. For now, you may continue your training," Master Roshi replied, having sensed Son Wukong's unusual physique. The training regimen he had set for Wukong was what he had previously devised for Gohan and his other disciple, who would be utterly exhausted after training, while Wukong merely broke a sweat and caught his breath. Half a year later, in a desolate expanse, two figures sparred rapidly. To an ordinary observer, they appeared as mere shadows colliding, each impact leaving fissures in the ground. Master Roshi aimed a punch at Wukong's head, but Wukong raised his left hand to block the incoming arm and retaliated with a concentrated energy blast from his right hand. Master Roshi swiftly evaded, moving more than 10 meters away. "Impressive, Wukong. In just half a year, you can hold your ground against me," Master Roshi remarked, astonished by the prodigious talent of Wukong, who had reached such a level in a mere 6 months. Wukong scratched his crab-like head and chuckled. "Thanks to your training, Master Roshi sensed that since his arrival in this world, his innate abilities had surged astonishingly. Though his training regimen had intensified, achieving parity with Master Roshi in just half a year was remarkable. Perhaps his battle prowess exceeded Roshi's, yet his martial arts skills still lagged behind. Something that would have been impossible in the original narrative. I have little left to teach you. The rest is up to you to refine your martial arts skills. You should also venture out more. One cannot become a martial arts master through training alone," Master Roshi mused, gazing at son Wukong with a sense of nostalgia. "Master Roshi, are you sending me away? I merely wish for you to undergo some real-world experience. Before you leave, allow me to gift you something Kinto on. Of course, this depends on whether you can ride it." Seeing Wukong's seemingly reluctant expression, Master Roshi's lips twitched. The boy certainly had a hearty appetite, and a bit of experience would do him good. As he beheld Kinto on, son Wukong felt a twinge of anxiety. He was not the original Wukong, and perhaps his heart was not as pure. Whether he could ride, it would be left to fate. With a light leap, Wukong mounted Kinto on. "It fits perfectly. Who would have thought I could ride it? Half a pure heart is still a pure heart." Elated, Wukong had prepared himself for the possibility of failure, but was pleasantly surprised by his success. "Grandmaster Roshi, might you bestow upon me the pearl adorning your neck?" Goku inquired, scratching his crab-like hair. "Impudent lad, take it," replied the turtle hermit as he tossed the pearl to Goku. Goku swiftly caught it and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Grandmaster Roshi." Perched upon his flying nimbus, Goku felt the thrill of the ride before transforming into a streak of golden light, soaring into the distance. "Farewell, Grandmaster Roshi," echoed Goku's voice across the vast sky. "Goku, do not forget to participate in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament." "Certainly." Chapter 2. The boy and the girl. As Goku soared back to Bowsy Mountain on his Nimbus cloud, he reflected on the advantages of this magical cloud, which conserved his energy unlike his own aerial techniques. The art of flight was not particularly difficult. Even Master Roshi had mastered it, though for reasons unknown. He seldom employed it. Upon reaching the roof of his home, Goku leaped off the Nimbus and was struck by a wave of nostalgia, as it had been 6 months since his last visit. Gently pushing open the door, a thin layer of dust cascaded down in the sunlight, revealing its clarity. The interior was cloaked in a fine veil of dust after months of neglect. Frowning slightly at the sight, Goku summoned his energy, and with a powerful pulse, the dust detached from the walls and settled onto the floor. He then deftly enveloped the debris with his energy and transported it outside. With this task accomplished, Goku felt a sense of relief, considering it a form of training in energy control. At that moment, his stomach growled, a reminder of his hunger. Glancing up at the sky, he realized it was nearly lunchtime. Goku decided to fish in the nearby stream. After all, his scion tail served as the perfect fishing rod, having been honed through practice. Without delay, he flew into the air, performing a somersault before heading to the stream, submerging his tail in the water. Goku sensed a fish had bitten within 10 minutes. With a vigorous flick, he propelled a 2-meter-long fish weighing at least 300 pounds into the air. Following it, he kicked the fish onto the shore, rendering it unconscious. Observing his catch, he couldn't help but feel pleased. It was a far cry from his previous fishing experiences, as this fish was both swift and substantial. Locating a sturdy branch thicker than his arm, he skewered the fish from its head to tail. Gathering some firewood, he ignited a flame and began to roast his prize. As he watched the flickering flames, Goku's mind drifted, pondering his next steps. It was now the year 749 in the Age of the Dragon, and Bulma's quest for the Dragon Balls was imminent. Goku, while eager to search for the Dragon Balls himself, acknowledged the necessity of Bulma's Dragon Radar. He resolved to continue his training, awaiting Bulma's arrival at Bowsy Mountain. Lost in thought, he suddenly caught the scent of something burning. Oh no, my fish. 3 months later, Goku wiped the sweat from his brow. Satisfied with the day's training, he had made significant progress over the past 3 months, nearly doubling his strength. Previously, he had a battle power slightly exceeding Master Roshi's, estimated at around 150. Now, he boasted approximately 300. Yet, Goku felt a lingering discontent, yearning to transform into a Super Saiyan before Vegeta arrived on Earth. He was genuinely curious how Vegeta would react to his golden hair and azure eyes. What expression would grace his face? Perhaps this was where Goku diverged from his original self? Was it a hint of mischief? Was this what it meant to be a rogue? Of course. All of this was premature. To achieve the Super Saiyan transformation, he first needed a foundational battle power of 3 million. However, once he encountered Bulma and gained access to the gravity room, enhancing his base power would become swift. Suddenly, Goku sensed an approach towards his home. Could it be Bulma? As he pondered, he flew in the direction of the sensation. High above, he spotted Bulma driving a small car down the road. Goku landed beside the road, preparing to call out to her as she passed. At that moment, he heard Bulma's frantic cries. Looking ahead, he saw her car seemed to be out of control, veering off the road and heading straight for him. Goku's mouth twitched. What animosity could lead to this? He quickly moved in front of the vehicle. Bulma frantically slammed the brakes and jerked the steering wheel, but the car refused to respond, and she screamed in terror as a small child unexpectedly appeared in the path. Bulma squeezed her eyes shut, bowing her head, seemingly unable to bear witnessing the impending disaster. Bang! With a resounding crash, the car came to a halt. It's over. I've killed someone. I'm going to jail. No, I'm only 16 and haven't even found a boyfriend yet. Trembling, Bulma slowly lifted her head, opening her eyes to discover that the child stood unharmed before her, his hands effortlessly pulling free from the crumpled metal. For Goku, whose battle power had risen to 300, stopping a car was a trivial feat. Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief, her shock evident as she regarded the boy. Then noticed his tail. What a strange creature. You're the strange one. I just saved you, and you call me a monster. Goku crossed his arms defiantly. Cautiously, Bulma exited the car and looked at the boy, who was shorter than herself, and managed to say, I'm sorry, and thank you for saving me. Humph. Who are you? What brings you to this remote area? Aren't you afraid of wild beasts? They're quite formidable here, even dinosaurs. Goku feigned ignorance of Bulma. Don't scare me. There are dinosaurs? Bulma's face paled, but then she caught the hint of a smirk on Goku's lips, igniting her irritation. Well, of course. Dinosaurs may frighten you, but they're prime meat to me. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. My name is Bulma, and I'm from West City. I'm here to seek the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? What are those? Can you eat them? Hey, little brat, not everything is edible. The Dragon Balls, when gathered, summon Shinron, who can grant any wish. Bulma scrutinized Goku, recalling his impressive feat of stopping a car and considering, would you like to be my bodyguard? Protect me while I search for the Dragon Balls. In return, I can offer you unimaginable wealth. My family is the richest in the world. Really? Absolutely. 100 million zenny. How does that sound? Could you also build me a gravity room? A gravity room? Yes. I can promise to do my utmost, but no guarantees. You'll need to brace yourself for that. All right. It's a deal. Goku marveled at Bulma's wealth. At just 16, she could casually promise such a sum. Upon hearing Goku's agreement, Bulma beamed with joy, but then glanced at a ruined car. Knowing it was beyond salvage, she retrieved a capsule from her pocket, pressed it, and tossed it to the ground, revealing a motorcycle. I still don't know your name. Son Goku. Just call me Goku. All right, Goku, hop on. Bulma sat at the front of the motorcycle, leaving ample space behind for Goku. No thanks, I can fly. After saying this, Goku felt a twinge of regret, reminiscing about how he would have eagerly accepted the offer before his adventures began. He had truly transformed. You can fly? Bulma inquired incredulously. Indeed, on my Nimbus. With that, Goku summoned a swirling yellow cloud from the distance, leaping onto it with grace. Let us go. Goku grinned at Bulma. Watching Goku perched upon the cloud, Bulma could not help but feel a tinge of envy. Can I ride on that cloud too? I don't know. Not everyone can ride Nimbus, but you can give it a try. With that, Goku guided the Nimbus down to the ground, creating a space for her to sit. Kiki. Bulma cheerfully dismounted from her motorcycle, only to plop down onto the Kintown cloud, resulting in a sudden thud as she fell straight through it and landed on the ground. Ouch. That hurts terribly, she exclaimed, rising from the ground while rubbing her behind. Haha, it seems you can't ride the Kintown after all, Goku chuckled. Annoyed by Goku's hearty laughter, Bulma retorted, What are you laughing at? You're not allowed to ride it either. Come and sit on the motorcycle with me. Why not? Goku asked, bewildered. Because I'm the one footing the bill. Don't you want any money? She snapped back. All right. Seeing Goku's crestfallen expression, Bulma couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. Let us go, she declared. Once Goku was seated, Bulma revved the engine, and the motorcycle sped off towards Goku's home. Chapter 3. The journey begins. Bulma, why are you heading to my home? Son Wukong inquired, pretending to be unaware. Your home? Are you referring to that house not far ahead? Bulma questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion as she halted her motorcycle. Indeed, that is my home. At this moment, Bulma retrieved a Dragon Ball, a glass orb of orange hue containing 2 red stars. Is this the Dragon Ball? Yes. I stumbled upon this in the warehouse and later discovered its significance as a Dragon Ball, capable of granting any wish. Hence, I crafted a Dragon Ball radar to seek out these orbs. After stating this, Bulma showcased the radar to Wukong. Look, Wukong. The radar indicates that there are 2 Dragon Balls at your home. So this is what a Dragon Ball looks like? I actually have 2 at home. I can fetch them for you shortly. Wukong beamed at Bulma's excitement. That's wonderful. Thank you, Wukong. Bulma exclaimed, turning to embrace him tightly. In that fleeting moment, Wukong felt his cheeks flush. Despite Bulma being only 16 and not fully developed, the embrace of a youthful maiden would cause anyone, save for the original son Wukong, to blush. And no, I apologize. I got too excited, Bulma stammered, realizing the intimacy of the moment, her face slightly reddening as well. Let us proceed, Bulma said, regaining her composure, albeit shyly. All right. Wukong feigned nonchalance. As the saying goes, if one feels no embarrassment, the embarrassment belongs to others. As the sun began its descent, casting a gentle glow upon the earth, the shadows of the motorcycle and the 2 youngsters elongated gracefully. Wukong, your home is quite small, Bulma remarked. Her wealthy upbringing in West City making her first encounter with a humble countryside abode a curious one. Wukong retrieved 2 Dragon Balls from the house. It may be small, but it is filled with my memories. He gazed at the quaint structure, a hint of nostalgia creeping in. I wonder how long it will be until I return. Here you go. Wukong handed the Dragon Balls to Bulma, who eagerly accepted and stowed them away. Fantastic. That gives us 4. We only need 3 more to summon the dragon. Wukong noticed the sky darkening and suggested, It will be night soon. Shall we stay here for the night? Sure. I'm a bit hungry. What do you want to eat? I have plenty of delicious food, Bulma replied, pulling out several capsules with a proud grin. Were you not aware that there are dinosaurs nearby? Wukong inquired. Of course. Why? Bulma responded, intrigued. How about we have roasted dinosaur meat tonight? It's delectable, juicy, and chewy when grilled, and I am quite skilled at barbecuing, Wukong proposed. Sounds great. It's been a while since I've had dinosaur meat. Although it's rare, as the daughter of the world's richest man, I've certainly tasted it before, and it is indeed superior to ordinary meat. Wait here. I'll be back shortly, Wukong declared mischievously before soaring into the sky. Flying? Yes, really flying? Bulma gasped in astonishment. Though she had already witnessed many wonders from this boy named Sun Wukong. High above the ground, Wukong glided effortlessly. Although dusk had settled, his ability to sense energy made locating a dinosaur remarkably simple. Its energy signature was significantly larger than that of surrounding creatures. Before long, Wukong identified his target and, moving with an almost instantaneous speed, appeared before the dinosaur's head. The beast, resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex, was momentarily bewildered by the sudden appearance of a potential meal. With a swift strike, Wukong delivered a powerful kick to its forehead, stunning the creature and sending it soaring over 100 meters. crashing into a massive boulder after clearing numerous trees. Wukong grasped the dinosaur's carcass and began to fly back towards Bulma. Bulma, still entranced by the flickering flames of their campfire, suddenly noticed the moonlight dimming above her. She looked up to see a slender figure descending, holding the dinosaur aloft. The dim moonlight illuminated Wukong's youthful face, which, though still tender, bore a newfound maturity, making his small frame seem more imposing. Bulma's heart raced at the sight, only to settle back into calm. If only Wukong were a few years older, she mused, acknowledging that his youth destined him to be merely a younger brother figure to her. What are you thinking about, Bulma? You seem lost in thought. Wukong asked as he placed the dinosaur on the ground. Nothing at all. Wukong, weren't you boasting about your grilling skills? Hurry up, I'm starving. Bulma replied, a hint of urgency in her voice. Oh, right. Bulma, do you have any barbecue seasoning? My supplies are rather bland. Wukong inquired after slicing off a generous portion of dinosaur meat. Of course, I brought plenty of capsules, Bulma exclaimed, tossing a capsule to the ground, which transformed into an array of grilling spices. Bulma settled on the ground, her legs curled beneath her, chin resting on her knees, as she watched Wukong grill the dinosaur meat. Gradually, the aroma wafted through the air. Wukong, it smells incredible. Bulma inhaled deeply, salivating at the enticing scent. Of course, would I deceive you? Once this smaller piece is ready, it's yours, Wukong said, beaming as he handed her a skewer of grilled meat. Thank you. Bulma took a bite, the flavors exploding in her mouth. This is truly delicious. From now on, I shall hire you as my chef. What do you say? No way. I'm not a chef. I have training to do. Wukong rolled his eyes in response. Puffed. What is so great about training? She teased. You wouldn't understand. Right. I certainly wouldn't understand our heroic Wukong, she quipped back. Wukong, noticing that his own meat was nearly ready, took a bite as well. Wukong, can you eat all that? Bulma asked, eyeing a piece of meat nearly the size of Wukong himself. Very easily. My physique is rather unique. I consume more than the average person, he explained. Bulma raised an eyebrow at his assertion, questioning if more really meant that much more, but chose not to press further. Bulma, once you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, what wish will you make? Wukong asked, suspecting her desire might involve seeking a romantic partner. What wish? Bulma stuttered, caught off guard. I'm not sure. I'll think about it once I have them all, she replied, her tone betraying her uncertainty. Wukong frowned, puzzled. Was this a case of the butterfly effect? Hadn't Bulma initially wished for a boyfriend? And you, Wukong? If you were granted a wish, what would you wish for? Bulma swiftly redirected the conversation. As for me, I would wish for a gravity chamber, Wukong replied candidly. How dull. At such a young age, all you think about is training. Will you even be able to find a girlfriend when you grow up? Bulma couldn't help but roll her eyes. I believe I'm quite handsome. I should be able to find someone, right? Such narcissism. How about when I grow up, you become my girlfriend? What do you think? Goku jested. Upon hearing this, Bulma's cheeks flushed. What are you saying? At such a young age, how old are you? Wanting a girlfriend so soon? Huh? Wasn't it you who brought it up? Honestly, do you even know what a girlfriend means at your age? I don't know. Isn't it just a friend? Ah, you really don't know? I thought. Ugh, it's so dark already. I'm going to bed. Bulma realized her earlier statement was inappropriate and quickly sought an excuse to escape. Goku chuckled as he watched Bulma use a capsule to conjure a house and hurriedly enter. The young Bulma was truly amusing. Subsequently, Goku returned home, washed up, and prepared for sleep. In the middle of the night, Goku stared at the ceiling, finding it hard to sleep. The adventure was about to begin, and the story would commence from this day, filling him with anticipation. At that moment, Bulma emerged from the bathroom, sitting on the edge of her bed, gazing through the window at the luminous moonlight, lost in thought. Chapter 4. The 6-star Dragon Ball. Hey, Bulma, it's time to get up, Goku called out, knocking on Bulma's door. Bulma groggily awakened, feeling a flicker of irritation. However, her expression quickly turned slightly flushed, an aftermath of a rather vivid dream she had the previous night. After freshening up, Bulma opened the door and cast a glance at Goku before stepping outside, occasionally stealing glances at his face. Had Goku truly grown so handsome? Bulma mused that if he were indeed as striking as in her dream, it wouldn't be entirely unwelcome. Hey, Bulma, what's going on? Why do you keep spacing out? Goku asked, puzzled by Bulma's momentary distraction. Was she always like this in the original story? And nothing. By the way, Goku, what do you want for breakfast? Bulma snapped back to reality and inquired. Breakfast? You can cook? Goku asked, casting a skeptical look at Bulma. He couldn't quite recall if she was ever portrayed as a cook in the original narrative. Fearing she might whip up something horrifically inedible and force him to eat it, it was prudent to ask, "What do you mean? You think I can't cook?" "Don't underestimate me." Bulma rolled her eyes and strolled into the kitchen. Goku chuckled and shrugged. While Bulma busied herself with breakfast, Goku engaged in his training. 456. 696. 891. "Goku, it's time to eat." Bulma's voice echoed from inside, startling Goku mid-push-up, nearly causing him to topple over. With a powerful push, he rose to his feet. After completing fewer than 1,000 push-ups, this was merely a warm-up for him. Upon entering the room, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of food and felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Bulma, I had no idea you were such a good cook." "Of course. Do you think a wealthy heiress like me would be completely inept in the kitchen?" Bulma replied, a hint of pride in her voice upon receiving the compliment. A few minutes later, after finishing her meal, Bulma paused, watching Goku devour his food with unabashed fervor. "Whoever becomes your girlfriend is truly unfortunate. Unless she doesn't cook, she'll have to spend at least twice the usual time in the kitchen," she remarked, teasing Goku about his voracious appetite. "Haha. What can I say? I was born with a big appetite," Goku responded, scratching his head sheepishly. Due to Goku's excessive eating, it took Bulma half an hour to clean up, and only then did they embark on their true quest for the Dragon Balls. Nature is wonderful. Just look at the flowers and greenery. Staying in West City was utterly boring, Bulma exclaimed as they rode along the countryside on their motorcycle, taking in the beautiful scenery. "Indeed, this splendid earth is also a goal I must protect," Goku said, gazing at the landscape with a distant look in his eyes. Days later, a village came into view. The absence of Master Roshi in this scenario is simply because Goku found him during his 6 months of training and returned him home. "Goku, look, there's a village ahead. The dragon radar indicates a Dragon Ball is right there," Bulma said, excitement bubbling in her voice. "That's fantastic," Goku replied, recalling that this was likely the place where Oolong had made his appearance. The Dragon Ball was supposedly with an elderly woman. As they entered the village and dismounted from their motorcycle, they were struck by an eerie silence, as if the place were deserted. "Oh, Goku, don't you think this village is a bit too quiet?" Bulma asked nervously, feeling a shiver run down her spine. "Yeah, it is rather too quiet." "Do you think there are monsters lurking about?" Goku replied, his brow furrowing in thought. "Monsters? Don't scare me," Bulma exclaimed, instinctively clutching onto Goku, her face betraying her fear. "I'm not trying to frighten you. It's a possibility, all right?" Goku reassured her. "But don't worry, even if there are monsters, I can easily defeat them. Just trust me." Feeling somewhat comforted by Goku's words, Bulma recalled his incredible strength, like the time he stopped a car with one hand. "Is anyone there? Hello?" Bulma called out, her voice echoing through the stillness, but received no response. "This doesn't make sense. The Dragon Ball is supposed to be right here," she said, perplexed. "Let us knock on a door and find out," Goku suggested, striding over to a nearby house and knocking firmly. "Is anyone home? We're here to eliminate the monsters." After a moment, there was movement inside, and a head cautiously peeked out, sizing them up. You're here to defeat the monsters?" the middle-aged man asked, his voice trembling slightly. "Yes. What do these monsters look like? Could you enlighten us?" Goku replied, a friendly smile on his face. "Come inside, everyone. It's not Oolong the demon," the man called out, beckoning them to enter. Soon, several villagers emerged from their homes, whispering among themselves. "I told you, it's definitely not Oolong." "It's too early for that," voices murmured within the crowd. The man led Goku and Bulma into his home. "Hello there," a sweet little girl greeted them shyly. "Hi," Goku responded cheerfully. "This is my daughter," the man introduced. "What exactly is this Oolong you speak of?" Bulma asked, intrigued by their evident fear. "Oolong is a terrifying monster that resides nearby. He can transform into various forms, and no one has ever seen his true appearance," the man explained, cradling the little girl in his arms. "Yesterday, Oolong came to the village and set his sights on my daughter, claiming he would come to marry her at noon today. Oolong is quite the lecher, and several young women from our village have already been taken. If we attempt to resist or flee, he threatens to slaughter everyone in the village," the man added, fear evident in his voice. "What's the big deal? Just take him down. Leave this matter to me," Goku declared, puffing out his chest. "But Oolong is incredibly powerful," the man said, eyeing Goku with skepticism. "Trust me. Has anyone seen this Dragon Ball?" At that moment, Bulma retrieved a Dragon Ball from her bag and held it up for everyone to see. The middle-aged man shook his head, indicating he had never seen such an orb. I've seen one. I have one. An elderly woman stepped forward from the crowd. Grandma House? The middle-aged man responded, recognizing her. The elderly woman took a Dragon Ball from her clothing, and Bulma approached to examine it, realizing it was the 6-star Dragon Ball. Grandma, if you give us this Dragon Ball, we'll take care of Oolong, all right? Bulma said gently, kneeling before the elderly woman. If you can defeat Oolong, I will give it to you. But can you really handle it, young lady? The woman asked. It's not me, it's him. Bulma proudly pointed at Goku, closing her eyes in confidence. Goku, show them what you can do. Bulma encouraged, while Goku looked at her, slightly bewildered by her sudden enthusiasm, which had clearly rubbed off on her during their journey. Though slightly bemused, Goku focused his energy and formed a ball of energy in his hand. Aiming it at a nearby rock, he unleashed it. With a swift motion, the rock shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the display. Fantastic! We're finally saved. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a wave of joyous cheers erupted from the crowd. Chapter 5. Oolong. Under the warm hospitality of the villagers, Goku and Bulma spent a night, and soon it was noon the following day. Goku, are you sure you want to wait here? Bulma asked, sitting in the shade of a tree, observing Goku, who was training in the village center. Yes, I can sense the energy. As soon as that Oolong comes near, I will detect it and take it down in an instant. HM? Here it comes. Goku suddenly flared with energy and shot towards Oolong, the force of his power sending gusts of wind swirling around. Hey, slow down, Bulma exclaimed, nearly having her skirt blown up, hurriedly pressing it down with her hands and gritting her teeth as she called out to Goku. At that moment, Oolong was still some distance from the village and had no intention of transforming, as his transformation lasted only 5 minutes. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose before Oolong, and as the smoke cleared, he saw a boy with a crab head standing before him. Who are you? Oolong asked, fear evident in his voice as he glanced at the crater beneath Goku's feet. You don't need to know who I am. Just know that I've come to capture you. Bastard. Oolong was infuriated and instantly transformed into a towering robot, raising a gigantic iron fist and swinging it towards Goku. Standing firmly, Goku crossed his arms and awaited the impending strike. Bang. Ha. I thought you were strong, but you're just a joke. Goku effortlessly swatted away the iron fist that struck his face, leaving Oolong astonished as Goku bore no injuries. Is that all? Now it's my turn. Goku seized the iron fist and pulled, causing Oolong's massive form to topple towards him uncontrollably. Goku planted one foot firmly and kicked upwards diagonally at Oolong. Boom. Oolong's entire body bent backward, flying off until it crashed into several trees, finally coming to a stop. Ow, ow, it hurts. I'm dying. Now reverted to his original form as a small pig, Oolong lay on the ground, clutching his stomach and moaning in pain. Goku slowly floated down before him, looking down at Oolong. Will you surrender, or should I knock you out and capture you? I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. Oolong quickly knelt, covering his head with his hands. Follow me, and face the villagers yourself. Goku levitated into the air and began flying towards the village, with a little pig trailing behind him. Upon arriving, Goku saw a large gathering of villagers awaiting his return. This is Oolong. If you have grievances, settle them now. With that, Goku stepped aside to reveal Oolong behind him. The villagers stared in disbelief at the sight of a pig. What? This is Oolong? Yes, just a pig. Voices of astonishment rose from the crowd. Feeling insulted, Oolong's anger flared. I'm a humanoid animal, not a pig. He shouted at the crowd, clearly agitated. Tell me, what have you done to my daughter? A burly man rushed forward, brandishing a pitchfork, ready to attack Oolong. Wait, don't hit me. Your daughter is safe. I'll take you to her, Oolong stammered, stepping back in fear. Soon, Oolong led them to his home. Really? Stop looking at me like that. I'm not a bad person. I haven't killed anyone. I just took a few girls. Oolong nervously explained, noticing the villagers' hostile glares. As they walked, Oolong desperately clarified that he hadn't done anything too terrible. Then, they arrived at a magnificent palace. This is your home. Bulma gazed in disbelief at the opulent structure. Indeed, it was built with stolen money. I only robbed from the wealthy. I never touched the common folk. Oolong quickly defended himself, sensing the villagers' judgment. Humph. No matter how you put it, robbery isn't the act of a good person. Bulma retorted, feeling a bit offended, as she herself was wealthy. Should the affluent be targets of theft? Yes, I promise I won't do anything bad again. Oolong, realizing that the formidable young man seemed to heed Bulma's words, attempted to appease her. Upon entering the palace, they discovered the girls Oolong had taken, all adorned in lavish attire, lounging comfortably on the sofas. Seeing them, Oolong felt exasperated. Please, take them away. I wanted understanding girls, not these lazy gluttons. Thank you. Thank you so much. The villagers expressed their gratitude as they handed the Dragon Balls to Bulma. After Oolong's explanations, he managed to earn the villagers' forgiveness. Phew. Finally forgiven. Oolong wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that the young man had helped him gain the villagers' absolution. He shuddered to think what might have happened had he failed. Goku, should we take that pig with us? He can transform. I think he could be useful. Bulma suddenly suggested, glancing at the perspiring Oolong. Sure, it's up to you. Goku nodded in agreement. Hey pig, come here. I told you, I'm not a pig. Oolong began to retort, but quickly changed his tune upon realizing it was Bulma calling for him. I'm coming. What do you want? Oolong asked, rubbing his hands together in a servile manner. Come with us. Where are you going? Oolong was hesitant to leave. To search for something called Dragon Balls. An adventure? Oolong was truly reluctant. He valued his life and feared the perils of adventure. What if something went wrong? What? You're unwilling? Bulma raised an eyebrow, playfully calling out to Goku. HM? Goku flexed his fists, turning to look at Oolong. Feeling a jolt of fear, Oolong quickly stammered. No. I'll go. It seemed he could not escape this fate. He sighed inwardly, contemplating how to escape later. Goku, noticing Oolong's apprehension, smiled slightly. Aware of Oolong's thoughts, wasn't he just about how to flee later? I advise against harboring thoughts of escape. I can sense everyone's energy. If you try to flee by transforming, I will detect you immediately. Once I do, Goku grinned, revealing a menacing smile. How is that possible? Why would I run away? I love adventures. Oolong kicked a small stone on the ground, forcing a laugh. Damn it. How can this little brat be so strong? Oolong. I'm in trouble now. Oolong's mind raced with a flurry of chaotic thoughts. Well then, farewell everyone. Bulma waved at the villagers, and the trio set off down the village path towards the horizon. Setting. If you can, please take a look. To be supplemented later. Super Saiyan. Base combat power of over 3 million can transform. 50-fold increase. Initially, transformations, such as Goku's first transformation into the first stage, may yield a power increase of 50 times, but the individual may not fully harness this strength. Actual power may only reach 130 or 140 million. The same principle applies to the king of that time. Upon transforming to the ultimate stage, he could not completely master this power. However, with a significant expenditure of energy, a temporary burst of 150 million combat power is achievable. The second stage occurs after Vegeta emerges from the hyperbolic time chamber for the first time. At this point, he is nearly capable of unleashing his full power, yet the consumption of energy and stamina remains substantial. The third stage, though unnecessary to elaborate upon, pertains to the growth of strength, albeit with a decline in speed proving futile. Mastery of full power with a 50-fold increase in strength significantly reduces energy and stamina expenditure, allowing him to maintain this state almost indefinitely when not engaged in battle. Super Saiyan 2 boasts a 100-fold increase and also possesses full power, though it incurs slightly higher energy and stamina costs compared to Super Saiyan 1 at full power. Super Saiyan 3 presents a 400-fold increase, with tremendous energy and stamina depletion. While training can lessen this consumption to some extent, it remains considerable and is not advisable for prolonged use. The mysterious form offers an 800-fold increase, with energy and stamina consumption akin to that of Super Saiyan God, though transformation necessitates a certain level of remaining stamina. Super Saiyan 4, representing a perfect evolution of bloodline, achieves a 4,000-fold increase with minimal energy and stamina expenditure, even enabling the transformation to be sustained without energy or stamina. Super Saiyan 4 at full power yields a 100,000-fold increase, while Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break, infused with Divine Essence, offers a 600,000-fold increase, altering hair color from black to red. In terms of dimensions, Mortal, Deity, King of Hell, King of Worlds, Grand King, and Divine Dimension. Upon reaching the Divine Dimension, further training can rapidly elevate combat prowess to the first level of Divine Power, with higher dimensional levels facilitating even swifter enhancements. Combat strength exceeding 1 trillion is categorized as Divine Power. Divine Power is divided into 5 realms. Attaining the 3rd realm qualifies one as a god of destruction, surpassing Beerus's 4th realm. The multiplier between each realm is approximately 400. Following the Divine Realm, further enhancements include Super Saiyan God, which provides a 4,000-fold increase with lower energy and stamina consumption than Super Saiyan 1 at full power, while embodying divine essence. Super Saiyan Blue offers multipliers of 100,000 and 200,000. Differentiated into Leaking Blue and Full Power Blue, the state in which all energy is contained within the body during the fight against fused Zamasu. This full power differs from previous forms. If one has not reached the divine dimension, forcibly locking divine energy within the body exerts tremendous pressure on the physique. However, if in the divine dimension, energy and stamina consumption aligns with that of Super Saiyan 1 at full power, Deep Blue presents a 400,000-fold increase, further escalating energy and stamina depletion. Ultra Instinct, a divine technique, amplifies Super Saiyan God by 300 times, achieving near maximum evasion, making one difficult to defeat unless there is a significant disparity in strength. Perfect Ultra Instinct enhances Super Saiyan God by 600 times, maintaining similar evasion capabilities. Many may perceive Ultra Instinct as mere martial prowess rather than a transformation, yet one must ponder how to injure Jiren in his base form without amplification. Thus, in my conceptualization, Ultra Instinct serves as both a transformation and a realm of martial capability. It cannot solely be categorized as a transformation, rather. It is the further development of all hidden power within oneself. Self-Instinct, the divine technique of the god of destruction, greatly enhances defensive capabilities, offering a 500-fold increase over Super Saiyan God while simultaneously augmenting hidden strength upon receiving blows, albeit with a theoretical limit that the physical body cannot endure. Both Ultra Instinct and Self-Instinct are divine techniques. Within the divine dimension, their usage imposes no physical strain, while energy and stamina consumption remains remarkably low. Chapter 6, A Resounding Slap. Hey, Oolong, do you have any vehicles? Bulma inquired as she observed the three of them with only a single motorcycle. Huh, no. Oolong hastily replied, though he possessed a rather large camper van. He saw no reason to reveal it. Oh, is that so? Then you can just follow behind me. Goku, you can ride on the motorcycle with me. Bulma, noticing Oolong's expression, was certain he had something but was unwilling to share. Wait, let me think this through. Oolong pretended to ponder deeply. I've remembered. I have a camper van, haha. Oolong chuckled awkwardly before producing a capsule that transformed into a camper van. Come on. Let's get in, he said, feeling uneasy beneath Bulma's scrutinizing gaze. Humph, Goku, let us head inside, Bulma said, taking Goku's hand as they entered the camper. Once they were inside, Oolong cautiously followed them in. This camper is truly spacious. Bulma marveled at its size, realizing just how grand it was once they stepped inside. Of course, it cost me a fortune to customize, Oolong boasted, a hint of pride shining through as he rubbed his nose. Oolong, you can drive, right? Bulma asked. Absolutely, Oolong replied almost immediately. Great, then you'll be our driver. I need to rest, she declared, pulling out a mirror to check her reflection. Honestly, after these days of wind and rain, my skin has really suffered. I need to put on a mask. She produced a facial mask from somewhere and applied it to her face. As Oolong entered the driver's seat, he suddenly realized he didn't know their destination and turned to the two seated on the sofa. Where are we headed? Bulma, engrossed in applying her mask, seemed disinclined to respond. Goku glanced at Bulma, shook his head in resignation, and informed Oolong, we're going to Flame Mountain. By the way, I'm Sung Yukon. And she asked Bulma, you can call us by our names from now on. Flame Mountain. Oolong gasped at the mention of the infamous location, startled. The mountain was known for the terrifying Ox King, who had never been defeated. Oolong thought this was akin to courting death. What are you afraid of? Don't you trust me? Goku chuckled at Oolong's evident fear. Upon hearing Goku's words, Oolong recalled Goku's monstrous fighting prowess and felt reassured. You're right. With someone as strong as you, why should I fear the Ox King? If it comes to it, we can just beat him to a pulp. Bolstered by Goku's presence, Oolong began to exude confidence. Hey, why are you so sure? It's not like you can defeat the Ox King, Goku retorted, his lips twitching at Oolong's bravado. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the trio arrived at a region characterized by sandstone formations. Bulma leaned against the window, captivated by the unique scenery. These rocks are truly remarkable. I've only seen them in books. I've never witnessed them in person before. At that moment, atop a towering weathered rock, a cat-like creature was peering through binoculars at the camper. What a massive camper. They must be involved in some significant business. Pua swiftly concealed his binoculars and dashed toward a cave. Yamcha, we've got a big opportunity. Inside the cave, Yamcha was having a meal. Hearing Pua's voice, He hastily swallowed his food and wiped his mouth with a napkin. It's been ages since we encountered a business opportunity, especially a lucrative one. Yamcha stepped outside the cave and used binoculars to gaze in the direction of Goku. A camper? Such a large camper means the occupants are likely wealthy. Prepare the vehicle. Back inside the camper, Goku was finishing a set of push-ups. 99.97, 99.98, 99.99, 10,000. He exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. Phew, finally done. How are you so strong at such a young age? 10,000 push-ups with one finger in 2 hours. Bulma exclaimed. Training, Goku replied nonchalantly. Of course, I know it's from training. Bulma snapped, her irritation palpable. Sensing her annoyance, Goku quickly reassured her, don't be mad. Once we find the Dragon Balls, I'll teach you to train. How does that sound? Really? The kind that lets you fly? Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Goku said, shielding his eyes from the brightness of her enthusiasm. That's fantastic. You promised, you can't go back on your word. Relax, Goku replied, rolling his eyes. With Bulma no longer pestering him, Goku settled into a meditative posture, eyes closed. To become a martial arts master, one must not rely solely on physical training. Only through the dual cultivation of body and spirit can one harness their power completely. Approximately 15 minutes into his meditation, Goku suddenly opened his eyes, sensing two presences approaching. If he recalled correctly, it should be Yamcha and Puer. Hey, stop that camper up ahead. Or don't blame me for being rude, Yamcha shouted, riding his motorcycle with one hand while holding a megaphone with the other. What is going on? Bulma, startled by the commotion, almost toppled off the sofa. Her facial mask still intact. Nothing, I'll handle it. Oolong, stop the vehicle, Goku commanded as he stood. Oh, okay. Oolong complied, bringing the camper to a halt. Yamcha halted his motorcycle as well, and after a moment, a young boy emerged from the camper. Hey kid, where's your adult? Tell him to come down. We're here to rob you, just money, no lives. Hand over the cash, and you can leave. Seeing the boy was merely 11 or 12 years old, Yamcha relaxed his guard. Upon hearing Yamcha's words, Goku merely smiled, unfazed. Hey kid, did you hear me? After a moment of silence, Yamcha grew impatient as Goku remained standing still. This is the first time I've seen someone so pretentious. It's like a rolling pin poking a sparrow. What a sight. Yamcha approached Goku, extending his right hand to grab the collar of his shirt. In a swift motion, Goku aligned his head with Yamcha's and, with a flick of his left hand, delivered a resounding slap to Yamcha's right cheek. Slap. The sharp sound echoed through the air, reverberating across the skies. The impact of this resounding slap struck Yamcha's slumbering spirit. In an instant, he envisioned his great-grandmother waving at him. An unfamiliar old woman holding a bowl of hot soup, attempting to feed him. Yamcha was sent sprawling, spinning through the air before crashing to the ground, unconscious. And thus, a masterpiece was born. Oolong and Bulma were drawn out by the thunderous sound of the slap. What on earth is this? A man with one side of his face swollen like a pig lay on the ground in a peculiar position. Puer rushed to Yamcha's side, shaking him in an attempt to rouse him from his unconsciousness. Yamcha, wake up. Don't leave me all alone, he cried, tears welling in his eyes. Moments later, Yamcha groggily regained consciousness, gingerly touching the swollen half of his face, only to realize he had lost all sensation. What is going on? What happened? It was evident that Yamcha was suffering from a temporary amnesia. Lord Yamcha, that child slapped you, and you fainted, Puer kindly reminded him. As Yamcha touched his swollen face once more, memories flooded back to him. He rolled up his sleeves, intent on confronting Goku, but just as he glanced over, he found Goku smiling at him, palm raised. Startled, Yamcha took 2 steps back, his heart racing. You wait. This isn't over. I will be back, he declared, before swiftly pulling Puer onto a motorcycle, escaping without a backward glance. Honestly, at such a young age, why resort to being a bandit? Bulma lamented as she drove away with the two. Forget about it. Let us just get in the car and leave, Goku suggested. Right, let us go. We should reach Fire Mountain as soon as possible. Chapter 7. A reunion with Yamcha. As dusk fell, the RV came to a halt in a vast open area. Bulma stepped out and transformed the vehicle into a house, proceeding to the kitchen to prepare dinner for the evening. Approximately half an hour later, she called out, Goku, it's time to eat, stop your training. Upon hearing Bulma's voice, Goku opened his eyes, halting his meditation. He exited the RV to find Bulma had set up a grand table outside, laden with a sumptuous feast, much of it prepared by her own hands. Ah, I'm here, he replied. This scene evoked intense envy in Oolong, Who couldn't he fathom that Bulma and Goku shared no romantic connection? To him, Bulma appeared quite eccentric, favoring younger individuals. He knew Bulma's family was the wealthiest in the world, and he couldn't help but think that Goku, at such a young age, had it made without the need for effort. What was this? It was akin to Qin Shi Huang discovering electricity, utterly victorious. Meanwhile, Oolong was left to rely on robbery for his income, and even that came with the risk of capture. Reflecting on this made him shed tears of envy. So, how are we going to allocate the sleeping arrangements tonight? 3 of us and only 2 beds. Midway through dinner, Oolong posed the question. That's simple. I'll take my bed. Goku can have the bed in your RV, and you can sleep on the couch, Bulma answered instinctively, without a moment's hesitation. What? You disagree? Bulma threatened. Fine, Oolong replied, his ears drooping in resignation. What was this? It was akin to Qin Rue stepping on a nail, utterly defeated. After dinner, Bulma tidied up and retired to her room while Goku and Oolong returned to the RV. Goku, are you still training tonight? Oolong observed Goku, who had just entered the RV and immediately began doing push-ups. He felt somewhat helpless. Goku was so strong and so dedicated. How could he possibly compete? Indeed, as the saying goes, one need not fear others' diligence, but rather those who are more gifted and even more industrious. Life is not easy, Oolong sighed. Exactly. The more time spent training, the faster one grows stronger. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can one protect what they cherish, Goku replied. Hey, don't speak so profoundly. At your young age, who do you wish to protect? Bulma? Oolong jested, feeling a bit more at ease with Goku. Not now. But that doesn't mean at 1 TB later, Goku responded. Do you want to train as well? I can teach you how to train, Goku proposed. Upon hearing Goku's offer, Oolong quickly shook his head. No, I'm not interested in training. I'm only interested in women, he chuckled lewdly. Goku thought to himself that Oolong was truly beyond redemption. Just then, Goku sensed Yamcha and Puar's energy, prompting him to cease his training. Hey Goku, why did you suddenly stop training? Oolong inquired curiously. Come with me, I'd like to introduce you to an old acquaintance, Goku replied enigmatically. An old acquaintance? Who? Though Oolong felt puzzled, he followed Goku outside. Yamcha, are we really going back tonight? Didn't you say you couldn't defeat that boy? Puar bluntly pointed out, leaving Yamcha feeling somewhat irritated. Even if I can't defeat him, I can still rely on my wits to win, Yamcha retorted. Then do you have a plan, Yamcha? Puar asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. They will eventually sleep, right? While they are asleep, I will secretly spread some sleeping powder in their room. Once they inhale it, they will be utterly powerless, and then they shall be at my mercy, Yamcha declared with a smirk. Wow, Yamcha, that's a brilliant plan, Puar praised enthusiastically. Just wait, you crab-headed boy. I will avenge this slap in the face. Yamcha fantasized about hanging Goku up and delivering a series of slaps. Oh no. Yamcha has lost it, Puar thought, saddened by Yamcha's foolish grin. Wait, what slap are you talking about? Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. Who? Yamcha gasped in surprise. Who do you think I am? Goku had instantaneously appeared before Yamcha with an almost imperceptible speed. Yamcha stumbled backward, scrambling away on all fours. And no, I mean I want to come over and give you a slap, Yamcha stammered, regaining his composure. Fight him? How could I? That would be like Qin Rue stepping on a nail, certain defeat. Yamcha thought. Yamcha, didn't you say Puar began? But Yamcha quickly interrupted. Shut up, he said, halting Puar from revealing anything further. All right, I won't tease you any longer, Goku decided, observing the antics of the two. Do you have something to say? If not, I'll be on my way, Goku inquired. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Seeing Yamcha trying to inch away, Goku had no intention of letting him escape. Is there something you wish to ask? Do you want to grow stronger? Goku posed the question, prompting Yamcha's eyes to light up. Yes, absolutely. How could I not want to be stronger? Yamcha exclaimed, realizing after Goku's earlier slap that he had much to learn. Join us in searching for the Dragon Balls. Once we're done, I'll recommend you to Master Roshi for training. What do you say? Goku offered. Yamcha felt tempted by Goku's proposal, but was puzzled as to how Goku could recommend him to Master Roshi. Master Roshi, the martial arts sage? Are you certain? Of course. I am a disciple of Master Roshi, Goku confirmed. What? A disciple of Master Roshi? This revelation brought a sense of relief to Yamcha. To lose to Master Roshi's disciple seemed more acceptable. He had foolishly sought revenge, akin to looking for death in a latrine. Well, what do you say? Will you join us? Absolutely. Yamcha resolved, determination etched on his face. Goku's assistance stemmed from his acknowledgement that Yamcha was also a Z warrior in the original story and, despite having slapped him, felt a sense of guilt. However, we cannot provide accommodation. At most, we can offer a couch. That is fine. Consider it a preliminary training before becoming your disciple, Yamcha replied, indicating his acceptance. Shall you join us on the couch? Goku inquired with a mix of skepticism and certainty. Despite this arrangement, ultimately, all four of them ended up squeezed onto a single bed. Chapter 8. Flame Mountain. The following morning, Bulma awoke from her slumber, gazing out at the clear sky, heralding yet another sunlit day. After stretching and yawning, she stepped outside. Upon exiting, she noticed a stranger training alongside Goku. As she observed the unfamiliar man, she began to feel a sense of recognition. Wasn't he the bandit from yesterday, the one with half his face swollen and lying on the ground? With the swelling now subsided, she initially failed to recognize him. Approaching Goku, Bulma gently inquired, Goku, is that not the bandit we encountered? Oh, him? His name is Yamcha. He's not a bad guy at heart, and he accepted my invitation to join us, Goku replied, continuing his push-ups. Join us? Was it really that easy? What did you promise him to make him agree? Bulma was skeptical that mere words could convince Yamcha to join their ranks. I promised to recommend him to Master Roshi. Goku explained. Master Roshi? The martial arts sage? Bulma exclaimed, having heard of the legendary figure. Yes. Why do you think I can recommend him? Perhaps you think I am a disciple of Master Roshi? Considering Goku's age, Bulma could only arrive at this conclusion. Indeed. How fortunate for you. I shall train you. And you shall not suffer, Goku replied with a grin. Ah yes, our beloved disciple of Master Roshi. Bulma rolled her eyes, exasperated. Turning her attention to Yamcha, she introduced herself. Hello, Yamcha. I am Bulma. I look forward to your guidance. Why you? Hello, Yamcha stammered, unable to meet Bulma's gaze, still somewhat intimidated by women. Unlike his later, more flirtatious self. Goku, you two continue training. I shall prepare breakfast, Bulma said before heading to the kitchen. All right, Goku replied. Puzzled by Bulma's lack of infatuation, hadn't she gushed over Yamcha in the original story? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, Bulma's behavior had already diverged from the original narrative. Wow, Goku, do you eat that much? Does your strength relate to your appetite? Yamcha marveled at the towering stack of plates beside Goku, who was still eating. Well, it might have something to do with it. My strength is largely attributed to being a scion, and scions have a considerable appetite, Goku mused. Yamcha, though full, continued to eat, driven by the desire to grow stronger. As time passed, he found himself unable to eat anymore, yet when he glanced at Goku, who was still consuming food, he gritted his teeth and thought, burn. My little universe. Half an hour later, their vehicle traversed the wilderness. Goku was doing push-ups while Yamcha, clutching his distended belly, looked as if he were on the brink of despair. Goku, you've led me astray. He lamented. Serves you right. You chose to eat that much. You must understand that people's physiques differ, Bulma retorted without mercy. 2 days later, Bulma and her companions departed the wilderness and arrived at a range of mountains. This place is peculiar. It's so hot despite being in the north. Oolong, turn on the air conditioning. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow. That's because Flame Mountain lies ahead. It used to be known as Cool Scenery Mountain, where it was refreshing during summer. However, 10 years ago, a great fire descended, transforming it into Flame Mountain. Oolong explained while driving. Look, Flame Mountain is right there. The group turned to see a towering mountain ablaze. Yet oddly, the summit remained unscathed, with a palace standing tall. The fire is immense. It defies logic. It has burned for 10 years without extinguishing, Bulma marveled. The Ox King should be just ahead. But with Goku here, we need not fear him, Oolong admitted, recalling the legends surrounding the Ox King with trepidation. Who is the Ox King? Bulma asked, having missed the earlier discussion between Goku and Oolong. You don't know? He is the king of demons, and anyone who approaches Flame Mountain is slain. He resides halfway up the mountain, and the palace was once his home, but he cannot return due to the raging fire, Oolong elaborated. You seem quite knowledgeable, Bulma remarked, surprised by Oolong's understanding. It's all written clearly in the books. So what do we do now? The radar indicates the Dragon Ball is atop Flame Mountain, Bulma fretted. On Flame Mountain? It must be within the palace, where the treasures the Ox King seized are kept, Oolong reminded her. What? What should we do? Goku. Can you fly up there? Bulma turned to Goku with a pleading gaze. Have you considered whether the Ox King would agree to let us take the Dragon Ball? Goku countered. Why worry? You're strong enough. Just take it. Yamcha chimed in, supporting Oolong's suggestion. Seize it first. Goku playfully rapped Oolong on the head. Ouch. Why did you hit me? Oolong exclaimed, rubbing his head in confusion. All you think about is stealing. Have you ever considered helping the Ox King extinguish the fire so he might grant us the Dragon Ball? Goku proposed. Yes, indeed, Bulma agreed this time. Now we wait. The Ox King should be coming out soon. Goku sensed the Ox King's presence approaching. Before long, a gruff voice reached their ears. Hey, you little brats at the foot of Flame Mountain, what do you want? Planning to rob my treasures? A tall, robust figure emerged from the woods, wielding a massive axe and wearing a hat. Ox King, you misunderstand. We wish to help you extinguish the fire, Bulma quickly clarified, without explanation. Who would not be frightened by such a towering figure? What? Help me extinguish the fire? The Ox King was momentarily at a loss. Wonderful. If you can put out the fire, you may select any treasure from my hoard as your reward. The Ox King boomed with laughter. But how do you intend to quench such a great blaze? What is that staff on your back, child? The Ox King noticed Goku's golden staff. This is a gift from my grandfather. Do you know him? Grandfather? You are the grandson of Sun Wukong? Yes, I am Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong is my grandfather. Haha, I apologize for any offense. I did not realize you were the grandson of my old friend. Your grandfather and I trained under Master Roshi together. Master Roshi? I also trained under him. How splendid. You must possess great martial talent. By the way, I have sent my daughter to borrow a magical fan from Master Roshi. You may wait here. Once she returns with the fan, we can extinguish the fire. At that point, you may choose a treasure as a token of our meeting. Oolong and Yamcha exchanged glances, witnessing the camaraderie between Goku and the Ox King. They silently acknowledged that Goku had connections, leaving them feeling somewhat unfortunate in comparison. Indeed. Some are born into privilege, while others into hardship. Chapter 9. The 7-Star Pearl and the Banana Fan. The Banana Fan has already been discarded by Master Roshi. Goku still remembers the plot from the original story, where the fan was thrown away after being dirted by Master Roshi, only to be found later in an old woman's house on an icy mountain in the north. What? It's gone? The Bull Demon King was initially taken aback, but upon reflection, he realized it was indeed something Master Roshi could do. Oh, then it's nothing. He is certainly capable of that. Apologies, Goku. I can't extinguish the fire, and I can't go in. The Bull Demon King scratched his head and said, Uncle Bull Demon, have you seen this pearl? Bulma asked as she pulled a Dragon Ball from her bag to show him. The Bull Demon King turned to look, thought for a moment, and nodded. Yes, I've seen it. It should be in the palace on the mountain. Ah, then how can we get it? Bulma felt a wave of disappointment. After so many days of hard work, only 2 pearls remained, and yet, we might not need the banana fan to extinguish this fire. I can put it out directly. Just as Bulma was feeling disheartened, Goku's voice reached her ears. Indeed, Goku is always like this. Whenever I seem to lose hope, he is the first to step forward. Bulma looked at the small Goku and felt an indescribable emotion. You can extinguish it, you mean? Just as the Bull Demon King was speculating, Goku soared into the sky, his palm facing upwards, gathering energy within. What is this? Bulma watched as a blue energy sphere expanded in the sky, with Goku's blue hair swirling around him. The surrounding winds seemed to intensify, and the energy sphere in the sky resembled a black hole, continuously drawing in sand and stones from the ground. After gathering about half of his energy, Goku gently pushed the massive blue energy sphere above Flame Mountain. Boom! A blinding white light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion, and for a moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Even those hundreds of meters away from Flame Mountain could feel the strong gust of wind. Oh no! Goku immediately realized he had underestimated the power of the energy blast. Energy erupted from his body like a fountain, racing towards Bulma to shield her from the impending wind. Oolong quickly transformed into a large robot to avoid being blown away. Yamcha, relying on his superior martial arts skills, planted himself firmly on the ground, protecting Pora in his arms. For the Bull Demon King, this gust of wind was insignificant, but for Bulma, it was a catastrophe. Goku, I'm coming. Just as Bulma's feet left the ground, about to be swept away, Goku caught her and steadied her. Phew. After catching Bulma, Goku sighed in relief. Glad he made it in time. Sorry, Bulma, I didn't think of you. It's fine, Goku. Did you think I wouldn't be caught? Bulma smiled warmly at the slightly guilty Goku. As the fierce winds subsided, Goku held Bulma and descended from the sky, and everyone turned to look at Flame Mountain. Where was the Flame Mountain? The flames had long been extinguished, leaving only scorched earth behind. Everyone swallowed hard and looked back at Goku, with Oolong and Yamcha expressing immense relief. Thank goodness we joined in. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. All right, now that the fire is out. Once the ground cools down, you can go up and collect the treasures, the Bull Demon King said joyfully. After many years, he would finally return to his palace. Bulma, hand me the Dragon Ball radar. The ground is too hot for you to go up. Goku said to Bulma, glancing at the searing ground. Looking at the ground, which was at least over 100 degrees, Bulma felt she couldn't go up either. She handed the Dragon Ball radar to Goku, allowing him to search. After borrowing the Dragon Ball radar, Goku flew towards the palace on Flame Mountain. A few minutes later, Goku returned holding a Dragon Ball. Goku, seeing him descend. Bulma jumped with joy, waving her hands. It's the 7-star pearl. Goku handed the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Thank you, Uncle Bull Demon. Goku expressed his gratitude to the Bull Demon King. Just as they were about to leave, the Bull Demon King's voice reached them. Goku, can I ask you a favor? Uncle Bull Demon, what is it? I sent my daughter, Chi-Chi, to borrow the banana fan from Master Roshi. Now that it's gone, could you bring her back? My daughter is naturally timid, and I'm worried she might get into trouble. The Bull Demon King scratched his head as he spoke. Goku nodded. He knew that the connection between him and Chi-Chi began at this moment in the original story, but now it was uncertain. He understood that Chi-Chi was a good mother and wife, a virtuous woman, but, sigh. By the way, here is a photo of my daughter. The Bull Demon King handed Goku a picture to look at. What an adorable little girl. Oolong remarked upon seeing the photo. Right? Goku, as long as you find her. I can arrange for her to marry you. Marry me? No thanks, Uncle Bull Demon. Yes, marriage requires love from both parties. Even if Goku likes her, she might not like him back. How can that work? Bulma interjected to persuade the Bull Demon King. Oh, you both make valid points. Well, that is fine. The Bull Demon King appeared somewhat disappointed. I'll be on my way then. Bulma, you all wait here. I should return shortly. Okay. With that, Goku flew off towards Master Roshi's home. In fact, he had already sensed Chi-Chi's energy. With his combat power exceeding 300, his perception was quite extensive. After flying about 10 kilometers, Goku spotted Chi-Chi, who was turning a dinosaur into ash. Chi-Chi. Huh. Who? The initially frightened Chi-Chi stopped crying upon hearing someone call her name. Wiping her tears and looking around, Goku gracefully descended before Chi-Chi. Yes, did you call me? Chi-Chi asked Goku, a hint of fear in her voice. Yes, your father. The Bull Demon King sent me to find you. He wants you to come back. The fire on Flame Mountain has been extinguished, so there is no need for the banana fan anymore. Let us go. Okay. Chi-Chi, being innocent, agreed without much thought. Kintown. With Goku's call, a cloud appeared in the distance. Goku turned to Chi-Chi and said, you can sit on this. After Chi-Chi sat on the Kintown, Goku flew into the sky, guiding the cloud towards Flame Mountain. Goku preferred not to engage much with Chi-Chi, primarily out of shyness. Hey everyone. From a distance, Goku spotted Bulma and the Bull Demon King, waving and calling out. Yo, Goku. The Bull Demon King was the first to notice Goku and his daughter. As Goku landed, Chi-Chi immediately ran towards her father. Daddy, I was so scared. Can I not go out alone next time? Seeing Chi-Chi's frightened demeanor, the Bull Demon King felt anxious and quickly comforted her. All right, Chi-Chi, don't cry. Next time, Daddy won't let you go. Watching the touching scene between father and daughter, Goku and his companions couldn't help but smile warmly. Well, Uncle Bull Demon, this is truly goodbye. Goku waved to the father and daughter. Goku, are you leaving so soon? I wanted to host you all and thank you for extinguishing the fire on Flame Mountain. Indeed, we must continue our quest to seek out the remaining Dragon Balls. As for the greetings, perhaps we shall save them for another occasion. Farewell. Until we meet again. Chapter 10. Arise, Divine Dragon. Marvelous. We are but one Dragon Ball away, Bulma exclaimed contentedly, reclining on the sofa with her feet propped up on the table. By the way, now that we have gathered all the Dragon Balls, who among us shall make a wish? Oolong, driving the vehicle, turned to inquire. It's Bulma. I was drawn into this as well. By the way, Bulma, what wish do you intend to make? You didn't answer me last time. Guess. Bulma mischievously winked at Goku. Can I ask a question before you summon the dragon? Goku pondered for a moment before voicing his thought. Sure. What is it? I want to know if my grandfather wishes to be resurrected. I can pass my wish opportunity to you. Not necessarily. Based on what I know about my grandfather, he might not want to come back. When the time comes, just ask the dragon. If your grandfather agrees to be resurrected, then he shall be. Indeed. As Goku and his companions drew nearer to the last Dragon Ball, they dealt with the rabbit army along the way. The Dragon Ball radar indicates that the ball is nearby, Bulma remarked, glancing at the radar in her hand. Let us stop for a moment. I need to check something. Goku announced, rising from his meditative state. Wait, what are you going to do? Bulma inquired, puzzled. I sense two energies nearby. The Dragon Ball must be in their possession. Lord Pilaf, their vehicle has stopped. Mai exclaimed as she and Pilaf crouched on the hillside. Indeed, they possess a Dragon Ball radar as well. It seems that my Dragon Ball has attracted them. Be cautious, Shu. Pilaf deduced from his radar that all 6 Dragon Balls were gathered together, realizing that others, like them, were in search of the Dragon Balls. He devised a trap, taking out one of his Dragon Balls as bait. Wait, Lord Pilaf, someone has descended from the vehicle. He is flying. Mai gasped, her eyes wide as saucers. What? Flying? Pilaf's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. He is coming towards us. Before Mai could finish her sentence, a gust of wind swept through, forcing both of them to shut their eyes. When they opened them again, Goku hovered before them. Hand over the Dragon Ball. I know your intentions, Goku said with a smile. Who are you? Dragon Ball? We've never heard of you, Pilaf retorted, signaling to Mai. Understanding his cue, she raised her rifle, aiming at Goku and pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Golden, gleaming shells ejected from the heated barrel, clattering to the ground. As the gunfire echoed, the acrid scent of sulfur filled the air, yet both were too paralyzed by fear to react. Their limbs numb and cold sweat beating on their foreheads. The bullets struck the young boy, but instead of the anticipated splatter of blood, they transformed into mere pancakes, dropping harmlessly to the ground. Goku dusted off his clothes and glanced at the two. Stop wasting your efforts. Call out your accomplice hiding underground. I advise you to comply and hand over the Dragon Ball without any tricks, or else. Goku conjured a ball of energy in his hand, directing it past them, causing it to explode behind. Boom. A violent explosion resonated, sending a wave of heat that washed over them. Trembling, they turned to see a large crater, 10 meters wide and 2 meters deep, emitting steam several meters away. Both swallowed hard, and Pilaf cautiously produced the Dragon Ball, handing it to Goku. Goku accepted the Dragon Ball and realized their accomplice remained underground. Aren't you going to bring out your companion? We don't have any accomplice. It's just the two of us, Pilaf replied, slightly flustered, still harboring hopes. Very well. With that, Goku again formed an energy ball, targeting the area he had sensed. Upon detonation, metallic debris flew, revealing a small dog clad in ninja attire. Goku had controlled his strength meticulously. Shu only sustained superficial abrasions, posing no threat to his life. Is this what you call having no partners? Goku tilted his head, gazing at Pilaf and Mai. What do we do with the Dragon Balls now? Shu asked as the three gathered together, looking toward Goku. What else? Will you confront him? We can always search again later. After all, we only need to wait a year. Pilaf growled at Shu, silently warning him against foolishness. Bulma, the Dragon Balls. Bulma, engrossed in her television, suddenly heard Goku's voice and quickly turned to see him offering the Dragon Ball, which she eagerly accepted. Wonderful. At last, we have all 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma's smile radiated with joy. Shall we summon the dragon now? Yamcha inquired from the side. Bulma looked at Goku, who nodded in affirmation. Then let us proceed outside to summon the dragon. The group carried the 7 Dragon Balls out of the RV. Come forth, divine dragon. Grant my wish. Bulma arranged the Dragon Balls and recited the incantation. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky, transforming the previously clear day into night. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden light, growing larger until they coalesced into a slender, magnificent dragon. Wow, it's enormous! Wulong exclaimed in awe. State your wish. I can grant any one wish, but only one, the dragon declared. Bulma gestured to Goku, urging him to speak. Goku, catching Bulma's glance, finally spoke. Dragon, can you inquire whether my grandfather wishes to be resurrected? After a brief silence, the dragon replied, he does not wish to return. He wants you to live well and not worry about him. He is doing splendidly. Now, state your wish. Your turn, Bulma. Goku encouraged. Bulma stepped forward, smiling broadly as she declared, Dragon, please grant me a gravity chamber to be stored in a capsule. Goku, taken aback, looked at Bulma incredulously. Bulma, you. What about it? Is it not acceptable? Bulma asked, skipping joyfully toward Goku. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon vanished, transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls, which scattered in all directions. And no matter. Consider the time wasted on my gravity chamber. If I can't think of a wish, I might as well just wish for it directly to save time, right? Thank you, Bulma. Goku solemnly expressed his gratitude as he grasped the capsule that fell from the sky. What are your plans now? Bulma asked the group. I'll give you 1,000,000 later, Yamcha, she added. Then, she fixed her gaze on Goku. You cannot escape. You promised to return to West City and train me. How could I run away? Goku scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. I will train at Master Roshi's, Goku announced. Yamcha, hearing the promise of 1,000,000, felt elated. I, of course, shall return home, Oolong stated without hesitation, having no need for money, as the spoils from his previous exploits sufficed for a lifetime. Hey, Oolong. When you return, don't let me catch you robbing or stealing from girls. Wukong threatened. No, it won't happen again. His words frightened Oolong, who quickly replied. There was no other option, for remaining silent would surely invite punishment, and he had no desire to be beaten. Bulma tossed out a universal capsule, conjuring forth an aircraft they had purchased during their previous encounter with the Rabbit Army. Everyone, get on board. I shall take you to your destination, Bulma announced after settling into the plane. Chapter 11. The unusual enthusiasm of the brief couple after delivering Yamcha and Oolong to their desired destination. Goku and Bulma returned to West City together. Bulma's residence, situated in the very heart of West City, left Goku in awe, marveling at the expansive space it occupied in such a bustling area. As they entered the house, Mrs. Brief approached them with a warm smile. Bulma, you're finally back. Did you have fun outside? And who is this handsome young man? Mrs. Brief initially intended to engage in casual conversation with Bulma, but upon noticing Goku, she directed her question toward her daughter. This is a friend I met during my travels. His name is Son Goku, and he is here to teach me martial arts. Bulma explained. A friend? Teaching you martial arts? Mrs. Brief inquired, her curiosity piqued. Yes, he promised to teach me, Bulma confirmed. Hello, Mrs. Brief, I'm Son Goku. Goku introduced himself politely. Hello, Goku. Just call me Mrs. Brief, she replied. Although Mrs. Brief had more to say, she noticed that Goku and Bulma were still standing in the doorway and invited them inside. Upon entering the living room, they spotted Dr. Brief. Dad, Bulma called out, catching her father's attention. Dr. Brief turned and saw Goku, his expression shifting to one of curiosity as he looked between Bulma and her friend. Hello, Mr. Brief. I'm Bulma's friend, Son Goku. Goku introduced himself again. Ah, Goku. You can call me Dr. Brief. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea, Dr. Brief said. Pouring tea into cups, Goku took a sip, and the delightful aroma filled his senses. This is excellent tea, he exclaimed. Unlike most youngsters, Goku had developed a fondness for tea before his journey. Who would have thought someone so young would appreciate tea? It's not common for young people these days. This is the finest tea on earth, Dr. Brief remarked, impressed. Goku felt a bit bashful at the compliment, scratching his head. All right, Dad. I'll take Goku to choose his room now, Bulma said, slightly impatient as she noticed her father seemed eager to chat with Goku. Choose a room? Yes. Goku will be staying with us. He is going to teach me martial arts, Bulma insisted. Come on, Goku, she urged. Oh, all right. Thank you, Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief. I'll take my leave for now, Goku said before following Bulma, leaving the couple exchanging bewildered glances. Goku, you can stay in this room, Bulma said, indicating a spacious room with a balcony. Okay, Goku nodded in agreement. When will you start teaching me? Bulma asked eagerly. Let us wait until tomorrow. I still want to try out the gravity chamber today, Goku replied. Just place the gravity chamber in that empty area over there, Bulma instructed, pointing to a large expanse of land adjacent to a swimming pool, separated by a lush green belt. All right, Goku acknowledged. Go ahead and get to it. I'll call you when it's time for dinner, Bulma said, sensing Goku's excitement to test the gravity chamber. After Goku flew off toward the designated spot, Bulma descended to the first floor, where her parents appeared to be waiting for her. Bulma, come here for a moment. Oh, all right. You go on ahead. I need to have a word with my daughter, Mrs. Brief said, ushering Dr. Brief away. Bulma, what is going on with that boy named Goku? Do you have feelings for him? Mrs. Brief's question caught Bulma off guard. What do you mean? He is just my friend. Besides, he is only 12. How could I possibly? Bulma retorted defensively. A friend? Bringing him home to stay? Yes, he may be 12 now, but he will grow up. Don't think I don't notice. He'll be quite handsome when he does. If you don't act, I just might. Mrs. Brief teased, noticing Bulma's flustered demeanor. Humph. I'm not discussing this with you. You can think whatever you like. I'll say what I want. Bulma huffed, storming off to her room, burying herself under the covers. Indeed, she was unsure why she had brought Goku home. After setting up the gravity chamber, Goku stepped inside. With a battle power of over 400, he had previously managed 10 times his weight, so he figured handling 5 times his current power, which was just over 300, would be manageable. However, as soon as Goku activated the 5 times gravity, an overwhelming force nearly caused him to stumble. Indeed. The gravity chamber is essential for traversing the Dragon Ball universe. Only through experience can one truly appreciate the immense pressure it places on every cell and how it enhances combat strength, Goku mused while training. As evening approached, Mrs. and Mr. Brief displayed exceptional hospitality toward Goku during dinner. They believed Goku would inevitably become their son-in-law, thus their eagerness to impress him was understandable. As for Goku's background, did it truly matter? No lineage could surpass their own wealth and influence. Goku's appetite, however, did astonish them, although they soon dismissed it, reasoning that a hearty eater would possess ample strength to ensure their daughter's future happiness. Goku found himself somewhat taken aback by the couple's fervent hospitality. After dinner, he and Bulma engaged in conversation. Bulma, why are your parents so enthusiastic about me? It's making me feel a bit shy, Goku remarked. I have no idea. Just enjoy their kindness, Bulma replied, rolling her eyes. Understanding her parents' excitement, coupled with their earlier dialogue, Bulma could surmise their thoughts but chose to keep her insights to herself. Goku, school starts in just over 20 days. Will you be able to master that flying technique before then? I'm not sure. It entirely depends on individual talent. If you're gifted, it's possible. But if not, how long did it take you to learn? Goku chuckled inwardly. Bulma was inadvertently inviting him to boast. I taught myself. It didn't take me long at all. I felt the energy almost instantaneously and figured it out in less than half a day. Bulma playfully punched Goku, but he barely reacted, causing her to feel a bit sore instead. I'm done talking. I'm going to bed, she declared, turning away. After she left, Goku returned to his own room. The following morning, Bulma was up early, seeking out Goku. Goku, remember you promised to teach me today. Okay, I know, he replied with a wry smile. In the yoga room, Goku instructed Bulma to sit cross-legged. To learn the art of flight, the first step is to sense the energy within you. Energy within me? Bulma asked, puzzled. Yes, everything has energy, but most cannot sense or control it. The stronger the individual, the easier it is to perceive their energy, he explained. How do I sense it? This varies with each person's innate talent. You must calm your mind and spirit. You might not understand this part, so please extend your hand, Goku instructed. Bulma obediently held out her right hand. I will now transfer a small amount of energy into you for you to feel, Goku said. As time passed by, nearly half a day slipped away before Bulma finally sensed the energy within her. This nearly exhausted Goku, who was tirelessly managing the delicate flow of energy within Bulma's body, all the while ensuring that it did not harm her in any way, a task that only those who have attempted it can truly comprehend. Observing Goku's pale visage, on the brink of collapse, Bulma felt a twinge of embarrassment. Sorry, Goku. It's all right. Let's eat. After a meal, I should feel much better. Eventually, with Bulma's support, Goku made his way to the dining table. Mr. and Mrs. Brief exchanged astonished glances at Goku's condition. But Goku is still so young. This can't be right. Bulma, what on earth is happening? It's not what you think, Bulma replied, aware that her parents were likely imagining the worst. In the afternoon, after Goku caught his breath, Bulma relentlessly dragged him away. Bulma, for now, you simply need to meditate and strengthen your body, continuously enhancing the energy within you. With that, Goku swiftly took to the skies. 10 days later, Bulma exclaimed with delight, I'm truly a genius. I can fly now after just 10 days. As she soared through the air, Goku couldn't help but smirk at her self-adulation. Had he not guided Bulma's energy on the very first day, she might not have even sensed it before the start of school. Chapter 12. The 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Part 1. After more than half a year. It was the year 750 of the AI calendar. It was time to register for the martial arts tournament. Upon awakening, Goku immediately recalled that today marked the registration date for the tournament. He quickly dressed and stepped outside, preparing to fly to the venue when Bulma unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere. Goku, are you going to participate in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament? She inquired. Yes, he replied. Could you take me with you? School is on break. Sure. Goku knew that even if he refused, Bulma would insist on following him. So he opted to agree. "Let us go. You can fly with me," said Bulma as she conjured up an aircraft. After approximately an hour, Bulma landed the plane in a clearing outside the tournament venue. Once they disembarked, Goku led Bulma directly to the registration area. The World Martial Arts Tournament was renowned, attracting martial artists of considerable repute from around the globe, resulting in a long line at the registration desk. Master Roshi, Yamcha. Upon arriving at the registration area, Goku spotted Master Roshi accompanied by Yamcha and Krillin. "Goku, you finally made it. This is Krillin, your junior." Master Roshi greeted him, casually introducing Krillin. "Hello, Krillin." Goku nodded towards the small bald boy in front of Master Roshi. "Hello, brother Goku." Krillin observed Goku, curious about how much stronger the senior who had entered training 6 months before him could be. During their training, Master Roshi often used Goku as a benchmark to diminish both Krillin and Yamcha's confidence. "Goku, you are also participating in the tournament. It seems the championship is already decided," Yamcha remarked, fully aware of Goku's strength. Previously, he had privately inquired with Master Roshi, who admitted that he might not even be able to defeat Goku now. "Who is this girl?" Master Roshi inquired, glancing at Goku. When Goku and Bulma had previously accompanied Yamcha to Master Roshi's island, Bulma had not descended, so Master Roshi was unfamiliar with her. "This is my friend, Bulma, who has come with me." Bulma shot a glare at Master Roshi, thinking him rather unseemly. "Ahem, enough of that. You all queue up. Poor, and I will not accompany you," Master Roshi advised. "Goku, good luck. I won't go in with you." Bulma signaled encouragement to Goku. After a considerable wait, it was finally their turn. Goku drew number 70, Krillin drew number 93, and Yamcha drew number 5. "Huh, this is great. It looks like we won't face each other in the preliminaries," Yamcha chuckled as he looked at the match schedule. Given his abilities, he was confident he could reach the finals, and he would have been devastated had he been unlucky enough to face Goku earlier. The trio proceeded to the preparation room. Observing Goku in meditation, Krillin couldn't help but ask Yamcha, "Does Goku often do this?" "Yes, he was like this while searching for the Dragon Balls," Yamcha replied. "Now commencing the third group of preliminaries, may I invite competitors 69 and 70. Upon hearing his number, Goku opened his eyes and walked towards the arena. "Huh. I can't believe number 70 is just a kid. Poor number 69, the audience murmured, envious of the 69th contestant. The 69th contestant, a burly man, burst into laughter upon seeing his opponent was a child. "Huh, little brat." Before he could finish his taunt, Goku had instantly appeared before him and delivered a swift slap. Smack. With a resounding crack, the man was sent flying off the stage. Silence enveloped the crowd. Yamcha winced, feeling a phantom pain on his own right cheek. Goku retracted his hand, illustrating the difference between himself and the original Goku. Winner, number 70. The announcer took a few moments to comprehend before declaring Goku's victory. Ultimately, Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha advanced to the finals without any doubt. "Should we inform Master Roshi about this good news?" Krillin asked Goku. "No need. Master Roshi surely knows we three are headed to the finals." Yamcha concurred with a nod. At that moment, they heard an announcement for those participating in the finals to gather at the martial arts temple. "Let us go." Upon reaching the temple, Goku noticed Master Roshi disguised as Cheng Long. Meanwhile, in the audience, Bulma suddenly realized Master Roshi was missing. "Hey, where did that lecherous old man go?" "Goku. Someone over there smells terrible." Yamcha pinched his nose, pointing at an individual. Goku also covered his nose and nodded, agreeing that the person was truly repugnant. In contrast, Krillin, lacking a nose, remained unaffected. The draw for the matches was soon announced. Krillin versus Buck, Yamcha versus Goku, Cheng Long versus Keenan, Nam versus Lanfang. Goku frowned at the match list, realizing he had inadvertently caused a butterfly effect. Buck was the foul-smelling individual. Normally, anyone facing him might be overwhelmed by a stench. But Krillin, without a sense of smell, had no trouble. Without a doubt, Krillin triumphed in his match. As the second match commenced, Yamcha declared, "Goku, it seems my journey ends here." Despite significant progress over the past 6 months, he still fell short compared to Goku. The match began. With the announcer's signal, Goku stood still, waiting for Yamcha to make the first move. Yamcha, observing Goku's unmoving stance, felt beads of cold sweat form and his limbs tremble slightly. The memory of that slap from half a year ago lingered vividly in his mind. In a fleeting moment, Goku's stillness seemed to merge with the image of the Goku who had struck him before. I concede. Ultimately, Yamcha could not overcome his fear and gasped as he surrendered. Winner, contestant Sun Wukong, the announcer proclaimed. As Yamcha descended from the stage, Goku felt a touch of regret for the harm his earlier slap had inflicted on him. In the subsequent matches, Master Roshi and Nam undoubtedly secured their victories. Brother Goku, that gentleman named Qinglong is quite formidable. After the quarterfinals, the trio gathered again, and Krillin expressed his astonishment at Master Roshi's earlier performance. Yamcha had already begun to suspect that the gentleman named Qinglong was significantly stronger than them, yet he had never heard of him before. Coupled with Qinglong's earlier lecherous appearance, it was likely he was Master Wu Tian. Goku, is that Qinglong really Master Wu Tian? Yamcha sought confirmation from Goku. Yes, Goku affirmed. Krillin was taken aback, realizing he had been left out of the loop. Thank you for keeping me in the dark, Goku, he quipped. Goku, how can you be so certain? Yamcha inquired, puzzled. Because of the key. Every individual has a unique key. The key of that gentleman Qinglong is the same as Master Roshi's, Goku explained. At this point, he had become quite proficient in sensing ki. Master Roshi had initially taught him the basics, and through diligent practice, he had honed his skills to this extent. However, for Goku, this was still insufficient. To master ki perfectly, aside from investing significant time, he would need to visit the Divine Temple. Thus, Wukong intends to seek out the Immortals after participating in the martial arts tournament, to further hone his mastery of Qi. Chapter 13, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Part 2, the embodiment of ultimate ease. As Goku triumphed in the second match, his opponent in the semifinals was Krillin. Goku smiled gently at Krillin, who stood across from him, and said, "Make your move, Krillin." Even while standing still, Krillin felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Goku, causing him to swallow nervously. "All right, Goku, please be careful." With that, Krillin transformed into a shadow and dashed toward Goku. Clenching his fists and extending his arms like a bow, Krillin aimed a powerful punch at Goku. Just as the fist was about to connect, Goku suddenly vanished from sight. Not good, Krillin thought, quickly turning in midair, but his momentum made it impossible to stop. As Krillin staggered backward on the ground, Goku delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. In an instant, Krillin erupted into a flash of white light, flying off the stage. The entire sequence unfolded within a mere second. The announcer had yet to process the events when the match concluded. Sun Wukong wins. With the announcement, Goku descended from the stage and helped Krillin to his feet. Haha, Goku, the gap between us is indeed vast. Though Krillin was not entirely unscathed, he wore a smile despite his disheveled state. No worries, if you keep training, you'll surely catch up to me. Really? That would be wonderful. Krillin's eyes sparkled at the thought. Goku played a clever trick, knowing that catching up was indeed possible, but only for the present version of himself. He allowed everyone the time to pursue him until they became unreachable. Coughing slightly, Goku realized he may have been a bit ostentatious. Unsurprisingly, Master Roshi also defeated Nam, leading to the final showdown between Goku and Master Roshi. Goku, go for it. I believe the championship is yours. Bulma cheered from the spectator stands. Goku nodded in acknowledgement before stepping onto the stage. In the finals, Goku faced Master Roshi, who was playfully impersonating a dragon. Goku pondered whether to expose the ruse, as the three of them were already aware of it. Grandpa Roshi, no need to pretend. You know I can sense your ki, right? After some contemplation, Goku decided to confront Master Roshi. Indeed, I know. My disguise was intended for Krillin and the others. I initially planned to teach them a lesson about humility. But I suppose you beat me to it. And now? Grandpa Roshi, do you wish to fight me? Goku felt confident that Master Roshi could not match him, as his training in the gravity chamber had significantly enhanced his abilities. Although there was no combat detector to measure his exact power level, Goku believed that a single Kamehameha wave from him could obliterate the Earth, suggesting his strength surpassed 10,000. You think this old man is incapable of fighting? True. Your ki is vastly superior now, but today I shall impart a lesson. Strength is not solely determined by the magnitude of one's energy. Master Roshi took a defensive stance. Come at me. All right, Grandpa Roshi, brace yourself. Goku leaned forward and threw a punch at Master Roshi. He held back his full strength, yet he was convinced that this blow would be unstoppable for his mentor. To his astonishment, Goku watched as Master Roshi smoothly evaded his punch with a slight twist of his body. Unable to believe his eyes, Goku threw several more punches, each generating powerful gusts of wind, yet Master Roshi effortlessly dodged them all. Stopping his assault, Goku stared in shock at Master Roshi. Was this the prerequisite for achieving ultimate ease? It was astonishingly similar. How does it feel, Goku? This is the tranquility one seeks after reaching a certain level in martial arts, where body and mind are perfectly separated. And every move feels as though it is etched into one's being. Master Roshi, noticing Goku's pause, couldn't help but revel in his own wisdom. Perhaps this was all he could teach his pupil at present. Indeed, Grandpa Roshi, achieving your level in martial arts is impressive. I too shall strive to elevate my skills. But what if my ki were vastly superior to yours? With that, Goku unleashed all his energy, a fierce wave akin to a tsunami crashing toward Master Roshi. The elder could only chuckle at the formidable force he felt. Yes, a profound martial arts mastery can bridge some gaps, yet when the disparity reaches a certain point, even the highest martial arts skills become a farce. Goku surged toward Master Roshi, his overwhelming aura carving a trench in the ground. Seizing the elder's arm before he could react, Grandpa Roshi, admit defeat. Goku wished to preserve Master Roshi's dignity. I concede, Master Roshi declared. I announce that the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is contestant Sun Wukong. Once the announcement concluded, Goku accompanied Master Roshi to collect the prize of 500. 000. To be honest, Goku was no longer particularly excited about the 500. 000, especially when compared to the 1 billion Bulma had given him. Living in Bulma's lavish home over the past 6 months had left him in awe of her family's wealth. As Goku exited the tournament arena with Master Roshi and the others, he heard Bulma's voice in the distance. That was amazing, Goku. I knew you would win the championship. Bulma ran over, exhilarated. The three elders exchanged knowing glances. They understood that their prowess was not on the same level as Goku's. Stay humble, Bulma, Goku said, feeling a bit embarrassed by her exuberance in front of the onlookers. Bulma, realizing her excitement, blushed slightly as she took in the gazes of the crowd. Ahem. Enough of that. To celebrate Goku's victory, I'll treat you all to a meal. Eat to your heart's content. Bulma thought it appropriate to honor Goku's achievement by inviting his mentor and friends to dine. Great. Krillin responded eagerly. I know a fantastic restaurant. Let me take you all there, Master Roshi chimed in. Let's go? The group headed toward a nearby eatery. During the meal, Krillin witnessed Goku's astonishing appetite. After indulging, they split into 2 groups. Goodbye, Grandpa Roshi, Yamcha, Krillin. Goku waved as he boarded the plane with Bulma. Farewell, Goku, they replied in unison. As the plane soared into the sky, the gust from its departure blew dust into the faces of those left behind. Master, why did you disguise yourself to participate in this tournament? Krillin asked, puzzled after Goku and Bulma departed. You wouldn't understand. I was teaching you. Huh? But didn't you lose to Goku? Krillin bluntly pointed out. That's why I said you wouldn't understand. You can't see what I taught him, Master Roshi retorted, playfully flicking Krillin on the head. Ouch. Upon returning, your training regimen will double for a month. Please, no, Master Roshi. Chapter 14. On the way to the Tower of the Gods, shall we annihilate the Red Ribbon Army? A year after the martial arts tournament. Goku had lost track of the extent of his fighting power, but one thing was certain, he had grown immensely stronger, surpassing his previous self by at least 100-fold. Goku, are you really leaving? Bulma asked, watching him pack with a hint of reluctance. Yes, I must grow stronger, Goku replied, finishing his preparations and stepping onto the balcony. Can't you train in my gravity chamber at home? Bulma followed him outside. No, while I can indeed grow stronger here, my martial arts realm progresses far too slowly. Then where are you headed? Bulma tucked a stray hair behind her ear and turned to him. Over there, towards the horizon. Goku gazed into the distance, where clouds were bathed in the crimson light of the setting sun. The golden rays filtered through the sky, casting a reddish hue over Bulma and Goku's hair. For reasons she could not articulate, Bulma felt a wave of emotion wash over her as she admired the breathtaking sunset. The horizon? How long will you be gone? A year? 2 years? Perhaps even longer? Will you return to see me? I will. Goku turned to face Bulma. Could you lend me the Dragon Radar? He was reluctant to squander the opportunity to gather the Dragon Balls, which could only be used once a year. Absolutely not. Wait. You plan to search for the Dragon Balls once a year using the radar? Yes. Then you should come visit me every year. And we'll search for the Dragon Balls together. Bulma smiled at him. Huh. I can find the Dragon Balls quickly on my own. There's no need to trouble you, Goku replied, oblivious to her intentions. Goku, this is my way of ensuring you won't forget about me as a friend. So, you must come back to find me every year. Fine, fine. With Bulma insisting, Goku had little choice. Well then, farewell, Bulma. Goku took off, waving as he ascended into the sky. Goodbye, Goku. Bulma leaned against the balcony, watching him soar farther away, and suddenly shouted, Goku, don't forget our promise. Once a year. If you forget, I want to let you off the hook. Okay. Though Goku's figure had vanished from sight, his voice still echoed in the air. After departing from West City, Goku's speed surged as he set his sights on annihilating the Red Ribbon Army. This was a mission he had taken upon himself. For the Red Ribbon Army was undeniably a malevolent force. The sooner they were eradicated, the better. The longer he waited, who knew what troubles they might concoct. In doing so, he would also contribute to the peace of Earth. The process of destruction was surprisingly effortless, albeit time-consuming. Goku first visited the main base of the Red Ribbon Army, gathering maps of all their outposts, and from high above, he rained down energy blasts one by one. What is a dimensional strike, you ask? This is it. The main base and all of its subdivisions were reduced to mere fireworks, vanishing from the world. As expected, an unforeseen complication arose. Goku discovered a base belonging to Dr. Gero that was not marked on his map, making the emergence of Cell and the androids inevitable. Although he was confident in his current capabilities, the thought of Cell possessing his cells was rather unsettling. After obliterating the Red Ribbon Army, Goku soared towards the Tower of the Gods, arriving at its base. A seemingly infinite white pillar stretched toward the heavens. Upon landing atop the tower, Goku greeted Karin, who was grilling fish. Are you here for the sacred water? Karin asked after finishing a fish. No, I'm here to train. Karin nodded in understanding. Oh, that's good. The sacred water is rather trivial now, and considering your strength, do you still need to train? Of course. Though my power is great, my martial arts realm remains quite low. I've come to enhance my martial arts skills. Oh, by the way, this is a token of my appreciation. Goku produced several large baskets of fish from his capsule. Karin's eyes lit up at the sight. Excellent. From now on, just call me Karin. Now, suppress your energy to match mine and attack me. Karin hastily stowed away the fish and instructed Goku. All right. Goku suppressed his energy to Karin's level and threw a punch, but Karin easily dodged. Goku quickly turned to sweep with his leg, but Karin used his hand to flip Goku over. All right, that's enough. I understand now, Karin said, signaling Goku to stop. Your martial arts realm is commendable, but some of your movements are excessive. For instance, that sweeping kick could have been executed without such a wide turn. Karin continued. You must gradually correct your bad habits on your own. I can't teach you much more, but there is someone who can me. Who? Goku feigned surprise. Indeed. He resides in the temple atop the tower. Your power pole connects the tower and the temple, but since you can use the flight technique, you won't need the power pole. Karin had long noticed the power pole on Goku's back. Thank you, Karin. I've heard you possess those miraculous beans. Can I trade something for them? Goku's eyes sparkled at the thought of the healing beans. You're referring to the Senza beans? I have 6 jars. What will you offer in exchange? Karin glanced at the fish, hinting at Goku. Understanding immediately, Goku realized he had an abundance of fish in his capsule, even without Karin's suggestion. What is foresight, you ask? With a swift motion, he pressed the capsule, and a massive pile of fish, at least thousands, appeared on the ground. Take them all. All of them. The Senza beans are over there. Karin dove into the pile of fish, ignoring Goku as he pointed towards the beans, lost in his bliss. Goku approached the jars containing the Senza beans, marveling at the sight of at least 10,000 beans within 6 jars. He couldn't help but reflect on how plentiful these beans were now. Untainted by the likes of Yajirobe, he took only 5 jars, leaving one behind. After all, he couldn't take everything, could he? Just because Karin said to take them all didn't mean he should. Such is the way of human relationships, and Goku understood this well. Well then, Karin, farewell. Next time we meet, I'll bring you more fish. Goku waved as he ascended towards the temple, but Karin was too engrossed in the fish to notice. However, when he heard the mention of fish, he briefly looked up. Fish? What fish? Chapter 15. The Temple, the pinnacle of martial arts. Upon reaching the temple adorned with tiles, Goku discovered that the heavenly god and Bobo had been awaiting his arrival. Given Goku's current combat prowess, it was only natural that they would take notice of him. In fact, from the moment Goku departed from Master Roshi's island, the heavenly god had sensed his presence, for such strength was virtually unprecedented on Earth. As time progressed, Goku's power became increasingly astounding. Had the heavenly god not detected the inherent goodness in Goku's aura, he might have believed that Earth was doomed. Are you the heavenly god? Goku inquired. Indeed, I am the heavenly god. This is my servant, Bobo. We have been observing you for quite some time, the heavenly god replied. Hello, I am Bobo. You've been watching me for a long time? Goku asked, puzzled. Of course. With the magnitude of your energy, how could we not pay attention? Bobo chuckled. Goku scratched his head, acknowledging the truth of the statement. He likely possessed a combat power exceeding 1 million, a significant disparity for contemporary Earth. I understand your purpose. You should train with Bobo. He is more adept than I am. The heavenly god gestured towards Bobo. Indeed, the heavenly god spoke true. Bobo was more skilled in instruction, and his strength surpassed Goku's, though by how much remained a mystery, as Bobo had trained several generations of heavenly gods. Bobo, I look forward to your guidance, Goku exclaimed. Come with me, and let the training commence, Bobo instructed, leading Goku to a clearing. Do you know the essence of martial arts? Bobo asked. Is it maintaining tranquility and letting the energy flow with the mind? Goku pondered. No, that is merely a state of your current realm. The pinnacle of martial arts is to defend with the calmness of the sky and to strike with the swiftness of lightning, while simultaneously retaining inner peace during the onslaught. Really? Goku contemplated, recognizing the similarity to the secrets of the ultimate state of freedom. This indicated the flourishing nature of martial arts on Earth, even brushing against divine techniques of the angels. However, merely touching upon such mastery was one thing. Truly mastering it was another matter altogether, even if one could grasp it. Without the divine aura, it would remain inaccessible. Both Master Roshi and Bobo might appear similar, yet they lack the significant enhancement that the ultimate state of freedom provided. You may reduce your energy to half of mine and attack, Bobo suggested, releasing some of his energy. All right, Goku replied, stretching his limbs and lowering his energy accordingly, launching a punch at Bobo. However, Bobo effortlessly dodged and countered with a punch to Goku's abdomen, leaving him no time to evade. Despite Goku's energy being half greater than Bobo's, he still felt the sharp pain, staggering back while rubbing his stomach. Again, after a dozen exchanges, Goku grew increasingly impatient. After all, no one enjoys being struck, and even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Do not elevate your energy, otherwise, it will hinder your training, Bobo cautioned, preventing Goku from raising his energy. Gritting his teeth, Goku pressed on, enduring it all for the sake of becoming stronger. Hours later, how could one describe Goku's current state? Like Chun-Rui staring at his reflection. Uncle, I think I'm going to die. Goku collapsed to the ground, gazing at the sky while gasping for breath. Bobo, you truly hit hard. Don't ask why, Bobo replied. Your combat power exceeding 1 million has been injured by me. The physical limits of Dragon Ball characters are finite. Defensive capabilities are largely contingent on the strength of one's energy. Goku had only utilized energy half greater than Bobo's, thus sustaining injuries. There's no alternative. The more forceful the strikes, the quicker your progress. Sighing, Goku lamented, this is also due to your insufficient control over energy. Normally, with your energy being half greater than mine, we would be on equal footing in martial arts, and you could easily defeat me. If you can envelop your entire body with energy during your offensive, without any gaps, my attacks would not have harmed you so severely. Easy to say, difficult to accomplish. Goku replied, feeling helpless. Indeed, among mortals today, only your master, Wu Tian, has achieved such mastery, and he has lived for centuries, Bobo noted. All right, let us break for a meal. Today's sparring session is concluded. Upon hearing this, Goku realized he was indeed quite hungry. After all, nothing surpasses the desire for sustenance. Months later, in the sky, two figures collided repeatedly, each impact yielding dozens of exchanges of offense and defense, resonating throughout the heavens. Bam, 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 bam. Bobo struck towards Goku, who caught his left hand with the right and retaliated. Boom. Goku's assault was thwarted by Bobo as they engaged in a fierce struggle. Soaring from the sky to the ground, then back to the temple. With a swift motion, Goku sent Bobo flying, arms stretched like a bow. He tightened his right fist and lunged at Bobo. Stop. Your fighting skills are now nearly on par with mine. Hearing Bobo's words, Goku stumbled. Hey, Bobo. Could you have mentioned that sooner? Goku retorted, slightly annoyed. I just gathered my full strength for this challenge. You can now begin training in energy mastery. Over the past 6 months, your proficiency has reached a commendable level, but it can be enhanced further to achieve 100 utilization of your strength, Bobo explained. All right. By the way, Bobo, has it really been over 6 months since I arrived? Indeed. Though Bobo was unsure why Goku suddenly inquired about the time, he nodded nonetheless. Could I take a few days off? I promised a friend some things. Goku recalled his commitment to Bulma. Despite her previous kindness, he knew better than to provoke her. That's no problem. Bobo was understanding. Thank you, Bobo. Please convey my regards to the heavenly god. I'll be off now. In West City, Bulma lay on the balcony, gazing at the distant sky out of sheer boredom. Ever since Goku's departure, she had frequently visited this balcony. Not for any other reason than that it was where Goku had left. Darn Goku. It's been over 6 months with no word. Has he forgotten about that matter? Has he? Bulma gritted her teeth at the thought. Bulma. Upon hearing the familiar voice, the previously despondent Bulma found herself overwhelmed with joy, looking up to see the gradually recognizable figure. Goku. Yes, I'm back. Let us go find the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Bulma, who had been touched moments earlier, was instantly infuriated. Seriously? You come back and all you think about is the Dragon Balls? You dense man. Yet. Bulma refrained from voicing her frustration, having long accepted Goku's obliviousness after spending over 6 months with him. His return alone was a source of comfort. All right. With that, Bulma dashed into her room, emerging 5 minutes later. Let us go. I'm all set. Chapter 16. The arrival of the martial arts master this time. Goku and his companions took just over a day to gather the Dragon Balls. Had it been solely Goku's endeavor, he would have likely found them in half that time. As Bulma gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls nestled in her bag, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Goku, do you remember the first time we met? Her voice, at that moment, was particularly tender. Of course. Back then, your car malfunctioned and nearly ran me over. I managed to stop you just in time. Lucky for you it was me. Had it been someone else, you might have caused a fatal accident. Isn't that fate? Indeed. My fate was to be nearly run over by you. Goku's grumpy retort elicited a laugh from Bulma. Humph, being nearly run over by me is your good fortune. She rolled her eyes playfully. Let us summon Shinron. Bulma reminisced fondly about the occasion 2 years prior when they had called upon the dragon. It was surprising how swiftly time had flown. Soon, she would be turning 18, while Goku seemed scarcely to have changed. Observing him now, he appeared slightly taller. Yet his 14-year-old visage remained remarkably youthful. The thought that by the time Goku matured, she would be in her 20s and past her prime left Bulma with a tinge of sadness. In truth, this was merely Bulma's imagination, given her mother's genes. It would take decades before she truly felt the effects of aging. Mrs. Brief was astonishingly youthful, even in her later years. As Bulma's daughter, she must have inherited some of that vitality. After arranging the Dragon Balls, Goku turned to Bulma. You should summon Shinron. Bulma's spirits lifted at Goku's suggestion. She cast aside her earlier melancholy. After all, they had the Dragon Balls. When the time came, she would use them to ensure Goku was firmly in her grasp. Arise, Shinron, and grant my wish. As the sky darkened, Shinron materialized once again. Speak your wish, summoner. I wish for a panel that allows me to see through my enemies. Very well. Your wish is granted, but the efficacy of this panel is contingent upon your strength. The stronger you become, the mightier the foes you can detect. Farewell. With that, Shinron transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the earth. Goku nodded, acknowledging the connection to his own strength. This would accompany him throughout his life. Let us return to West City. Very well. On board the aircraft, Bulma turned to Goku. Once we return to West City, are you leaving again? Yes. A sudden silence enveloped the cabin, and Bulma gripped the controls tightly, her mood deeply somber. But it should only be for about 6 months, Goku reassured her. Having noticed her despondency. All right. Although Bulma's spirits were still somewhat low, they had improved considerably compared to earlier. As night fell, Goku soared through the sky, casting one last glance at Bulma's home before heading into the distance. Goku, you must come back. Bulma shouted from the balcony, the evening breeze gently tousling her hair. Though their time together had been brief, it was precious. Separation is merely a prelude to a more meaningful reunion. After the 6-month parting, Bulma recognized how profoundly Goku had etched himself into her heart. Indeed, Goku, floating amidst the stars, felt an unsettling emotion wash over him. Bobo, Ko, I have returned. Upon stepping onto the tiled floor of the temple, Goku was greeted by Ko and Bobo, who awaited him. Ah, you've returned, Goku. Indeed, do not underestimate my dedication to martial arts. Goku's exuberant proclamation was reminiscent of a passionate fool. Both Bobo and Ko chuckled at Goku's antics. Goku examined Bobo's and Ko's power levels, discovering Bobo's exceeded 1,000, while Ko's approached 300. Both were classified as deities. Seeing Bobo's combat prowess, 3 times that of Ko's, Goku couldn't help but marvel at Bobo's endurance through numerous generations of deities. The panel meticulously detailed the various tiers of existence, revealing that he himself was merely a mortal. His panel displayed Goku Race, Scion Base Combat Power, 1, 480, 000 Dimension Level, Mortal Skills. Too numerous to list. I wish to expedite the narrative. With a thought, Goku dismissed the panel and turned to Bobo. Is it too late to begin training tonight? Of course not. However, if you wish to train this evening, that is permissible. After spending half a year with Goku, Bobo had become notably more vivacious and even began jesting with him. Haha, well then, I shall pass. Goku scratched his head sheepishly. That night, as Goku lay in bed, the moonlight illuminating the gravity bracelet on his arm, a gift from Bulma, he reminisced about earlier that day. Goku put this on. He had watched as Bulma handed him a blue bracelet, perplexed. What is this? Despite his confusion, he accepted it and fastened it to his wrist. It's meant to enhance your training. Who would believe that? Goku rolled his eyes, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Well, it's rather dull. But it's a gravity bracelet that can be set to a maximum of 100 times. While it may not compare to the gravity chamber, it will certainly accelerate your strength training. When did you make this? Goku had never requested such a device from Bulma. During the 6 months you were away. Consider it a reward for your return. Bulma looked at Goku with a hint of pride. Thank you, Bulma. Goku's gratitude left Bulma feeling somewhat flustered. Don't mention it. We're friends, after all. As his thoughts returned to the present, Goku gradually succumbed to slumber, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the morning, after breakfast, let us go, Bobo. Goku exclaimed, launching a punch toward Bobo, and the two engaged in a spirited sparring match, the sounds of their fierce clashes echoing throughout the temple. From now on, you will train with me for half the day and meditate for the other half, honing your control over ki in this manner. Bobo intercepted Goku's punch, responding casually. All right. Months later, Goku emerged from a meditative state to find Bobo and Ko standing before him. Goku, you have now become a master of martial arts. There is little more I can teach you. Perhaps this realm is not the end of martial arts, but your future will determine that. Goku rose and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Bobo and Ko, for your guidance and companionship over the past year. Everything you have taught me will remain etched in my memory. You may leave now. Your little girlfriend has been waiting for you. Goku's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, and no, it's not like that. She's just a friend. All right, understood, just a friend. Let us be on our way. Goku's words seemed to echo, leaving behind only a trace of his sentiments. Farewell. Chapter 17, the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. 3 million battle power. Bulma. Upon arriving above Bulma's residence, Goku immediately spotted her beside the gravity chamber. Goku. Hearing that familiar voice, Bulma quickly looked up at him. With a thud, Goku descended from the sky, curious as to why Bulma was near the gravity chamber. Bulma. What is this? You mean the gravity chamber? This Dragon Ball wish-granted chamber only had a 150 times multiplier, which is insufficient for you now. So, I had my father upgraded. Bulma replied with a bright smile. Your father is so busy. Would he agree to that? Would he dare refuse? Every father dotes on his daughter in a way only a father understands. However, Dr. Brief was deeply saddened to learn that Bulma had threatened him for Goku's sake. Do you want to go inside and try it out? It can now reach a maximum of 400 times. Bulma tempted Goku. She immediately regretted saying 400 times as Goku's eyes gleamed with excitement. Hey, she is wearing white silk today. After Goku entered the gravity chamber, Bulma was left outside, feeling a bit forlorn. Son, Goku. Bulma's exclamation immediately caught the attention of Mrs. Brief. What's wrong, Bulma? Mrs. Brief approached to inquire. Bulma took a moment to compose herself before smiling and explaining to her mother, It's nothing, Mom. Goku has returned, and I'm just so excited. A year later, Goku summoned the Eternal Dragon once more, intending to wish for a healing ability akin to Buu's. However, the dragon denied him, stating it lacked that capability. Goku had to settle for a healing ability that could repair limbs as long as his head remained intact. On this sunny day, Goku and Bulma were in the courtyard, basking in the sun while enjoying afternoon tea. Goku, tomorrow is the registration day for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Are you going to participate? Bulma asked, sipping her red tea while gazing at the now 5-meter tall and increasingly handsome young man before her. For some reason, perhaps due to excellent nutrition, Goku had grown to 5 meters when he might have only been around 3 meters before. I'm not planning to participate, after all. I already won the championship last time, but Yamcha and Krillin will probably join, so I can go watch. With my 3 million battle power, participating in a tournament where the highest power is only a few hundred would be rather unfair, wouldn't it? I don't intend to strictly follow the original storyline. Even if it creates a butterfly effect, so what? Is my strength diminished? What unexpected events could arise from a few hundred battle power? The next day, Goku and Bulma arrived early at the venue for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku. Not long after their arrival, Krillin and the others spotted him. Krillin, Yamcha, Puer, Master Roshi, and Launch greeted Goku. Over the past 3 years, aside from a year spent training in the Sacred Land, Goku and Bulma frequently visited Kame House, forging strong bonds with everyone, including Launch. Even without Goku, Launch was not unexpectedly brought back to Kame House. Launch. Bulma rushed over, grabbing Launch's arm, and the two began discussing topics exclusive to women. Master Roshi, noticing Bulma's presence, refrained from making any flirtatious remarks, having realized the unusual bond between Bulma and Goku. Goku, how did you grow so tall? Krillin said, feeling a bit melancholic after comparing heights with Goku. The reason Krillin didn't call Goku Big Brother was due to Goku's request. It felt strange to him. Haha, perhaps it's due to a good diet. Goku believed he might exceed 176 centimeters in height in the future. Goku, are you participating in this tournament? Yamcha inquired. I'm not participating. After all, I've already won once. I should give you all a chance, Goku said, not intending to boast, yet everyone sensed an air of arrogance in his words. That's great. I finally have a chance to win, Yamcha exclaimed with joy, feeling that he might finally shine. However, Krillin felt a bit of competitive pressure beside him. Hey, kid. What are you thinking? I'm participating too. If you all want to win, you'll have to get past me first. Master Roshi chimed in. Huh? Master Roshi. You're joining again? Is that a problem? Master Roshi retorted, slightly annoyed. Meanwhile, Bulma and Launch were engrossed in a conversation unrelated to the tournament. Bulma. Goku has grown quite a bit and is getting more handsome, Launch remarked, glancing at Goku in the distance. He's fine. I don't see much difference, Bulma feigned indifference. Please, you see him every day, so of course, you wouldn't notice. By the way, Bulma, with Goku getting more handsome, when do you plan to confess your feelings? Don't let someone else steal him first, Launch teased. Upon hearing this, Bulma's face flushed crimson as she shyly responded, What are you talking about? Goku and I are just good friends. Who believes that? Asked Krillin and the others. Who doesn't he know about your relationship? Just friends? I see it as a romantic relationship. Bulma couldn't take it anymore and reached for Launch's waist, tickling her mercilessly. Stop it. I haven't seen you in a month, and you become bold enough to tease me, Bulma declared, not planning to relent until she got a reaction from Launch. Haha. Bulma, I'm sorry. Let go. Launch giggled, struggling to escape Bulma's grasp, but having trained alongside Goku for so many years. Bulma was not someone with whom Launch could easily contend. Help. Goku, look at your Bulma. Hearing someone call his name, Goku turned to see Bulma and Launch. Noticing Goku's gaze, Bulma immediately released Launch, who finally caught her breath, nearly laughing herself into a fit. What are you two doing? Did you call me for something? Goku asked, puzzled. It's because of your family. Launch began, but Bulma quickly covered her mouth, beaming at Goku. Oh, Goku. Why are you so curious? I was just sharing secrets with Launch. It's girl talk, so don't pry. How strange, Goku remarked. Turning back to chat with Krillin and the others. Ah, women, Launch teased, shivering from Bulma's earlier glare. You really scared me just now, Bulma whispered to Launch, her heart racing. They could only discuss such matters privately. If Launch revealed it to Goku, how could Bulma face him afterward? Launch shivered under Bulma's scrutinizing gaze and quickly pleaded, Okay, I won't say anything to Goku next time. Before long, the tournament commenced, and Goku, Bulma, Launch, and Puer took their seats in the audience. What unfolded next was largely consistent with the original story, except for Goku's absence, culminating in a match between Krillin and Tien, which ended in a stalemate, with Tien ultimately showcasing superior skill. Indeed, Yamcha lost to Krillin. And the reason Krillin could hold his own against Tien was that Goku and Bulma had trained them intensively when they visited. Ultimately, Tien also deviated from his master. In Wukong's perspective, there are numerous reasons for Tianjin fans' defection from his master, with the two most significant being the prior counsel of Master Roshi and his own decision to abandon the life of an assassin. Hey, are you the senior brother that Krillin mentioned? Tianjin fan approached Wukong and inquired. Upon hearing this, Wukong turned to face Tianjin fan, already surmising his intentions. Could you engage me in a match? Krillin said you were far superior to him. Wukong, however, declined. Why not? At that moment, with a swiftness that left Tianjin fan bewildered, Wukong appeared before him. This is precisely why. I shall grant you 3 years to cultivate your skills. I will participate in the martial arts tournament thereafter, and you may challenge me then. With that, Wukong pivoted and made his way towards Bulma. Wukong, I feel as though you were just putting on an act, Bulma remarked, poking him as they walked. An act? Perhaps my aura is simply too formidable. Wukong replied with an unabashed grin. TCH, so shameless, Bulma retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Just as they were preparing to return to West City, Wukong suddenly recalled. Demon King Piccolo. He should have been revived by now. Chapter 18. The overly cautious Demon King Piccolo. Goku quickly sensed the energy around him and discovered that Krillin was alive and well. Moreover, he felt no trace of demonic energy, which left him questioning the situation. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. Oh no, the dragon was summoned. Goku chastised himself for his carelessness. Whether Piccolo was revived or not was inconsequential, as he could be easily vanquished. However, the loss of a Dragon Ball was of utmost importance. Bulma, I need to step out for a moment. Wait for me here, I will return shortly. Without further contemplation, Goku flew towards the location of the dragon's summoning. Time rewound to a month prior. The Pilaf gang stumbled upon a rice cooker. King Pilaf, what is this rice cooker? Why is there a talisman stuck on it? As Shu tore the talisman off, he was met with a warning. No, but it was too late. A brilliant flash erupted, and the long-sealed Demon King Piccolo re-emerged into the world. I, Demon King Piccolo, have finally been resurrected. Upon his emergence, Piccolo laughed heartily before turning his gaze upon the Pilaf gang. Since you have released me, I shall grant you a chance to live as my subordinates. Pilaf the Great. Just as Shu was about to refuse, Pilaf swiftly covered his mouth. Demon King Piccolo, we are willing to serve as your subordinates. Pilaf chose wisely, preventing Shu's reckless words from costing them their lives. Now, tell me about the current state of the world. Piccolo deemed it necessary to understand the present dynamics, in case someone might pose a threat to him. The entire world is ruled by the Earth Kingdom, albeit under the command of a dog. A dog ruling the Earth? How absurd. Piccolo scoffed. Are there any formidable martial artists on Earth? He still harbored a fear of them, having previously been sealed by one. Yes, the most renowned is Master Roshi. Recently, a mysterious martial artist appeared. There was once a formidable force known as the Red Ribbon Army, which was completely annihilated in a single day, leaving only a few survivors. Upon hearing this, Piccolo furrowed his brow. This unknown martial artist could not be too weak. For safety's sake, I shall use the Dragon Balls to restore my youth before proceeding. What? This sinister energy. Could it be Piccolo? At that moment, Master Roshi and the others had not yet departed. The energy emitted by the rejuvenated Piccolo startled Roshi. However, he was not worried, as he sensed Goku flying towards Piccolo. Goku's current strength would easily handle Piccolo. Meanwhile, the rejuvenated Piccolo unleashed a devastating blow that killed the dragon, his expression grave. The energy surging within him was uncontrollable, likely sensed by some powerful martial artists on Earth. He had intended to take his time conquering, but the dragon had betrayed him. Now, he could only hope no martial artist was more powerful than he, or else. He had a backup plan, should it come to dire straits. At that moment, Piccolo sensed an energy approaching that rivaled his own, and his expression darkened. As Goku descended from the sky before him, he realized the opponent was merely a youth. Since you are a youth, you may be easier to manipulate, Piccolo thought. Deciding to give it a try. Young man, would you like to possess endless wealth and power? Beautiful women, luxury cars, and mansions at your fingertips? Hearing this, Goku chuckled. You, with a power level of just over 200, are asking me, with a power level of 3 million, if I desire wealth and power? Piccolo, noticing Goku's smile, felt a glimmer of hope. Join me as my subordinate, and when I conquer the world, you shall be second only to me. How does that sound? Could it be possible that after I defeat you, I would be the one above all? Goku replied with a smile. At this, Piccolo realized that the youth had never intended to become his subordinate. He had come to eliminate him. You are overly confident. Why do you believe you can defeat me? Piccolo sneered, sensing Goku's energy was comparable to his own. You are merely an ordinary earthling, and my ability to heal rapidly grants me the advantage in equal combat. If you seek death, I shall oblige, Piccolo declared, launching himself at Goku with a powerful punch. In an instant, Goku transformed into an afterimage, appearing before Piccolo and delivering a devastating knee strike deep into Piccolo's abdomen. Piccolo spat out a mouthful of bile, his form crashing through the sound barrier and slamming into the ground with a thunderous impact, creating a massive crater. As the dust settled, Piccolo lay at the center of the crater, dazed and devoid of any will to resist. You can sense energy too. Yet did you ever consider that I could conceal my power? Goku hovered above, smiling down at Piccolo. How could this be? Piccolo concentrated a massive sphere of energy in his hand and shot it at Goku, who effortlessly deflected it upwards. The explosion erupted above, sending a gust of wind that tousled Goku's hair. In an explosive burst of energy, Goku charged at Piccolo in the crater, delivering a powerful punch to his face that sent Piccolo plummeting deeper. Seizing Piccolo's head, Goku propelled him upward and struck him in the abdomen. Piccolo was sent flying backward, but Goku swiftly followed, delivering a spinning kick that sent Piccolo hurtling through the air. For a moment, Piccolo was treated like a ball in Goku's relentless assault. How infuriating. Piccolo struggled to rise. Do you believe you have won? He gasped, barely able to speak. Seriously, buddy. You're in this state and still trying to act tough? If it were me, I'd be begging for mercy. Goku was genuinely surprised by Piccolo's tenacity. I have planted bombs throughout the city. If I die, they will detonate, killing hundreds of thousands. I have also slain the dragon, and you cannot resurrect the dead. You cannot defeat me. Piccolo wiped the green blood from his mouth. So this is your bargaining chip? Too bad I know how to resurrect with the Dragon Balls. You can rest assured and accept your fate. Goku shrugged. Goku's words struck Piccolo like a thunderclap. After a brief pause, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I never imagined the mighty Demon King Piccolo would fall to a mere child. However, we demons shall not be easily vanquished. Ha ha ha, perish. With that, Piccolo expelled an egg from his mouth, and he exploded, causing violent detonations across the earth. The explosive power of the Demon King Piccolo's self-detonation failed to harm Goku in the slightest. The egg he expelled swiftly soared into the distance, and Goku merely observed, allowing it to drift away. How could Goku possibly intervene? After all, this was the future caretaker of his family. It is unfortunate for those who perished in the explosion, as they would have to wait a year for resurrection. With a sigh, Goku set off towards the martial arts tournament. This incarnation of Demon King Piccolo exhibited far more caution than in the original tale, yet ultimately, his efforts were in vain. Chapter 19. Arise, my beloved. As Goku approached Bulma, who had been waiting for him, she inquired, "What were you up to, Goku?" Earlier, she had noticed his hurried departure but hadn't pressed him for details. "Oh, nothing much, just play the hero and save the Earth," Goku replied candidly. If it weren't for him, wouldn't Piccolo the Demon King have ruled over the world? Who would believe that? If you don't want to tell me, then don't, Bulma retorted, somewhat skeptical. It's not a lie. I really am telling the truth, Goku exclaimed, feeling wronged. What kind of nonsense is this? I can't believe you. Upon arriving in West City, Bulma was taken aback by the sight before her. Thick smoke billowed from numerous locations, and many people were being rescued from the inferno. She hurriedly flew towards her home. Phew. Thank goodness, she sighed in relief, seeing that her house had escaped unscathed, though her heart was still heavy, knowing that the casualties in West City were at least in the tens of thousands. I told you, I went to save the Earth, Goku said, folding his arms. But don't worry about these people, they can be revived with the Dragon Balls. The property damage, however, is beyond remedy. Then let us find the Dragon Balls, Bulma urged, eager to save those who had perished. It's no use going now, the Eternal Dragon has already been summoned. We can only search for them after the new year, Goku explained. After numerous searches for the Dragon Balls, Goku had discovered an intriguing pattern. The Dragon Balls refreshed annually. For instance, if a wish was made in December, another could be made the following January. He had initially planned to wait until after the martial arts tournament in May to seek the Dragon Balls again, but alas, that was a miscalculation on his part. Back at home, Goku explained everything to Bulma, who fell silent, contemplating how insignificant mortal lives seemed in the hands of such powerful beings. However, Bulma had trained diligently over the years under Goku's guidance, and her combat power had reached a respectable 22 points. At this level, she was no longer afraid of ordinary firearms. In the ensuing 6 months, Goku led a life of simplicity, indulging in sumptuous feasts, driving luxury cars, and residing in opulent homes. His days were spent either training or engaging in light-hearted conversations with Bulma. There were moments when Goku found solace in the tranquility of their routine, appreciating the mundane yet comforting existence they shared. Half a year prior, Goku had visited the sacred temple, hoping to have the Eternal Dragon revived, only to find that the deity had resurrected the dragon immediately after its demise. Bulma, it's about time we search for the Dragon Balls, Goku announced. By now, Goku had grown to a height of 1.6 meters, and Bulma couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart as she gazed at the handsome young man before her. You've certainly grown more charming, she thought. reflecting on the years that had passed. So this is what it means to have a childhood husband? Goku, noticing Bulma's dreamy gaze, waved his hand in front of her face. Hey, Bulma, stop daydreaming. I know I'm handsome. What? Your looks are of no concern to me, you narcissistic fool. Bulma retorted, her cheeks flushing as she playfully scolded him. Ah, yes, I'm indeed self-absorbed, Goku teased. Do you know, Goku, your words are incredibly infuriating. Bulma declared as her hand found its way to Goku's waist, a smirk playing on her lips. No, Bulma, don't squeeze. I was wrong, Goku pleaded, raising his hands in surrender. Humph, let us see if you dare act like this again, Bulma replied, releasing him with a huff. All right, Bulma, let us go find the Dragon Balls. Together, they swiftly gathered the Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon. Come forth, Eternal Dragon, grant my wish. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky as the Eternal Dragon reappeared. State your wish. The dragon commanded, gazing at Goku. Revive. I almost slipped there. Eternal Dragon, please bring back those who perished due to Piccolo the Demon King. With that, Goku nearly blurted out an affectionate phrase. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon transformed into 7 glowing spheres and dispersed across the earth. With the revival of those lost to Piccolo, a shared burden was finally lifted from both Goku and Bulma. In a peculiar turn of events, all around the world, the deceased arose from their graves, knocking on their own doors, startling their families into believing they were witnessing a haunting. Yet, there were also heartwarming reunions among families. Upon returning to West City, Goku hesitated, unsure how to broach a certain topic with Bulma. Goku, is something bothering you? Bulma asked, noticing his pensive gaze. Bulma, I might need to be away for another 6 months, Goku confessed, scratching his head in embarrassment. He intended to travel to King Kai's planet to master the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques. In the original story, Goku spent almost half a year merely traveling, but he believed 6 months would suffice for him. Initially upset, Bulma reconsidered and realized that getting angry would serve no purpose. Goku's passion for training was well known, and she had grown accustomed to it over the years. Fine, go ahead, but it's only for 6 months, she agreed. Goku, having braced himself for a scolding, was pleasantly surprised by her acceptance. Wonderful, he exclaimed, and Bulma couldn't help but smile at his joy. Though they weren't officially a couple, their interactions resembled that of a married pair. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Goku made his way to the sacred temple. God of Earth, Goku called out upon arrival. Goku, what brings you here today? The deity inquired. Is it possible for you to assist me with something? Goku asked, uncertain of how to navigate the afterlife, thus seeking the deity's help. Of course, speak your mind, the deity replied, having grown familiar with Goku over the past year. Could you take me to King Yima? Goku requested, shocking the deity momentarily. King Yima? Are you certain? The deity questioned, to which Goku nodded earnestly. Very well, follow me. Before long, they arrived at King Yima's palace. What brings the Earth's deity here? King Yima asked, his tone somewhat irritable due to the increased workload caused by the Dragon Balls. Your Majesty, I've brought this young man with me, the deity introduced. Greetings, Your Majesty. My name is Son Goku, and I wish to seek training from King Kai. Goku stated confidently. King Yima, following the voice, saw a young boy before him. You seek to train under King Kai? He rarely takes on apprentices. Your success depends on your own efforts. The path to his planet lies down that road, King Yima indicated, pointing towards Snake Way. Thank you, Your Majesty, Goku replied gratefully. Farewell, God of Earth. Goku waved as he set off along Snake Way towards King Kai's planet. And what are you still doing here? King Yima grumbled at the Earth deity. Yes, Your Majesty, I'm leaving immediately. The deity responded, perspiring nervously. Chapter 20, King of the North upon ascending the Serpent Road. Goku finally understood why the original narrative described a 4-month journey. It was indeed excruciatingly long. It felt akin to an elderly woman wrapping her feet, both tedious and odorous. Even with his combat prowess of 23 million fully unleashed, it took him nearly 10 minutes to traverse. Upon reaching the end of the Serpent Road, Goku gazed downward and spotted a diminutive planet. With a gentle leap, he succumbed to the gravitational pull and began descending towards the planet's surface. Goku could distinctly feel a gravity heavier than that of other places. However, for one who could withstand hundreds of times the normal gravity, this was but a trifling challenge. Greetings, King of the North. I am Son Goku, he announced upon landing, where he encountered the King of the North. Hello, what brings you here? The king inquired, scrutinizing Goku with a hint of curiosity. I have come to seek your tutelage. I have heard that you possess two exceptionally powerful martial arts, and I wish to learn them from you, Goku replied earnestly. Oh, so you seek to be my disciple. However, there is a prerequisite. You must amuse me with a joke, the King of the North stated, placing his hands behind his back as he approached Goku. Upon hearing this, Goku was momentarily at a loss for a suitable joke. Although he knew the king had a low threshold for humor, he struggled to find something fitting. After pondering for a brief moment, he delivered what he deemed a rather dull joke. Haha. The king erupted into laughter, unable to contain himself, his mirth escaping through his hands. After about a minute of laughter, he composed himself and turned to Goku. That was quite amusing. I shall now teach you the King's Fist and the Spirit Bomb. Ah, yes, those are the two mighty techniques. Thank you, King of the North. Goku expressed his gratitude. First, you must capture the Baburus, the king instructed, pointing to an ape. Without delay, Goku instantaneously teleported beside the Baburus and grasped it firmly with one hand. The king was taken aback. Goku's energy had likely reached a combat power exceeding 100,000. Initially, the king intended to use his two pets to train Goku's fundamentals, but he was astonished by Goku's immense strength. Well, I did not expect your prowess to be so formidable. Let us begin your training in the King's Fist and the Spirit Bomb, the king declared. Half a day later, Goku concluded his training and discovered that the king had prepared a meal for him. Thank you, King of the North. No need for thanks. As my disciple, I shall ensure you are well fed and cared for, the king replied, instantly regretting his words. What a burden, King of the North. May I have another bowl? Goku asked eagerly. Goodness, is this gluttony reincarnated? The king gazed in shock at the towering stack of bowls beside Goku. After the meal, Goku experimented with adjusting the gravity wristband to 10 times its usual intensity. A heavy pressure enveloped him, causing the corners of his mouth to rise in satisfaction. He had not anticipated the effects to be multiplicative. The wristband's maximum setting was 100 times, which could stack to 1000 times on the North Star. This level of gravity would suffice for a considerable duration, perhaps even post-Super Saiyan, provided he was in a normal state. My apologies, Bulma, Goku mused, contemplating that should he fail to construct a 1000-fold gravity chamber in the future, he would train under the king. 6 months later. Farewell, King of the North. Goku waved as he soared along the Serpent Road. The king watched Goku's departing figure and sighed in relief. At last, he is gone. Farewell? I hope never to see him again. Despite his harsh words, the king had a kind heart and would assist Goku if ever needed. However, that was a matter for another time. As Goku traversed the Serpent Road, he felt immense satisfaction with his training results over the past 6 months. His base combat power had surged from just over 5 million to nearly 8 million. His status was as follows: Son Goku Race, Saiyan Combat Power, 7. 96 million Dimension, Mortal Skills, Healing, Ultimate Kamehameha, King's Fist, Maximum 20 times, Spirit Bomb. Indeed, during this half-year, Goku had mastered the King's Fist to a multiplier of 20. As for the Ultimate Kamehameha, he had made enhancements resulting in immense destructive power from the same energy. I wish to clarify why the protagonist is so much stronger than in the original timeline. It is due to the fusion of two souls, which resulted in a remarkable reaction that greatly enhanced both his intellect and physical potential. Think of him as a composite being, though his appearance remains that of Son Goku. I hinted at this distinction in the first chapter. Lord King Enma, could you send me back to the mortal realm? Goku requested, gazing up at the imposing figure of King Enma. Startled by the sudden voice, King Enma looked down to find Son Goku. Ah, it is you, little one. Have you returned from your studies with the King of the North? King Enma found it hard to believe that Goku had completed his training in merely 6 months. Indeed, Lord Enma, Goku affirmed. Very well, your talent is remarkable. I shall send you back now, King Enma replied. Thank you, Lord Enma. Upon returning to the mortal realm, Goku flew directly to Bulma's residence. Entering through the balcony of his room, he descended the stairs and spotted Bulma practicing yoga. To his surprise, Bulma's figure was quite admirable, and Goku couldn't help but steal a few glances, grappling with the stirrings of youthful desire. Goku, when did you return? Bulma exclaimed upon noticing him, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Seeing Goku's secretive gaze, she felt a mix of embarrassment and delight, pleased that Goku had finally developed some awareness. Just got back, Goku replied, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his nose. Bulma approached Goku, circling around him, and gazed in admiration at the young man who towered over her by more than half a head. Goku had transformed into a tall and handsome figure. Her patience over the years had not been in vain. After 6 months, Goku had grown to 1.8 meters, surpassing his original height by 4 centimeters. Although he suspected this height would remain his final stature. Bulma, why are you staring at me like that? Goku asked, feeling uneasy under her gaze. Oh, it's nothing. Just observing you. It seems you've changed quite a bit in 6 months, she replied. Of course. I know I've become more handsome, Goku boasted. Oblivious to his own arrogance. Look at you, shameless, Bulma rolled her eyes. Have you had lunch yet? She inquired as they walked together. Haha, no. I was eager to return, Goku replied, attempting to make Bulma smile. However, his attempt to flatter fell flat. Oh, since when have you been in such a hurry to return? Bulma teased sarcastically. If I recall correctly, today marks the 184th day since your departure. Exceeding the 6-month mark by a day, she said with a smirk, extending a slender hand toward Goku's waist. Feeling flustered under Bulma's scrutiny, Goku quickly pleaded, I'm sorry. I want to do it again. Please forgive me this time. Humph. Bulma huffed, retracting her hand. However, she quickly reconsidered and, with a sudden change in demeanor, smiled sweetly at Goku. Here's the deal. You accompany me for a leisurely afternoon of shopping, and I shall forgive you, she proposed. What? Before Goku could respond, Bulma took his hand and led him toward the commercial street. Chapter 21. A layer of film. Goku accompanied Bulma to the commercial street. Fully aware that there was no escaping today, he had visited this place with Bulma about 6 months prior. And that day left him feeling more exhausted than a full day of training. Since then, he had not returned with her. Goku rubbed his stomach, contemplating that since he could not evade the outing, he might as well satisfy his hunger first. He gently grasped Bulma's hand and suggested, how about we have a meal first? Afterward, I will accompany you on your shopping. Bulma had never anticipated Goku would take the initiative to hold her hand. The warm, dry sensation radiated from his palm, causing her fingertips to tremble. In that moment, a rush of excitement and shyness overwhelmed her, making her feel like a young girl of 17 or 18, too nervous to breathe. Okay. Bulma's voice quivered slightly as she responded. As Goku attempted to withdraw his hand, he discovered that Bulma was holding on to it tightly, as if, in that moment, she had captured the entirety of the world. He gazed at Bulma, who was staring straight ahead, a smile creeping onto his lips. The hand he intended to free fell back down. Hand in hand, they entered a restaurant, where the waiter promptly greeted them and led them inside. Please, give us a private room, Bulma said when she noticed the waiter trying to guide them to a table for 2 in the main hall. Isn't it just the 2 of you? The waiter questioned. Puzzled. Yes, just us. Please take us there, she insisted. Given Goku's appetite, a standard table would certainly be insufficient, and even if they switched to a larger one, it would still be inadequate, but it was better than nothing. The waiter quickly comprehended the situation, thinking to himself how extravagant today's youth were. Once inside the private room, Goku and Bulma sat down, and the waiter presented them with the menu. Bulma set the menu aside and instructed the waiter. No need to look, just bring us 10 servings of all your signature dishes. 10 servings? The waiter asked, unsure if he had misheard. Yes, 10 servings. Don't worry. We can handle it, Goku interjected. We might even order more afterward. All right then. The waiter, still in a daze, left, perhaps realizing he had misunderstood earlier. After a total of 5 additional servings were added, Goku, feeling full and satisfied, left the restaurant with Bulma. Meanwhile, the kitchen staff, relieved at the absence of orders, sighed in relief, cursing under their breath, wondering if a corporate team-building event was taking place. Goku, did you see the way that waiter looked at you? I felt embarrassed for you, Bulma remarked with a hint of disdain. Bah, he can't eat that much. It's his own inadequacy. What is there to be surprised about? Goku retorted, asserting that the fault lay not with him but with the world. Hey, do you want me to help you style your hair? It looks cool. But it resembles a crab's head too much, Bulma suggested. No thanks. Due to my physiology, my hair will naturally stay this way no matter what. Scion hair is fixed. Even if altered, it will gradually revert, Goku explained. Oh, that explains why you've looked the same for all these years. How about we go to a clothing store and buy you some new outfits? Bulma said, a hint of regret in her voice. A clothing store? Buying clothes? I usually wear my martial arts uniform. It seems too monotonous. Sure, let's go, Goku agreed, although he initially wanted to protest that his uniform was just fine. Bulma's penetrating gaze, however, compelled him to relent. This was not cowardice but sincerity. Bulma's previously frosty demeanor melted away, replaced by a satisfied smile. You're smart, she said softly. Hey, what did you say? That evening, after dining at the commercial street, Goku collapsed onto the sofa as soon as they returned home. "I'm so tired," he quietly complained, cautious not to raise his voice for fear of Bulma overhearing and facing her wrath. "Goku, what are you saying?" Bulma, having just put away their purchases, turned to him with curiosity. "Nothing, just that today was really enjoyable," he replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Bulma's lips as she spoke slowly. "Oh, is that so? Shall we continue shopping tomorrow?" With that, she looked at Goku with a bright smile, though it carried a hint of mockery. Goku panicked, unsure of how to respond. Bulma, noticing his flustered expression, burst into laughter. "Haha, all right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm just happy you could spend the day with me." For reasons unknown, Goku felt a heavier weight in his heart upon hearing Bulma's words. He wanted to say something but found himself at a loss for words. Thus, another 6 months passed in their mundane lives, during which Goku and Bulma's relationship gradually deepened. Yet, neither dared to utter that pivotal phrase, as if they were merely one thin layer away from breaking through. After a day of rigorous training, Goku exited the gravity chamber. "Why? My combat power has surpassed 10 million, yet I still cannot transform into a Super Saiyan." Goku's expression was one of sorrow. He understood that transformation required rage. He had attempted to conjure thoughts that would incite anger, but he could not recall anything that could evoke sufficient fury. Minor irritations were nowhere near enough. "Goku, what is wrong? You look so troubled," Bulma, who had come to summon him for dinner, inquired, noticing his somber demeanor. "Oh, it's nothing. I have a solution. Let us just eat dinner," he replied, realizing that perhaps his life had been too smooth in both this and his previous incarnation. He had peace of mind, yet lacked anger. It seemed he could only seek the Dragon Balls for assistance now. During dinner, Goku suddenly broached the topic of searching for the Dragon Balls. "Bulma, shall we search for the Dragon Balls tomorrow?" he asked after swallowing his food. "Are we going to search for the Dragon Balls again?" "Sure," Bulma replied, finding it more entertaining than idling around. "You two are off to find the Dragon Balls again? By the way, when are you going to define your relationship?" Mrs. Brief interjected from the side. For years, the Briefs had fretted over their daughter and Goku, fully aware that they were merely a thin veil away from something more, yet neither was willing to take the first step. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Bulma asked, having grown accustomed to her mother's repeated inquiries over the past 6 months. "Are you two really that oblivious? And you, Bulma, with your strong personality? Why don't you take the initiative?" "I'm full," Bulma declared, abruptly standing up and leaving the table, leaving behind an awkward Goku. "Why didn't T leave?" To Goku, the prospect of a meal was the greatest priority. "And you, Goku, I ask you, do you like our daughter?" Mrs. Brief questioned after Bulma exited. After a moment of silence, Goku replied with 3 words, "I like her." "Do you know that our daughter likes you?" "I know." Goku had always been aware of Bulma's special feelings for him since they returned from their first Dragon Ball hunt. "Then why don't you speak openly with Bulma?" I, Goku stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. "Enough stammering. Listen to your aunt. If Bulma doesn't take the lead, why can't you?" After contemplating for a few seconds, Goku nodded and solemnly replied, "Okay, I understand, Auntie." This chapter delves into the relationship between Wukong and Bulma. As for the reason behind the gradual development of their bond, I can offer a hint. It is intricately linked to Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan. I can reveal no more at this moment, leaving you to ponder the details on your own. Hiya Chapter 22, Super Saiyan on this night. Both Goku and Bulma found themselves unable to sleep. However, by the following dawn, their remarkable mental fortitude spared them the telltale signs of fatigue. "Let us go, Bulma." The conversation between them had grown considerably sparse. As they flew in the aircraft, Goku gazed ahead at Bulma, who was piloting. "Bulma. It's nothing. I just felt like calling you." Yet, Goku found himself unable to voice the words he longed to say. "I love you," a sentiment that seemed eternally trapped within him. "All right." Bulma appeared to sense the turmoil in Goku's heart, and an eerie silence enveloped them once more. After gathering the Dragon Balls, Bulma arranged them neatly and turned to Goku. "Goku, it's your turn." "Okay." Goku stepped forward and summoned the Eternal Dragon. "Who has summoned me? State your wish." Goku cast a glance at Bulma before declaring, "Please, let me become enraged." "Your wish is granted. Farewell." The dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and soared away. "Where am I?" Suddenly, Goku felt as though the scene around him had shifted dramatically. The world appeared to be in ruins. "Roar. Mr. Son Goku. Behold my true power, 120 million battle power." Goku turned toward the familiar voice and realized it was none other than Frieza in his final form. Unfazed, Goku calculated his own power. In his normal state, he possessed 10 million, and with a 20-fold Kaioken, he should have 200 million. However, the next moment, his expression shifted as he sensed that, after activating the 20-fold Kaioken, his power was merely 60 million. Mr. Son Goku, I presume this woman holds great significance for you. Goku, run. The familiar voice pierced through Goku's mind, and he turned to witness the scene he dreaded most. Bulma was being held aloft by Frieza's outstretched hand. No, Bulma. Frieza. Release her. In a fit of rage, Goku unleashed all his energy and charged at Frieza, his right fist aimed squarely at Frieza's face. Yet, Frieza retaliated with a kick to Goku's abdomen, sending him crashing into the ground. Goku coughed up blood, feeling excruciating pain coursing through his body. Oh dear, Mr. Son Goku. How pitifully weak you are. You can't even protect your own woman? Didn't Vegeta claim you were a Super Saiyan? Is this what a Super Saiyan looks like? Frieza taunted mockingly. Run, Goku. Don't worry about me. Bulma's desperate cries reached Goku's ears. Please, Goku, don't worry about me. Just go. Her words pierced his heart like a sharpened dagger. Silence, you foolish woman. Do you think he can escape? I shall kill you first, and then him. Frieza's other hand began to gather energy, the red light intensifying at his fingertips. No. Goku struggled to rise from the ground and rush toward Frieza, but alas, it was too late. A crimson beam sliced through the sky, and a splash of red blossomed in the air as Bulma turned to Goku, her eyes dimming. Her lips moved as though she wished to speak, but no strength remained to voice her thoughts. With a wistful sigh, she closed her eyes. Her frail form slowly descending from the heights. Bulma. Ah. With a roar that echoed across the heavens, a tempest of golden lightning struck down. Fierce winds swirling around, as an overwhelming aura erupted from Goku. Frieza gazed at Goku, who radiated a golden energy, his hair shimmering between gold and black. The words of his ancestors echoed in his mind, warning him to be wary of the golden aura and golden-haired Saiyan. No, this cannot be. Is there truly a Super Saiyan? Die. Frieza swiftly conjured a red energy sphere and hurled it at Goku. Boom. With a resounding explosion, smoke engulfed half the sky. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Frieza. No, this cannot be. With a furious shout, a golden energy surged through the smoke, barreling toward Frieza's face, much to his horror. Yet, just as it was about to connect, Goku found himself back on Earth. In the earthly realm, a figure with golden flames and piercing blue eyes stood against the heavens. Tears streaming from his eyes, carried away by the energy swirling behind him. TSK. Damn it. Goku was thoroughly displeased. Although it had been an illusion, the frustration lingered. Frieza. Wait for me. I shall not allow you to escape my wrath. In his heart, Goku resolved. The influence of transforming into a Super Saiyan had rendered him somewhat more ferocious, his once gentle visage now tinged with a hint of determination and darkness. Frieza found himself utterly speechless, pondering the absurdity of his situation. Trouble had come knocking without any provocation. Goku retracted his visible energy and gently descended toward Bulma. Goku. What has happened to you? You seem so much more handsome all of a sudden. As Bulma gazed at the Goku before her. With golden hair cascading in a striking style, adorned with golden eyebrows and emerald green eyes, a hint of mischief danced across his features, igniting a spark within her. Goku offered no reply but stepped forward and enveloped Bulma in a tight embrace. W8, Goku, you. Bulma froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Goku buried his face in Bulma's fragrant hair, the soothing scent calming his once turbulent spirit. Don't leave me, Bulma. You fool, how could I ever leave you? Bulma wrapped her arms around Goku's waist, resting her head on his shoulder, whispering tenderly. Indeed, I shall not allow you to leave my side. No one shall harm you. No one. Sensing Goku's rising emotions, Bulma gently patted his back to soothe him. It's all right. Don't overthink it. With you by my side. Who could possibly hurt me? Under Bulma's comforting touch, Goku's heightened emotions slowly began to settle. Bulma, I love you. Will you be my girlfriend? I wish to protect you for a lifetime. Bulma paused for a moment, then a radiant smile graced her face. Sure, but you must promise to protect me well. I will. Goku, can you let go of me now? Bulma gently tapped on the arms that held her tightly, speaking softly. All right, now bow your head. Goku complied. And Bulma wrapped her arms around his neck, their lips meeting in a soft embrace. Goku's eyes widened in shock. His breath and heartbeat momentarily suspended as the unexpected kiss enveloped him like a tempest. The taste lingered sweetly on his tongue, rendering his mind blank as he instinctively pulled Bulma closer. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Bulma gazed into Goku's eyes, her expression enchanting. Her breath warm against his face, igniting a fervor within him. However, as Bulma noticed Goku's gaze intensifying, she felt his hands begin to wander and quickly pushed him away. Why, you're getting carried away. We're outside. Let us save it for later. Though bold, Bulma was not reckless enough to cross such boundaries in public. Then let us head home, Goku said, regaining his senses. Bulma's interruption brought him back to reality, a reminder of the youthful exuberance that often led to folly. The trials of adolescence. Bulma entwined her arm with Goku's, resting her head upon his shoulder as they walked towards the distant airplane under the setting sun. The sunlight of dusk appeared so gentle, casting a warm glow upon them and elongating their shadows. Chapter 23. No peeking in the home of Bulma Briefs in West City. The Brief couple looked at the newly formed couple with disdain, as they were constantly glued to each other. Unlike the seasoned couple, whose bond had mellowed over the years into a tranquil routine, devoid of romantic displays. Husband, when do you think Bulma will have our grandchild? Mrs. Brief whispered to Dr. Brief, keen to avoid Bulma overhearing. I'm not certain, but given Bulma's personality, it shouldn't be too long, Dr. Brief pondered before sharing his thoughts. After all, their relationship has blossomed over many years. Now that they are officially together, I suspect Bulma might be inclined to take the next step with Goku. A mischievous smile crept onto Mrs. Brief's face. Then we must prepare for their wedding. What do Goku's family think about this? Dr. Brief was unaware of Goku's family situation. No, I previously inquired with Bulma about Goku's background. He is currently alone, Mrs. Brief replied with a hint of regret. Such a fine young man. Yet he endures such hardship. Oh, you should ask Bulma and Goku when they plan to marry. Goku, your hands. Bulma, feeling bashful, observed Goku placing his hands on her curvaceous figure just days after they confirmed their relationship. Cough, cough. I wasn't paying attention, Goku stammered, slightly embarrassed. It's not entirely my fault. The atmosphere is rather charged. Bulma, would you like to share a bed tonight? She ventured, suppressing her shyness. Sure. Goku was taken aback by the sudden turn of fortune. Youth was in full bloom for him. After all, he still recalled the days he could ride the flying Nimbus. Later that night, Goku lay excitedly on Bulma's bed, half his face covered by a blanket while his eyes darted towards the bathroom. Bulma emerged, her freshly washed skin glowing with a hint of pink, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders. Gulp. Goku swallowed hard. What on earth are you doing? Bulma inquired, noticing the pair of eyes peeking from beneath the covers. And nothing, Goku stuttered, feeling a surge of guilt. Bulma narrowed her eyes playfully, a sly smile gracing her lips. Goku, are you perhaps thinking of something inappropriate? Of course not. Just sleeping. Goku quickly lay back down, feigning sleep. Is that so? Well, let us keep it that way. After turning off the light, Bulma lay close, her breath almost grazing Goku's ear. With a gentle puff of air, she teased him further. Goku clenched his fists, struggling with his feelings. The following day, Goku had hardly slept a wink. Why? Bulma had half of her body draped over him throughout the night, making it impossible for him to rest. Upon waking, Bulma quickly sensed Goku's predicament, gasping as she released him. Goku, what is this? Bulma stumbled over her words, flustered. Goku sighed, staring at the ceiling in resignation. Are you curious why this is happening? Guess why half of your body was on me while we slept. Is it really that firm? Hey, wait. Goku finally escaped to the living room, relieved. Bulma was truly intimidating. He hadn't anticipated her boldness to such an extent. At breakfast, Bulma blushed, unable to meet Goku's gaze, yet she shot him a warning look. The meaning was clear. Should he dare to reveal their secret to her parents, he would be in trouble. Goku felt utterly helpless. What was he to do? He had encountered a girl who was more than a little mischievous, and he couldn't dare to speak a word of it, as it would only lead to embarrassment. Mr. and Mrs. Brief had already noticed the couple's peculiar behavior. What is going on with you two? Could it be? Mrs. Brief inquired with curiosity. Mom, what are you talking about? Nothing's happening. Bulma snapped, clearly uncomfortable. Didn't you two sleep together last night? Just because we shared a bed doesn't mean anything happened. Bulma retorted through gritted teeth. All right, let us drop it and eat. Mrs. Brief quickly conceded upon seeing Bulma's ready-to-explode expression. A month later, Goku retrieved his spaceship from the Kaishin and sought out Dr. Brief. Uncle, could you help me repair this spaceship? Goku pointed to the vessel he had extracted from the Capsule Corporation. Dr. Brief circled the ship with great curiosity. Goku, where did you acquire this spaceship? I got it from the Kaishin. Given their previous conversations about the Kaishin, Dr. Brief was not surprised. I see. I'll do my best to repair it. But I can't guarantee anything, so be mentally prepared, Dr. Brief warned. Understood. Goku, familiar with the original storyline, knew Dr. Brief would succeed. Yet he kept that knowledge to himself. By the way, Uncle, don't let Bulma find out. If she does, I'm done for. I'll do my best. About 2 weeks later, Dr. Brief successfully repaired the spaceship. On that day, Goku arrived at North Kai's planet. North Kai. Goku greeted the North Kai as he landed. Startled by the familiar voice, North Kai exclaimed, Goku, what brings you here? Of course, I'm here to train. Goku joked. Train? How long do you plan to stay? North Kai asked, conceding defeat. Haha, I was just joking. I'm not here to train. I was wondering if you have a cosmic map. North Kai scoffed slightly. I do. With that, he conjured a USB-like device from thin air. You'll need this for your travels. Just plug it into your ship. And you'll have a galaxy map at your disposal. Thank you, North Kai. Goku grinned widely. It's lunchtime. Would you like to stay for a meal? As soon as North Kai offered, he regretted it, realizing the implications. Sure. Thank you, North Kai. Goku genuinely hadn't expected the invitation. What could North Kai do? Once spoken, words cannot be taken back. He could only reluctantly treat Goku to a grand meal. Did you think North Kai's meals were ordinary? As a significant deity, the food he offered greatly enhanced spiritual and combat capabilities. Goku could consume a feast equivalent to what North Kai would eat in days, causing the deity to wince at the thought. Chapter 24, Planet Adretat. On the eve of Goku's departure, he and Bulma lay in bed, where Goku noticed Bulma's unusual silence. Bulma, what's wrong today? You've hardly spoken all day, he inquired, concerned that she might be harboring troubling thoughts. Are you really leaving again, Goku? Bulma's voice trembled slightly, revealing the tears she had held back since Goku had found her father. Goku fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. They had only just become a couple 2 months prior, and now he was to embark on a journey far away, even leaving Earth for the cosmos. After a lengthy pause, Goku finally replied, I have to go. Can't you take me with you? Bulma looked at him with a glimmer of hope. Goku shook his head. The cosmos was fraught with peril. While he could ensure his own safety, he could not guarantee hers. Bulma, it's too dangerous. I can't take you with me. Bulma's expression visibly fell. How long will you be gone? She traced circles on Goku's chest with her finger, causing him to feel a mix of ticklishness and unease. Around a year. I promise to return by the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, and this will be the last time I leave you behind. No matter what. I will bring you with me next time. Goku reassured her, believing that once he mastered instant transmission, he could ensure Bulma's safety. All right, I'll wait for you. With that, Bulma turned and kissed Goku, leaving him momentarily bewildered by her sudden affection. Goku, don't speak, just kiss me. That night was destined to be sleepless, filled with passion and yearning. The following morning, even Goku felt somewhat drained, as Bulma had been fervent and insatiable. After rising, he glanced back at the sleeping Bulma and the crimson stains on the sheets before quietly exiting the room. He disliked farewells, especially the kind where they faced each other to say goodbye. If parting was inevitable, why not do so in silence? Seated in his spacecraft, Goku took one last look at Bulma's room through the glass before activating the ship and soaring into the depths of space. Goku. Bulma awoke, calling out his name. But the anticipated response was absent. Goku's presence had vanished. Slowly, she made her way to the balcony and gazed up at the sky. Meanwhile, Goku initiated his training aboard the ship, activating the gravity wristbands that had now been upgraded to 200 times Earth's gravity. Although he believed that training under 300 times gravity would yield the best results, it was still better than nothing. The gravity chamber at Bulma's home on Earth, granted by the dragon, had been enhanced to 600 times gravity. Despite having attempted to combine the gravity wristbands with the gravity chamber, Goku found the two incompatible. But he did not dwell on it, as he still had time to adapt to the 600 times gravity. Approximately half a month later, Goku followed the map provided by King Kai and arrived at planet Adretat. As he entered the atmosphere, the inhabitants of Adretat sensed his arrival. Inside a grand palace, a tall Adretatian remarked, Butra, please bring our guest here. Of course, Elder Pibra, replied a small, pointed-headed Adretatian. Goku landed in a desolate area, sensing 10 distinct energy signatures, 9 of which were mere duplicates. Had it not been for his mastery over energy perception, he would not have noticed them. Upon opening the hatch, he descended, greeted by 10 identical Adretatians. Welcome, esteemed guest. I am Butra, and our elder requests your presence, they said in unison, bowing. Butra had noticed Goku's tail and was intrigued. pondering how a scion could exist when planet Vegeta had supposedly been destroyed by Frieza. Moreover, this scion, by the name of Spirito, bore no trace of malevolence. Hello, Buttra. I am Son Goku, a scion raised on Earth. Goku had never considered concealing his identity as a scion, as the reputation of his kind was hardly glorious. It was rather notorious, easily recognized by anyone. Buttra, are the other 9 your clones? Upon hearing this, Buttra sheepishly scratched his head and dismissed the duplicates. Indeed. We Adretations are few in number and relatively weak, so we tend to multiply our presence in front of outsiders. You possess a remarkable mastery of Spirito, don't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have noticed, he remarked. That makes sense. After all, the weak are often subject to invasion, right? Goku replied. Mr. Goku, please place your hand on my shoulder, and I shall take you to meet the elder. Upon hearing Buttra's words, Goku complied, and as the scenery shifted, they found themselves in a grand palace. Greetings, distant scion. I am Elder Pibera of planet Adretat. How may I assist you? Pibera sensed Goku's Spirito was benevolent, thus treating him with kindness. Elder Pibera, I am Son Goku, a scion raised on Earth. I have come to learn about the remarkable martial arts of planet Adretat, Goku humbly stated. Ah, you wish to learn martial arts? Planet Adretat warmly welcomes you. Though I see you have a high degree of mastery over Spirito, I believe learning our martial arts will pose no challenge for you. Elder, is Spirito your term for energy? Goku asked, gathering energy in his hand before dispersing it. Ah, so you refer to Spirito as energy. They are indeed synonymous. I can sense your energy is formidable, so you likely lack for combat techniques. We shall teach you some practical martial arts, Pibera replied, understanding Goku's need for clarity. Buttra, please escort him, Pibera instructed, gesturing toward Buttra. Certainly, Elder. Mr. Goku, please follow me. Buttra led the way, with Goku following closely behind until they arrived at a dojo-like area. Mr. Goku, I believe several martial arts techniques would suit you perfectly, Buttra said. Just call me Goku. Referring to me as Mr. Goku feels rather awkward, Goku replied, preferring an exchange of equals rather than excessive reverence. All right, Goku. They exchanged a smile, a mutual understanding forming between them. By the way, Buttra, which techniques do you think would be particularly suitable for me? Goku inquired. Instant transmission, separation technique, energy materialization, and fusion technique. Goku recognized instant transmission, separation technique, and fusion technique, but was unfamiliar with energy materialization, which hadn't appeared in the original storyline. Seemingly perceptive of Goku's confusion, Buttra quickly elaborated. Instant transmission allows one to sense energy and teleport instantly. The separation technique enables one to detach foreign energy. Energy materialization is a term I coined for your understanding. It allows you to transform your internal energy into various forms. Observe. With a flick of his hand, Buttra conjured a white energy ladder that soared into the sky. Wow, instructor. I want to learn this. It's incredibly cool. Goku's youthful spirit ignited, captivated by the spectacle. Mastering this will allow one to ascend the heavens step by step, each stride birthing a new tier. The mere thought is exhilarating. As for the fusion technique, it enables two combatants of nearly equal strength to merge, resulting in a warrior of miraculous prowess, possessing unparalleled combat capabilities. We, the inhabitants of the planet Adaltrat, have often relied on this technique to surmount challenges. OSS. Datla, let us commence. Goku can hardly contain his anticipation. Indeed, Datla is quite eager to impart these martial arts to Goku, and since Goku's mastery of Spirito surpasses his own, it presents a perfect opportunity for mutual learning during the instruction. Chapter 25. Oh, so you too. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a year has passed. Wukong, are you really leaving? Bartla said reluctantly as they walked through the palace, fully aware that Wukong was set to depart today. Yes. I've troubled you for a year. It's time to go. There are people waiting for me back in my hometown, Wukong replied, his thoughts drifting to Bulma. After a year apart, his longing for her grew ever stronger. Is it the one from your home? It seems you two share a deep bond. I've lost count of how many times you've mentioned her this past year. Bartla internally chastised Wukong, resigned to his status as a single man. Come. Let's go say goodbye to Elder Pabala. His guidance on controlling Ki has been immensely helpful this past year, and I should express my gratitude before I leave, Wukong said, not forgetting the Elder's assistance. In truth, Wukong had mastered 4 martial arts techniques in just a month, spending the remaining 11 months honing his control over Ki. In that short span, his base battle power surged to 32 million, likely due to his breakthrough into Super Saiyan form. Had he not focused solely on enhancing his power during this time, he might have reached 40 million. Now, his control over Ki had significantly improved. Though it seemed a minor increment, for someone of his caliber, each small advancement required considerable time and effort. As the two entered the Elder's chamber, Pabala's voice echoed, "Wukong, I presume you are leaving today?" "Indeed, I have come to thank you for your guidance over the past year," Wukong said with a cheerful smile, placing a hand on Pabala's shoulder. Over the year, Wukong had grown quite familiar with both Pabala and Bartla, nearly reaching the level of brothers. "Oh, not at all. Your talent is exceptional. I had little to teach you after a year. Your achievements are entirely your own," Pabala replied sincerely, having never encountered anyone with such remarkable talent as Wukong. "Are you being modest?" Wukong replied playfully. The expressions of the other two darkened momentarily, but they were used to Wukong's antics after a year of camaraderie. "By the way, Wukong, before you go, let me impart one last piece of wisdom. In the words of your Earth, the path of martial arts is endless. You will benefit for a lifetime. So please do not cease your exploration of it," Pabala said earnestly, hoping that this genius would not lose his passion for martial arts. "Yes, I will," Wukong responded, placing his finger to his forehead and instantly vanishing in a flash. Pabala looked astonished at Bartla, who seemed to suddenly realize something. "Oh, Elder. I forgot to mention. Wukong has modified instant transmission. He can teleport to any place he's been without even sensing Ki." Pabala was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Haha. Truly a monster. Wukong will surely share his modified instant transmission with you, right?" Bartla scratched his head awkwardly. Wukong had indeed taught him, but he had not mastered it. Elder, Wukong did teach me, but I couldn't grasp it. However, I recorded the instructions," Bartla said, his pride swelling as he finished. Pabala was bemused. It was his first time seeing someone take pride in not mastering a technique. "Show me the notes you've recorded." Bartla quickly produced several sheets of paper and handed them to Pabala, who examined the contents. After a while, Pabala chuckled awkwardly. "Haha, no wonder it's Wukong. Let's place these in the collection. Perhaps one day someone will learn from them. We must have faith in the wisdom of future generations." Pabala mused, feeling quite pleased with himself. Bartla couldn't help but look down on Pabala, realizing that their inability to learn from Wukong only elevated him further. Wukong had traveled through the cosmos for 5 or 6 days, arriving at a bustling commercial planet where he intended to buy gifts for Bulma. Stepping off his vessel, he found himself on the planet's most renowned shopping street. True to its reputation, the street was teeming with people of all shapes and sizes, an array of aliens. "That person looks like a Namekian, and that one has 3 eyes, likely of the same lineage as Tien Shinhan. Wow, a golden alien." Wukong was captivated by the diversity of extraterrestrial beings he encountered. His curiosity piqued. "Hey, buddy, are you a scion?" A being resembling a human approached Wukong. His name was Yake, working in this commercial district to entice customers, earning commissions based on their spending. Many others had noticed Wukong, but his tale and the notorious reputation of scions made them hesitant to approach. Although scions seemed to have become extinct, their individual strength remained formidable. And here stood a scion before them. "Yes, I came here to buy some items," Wukong replied, sensing Yake's eagerness to sell. "Ah, you've come to the right place. We are more renowned than Ox-D-Star for commerce, and this street is the most famous of all. What do you wish to purchase? I can offer some recommendations," Yake said, his eyes gleaming with opportunity. Wukong felt Yake's intentions were a bit dubious, though he sensed no malice. There was something oddly familiar about the Ki emanating from him. Regardless, even if Yake had ill intentions, Wukong was confident in his abilities. "Female items," Wukong replied with a sigh. "I've been away for quite some time. I should bring back some gifts for my beloved. You understand why, right? Failing to do so could lead to dire consequences." "Wait, you too," Yake started to say, but Wukong interrupted him. "Sure, let us keep this between us," Wukong whispered conspiratorially. At that moment, Yake looked at Wukong with newfound sympathy, realizing that even a pure-blooded scion feared his wife. Yake decided to ease up on the prices for Wukong, not out of charity, but camaraderie. However, he still needed to make a living. Yet, Yake recognized that his situation differed from Wukong's. He was a son-in-law, enduring ridicule from his wife's family, with only his wife showing him kindness. For her relatives, Yake could only think, blind to true worth. He was the only one on the planet with a battle power exceeding 10,000. But he sought a humble life with his wife, wishing to remain ordinary. Wukong remained oblivious to Yake's personal struggles, but had he known, he surely would have exclaimed, "Wow, a Dragon Ball son-in-law. I understand, I understand." Yake assured Wukong with a reassuring glance. Since you are interested in women's products, allow me to recommend some beauty and wellness items. I assure you, we possess a skincare product that can gradually enhance both hip and bust measurements, unlike anything from Oxide Star. With that, Ake produced a piece of transparent electronic glass, showcasing a plethora of beauty products. Wukong leaned in closer, instantly astonished by the vast array of offerings, each boasting remarkable features and benefits. This one tightens and brightens the skin, while that one extends vitality and youthfulness. Ake elaborated on each item in turn. Chapter 26. Gula. At this moment, a colossal disc-shaped spaceship hovered in the outer space of the Byangda star. Gula. This area is somewhat close to the domain of King Frisia. Is it wise for us to plunder this planet? Shabiza inquired from the side. Gula stood before the glass window, a disdainful smile crossing his face upon hearing Shabiza's words. My brother? Pay him no mind. Even if he were to learn of our actions, he would not dare to confront me. My ultimate form possesses a staggering combat power of 470 million, while he languishes with a pitiful 120 million. He is nothing more than a worthless fool incapable of training. Do not mention the Golden Gula from Dragon Ball Heroes. Can we take the lore of Dragon Ball Heroes seriously? I will only adopt a portion and modify it accordingly. Golden Gula will not be part of my narrative. Shabiza. This planet likely holds little in terms of resources. It is primarily renowned as a commercial hub, Gula remarked, gazing down at Byangda star through the glass. Indeed. Great King Gula, Shabiza affirmed. Very well, after seizing all the wealth of this planet, we shall annihilate it. An evil grin spread across Gula's face as he spoke. Prepare the entire legion. Ready the ship for descent into this planet. As Gula observed the vessel entering the outer atmosphere, countless small black dots erupted from the ship, heading towards Byangda star. Meanwhile, as Ake tirelessly introduced products to Goku, the defense alarms suddenly blared. Goku and Ake looked up to see numerous aliens clad in battle attire descending from the sky, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. This is bad, Ake thought to himself, realizing that his home was near the commercial district and his wife might be in danger. At that moment, an energy blast descended towards Goku and Ake. Goku raised his hand, condensing a sphere of blue energy that transformed into a straight energy sword, intercepting the blast mid-air. Boom. The explosion from the energy blast sent shockwaves in all directions. Ake looked at Goku, whose hair was blown dramatically in the aftermath. This scion was indeed formidable. Just that single maneuver demonstrated strength comparable to his own. At that moment, Ake felt conflicted. As the strongest native of this planet, he ought to protect it. Yet his wife remained unguarded. Damn it. Ake clenched his fists tightly. Go on, leave this to me. Isn't protecting your loved ones the most important thing? Goku, recognizing Yake's internal struggle, offered his assistance, disapproving of the invaders. This. Ake hesitated. Huh. As Goku's hair slightly lifted, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. All right. Thank you. Ake nodded solemnly, sensing Goku's immense power far surpassed his own. Prepare the items I requested. I cannot have them gone after saving this planet. I came here to purchase goods. Goku smiled at Ake. Of course. Ake replied before soaring away. After Ake departed, Goku turned his gaze towards the invaders in the sky, finding their attire oddly familiar. In the next moment, he recalled Frisia, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Goku instantaneously teleported into the sky, surrounded by numerous members of Gula's legion. Who are you? The surrounding individuals were startled, retreating in unison, casting wary glances at Goku. Goku turned to the speaker, tilted his head, and instantly appeared beside him, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. What? Before they could comprehend, Goku, moving at an incomprehensible speed, struck them, sending countless foes hurtling away until only one remained in the sky. Who exactly are you? We are members of the Gula Legion. You are doomed. The last remaining individual stammered, retreating in fear. Gula? Not Frisia? Well, they're essentially the same, Goku remarked as he teleported in front of the last man, pressing an energy sphere onto his head. Farewell. May you atone for your sins in hell. As he finished speaking, the energy sphere rapidly expanded, engulfing the final member of Gula's legion, leaving not a trace behind. After eliminating that group, Goku looked upwards, sensing the strongest individuals hovering above. At that moment, Gula and his elite squad had noticed the commotion below. With a swish, Goku teleported before them, startling Gula and his team. Gula slowly emerged from the back, noticing Goku's tail. You must be a scion. Let me think. Aside from the three under Frisia, it seems I only have the one I previously spared left. Goku, of course, was aware of this, having watched the film The Strongest Versus. The Strongest, he knew he had survived on Earth because Gula had let him go. Your performance earlier was quite commendable. At the very least, you possess a combat power exceeding 100,000. Thus, if you join me, I shall spare you once more. What do you say? Gula was indeed a talent-scouting individual. Among his elite squad, only 3 had surpassed the 100,000 combat power threshold. Don't be ridiculous. Do you truly think that is possible? Goku replied, casting a mocking glance at Gula, who bore a striking resemblance to Frisia's final form. Humph. You refuse the chance to live, then I have no choice. Shibiza, you 3, deal with him. Gula commanded, turning to return to his infantile craft. In the next instant, Goku delivered a spinning kick to Gula's face, catching him off guard and sending him flying. Meanwhile, where were Shibiza and his companions? Goku unleashed his aura, obliterating the 3 in an instant, while simultaneously delivering a kick towards Gula. Gula steadied himself in midair, touching his face where Goku had struck, though uninjured. He felt a deep sense of humiliation, a surge of rage boiling within him. You Scion monkey, you seek death. Although Gula was seething with anger, his tone remained icy. Just then, he heard a voice from the ship. Great King Gula, that Scion just unleashed a combat power of 32 million. The 3 elite soldiers were obliterated in an instant. Upon hearing this, Gula let out a cold chuckle and turned his gaze to Goku. Scion monkey, I see now why you are so audacious. It turns out you possess a combat power of 32 million, but that does not grant you the right to be arrogant. Do you know how much power I wield? Goku, unfazed, stretched his limbs and replied, of course, is it 200 million? I also know you have a stronger form. Transform. Gula was somewhat taken aback that Goku knew of his 200 million combat power and his ultimate form, and he was curious why Goku, with a combat power of 32 million, displayed no fear. Though astonished that Goku was aware of this, Gula decided to fulfill his wish before his demise, to let him understand the true disparity. With that, a surge of purple energy enveloped Gula. With a furious roar, the purple light dissipated, revealing Gula in his ultimate form. Gula stood with his feet together, arms angled downwards with palms facing upward, floating in the air, and gazed down at Goku with an air of superiority. Scion, do you see this? This is the chasm that lies between us. Chapter 27, 1. 6 billion battle power. Upon seeing it, Goku responded with indifference. If that's the case, your end is near. With that, Gula transformed into a purple aura and struck towards Goku with a powerful punch. What? Goku firmly grasped Gula's incoming fist with his left hand, his body emanating a golden aura. Have you ever heard of the legend of the Super Saiyan? After saying this, Goku raised his right fist and delivered a fierce blow to Gula's face. The golden flame surged, and in an instant, Goku transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. 1. 6 billion battle power. Here I come. Boom. Gula's figure was sent crashing into a mountainside, turning into a streak of purple light. No, it can't be. The legend of the Super Saiyan can't possibly be true. Gula extracted his limbs from the mountainside, his elegance lost as he roared in fury. Goku's punch had inflicted significant damage, and given the nearly threefold difference in power, he had to admit the resilience of the Frozen Demon Clan. Nothing is impossible. The golden aura and golden-haired Super Saiyan stand before you. Goku coldly gazed at Gula with his emerald green eyes. How audacious. I should have eliminated all you Saiyan monkeys back then. Gula hovered in the air, his face twisted in rage, and a burst of purple energy enveloped the sky. Gula launched a punch at Goku, who caught it effortlessly. Subsequently, Goku delivered a knee strike deep into Gula's abdomen. Gula's body contorted painfully, expelling a torrent of bile. Goku, unwilling to let him go, firmly held Gula's fist with his right hand and extended his left hand towards Gula's face. Did your parents never teach you not to hit faces? Slap, slap, slap. Goku delivered a series of resounding slaps, even establishing a rhythm. The only sounds that filled the air were the crisp slaps and Gula's agonized cries. Goku relished this moment. After all, Gula bore a striking resemblance to Frisia, and the previous events were etched in Goku's memory. Gula summoned all his strength in an attempt to break free from Goku's grasp. But Goku's grip was as unyielding as iron. After nearly a minute of relentless slapping, Goku finally released him. Gula staggered back 100 meters, glaring at Goku with eyes filled with resentment. Is this your strength? Who was it that was supposed to show me the gap between us? It seems indeed. The chasm between us is insurmountable. Goku's words struck Gula's pride like a heavy blow. Gula charged forward, unleashing every punch and kick with all his might. Yet, Goku, with his golden hair flowing, evaded each attack effortlessly. Boring. Goku casually kicked Gula 1,000 meters away. Gula, once again lunging at Goku, halted mid-air, looking down to find a golden energy sword piercing through his abdomen. From dozens of meters away, Goku flicked his wrist, sending Gula soaring into the sky. Goku retracted the golden sword energy, bending slightly, his hands resting on his hips. This will end you. Golden and blue energy converged in Goku's hands. Final Kamehameha. A golden energy enveloped and blue shot skyward, bathing the entire sky in a blinding light. Haha. If I cannot survive, then you shall die with me. Gula, aware that scions could not survive in the cosmos, gathered a golden energy sphere, preparing to crash it to the ground before turning to ash. Goku had sensed this and instantly teleported beneath the energy sphere, summoning a sword of energy to sweep through it, splitting the sphere in two and causing it to explode in midair. Boom. However, just as the energy sphere exploded, Goku thought it was over when a red laser descended from the sky. He quickly extended his golden energy sword to block the laser. After completing this maneuver, Goku elongated the energy sword, which now towered into the sky and pierced through a spaceship in the outer atmosphere. With a swift motion, Goku severed the spaceship in half, creating a breathtaking display of fireworks in the cosmos. TCH, as expected of the Frozen Demon Clan, filthy enough to disgust anyone. But you miscalculated. Even if this planet is destroyed, I can still survive in the universe. With that, Goku reverted from his Super Saiyan transformation. Now merely in the second stage of Super Saiyan form, a considerable drain on his energy and stamina. With Gula and his special forces eliminated, only minor soldiers remained. Their battle power barely in the thousands, with the strongest not exceeding 10,000. Goku's base power of 32 million was more than sufficient. 10 minutes later, Goku's energy sword cleaved through the last of Gula's army, instantly bisecting their bodies and splattering green blood everywhere. Goku quickly used his energy to contain the green blood. Initially, Goku had resisted such brutal methods, but as the number of slain grew, he gradually became numb to it. Phew, it's finally over. Goku felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He realized he needed a respite after this ordeal. Killing so many, even if they were evil, left him feeling unsettled. Goku began to sense AK's energy. Found you. With this, Goku teleported to AK's side, only to stumble upon a dramatic scene. Blind to the truth, I, AK, will have no further ties with you. Come, my wife, let's go. AK, coldly regarding the kneeling figures before him, prepared to leave when Goku's sudden appearance startled him. What the heck? Dude, how did you just pop up? Don't call me dude, just call me Goku, AK. Suddenly appearing is one of my skills. Alright, Goku. Let's move to another place to talk. I don't want to see them. Sure. Goku placed a hand on AK's shoulder, and they teleported to the commercial street they had previously visited. This commercial street had remained largely unscathed due to Goku's presence, with the surrounding buildings still intact. This is truly amazing. AK marveled at his surroundings. Oh, by the way, Goku, this is my wife is, with her shoulder-length black hair, resembled a human from Earth, perhaps even more so than the inhabitants of Oxide Star. Hello, Mrs. Goku greeted politely. Hello, Mr. Goku. AK, what was happening just now? Goku inquired, intrigued. Sigh. I prefer a simple life, so I've never revealed my strength to my wife's people or demonstrated it, resulting in their condescension towards me, AK sighed, continuing. During the invasion, I had to protect my wife, and my power was revealed. As you just witnessed, they kneeled before me, pleading for my forgiveness. Do you think I don't know what they intend? I truly don't want to see them. As Goku listened to AK, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Wait, are you the Dragon King? AK looked puzzled. Dragon King? What is that? Cough, cough, never mind. Speaking of which, how are the cosmetics you prepared for me? Goku awkwardly coughed and asked, inadvertently bringing up a topic that he hadn't considered whether AK had ever read novels about the Dragon King. Just go to the store and pick it up. After all, this street belongs to my wife. Wukong was taken aback, realizing that he had encountered another man, like himself, who relied on the fortunes of his partner. Brother, I never anticipated that you two are living off someone else's success, Wukong remarked, gently patting Yake's shoulder. So, it turns out you're also. Chapter 28. The half-blood scion Yake was taken aback as he gazed at Goku, astonished by their striking resemblance. Realizing that he too bore the bloodline of a scion. What a remarkable coincidence. How about I call you Big Brother? Yake mused, considering Goku's formidable strength and scion heritage. After all, he had defeated Cooler. He had sensed the terrifying energy emanating from the sky earlier. Call me Big Brother? Goku was momentarily bewildered by Yake's sudden thought process. Indeed, we are so alike, and I share the scion bloodline as well. Upon hearing Yake's proclamation, Goku's surprise prompted him to check Yake's status. Yake race, half-blood Scion, hybrid of Ox Demon and Scion, battle power, 10086. At this revelation, Goku finally comprehended the familiarity he sensed from Yake. It was due to Yake being a half-blood Scion. However, he questioned, "But what about your tail?" "My tail was severed," Yake replied, gritting his teeth. "My father was a Scion, yet I have never met him. I harbor a deep resentment towards him for his neglect, which has caused my mother much suffering." "Very well. I shall accept you as my second brother." "Big brother. Second brother. All right, you two should calm down," is calmly interjected, unable to watch their antics any longer. "Yes. Sister-in-law is right," Goku nodded. "Indeed, big brother is correct," Yake agreed, his side at their banter, realizing that these two were beyond saving. "By the way, second brother, how old are you?" Goku could clearly sense Yake was older than him. "I'm 24 this year, big brother." "No need to dwell on age. What does it matter?" "Oh." Yake swiftly cut off Goku's words, leading Goku to shake his head in resignation. "So what are your plans now?" "We're preparing to leave this planet and start anew on another one. Eventually, the profits from this street will automatically deposit into my wife's universal bank account," Yake casually remarked, eager to distance himself from his past. The Cosmic Bank was a financial institution established by numerous powerful factions, with even the Ice Demon clan participating, making its currency universally accepted across the cosmos. Goku contemplated whether to invite them to Earth, considering the scarcity of Scions, even half-bloods. After all, transforming into a Super Scion would yield a battle power in the millions. Why not accompany me to Earth? It's a beautiful planet, and I believe you both would truly enjoy it, Goku proposed. Upon hearing Goku's invitation, Yake and his exchanged glances, then Yake nodded in agreement. "All right. We will follow your lead, big brother. Then you both should gather your belongings. We will leave together soon." Half an hour later, Yake and his had packed their things and addressed Goku. "Big brother, you go ahead. We will follow in our spaceship." Goku nodded, finding this arrangement agreeable. In the vast expanse of space, two spaceships traveled in tandem. Yake and his were engaged in conversation when Goku suddenly teleported beside Yake. "Hey, big brother, what's up?" Yake inquired, puzzled. "Do you wish to learn how to control your battle power?" Goku had come to teach Yake how to manage his energy levels so as not to startle Earth's inhabitants with an overwhelming power. "Of course I want to. Big brother, please teach me." Yake's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long envied Goku's ability. Although he had developed a skill to conceal some of his strength, it paled in comparison to Goku's prowess. With this new ability, he could better navigate the complexities of his existence. "Place your hand on my shoulder and follow me to my spaceship for training. This environment is not suitable for it," Goku instructed, glancing around the ship. His vessel, modified by Dr. Brief, boasted ample space for training, while Yake's ship was primarily designed for leisure. "All right," Yake responded, placing his hand on Goku's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from the ship. Is watched the two disappear, uncertain whether this journey to Earth would yield positive or negative outcomes, considering Yake's previous disinterest in training. As Goku began instructing Yake, he couldn't help but marvel at the innate prowess of half-blood Scions. Within less than half a day, Yake was able to sense energy and grasp its fundamentals. Though he was not as adept as Goku had been initially, he surpassed many on Earth. In just 10 days, Yake could freely manage his displayed battle power. Goku also taught him the Kamehameha technique, which was not overly complicated once one understood energy manipulation. "Well, you have achieved a commendable grasp of energy control. Now, return to your ship. Your wife awaits you. I can sense her growing resentment towards me over these past few days," Goku jested. "She dares?" Yake retorted, bolstered by Iz's absence. "Ah, you should say that in front of Iz," Goku teased, exposing Yake's bravado. "Cough, forget it, big brother. I shall return now. Indeed, we are nearing Earth. Look ahead. That beautiful blue planet is it?" Goku pointed through the glass window. Following Goku's indication, Yake gazed through the window, beholding the stunning blue sphere before him. Goku had indeed spoken the truth. This planet called Earth was truly beautiful. The sky was overcast, with a gentle drizzle falling silently, reminiscent of countless silken threads spun by silkworms. A myriad of delicate strands floated in the air, casting a misty veil over the dark, barren landscape. Bulma stood beneath her umbrella at the registration entrance for the martial arts tournament, eagerly anticipating the arrival of someone special to her heart. As the rain intensified, pattering against her umbrella, the awaited figure remained absent, causing her eyes to redden with disappointment. She had been waiting for over a year. "Goku, didn't you promise you would return?" Her faint whisper was nearly swept away by the wind, She bit her lip, fighting back tears, yet her reddened eyes betrayed her emotions. Indeed, I promised I would come back. Bulma lifted her gaze, rain cascading around her, and through the hazy drizzle, she spotted a familiar silhouette. In that moment, her tears could no longer be contained. All right, stop crying. Am I not back now? Goku approached her, enveloping Bulma in his arms and gently wiping her tears away. Goku, please don't leave again. I don't want to wait alone anymore. Bulma's soft plea reached Goku's ears, prompting him to tighten his embrace. He lowered his head to kiss her tenderly. At that moment, an opaque barrier enveloped the two, a protective shield formed by Goku's energy. Not far off, Jake and Iz, who had been observing, felt a twinge of regret. How dare Goku raise a barrier? They lamented. Just then, Krillin's voice reached Jake's ears. Turning towards the sound, he found a short, bald figure. Do you know Goku? Jake approached to inquire. Yes, I am his disciple. We are all friends of his. By the way, who are you? I don't recall Goku mentioning you. After speaking, Klin gestured towards Master Roshi and the others. I am the newly recognized second brother of my elder brother, Yak stated boldly, unashamed. However, upon catching sight of Master Roshi, his expression shifted dramatically. Hey, you lecherous old man, if you keep looking at my wife like that, I swear I'll chop you up. Yak glared at Master Roshi, visibly displeased. For the latter could not help but ogle his. Any man would find it unbearable. Ah, my apologies, I didn't realize she was Goku's sister-in-law. Master Roshi quickly averted his gaze and offered an apology. Humph. Nevertheless, Yak decided to show some respect for his elder brother. Chapter 29. The arrival of the Sun families made hay. What are you all looking at over there? Is it interesting? Wukong and Bulma appeared by their side without anyone noticing. Bulma, with a displeased expression, addressed them curtly. Her gentleness was reserved solely for Wukong. She had little patience for anyone else. In nothing, the group hastily explained. Hello, sister-in-law. Jake called out from the side. Jake's unexpected greeting momentarily bewildered Bulma, who turned to Wukong in confusion, wondering who this was. He certainly knows how to converse. I wish he would speak more, she thought. Noticing Bulma's gaze, Wukong quickly made the introductions. This is my newly recognized younger brother, Jake, and the lady beside him is his wife, Iz. Bulma looked at the couple, her opinion of them improving thanks to Jake's earlier greeting. Hello, Jake and Iz, my name is Bulma. Hello, sister-in-law, Iz responded warmly. Good. Nice to meet you. Sister-in-law, Bulma exclaimed, feeling buoyed by the interaction. Wukong gazed at Bulma with a mix of helplessness and affection, then pulled her into his embrace, whispering, I've brought you many gifts from my return. However, I cannot reveal them just yet. Really? Why not? Bulma stammered, caught off guard by Wukong's sudden affection. There are too many to show right now. Let us wait until we return home, he replied. All right, Bulma nodded, her cheeks flushed. She then turned to the others, only to find them watching her and Wukong with knowing smiles, which made her feel exceedingly embarrassed. She pinched Wukong's side playfully. Ouch. What was that for? Wukong rubbed his side, wincing. Look at how they're gazing at us. And you dare ask? Hurry and introduce yourself. Bulma retorted before escaping his embrace. Hey everyone. Long time no see. Wukong greeted as he approached Krillin and the others. To his surprise, nearly everyone he knew was present, including Oolong. Wukong, you've grown quite a bit since we last met. Are you nearing 180 centimeters now? Krillin remarked, studying Wukong. Krillin felt a twinge of sadness. He remained the shortest among his friends, pondering how he would find a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Yamcha had successfully overcome his fear of women 2 years ago and was now in a relationship, further widening the gap in abilities between him and Krillin. Exactly 180 centimeters. By the way, Oolong, what brings you here? Wukong asked curiously. Oolong rolled his eyes. What do you mean what brings me here? Do you think I can't come? You've been away from Earth, so you wouldn't know that the second generation of Demon King has declared he will participate in this martial arts tournament. If no one can defeat him, he will use force to dominate the world. Ah, I see. My apologies, Oolong, Wukong replied, surprised by Piccolo's actions, which diverged from the original story. It seemed yet another butterfly effect was at play, but regardless, the fact remained that Piccolo was still his family's maid. Among the group, Wukong sensed that Tenshinhan possessed the strongest power, followed by Krillin, while Jake was not to be counted. He glanced at his power meter and noted that Tenshinhan's combat power had reached an astonishing 602 points, more than double that of the original story, while Krillin stood at 532 points. Their achievements were remarkable, having reached such heights through diligent training without the aid of a gravity chamber. a testament to the butterfly effect's influence. Wukong, I hope you can showcase your full strength this time, so I can gauge the difference between us. Tenshinhan said with a wry smile. Having grown familiar with Wukong, Tenshinhan realized just how formidable Wukong had become. He was even weaker than the Wukong of 6 years prior, let alone the current version. The vast disparity was indeed disheartening. Nevertheless, Tenshinhan remained undeterred. His pursuit of martial arts was not one to be easily discouraged. After all, martial arts was about self-improvement, not comparison with others. Absolutely, Wukong replied earnestly. This time, he intended to deliver a decisive blow to Tenshinhan. He believed such an act would truly honor his friend. Brother, should I join the tournament as well? Yake asked, feeling tempted as he watched everyone prepare for the martial arts competition. Go for it, Wukong said nonchalantly. However, should Yake decide to participate, none among them would be able to defeat him, save for Wukong himself. In this era, a combat power in the thousands would be an overwhelming advantage, let alone one in the 10,000s. Wait, he is competing too? Krillin asked skeptically, unable to sense Yake's hidden strength. Don't underestimate him, Krillin. He is the second strongest here, aside from me. Be cautious. He might hold a grudge if you face him in the arena, Wukong teased, casting a mischievous glance at Yake, who understood the implication. Hey, Wukong, don't set me up, Krillin exclaimed nervously, glancing worriedly at Yake. In response, Yake's expression darkened, striking fear into Krillin like a bolt of lightning. Oh no. Krillin felt his spirit plummet, prompting laughter from the others at his expense. All right, enough teasing, Krillin. Yake isn't that petty, Wukong interjected, sensing it was time to clarify. Realizing he had been tricked, Krillin felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Thanks for the deception. He shot a resentful look at Wukong. Let us go register together, Yamcha suggested, attempting to ease the tension. At Yamcha's voice, Wukong turned to examine him with his power meter. To his astonishment, Yamcha's combat power had fallen below 300 points, a stark contrast to Krillin and the others. Alas, the mighty Yamcha has fallen. Wukong mused, recognizing that not even his presence could alter this decline. Yamcha, have you not been training seriously these past 2 years? Wukong decided to offer a gentle reminder, hoping to inspire a change. Yamcha chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head. Well, despite my efforts, the gap just keeps widening. Even if I try, I doubt I can catch up to Krillin or Tenshinhan. I think I'll just enjoy my current life. Wukong shook his head, realizing further attempts to persuade him would be futile. Yamcha seemed resigned to his fate. Krillin, Tenshinhan, and Master Roshi shared similar sentiments, but they did not press the issue, as they recognized that Yamcha's aspirations lay elsewhere. Once everyone registered and entered the waiting room, Wukong smiled to himself, sensing the arrival of their mate. Chapter 30. The 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku gazed in the direction sensed by his energy, and a green-skinned figure emerged into his view. Indeed, it was Piccolo. Curiosity piqued. Goku wondered how Piccolo dared to utter such bold words. Lost in thought, he opened his panel, only to discover that Piccolo's power level was a mere 1126. This left Goku further perplexed. While it was 3 times higher than in the original story, he couldn't help but consider his own power level at present. Goku reflected that this was somewhat his own fault. When he battled the Elder Piccolo, he had created a vast ocean to coax the old demon into spitting out his egg, leading Piccolo to grossly misjudge his strength, thinking he was only around 400 to 500. And now, with Piccolo training to just over 1,000, he believed himself invincible. Indeed, he had been unrivaled until now. But Goku was a formidable opponent descended from the heavens. As Goku noticed Piccolo, Piccolo also caught sight of him and snorted disdainfully. Humph, son Goku, just wait, he muttered to himself. He had always believed himself far superior to Goku, convinced that no one on Earth could rival him. One could hardly deny that the elder Piccolo had misled the youth. Piccolo was still but a child of 3 years. Yet that did not prevent him from taking on the role of caretaker. For Goku, it seemed Piccolo was destined to be a babysitter for life. Realizing Piccolo had seen him, Goku turned his attention back to Krillin and the others. Unperturbed, they would inevitably meet on the stage. This tournament was progressing at a much quicker pace than previous ones, primarily due to the arrival of the Demon King Piccolo, which had deterred some martial artists fearful of death from participating, resulting in only half the usual number of contestants. However, a few formidable fighters, not featured in the original story, had also made an appearance. After the draw, a piercing scream erupted from Yamcha. What? In the very first match, I have to face Goku? It's all over. Yamcha lamented, tears in his eyes. Out of so many contestants, he had drawn the short straw against Goku. while others seemed to avoid such misfortune. It felt like a cruel twist of fate. I'll make it quick for you, Yamcha, Goku said. Strolling over to Yamcha and gently patting him on the shoulder, nodding in encouragement. Son Goku? A melodic female voice resonated through the air. The crowd turned to see a beautiful young woman clad in a cheongsam. Krillin shot Goku a mischievous glance, nudging him with his shoulder, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. Goku, I never imagined you were this kind of person, so flamboyant. Goku sensed Bulma's intense gaze from the audience. How could this be? Am I really that kind of person? Is that you, Chi-Chi? Recognizing her instantly, Goku was taken aback. Yes, it's me, Chi-Chi confirmed with a nod. She had come primarily to greet him. For their previous encounters had been sparse, and now she did not cling to him. All right then, let's catch up after our matches, Goku suggested. Feeling hesitant to continue the conversation, fearing Bulma's unwavering glare might lead to trouble upon his return home, Chi-Chi nodded and departed. Once Goku and Yamcha stepped onto the stage, the golden-haired host regarded Goku with a sense of familiarity. Are you the contestant, Son Goku? He inquired, noting Goku's distinctive spiky hairstyle. Yes, that's me. Goku replied with a smile. The host brightened at the sight of the previous champion, filled with hope for Earth. Goku had left an indelible impression during his last overwhelming victory, with an aura that was unforgettable in the finals. Wonderful. You've returned. I can hardly believe how tall you've grown in these past few years. Aha. Thank you. Is the match ready to begin? Goku tilted his head in inquiry. Yes. Yes. Let the competition commence. As the match officially began, Goku swiftly appeared before Yamcha, patting his shoulder. Why not concede gracefully? It would be quite embarrassing for you to be knocked off the stage by me. Yamcha, recognizing the wisdom in Goku's words, promptly stepped down and conceded. Host, I forfeit. Seeing Yamcha concede so easily, Goku sighed and shook his head, lamenting Yamcha's lack of ambition in martial arts. Otherwise, he would not have given up so readily. In no time, the tournament reached the quarterfinals. Goku glanced at the draw results and noted he would face Tien, while Krillin was pitted against Yajirobe and Piccolo. How intriguing that Krillin and Yajirobe would actually face each other. Krillin, upon seeing the matchup, felt a rush of panic and hesitantly asked Yajirobe, You won't hold a grudge against me, will you? Scratching his bald head awkwardly. Don't worry, I won't make it difficult for you, Yajirobe reassured him. While he might be a bit mischievous, he was not the type to harbor grudges over minor matters. Hearing this, Krillin breathed a sigh of relief, though he accepted that his journey would end in the quarterfinals. Well, I'll give it my all. The first match commenced between Goku and Tien. Goku, show me your true strength, Tien declared, striking a serious pose. He understood that if Goku unleashed his full power, he would be unable to withstand even a single blow. However, this match would allow him to witness the vast disparity between their abilities. All right. Goku nodded seriously in response. As the match began, Goku instantly dashed to Tien's side. And before Tien could react, Goku delivered a swift chop to his neck. Tien staggered forward and collapsed, slipping into unconsciousness. Goku withdrew his hand and turned to the host. Announce the result. Ah yes, the winner is Son Goku. The host was taken aback by how swiftly the match concluded, silently marveling at Goku's prowess. The audience watched in awe as Tien was defeated so cleanly, feeling a mix of disbelief and reality. Piccolo observed Goku descending from the stage with a grave expression, his complexion paling further. Goku's previous strike had been so swift that even Piccolo barely registered it, indicating that Goku's strength far exceeded his own. As Piccolo pondered this, the second match began. Krillin gathered his energy and propelled himself toward Yajirobe with a burst of speed. Yajirobe effortlessly dodged Krillin's incoming punch and evaded several of his rapid strikes. As Krillin watched Yajirobe deftly avoid his attacks, beads of sweat formed on his brow. The gap in their abilities was indeed significant. All right, Krillin, it's my turn now. While Yajirobe had promised not to target him specifically, that did not mean he would merely play defense. With a quick whip of his leg, Yajirobe struck Krillin, though he refrained from using his full strength. Had he done so, Krillin would have been obliterated. The immense force sent the unsuspecting Krillin hurtling into the wall of the arena with a resounding crash. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted as Krillin lay on the ground, but he managed to rise, having sustained only minor injuries thanks to Yajirobe's restraint. Krillin chuckled helplessly, recognizing the vast disparity in their strengths. Yajirobe wins. Yajirobe concluded his match and approached Krillin. You all right? Haha. I held back, so it's just a scratch. Krillin smiled. But Piccolo's expression darkened further. Even with Yajirobe's leniency, he had only seen a blur. Damn it. Another one stronger than himself. Reflecting on his previous words, he chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Upon arriving at the preparation room, Krillin inquired of Yak, "By the way, do you know just how powerful Goku truly is?" This question sparked memories for Yak of the scene on planet Yardrat, where a golden aura dominated the sky, resembling that of a deity. Shaking his head, Yak replied, "I don't know, but it's undoubtedly on a different scale from ours. In the universe, there exists a standard for measuring strength, battle power. Currently, mine is slightly over 10,000. While aside from that green-skinned fellow on Earth with over 1,000, the rest only possess a few hundred. My elder brother's power might be in the hundreds of millions." As they continued their conversation, Piccolo effortlessly dispatched his opponent, drawing their attention once more. "He must be the Demon King Piccolo. Indeed, he is quite formidable," Krillin remarked with a hint of admiration. He felt that even if he were to step into the ring, he would likely be knocked off the stage in a single blow. "Well, it's not that impressive. It's only a bit over 1,000, Yak boasted casually. Krillin rolled his eyes at Yak, speechless. "Hey, with your battle power exceeding 10,000, of course, you think it's nothing. I only have a few hundred." Krillin felt the burden of having low battle power, constantly subjected to ridicule. Though Yak meant no harm, his air of superiority was disheartening. Ultimately, Chi-Chi fell short of the top 8, and soon the semi-final matchups were announced. Goku versus Yak. On the stage, Yak and Goku stood at opposite ends. "Brother, just how strong are you?" Yak asked Goku. "You'll find out soon enough." "Come at me," Goku replied without any defensive stance. "All right, here I come. Kamehameha, let's go." Just as Goku anticipated Yak would charge at him, Yak unleashed a Kamehameha wave directly at him. Goku quickly extended his right hand to catch the wave. "Hey, Yak. That's not how the game is played. Who opens with a power move?" Goku exclaimed, flicking his hand to dissipate the residual blue energy into the air. "Haha, brother. If I followed the rules, how could I possibly hope to hit you?" Yak's retort silenced Goku, who had intended to showcase his skills. "Come on, let's not waste time. I'll just go easy on you this time," Goku said in a nonchalant tone, uttering the most terrifying words. During the previous 10 days on the spaceship, Yak had endured countless beatings from Goku. "Damn it, here goes." Yak threw a punch at Goku, but in the next instant, he vanished and reappeared behind Goku at an astonishing speed. However, to Goku, this speed seemed exceedingly slow. Goku swiftly turned and seized Yak's head, forcing him down into the ground. Boom. The arena floor instantly formed a massive crater, shrouded in dust and smoke. The announcer quickly covered his mouth and nose, squinting to shield his eyes from the debris. Once the smoke cleared, he beheld Yak unconscious in the crater and promptly declared, "Son Goku is the winner." Below, Krillin gazed at Yak's pitiful state and, for reasons unknown, felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Thankfully, having undergone specialized training, he refrained from laughing unless absolutely necessary. However, he ultimately succumbed to laughter. "You're done for, Krillin. I'll tell Yak later and see if he remembers this time," Yamcha teased from the side. Huh? Cough, cough. Yamcha's sudden comment nearly made Krillin choke on his laughter. In the next match, Piccolo also secured a decisive victory. The final showdown was set to feature Goku facing off against Piccolo. In the championship, Piccolo regarded Goku with a grave expression. "Son Goku, I know you are powerful, but I must avenge my grudge against you." Upon hearing this, Goku sighed in resignation. "I can sense you are different from the old Piccolo. Do you know why I had to eliminate him?" Piccolo shook his head, having devoted his existence to training and neglecting such matters. "Because he embodies pure evil, with the ambition to enslave the entire Earth. Earth is a beautiful place, and its inhabitants are kind and good-hearted. But if the old Piccolo were to dominate this world, smiles would vanish from every face." Goku launched into a righteous discourse, knowing that for a protagonist, words could be a formidable weapon. Smile wrote, "Piccolo's inherent nature wasn't entirely malevolent. In fact, over the past 3 years, he had aided many, albeit with a standoffish demeanor. Perhaps the only one more haughty than him was our Prince Vegeta. And you, me?" This chapter is nearly 4,000 words. Only one chapter has been released today. Chapter 31, The Art of Justiceman Indeed, You. Unlike the old Piccolo, your nature is inherently kind. Over the past 3 years, you must have assisted numerous individuals, witnessing their genuine smiles and expressions of gratitude. Have you not felt joy in those moments? Goku posed a reflective question to Piccolo. Upon hearing Goku's words, Piccolo fell into contemplation, recalling the people he had aided, particularly a little girl. The girl presented him with a lollipop, her innocent smile brightening her face as she exclaimed, "Uncle, thank you." Let me treat you to some candy. The lollipop is so sweet. Humph, I do not need it. He retorted before swiftly taking flight. If asked about his feelings during that moment, he would undoubtedly confess he felt elated. Thank you. Countless voices echoed in his mind, as if overlapping in that very instant. That is all I wish to convey. This is why I must eliminate old Piccolo. Of course, because I have slain him. If you still harbor resentment towards me, then come at me. Goku sighed, gazing at Piccolo with a melancholic expression. Piccolo, observing Goku, found himself in a moral quandary. Indeed, over these 3 years, he had developed a profound affection for this earth and its inhabitants. Yet, his father sought to destroy this beautiful world. Perhaps his demise was destined to be. Goku, astonished by his own rhetorical success, felt an overwhelming sense of filial piety. Returning to the present, Piccolo fixed Goku with a cold glare. Humph, we shall discuss vengeance later. For now, let us conclude this match. Very well, Goku replied, but Piccolo noticed he remained motionless. Why do you stand there idle? Piccolo inquired, perplexed. You may strike first. Consider it an apology for the death of your father. Goku's words momentarily left Piccolo dumbfounded, and he felt a fleeting sense of guilt for seeking revenge against such a benevolent individual. Humph, unnecessary. I have already let go of my hatred. Old Piccolo, 666. Truly admirable. Hearing this, Goku smiled faintly and assumed a defensive stance. Come at me. With Goku finally adopting a defensive posture. A smile broke across Piccolo's face as he launched a punch at Goku. Ultimately, the match concluded with Goku's victory, as he sent Piccolo's dark magic cannon flying with a single blow before striking him in the abdomen, embedding him into the wall. After the announcer declared Goku the victor, he descended from the arena and pulled the embedded Piccolo free. How about training with me from now on, to better protect this beautiful planet? Upon hearing this, Piccolo's green cheeks flushed slightly, and he responded with feigned indifference. Humph, unnecessary. Goku anticipated Piccolo's retort, knowing he was merely a proud creature beneath Vegeta's shadow in the Dragon Ball universe. Then I shall gift you something beneficial for your training. Humph. Piccolo scoffed before soaring away. Goku watched the retreating shadow in the sky, shaking his head helplessly. The match was broadcast live worldwide, and as Goku showcased overwhelming strength in his victory, countless spectators erupted in cheers. Among them, a small group smiled with contentment, for they were individuals whom Piccolo had aided, firmly believing in his inherent kindness. After claiming his prize, Goku rejoined the crowd, though he hardly cared for the reward. Just as he reunited with them, he felt a soft hand grasp the flesh at his waist. Goku, can you explain who that girl in the Chi-Pao was? Bulma inquired, her expression filled with curiosity. Bulma? Do you not recall the Ox King as family? That was Chi-Chi. She merely greeted me, Goku quickly clarified. Upon hearing this, Bulma released her grip on his waist. So that was Chi-Chi. I always thought she would grow up to be quite beautiful. Bulma vividly remembered their first quest for the Dragon Balls. Now that she has become so lovely, do you have feelings for her? Bulma tossed out a rather pointed question. Goku chuckled, embracing Bulma as he whispered gently in her ear. No, just you will suffice. My heart is small enough to hold only you. Bulma's fair skin flushed crimson, for she had never heard such endearing words from Goku before. Oh dear, not here. Bulma, who was typically quite bold, now appeared bashful. Seeing Bulma's reaction, Goku could not help but reflect on the romantic tales he had previously encountered. Goku. At that moment, Chi-Chi, adorned in her Chi-Pao, approached the group, and Bulma cast a slightly hostile glance in her direction. Chi-Chi noticed Bulma's gaze, seeing the tall and handsome Goku. It would be disingenuous for a girl not to feel a flutter in her heart. Yet, what of it? Some individuals are destined to be mere acquaintances. Just as in the original tale with Goku and Bulma, and now with Goku and Chi-Chi, she would never stoop to the level of vying for a man against another. Greetings, Chi-Chi, Goku acknowledged, noting Bulma's tight grip on his arm, which was beginning to feel uncomfortable. Hello, I am Bulma, Goku's girlfriend. I have met you before, she declared, leaning possessively against Goku. Goku did not express displeasure at Bulma's display. After all, it merely demonstrated her care for him, and he might even reap some benefits. Hello, Bulma. I remember you as well. Chi-Chi, I see you have been training diligently these past years, making it to the top 8. Achieving such a rank in the martial arts tournament implies a formidable combat ability, a remarkable feat for an ordinary person, as most never surpass a power level of 10 in their lifetime. Yes, I have a passion for martial arts, which is why I continue to train. Chi-Chi, still youthful, expressed her enduring enthusiasm for martial arts. Unlike in the original story, where she grew resentful after marrying, it was not that she disliked it. Rather, Goku's neglect of family responsibilities left her to support several scions on her own. Did she not even teach Goten for a time? How about I take you to a place that can significantly enhance your martial arts abilities? You all can accompany us. Upon saying this, Goku glanced at Krillin and the others, aware that their martial arts prowess paled in comparison to his own. Sure, Chi-Chi nodded. All right, let us go together, Krillin agreed, scratching his head, while Tien and Yamcha also nodded in agreement. Finally, they turned to Yamcha, who, under the collective gaze, ultimately decided to join them. It was not cowardice. It was simply a matter of the heart. Link arms, and I will teleport you all. Once Krillin and the others formed a chain, Goku cradled Bulma with one arm while placing his other hand on one of their shoulders. In an instant, they arrived at the temple. Goku, what brings you here? Who are they? The Supreme Kai regarded the unexpected arrival of the group with curiosity, as he could not monitor Goku and the others constantly. I have brought them here for training. Supreme Kai, would you and Bubbles be willing to teach them? Ultimately, the decision rested with the Supreme Kai and Bubbles. But Goku felt confident they would likely agree, as it would foster the development of martial arts on Earth. The Supreme Kai and Bubbles exchanged glances before nodding in assent. Certainly, but the duration is limited to 3 years. The extent of their learning will depend on their innate talents. 3 years. That seems ample. Goku believes he could accomplish it all in a year, so surely they can manage in 3, though he never truly considered the heights of his own potential. Bobo, looking at Goku with a bemused expression, remarked, do you think everyone possesses your remarkable talent? 3 years? That feels like an eternity. Yamcha interjected, a hint of trepidation in his voice. 3 years is a considerable span. By the end of it, his girlfriend might even bear him a child, though it would not be his. You all should be adept at the flying technique, right? After your daily training, you can simply fly back home and return the next day, Bobo proposed. Phew, that's a relief, Yamcha sighed, feeling reassured that he wouldn't be subjected to any unwanted surprises from his girlfriend. All right, everyone, you shall cultivate here for 3 years. Bulma and I will take our leave. Oh, and Yeikais, you two should accompany me. Your accommodations have yet to be arranged. With that, Goku teleported the 4 of them away from the temple. Conclusion of Volume 1 and Introduction to Character Power Levels thus concludes the first volume, completed over the span of several days, comprising just over 30 chapters. Primarily recounting the narrative set during the Dragon Ball saga. My initial intention was to focus on the romantic developments between Goku and Bulma. Yet as it was my first attempt at writing, I struggled initially. Upon realizing the first few chapters were lacking, I hastily accelerated the pace. Honestly, as a novice novelist, the flow of my writing at the beginning was rather stilted. It wasn't until I reached the 20th chapter that it began to feel more fluid. The protagonist of this narrative is a new soul born from the fusion of a modern individual with Goku's essence. So it should not be judged solely by Goku's original character traits nor entirely through a contemporary lens. My motivation for writing stemmed from a desire to entertain and explore my interests, which is why the protagonist's previous life was named Yin and I. For those familiar with the Dragon Ball FighterZ game and the Bilibili content creator Yin and I, this should resonate. As I continued writing, the decision to sign a contract prompted a more earnest approach to the work. In summary, as a first-time author, I appreciate your understanding regarding any shortcomings in my writing. Below are the established power levels for the characters, with several adjustments made since the original power scaling has become inconsistent. Without modification, the integrity of my narrative would falter. Should you have any objections, please feel free to comment within the text. If I find your reasoning sound before the characters appear, I will make amendments. This passage also serves to discuss the original power levels, which will undergo some changes in this book, focusing on main characters who are initially adversaries and appear frequently. Lesser characters will not be addressed. Here are the power levels at their initial appearances in this narrative. Raditz, 1500 Nappa, originally stated as 4000, but given his performance, I have revised it to 5,000. Vegeta, 18,000. For specific reasons, his power level in this book is 25,000, which will be elaborated upon later. Frieza, in the original work, his final form is 120 million. However, due to the demise of his brother Kula, he felt a sense of urgency that led him to train, culminating in a final form power level of 600 million, with other forms increasing 5-fold from their original levels. The following power levels are derived from the original work as they appear in my narrative. If they are not enhanced in this text, they remain unchanged, although enhancements could still occur due to the butterfly effect. Thus, these figures are merely for reference and should not be taken too literally. Android 16. 1. 1 billion. Explicitly stated in the manga, he is as powerful as Cell after absorbing several 100,000 people. Android 17. 800 million Android 18. 700 million Android 19. 350 million Android 20. 350 million Cell. Initially, after absorbing thousands, he reached 500 million, after absorbing tens of thousands. 1 billion. Upon absorbing 17, his second form reached 2 billion. In his perfect form, he reached 5 billion. And in his lightning form, 8 billion. Dabura, 5 billion, able to contend with Super Saiyan Gohan during his youth. While the grown Gohan may not be as powerful as in his childhood, he should still retain considerable strength, thus making him slightly weaker than the adolescent Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. Majin Buu. Initially, Fat Buu's power level is 60 billion. While his normal form boasts 80 billion, Kid Buu at 90 billion, Gotenks Buu at 150 billion, and Gohan Buu at 160 billion. In my design, even if Buu absorbs others, their powers do not simply add up. There will inevitably be some loss. The original Buu has a power level of 50 billion, lacking anyone's strength, being the most primal, evil, and weakest form, as he even split off a weaker variant of himself, Fat Buu. By the way, I adjusted the previous setting of 300 billion for divine power to 1 trillion, as this feels more reasonable. QQ Group, 942583176. Feel free to join for discussions. Chapter 32. A blaze of passion. Upon returning to West City, Bulma's home, the group settled onto the sofa. Goku glanced at Yake and Iz, then turned to inquire, "Where do you plan to reside?" The couple exchanged glances and, after a moment of contemplation, decided that urban life was far more appealing than rural existence. "We shall remain in West City. We will purchase a house near yours." This time, they departed from Oxide Star with a considerable amount of valuable possessions, including a significant quantity of gold. Although gold held far less value on their planet compared to Earth, Goku's suggestion to bring more proved prudent. Nearby our home, however, there aren't any grand villas in our vicinity. This area is the very heart of West City, filled with commercial streets and towering edifices, Goku replied, scratching his head in embarrassment upon hearing Yake's statement. Yake felt a twinge of regret, but resigned himself to finding another location. "Brother, where is the nearest villa to your home?" At that moment, Goku produced an electronic screen from seemingly nowhere, tapped it twice, and handed it to Yake. Yake quickly took it, peering down at the screen. "This one seems suitable. It's approximately 6 kilometers from our house, and the villa covers a large area. You wish to be close to us to train, don't you? 6 kilometers is but a matter of seconds for you, truly quite near." Goku had already selected a property he deemed perfect, so he inquired, "What do you think of this villa?" Yake examined the details and then passed the screen to Iz, who nodded in agreement after a brief review. They both found the villa quite satisfactory, sufficient for their needs. "Brother, we will take this one." Goku nodded in affirmation. "You may go directly to that villa. It is an extra property of mine. Move in as you please, and in a few days, I shall finalize your identification. You can come to my home to collect it." Bulma chimed in, her demeanor indicating that a villa was a trivial matter for her, a gift to them, especially since they had once affectionately addressed her as sister-in-law. Primarily, Bulma hoped they would leave soon to avoid any disruption to her time with Goku. "All right, brother, sister-in-law. Farewell for now. We shall return in a few days." The couple understood Bulma's intentions and bid their goodbyes before departing. Once they were gone, Bulma turned to Goku, recalling his promise of many gifts. "What about the gifts you mentioned?" She shot a glance at him. Goku, quickly realizing, retrieved the gifts from the universal capsule, and in an instant, they formed a small mountain on the floor. Bulma gazed in astonishment at the heap of presents, clearly impressed by Goku's sincerity. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Goku, what exactly are these? Why are there so many?" In response, Goku leaned in, a mischievous grin on his face, and whispered into Bulma's ear, elaborating on the gifts for an extended period. He was oblivious to the growing flush on Bulma's face, which was partly due to the more risky items among the gifts. "All right, Goku, let's head to our room," Bulma declared, linking her arm with his as they made their way to the bedroom. "Hey, what is the rush to the bedroom?" Goku questioned, clearly puzzled by her sudden determination. "Don't ask," Bulma retorted, her grip tightening. In the bedroom, Goku protested, "No, Bulma, it's still daytime." "And what of it? Who says daytime is off limits? Or is it that you are incapable?" Her words ignited Goku's indignation. A man must never admit to such inadequacies. After all, the fervor of rekindled romance was palpable, especially since they had been apart for over a year. Much later, Bulma lay atop Goku, her right cheek resting against his left chest, her fingers tracing circles upon him, which sent delightful shivers through Goku. Please, Bulma, that tickles. A playful smile graced Bulma's face as she intensified her teasing motions. Realizing resistance was futile, Goku surrendered. Do as you wish, I shall go along with it. By the way, Bulma, let us get married. Goku had been contemplating this matter for quite some time, ever since their first encounter over a year ago. Bulma froze, taken aback by his sudden proposition. When shall we hold the wedding? Her fingers resumed their motions, a playful glint in her eyes. You decide. That is why I'm asking you. Goku felt a twinge of discomfort due to Bulma's teasing, the nature of which was all too familiar. Recently, my mother discussed this with me. Let us speak with her tomorrow. During Goku's year in space, Mrs. Brief had indeed broached the subject with Bulma, though at the time, it had not registered with her. Tomorrow? Can't it be today? Goku queried, puzzled. Ah, Goku, I have a reward for you. The following morning, Goku and Bulma sought out Mrs. Brief. Upon spotting them, she regarded them with a peculiar expression. They had been cooped up in their room since the previous afternoon, a testament to their youthful vigor. Mother, why do you look at us like that? Bulma asked, slightly annoyed by her gaze. Mrs. Brief could not help but chuckle. Surely, you both know the reason. Bulma felt her cheeks warm at her mother's teasing. Mom, she whined, a blend of affection and defiance in her tone. All right. Enough jesting. What brings you two here? Mrs. Brief shifted to a more serious demeanor. Bulma glanced at Goku, encouraging him to speak. Goku, feeling a bit shy, finally ventured. Andy, we're here to discuss our wedding plans. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, a universal sign of embarrassment regarding such a personal topic. After his declaration, Goku and Bulma awaited Mrs. Brief's response, who seemed deep in thought. Chapter 33 The conclusion indeed. It is time for the two of you to settle matters, after all. It has been several years, Mrs. Brief nodded. Mom, how could my relationship with Goku have lasted several years? It's only been a little over a year. Bulma rolled her eyes. Oh, is that so? I have considered Goku my son-in-law ever since he first visited our home, Mrs. Brief remarked with a mischievous grin directed at Goku and Bulma. What nonsense. Haha, you always have the hardest mouth, but deep down, you know exactly what you were thinking when you brought Goku home. Bulma blushed, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. All right, Mom, can we please change the subject? Bulma had given up the fight. Mrs. Brief was taken aback by Bulma's response, surprised that her daughter had chosen not to be stubborn this time. What are your thoughts? She inquired, eager to hear from the young couple. After all, it was their wedding. The sooner, the better, Goku replied, his straightforward nature disliking delays. If they intended to marry, it should be done swiftly. Prolonging it seemed pointless. Then let's set the date for the 1st of next month. Do you want a grand ceremony? Mrs. Brief asked. Goku and Bulma exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. They had no desire for a grand affair, as it would be quite bothersome. Just a few familiar faces would suffice. Then let us hold it at our house. We have ample space, and you need not worry about the arrangements. I will handle the details. In truth, Bulma's family could accommodate thousands. Yet since the couple preferred a modest gathering, a few dozen guests would not be an issue. And so, a month later, at the wedding, Goku and Krillin were engaged in conversation. Goku, you're married now. Yamcha has a new girlfriend again, and here I am. Sigh, let's not even talk about it. Krillin lamented. Is height and appearance truly that important? Goku pondered. He had found a wealthy and beautiful partner like Bulma. While Yamcha seemed to change girlfriends as easily as changing clothes, leaving Krillin feeling like a miserable single. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Goku patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. Don't worry, you'll definitely find a beautiful wife in the future. Goku was not lying, though it would take several years before Krillin would truly believe it. Well, as they say, a 30-year-old woman likes an 18-year-old boy, and an 18-year-old girl likes a 30-year-old man. Perhaps by then, Krillin will be in his prime. Goku chuckled. Thanks for the kind words, Krillin replied, skeptical at that moment. But he would eventually come to realize the truth of Goku's words 9 years later. Yamcha joined their conversation, playfully linking his arms around Goku and Krillin. Don't be so down, Krillin. You still have Ten Shinhan to keep you company. He teased, raising an eyebrow at Ten Shinhan. Ten Shinhan heard, but chose to remain indifferent. Let us not say that. Ten Shinhan might not be single for long. Krillin smirked, well aware of the deeper connection between Ten Shinhan and Launch. Huh? Are you talking about Launch? Goku immediately caught on. Were they that obvious? You knew? Krillin was puzzled. He had learned about their relationship due to his frequent training with Master Roshi, while Goku merely visited for fun. After the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, perhaps due to the butterfly effect, Tin Shinhan had trained under Master Roshi for a while. In truth, anyone who observed closely could see their relationship was special. But Goku had never paid much attention, relying instead on his knowledge of the original story. Haha, yes. Goku scratched his head awkwardly, deciding to let this delightful misunderstanding linger. Hey, what are you guys talking about? What could Launch and I possibly have in common? Tin Shinhan exclaimed, his face slightly flushed. Ah, yes, yes. They all chimed in unison. At that moment, Bulma, adorned in a pristine white wedding gown, was chatting with the blue-haired Launch. Bulma, you and Goku have finally tied the knot. We've all been looking forward to this day for years. Bulma was taken aback. She never expected Launch would still dare to tease her, especially now that the dynamics had changed. By the way, when are you and Tin Shinhan planning to get married? Bulma asked with a sly grin. Launch's face turned crimson, and if she had been a blonde, she might not have reacted this way. Perhaps she had already shared her plans with Bulma. Bulma was well aware of this, which was why she chose to tease Launch while her hair was dyed blue. Watching Launch stammer and struggle to find words brought joy to Bulma, reminiscent of her earlier banter with Goku. That day, Bulma and Goku indulged in quite a bit of alcohol. Later that night, thanks to Goku's robust constitution, he remained sober, while Bulma was thoroughly intoxicated. Goku. Do you prefer boys or girls? Bulma's cheeks flushed, her eyes glazed with inebriation, as she leaned against Goku, giggling foolishly. Why do you ask that? You should sleep. You're drunk. Just listen to me. Goku gently stroked her blue hair. No, I want to have a baby with you, Bulma slurred. And the night passed without further incident. The following morning, after having breakfast, the couple picked up the Dragon radar. Once again, they embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls, this time at a leisurely pace, akin to a honeymoon, savoring the beauty of the earth along the way. A month later, they gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. This time, Goku wished for the divine cultivation method from the Eternal Dragon. He had heard of the dimensional levels during his training with King Kai and understood the advantages of achieving higher dimensional status. Goku had previously sought guidance from King Kai on cultivation methods, but the king had refused, stating that Goku would have to agree to become a candidate for the next king of the universe. Goku, of course, would never consent to that. Dimensional levels could be regarded as a form of spiritual power, a higher form of mental energy. Gods possess immense spiritual strength. Yet no matter how powerful a mortal spirit might be, they remain mortal. Goku's spiritual power was formidable, allowing him to advance rapidly through the dimensions before reaching the Great King. 2 factors contributed to his strength: his natural talent and his experiences under King Kai, whose food was indeed exceptional. King Kai is truly a wonderful person, Goku mused inwardly. To express his gratitude, Goku resolved to visit King Kai's planet more often. The godly Super Saiyan embodies divine energy. Goku was eager to discover what it would be like to transform into a Super Saiyan god after attaining divine dimensional status. Indeed, only by reaching the divine dimension could he convert all his internal energy into divine energy. However, it was not impossible to grasp divine energy before achieving divine dimensional status. It simply lacked purity. Of course, this rule seemed to have no bearing on the Saiyans. Goku opened his eyes, having fully grasped the divine cultivation method, and returned home with Bulma. Upon arriving home, the first thing he did was to teach Bulma the divine cultivation method. Thus, half a year passed. All right. Due to my reasons, a brief conclusion. You may refer back to the earlier chapters for some power settings. Join me for a chat. 942583176. Chapter 34. The beginning of everything. At this moment, Goku anxiously awaited outside the room, for his child was about to be born. This was his first experience as a father, and he believed that no one could remain unperturbed at such a moment. The anxiety was not solely for the child, but also for Bulma's well-being. Bulma had chosen not to stay in the hospital during her pregnancy, instead bringing the finest medical team to their home, a decision befitting their financial status. Mr. Son Goku, you may enter. It's a boy. Both mother and child are safe. We must take our leave now, but feel free to call us if needed, announced a group of masked female doctors as they exited through the sliding door. After what felt like an eternity, Goku finally heard the words he had longed for. Thank you all. I will reach out if anything arises. He nodded at the doctors before stepping into the room. Upon entering, he approached Bulma's bedside, his expression filled with concern. Bulma, are you all right? He asked, observing her slightly pale complexion. However, due to her rigorous training alongside Goku, Her condition was far better than that of an average person. I'm fine. Go and see our son. He resembles you greatly, Bulma replied. A smile of relief gracing her face. All right. With Bulma seemingly stable, Goku turned his gaze to the small bed where their son lay. The little boy had a tail protruding from his backside, his face bearing a striking resemblance to Goku, though his hair was somewhat different upon closer inspection. It bore a faint blue hue, while overall it appeared black. It seemed his genes were superior to Vegeta's, Goku thought with a sense of pride. He lifted the boy into his arms and returned to Bulma's side. What name do you wish to give our son? Bulma inquired, gazing at the child in Goku's embrace. After pondering for a moment, Goku decided there was no need for change and declared, let us call him Son Gohan, in honor of my grandfather. In truth, Bulma had met Gohan a few times. The first being after the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament when Goku had taken her to see the fortune teller and then introduced her to Gohan. Son Gohan. That sounds wonderful. Should we go visit your grandfather and share this news? Bulma suggested. Let us wait until you've fully recovered. Goku nodded in agreement. Perhaps due to his mixed scion heritage, little Gohan was remarkably lively even at birth, playfully pinching Goku's face. Such a rascal. Pinching your father at such a young age. What will you become when you grow up? Goku joked, lightly patting Gohan's bottom. Haha. Bulma chuckled softly at the father-son duo. Suddenly, Gohan quieted, gazing intently at Goku before bursting into tears. 2 years later, Goku awoke from a meditative state, reminiscent of divine training, albeit with some additional elements. He opened his eyes and glanced at his status panel. Son Goku race, Scion combat power, 91 million dimension, King Kai transformations, Super Saiyan full power. Indeed, Goku's regular combat power had soared to 91 million. A result of focusing less on combat training over the past 2 years and more on dimensional training. Naturally, enhancing his dimensional level had contributed to a slight increase in his combat power. If all went as planned, next year, his regular combat power would surpass 100 million. No. It was a certainty. Daddy. At that moment, little Gohan scampered over on his short legs and leaped into Goku's embrace. Gohan, what brings you here? Where is your mother? Goku asked as he tousled Gohan's hair. Mommy is busy, so I came to find you to play, Gohan replied, prompting Goku to recall that he had asked Bulma to prepare several gravity training weights a few days earlier. She had indeed been quite occupied lately. These gravity weights were intended for Krillin and the others, to help them boost their combat power significantly. What would you like to play, Gohan? Goku decided to spend more time with his son during the next few days, alleviating Bulma's concerns about Gohan. I want to go to the amusement park, Gohan exclaimed. All right, Daddy will take you there. Shall we fly? Okay, you're the best, Daddy. Gohan's face lit up with joy as he eagerly planted a kiss on Goku's cheek. Goku couldn't help but smile at the adorable Gohan in his arms. What a wonderful life this is. In the evening, upon returning home with little Gohan, they were greeted by Bulma, who had just finished crafting all the gravity training weights. Goku, why have you reverted to your black hair? You maintained your golden-haired form for quite some time, Bulma remarked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Bulma preferred Goku's golden hair, not only because it made him look more handsome, but also due to its fierce appearance. This thought caused her cheeks to flush slightly. While Bulma adored the Super Saiyan form, Goku was reluctant to maintain it continuously. The efficiency of meditation in that form was significantly diminished, even at full power. His mind could never achieve the tranquility it had in its normal state. Moreover, during the past year of training at full power, the frequency of their intimate encounters had noticeably increased, not by Goku's initiative, but rather by Bulma's playful provocations. Haha. This is merely one of my forms that I've mastered, and it's unnecessary to maintain it continuously. Doing so has adverse effects on me, Goku explained, not having lied about the drawbacks of maintaining full power for meditation. Is that so? What a pity, Bulma expressed her regret. When she uttered those words, Goku's heart skipped a beat, but he felt reassured by her subsequent statement. Bulma approached, crouched down, and lifted little Gohan, smiling as she asked, Gohan, did you have fun this afternoon? Yes, I had a great time. It's a shame Mommy wants tea there, Gohan replied, his thumbs fidgeting in a gesture of slight disappointment. Don't worry, next time, Daddy and Mommy will go with you, Bulma said, playfully pinching Gohan's chubby cheeks. Really? Gohan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed. Yay, that's fantastic. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Goku, we've come to see you. Goku and Bulma stepped out to the courtyard, where they spotted Krillin and 4 others. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, Uncle Kaiatsu, Uncle Yajirobe. Gohan greeted each of them politely from Bulma's arms. Hey, little Gohan. It's been a few months. You've grown. Yajirobe greeted warmly. They had all met Gohan before. After all, they hadn't he spent 3 continuous years in the Divine Temple. What brings you here? Goku asked, puzzled. Haha. It's been 3 years since we completed our training in the temple, so we all decided to visit you, Yamcha replied. Oh, indeed, it has been 3 years. Goku nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, where is Chi-Chi? Bulma inquired, noticing Chi-Chi was not among the visitors. She stayed in the temple. Krillin's words left both Goku and Bulma bewildered. What? She stayed in the temple? Goku questioned, trying to comprehend. Seeing their confused expressions, Krillin explained seriously, yes. She has become a candidate for the Supreme Kai. Upon hearing this from Krillin, for reasons unknown, Yukong felt a sense of relief wash over him. Has he truly become a candidate for the heavenly deity? Quite splendid. Perhaps this signifies a favorable conclusion for her. Well then, since you all are here, why not linger a little longer? How about hosting a barbecue party this evening? Yukong proposed as his thoughts returned to the present. Sounds wonderful. Everyone seemed to have no objections. Today, I shall post just 1 chapter. Thereafter, I aim for 2 chapters daily. Even with full attendance next month. I must seize the opportunity to write more now, as midterms are approaching, and I still have classes to attend every day. Alas, I hope for your understanding. In the next chapter, the naturally evolved Super Saiyan will make an appearance. And the iconic battle of the 5 weaklings will also commence. Chapter 35, The Saiyan Strike at the Party. The brief couple was notably absent. In their own words, they questioned the purpose of attending a gathering meant for the youth. During this event, Goku even invited Piccolo, who initially declined but eventually joined. Humph. All for that thing that can make one stronger, Piccolo mused internally. As the night wore on, the guests had nearly satisfied their appetites and began to boast, leaving only Goku and Yajirobe still feasting on roasted meat. Bulma had already taken little Gohan home to rest. Hey Goku, I've heard that many men experience a significant drop in their family status after marriage. What do you think? Krillin, slightly inebriated and sporting a mischievous grin, glanced at Goku. He believed Goku must be indulgent towards Bulma, thus rendering his family status low. What kind of expression is that, Krillin? Do you think my family status is low? Goku felt insulted and promptly set down his meat. Let me tell you, I'm not boasting. At home, I do as I please. Whatever Bulma asks of me, I've done. My family status is akin to that of an emperor. Goku radiated an air of supreme confidence. At that moment, the gravity bracelet on Goku's wrist vibrated. Looking down, he saw it was a call from Bulma. Ahem, my wife is calling. I'll step aside to take this call. Please continue your conversation, he said, feigning a cough and walking away a few meters to answer, lowering the volume as he leaned in to speak quietly. Hello, Bulma, what is up? What is up? What time is it? Are you still drinking and boasting? Hurry back. Gohan wants you to help him sleep. All right, I'll be right there. Goku hung up, glanced at Krillin and the others, feeling confident they hadn't overheard. He returned with a proud posture, declaring, You all carry on. Bulma needs me for something. I'll be back in a moment. Before flying back to the room via the balcony. Once Goku departed, the others could no longer contain their amusement. They were all well trained. But this was too much to suppress. What family emperor status? More like a family subordinate. Goku had overlooked one crucial detail, Piccolo's acute sense of hearing. A quarter of an hour later, Goku emerged holding 6 gravity bracelets. Approaching the dining table, he noticed the peculiar gazes from everyone, which piqued his curiosity. What is with those looks? Is something the matter? And no, nothing at all. Just recalling something amusing, Krillin stammered, suppressing laughter. These are gravity bracelets. Highly beneficial for enhancing combat power, proven effective, capable of withstanding up to 300 times gravity, but it's best to start gradually at 10 times. Goku explained as he handed out the bracelets. After 3 years of training, even Yamcha was nearing a combat power of 1,000, while Krillin and Tien had surpassed 1,000. Approaching 2,000. As for Yajirobe, his power had reached an impressive 50,000. Piccolo had also made rapid progress, increasing from just over 1,000 to over 3,000. Goku felt confident that with the bracelets, they could significantly boost their powers over the next 2 years. After another hour of boasting, the party finally concluded. The night had grown deep, the vast starry sky shimmering above. Goku returned to his room, lying on the bed beside Bulma, who was already asleep, with little Gohan nestled between them. Not long after, Goku too drifted into slumber. 2 years later, a round spaceship descended from the sky like a meteor. Boom. The spacecraft landed in a field, kicking up a cloud of dust. A curious farmer, upon noticing the commotion, drove his small car to the impact site, cautiously approaching with a shotgun in hand. Nearby, Piccolo, who had been invited to the party by Goku, sensed an unfamiliar energy and adjusted his course to investigate. Click! With a resounding noise, the hatch swung open, revealing a muscular man with long hair and a tail wrapped around his waist. Is this the planet Kakarot sent me to? The environment seems decent, Raditz remarked, surveying his surroundings. I wonder if Kakarot has conquered this planet yet. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Who are you? The farmer nervously pointed his gun at Raditz, trembling as he spoke. Raditz glanced at the farmer, and the power level scanner flickered, finally settling at 5. Huh. So it's a weakling with a power level of just 5, daring to point a weapon at me? Raditz spoke with disdain. Bang. Startled, the farmer accidentally pulled the trigger, sending a scorching bullet through the air toward Raditz. Raditz effortlessly caught the bullet, crushing it in his hand before letting it drop to the ground. Click. The crushed bullet fell, and Raditz cast a contemptuous look at the farmer. At that moment, the power level scanner suddenly surged and pointed skyward. Raditz looked up to see a green-skinned individual hovering in the air, observing him. The scanner's reading leaped to 500, prompting a cold smirk from Raditz. Heh, a mere 500 power level, and you dare to act so arrogantly? Come down here. With that, he gathered an energy blast in his hand and hurled it at Piccolo. Piccolo, noticing the tail behind Raditz and pondering whether there was a connection to Goku, stood still as the energy blast approached. Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted. Haha, trash. With a power level of 500. You dare to act so brazenly before my 1500? You're simply seeking death. Raditz laughed heartily, ignoring the fleeing farmer. Is that so? Who the real trash is remains to be seen, a voice echoed beside Raditz. What? Before Raditz could react, Piccolo delivered a punch to his gut, driving his fist deep into Raditz's abdomen. Raditz doubled over, spewing bile onto the ground. Piccolo, indifferent to any potential connection with Goku, thought it best to subdue him first and inquire later. What? No. It's impossible. Your power level is supposed to be only 500. Raditz struggled to rise from the ground. Upon hearing this, Piccolo smiled and replied, Let me enlighten you. According to your measurements, my power level is 38,000. Chapter 36, A Compassionate Vegeta? What? No, it cannot be. How could your power level be so high? Raditz exclaimed, gritting his teeth against the pain. There is nothing impossible. If you do not believe, why not test it with your scouter? With that, Piccolo unleashed his full energy. Raditz stood speechless as he watched the numbers on the scouter soar. 5,000, 10,000, 18,000. Suddenly, amid a cloud of white smoke, Piccolo's power level exceeded the maximum measurable limit of the device, causing it to explode in an instant. No, it cannot be. This planet is clearly a low-level one. Why? Why is this happening? That Kakarot, could it be? Raditz never imagined that he and his brother would meet in the underworld. Kakarot? Who is that? Never mind. Let us take you to see Son Goku. With that, Piccolo unleashed energy from his 4 limbs and dislocated Raditz's arms and legs. The sudden pain made Raditz cry out, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Stop screaming. Your limbs are merely dislocated and can be reattached easily. Don't tell me you cannot endure this little pain, Piccolo said coldly, observing Raditz's pained expression. Meanwhile, Goku, at home in West City, had already sensed the energy emanating from Piccolo, as well as another energy. If he was not mistaken, it was his brother Raditz. Just as Goku prepared to fly to them, his gravity wristband vibrated. He looked down to see a video call from Piccolo. He swiped to answer, and Piccolo's green face appeared before him. Hey, Piccolo, I was just about to look for you. I wanted to ask you about something. It's nothing. I've already dealt with it. Do you recognize this person? He has a tail, just like you. Piccolo adjusted the camera to focus on Raditz, and Goku followed the gaze, discovering that his brother was indeed in a dire state, lying on the ground with dislocated limbs. Haha, he is my brother, Raditz. What? Your brother? Piccolo panicked slightly, worried that Goku would seek revenge for what he had done to his brother. Don't worry, my brother hasn't done anything heinous. If you want to beat him, go ahead. I also want to teach him a lesson. Just make sure he stays alive. After all, he is my brother too. ISNTE? In the original story, Vegeta managed to redeem himself, so why can't Raditz? Good. With your assurance, I feel at ease. I will bring him along. Piccolo finally felt relieved. At that moment, Raditz, lying on the ground, suddenly heard a familiar voice, his father's voice. And the only one who could sound like his father would be Kakarot. Raditz struggled to lift his head, and indeed, the resemblance was uncanny. It had to be Kakarot. Kakarot, you're alive, how wonderful. Raditz felt a surge of hope, initially believing he and his brother would meet in the afterlife. But now, it seemed his brother Kakarot was acquainted with this green-skinned alien. To be friends with someone possessing a power level of 38,000. His brother's power level must be close to that too. Excellent. This is even higher than Vegeta's. Kakarot, quickly tell that greenskin one to release me. Goku observed Raditz's confusion and shook his head helplessly. My dear brother, perhaps you should assess the situation first. I want to interfere, but you must pay for your past misdeeds, so choose your words wisely, for you are in his grasp. After addressing Raditz, Goku turned back to Piccolo. Piccolo, please bring him along. Piccolo nodded in agreement, ending the video call and focusing on Raditz. By now, Raditz had quieted down, appearing to comprehend his predicament. Are you taking me to see Kakarot? Piccolo smiled slightly at Raditz's newfound compliance. Yes, if the Kakarot you speak of is son Goku. Good. Raditz understood that it was indeed Kakarot, and he did not ask further questions, appearing quite submissive. Piccolo grabbed Raditz's battle suit and flew towards Goku's home. Meanwhile, on a distant planet far from Earth, Vegeta pondered, what shall we do now? Nappa looked at Vegeta, who was eating a fruit. Vegeta tossed aside the half-eaten fruit and stood up from the rock. What can we do? We go to Earth. Nappa was startled by the suggestion, exclaiming, What? To Earth? Vegeta, did you not hear the conversation on the scouter? That person has a power level of 38,000. That was merely his claim. It caused the old-fashioned scouter to explode. I could do the same. Let us go and see. If it truly is 38,000, then we shall leave. Vegeta, why should we go to Earth? Raditz might be dead. Nappa really did not want to go. It was too dangerous. Because Raditz is one of the few surviving Saiyans. If he is still alive, we must find a way to rescue him. If Raditz is alive, then it means his brother Kakarot might also be alive. For the sake of the Saiyans, we cannot abandon them. I believe they will not kill Raditz. If they intended to do so, it would not be so complicated. Let us go. Vegeta turned his back on Nappa, who followed reluctantly. For some reason, ever since Vegeta went missing for a year over a decade ago, his personality had changed. The Vegeta of the past would not have cared about their lives. Now, he seemed to possess a touch of humanity. But that is fine, it benefits me. Nappa thought silently as he watched Vegeta's retreating figure. Shortly thereafter, Piccolo arrived at Goku's home, dragging Raditz along. After reattaching Raditz's limbs, Piccolo released him. Now free. Raditz had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he inquired about Kakarot. Where is Kakarot? Raditz's demeanor had considerably softened. He is on his way. Piccolo sensed Goku's energy approaching them. Within moments, Goku arrived before them. Hey, you both are here. Piccolo nodded at Goku, signaling for the brothers to converse. Then turned to leave in search of Krillin and the others. Raditz gazed at the familiar crab-headed figure, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Perhaps the only difference between his brother and their father was the absence of a scar on Kakarot's face. Raditz, what brings you to Earth? Goku asked. Although he already had an inkling of the reason, Raditz appeared quite pleased at Goku's question and quickly responded, Vegeta sent me to find you. He said you are one of the few surviving Saiyans, and we should unite for our survival. Goku was taken aback by Raditz's words. Did Vegeta really say that? Was the original story I read a counterfeit? Kakarot, come with me. Vegeta is right. We are the last of the Saiyans. Raditz was surprisingly appealing to emotions. Goku looked at Raditz, sensing that he seemed somewhat different from the original story, and even Vegeta sounded dissimilar. Chapter 37. Alas, my brother has become a Super Saiyan. No. I cannot leave. This planet holds too many memories and attachments for me. Goku shook his head, rejecting Raditz's insistence. Memories and attachments? What do you mean? Raditz seemed to grasp the implication. Goku nodded. Kakarot, as a Saiyan, how can you be burdened by emotions, especially those related to such a primitive planet? Raditz gazed at Kakarot in astonishment. Most Saiyans did not value emotions or familial bonds. Their father was one of the rare exceptions. Thus, while surprised, he still believed his brother's sentiments. Goku frowned, casting a cold glance at Raditz, for his words dripped with disdain for Bulma. I apologize. I shouldn't have spoken of your wife. Raditz promptly admitted his mistake, sensing the tension. Raditz, I advise you to remain on Earth. There is no need to return to engage in such planetary slaughter. Otherwise, after your demise, your soul shall surely descend into hell, due to his brother's influence. Goku kindly warned Raditz. Raditz was taken aback by Goku's declaration. Kakarot, What do you mean by planetary slaughter? We haven't done that for over 10 years. After we eliminate or capture the high-end combatants of the resistance, we leave the remaining to Frisia's forces. Raditz considered himself no saint, but he believed he was not as malevolent as Kakarot portrayed. Is that so? Goku was momentarily stunned. Was his memory faulty? He realized that his brother's attempts at redemption were far more significant than he had initially thought, not only Raditz but also Vegeta and Nappa. All right, I apologize. It seems I misunderstood you. Come, join me for a celebration, and do not think of returning. Stay on Earth. Goku did not allow his strength to overshadow Raditz's feelings and offered an apology. But, Vegeta, they will come, trust me. Goku looked skyward as if he could see the circular spaceship traversing the cosmos. I understand your fears of Frisia, but let me assure you. My combat power has surpassed Frisia. Goku regarded Raditz with calm resolve. What? You have surpassed Frisia? Your power exceeds 530,000? Raditz exclaimed in disbelief. Goku nodded, then shook his head. As Raditz's confusion grew, he elaborated, I have indeed surpassed Frisia, but his ultimate combat power is 120 million, not 530,000. After 2 years, my base combat power has reached 200 million, exceeding Frisia's final form. Moreover, I have mastered Super Saiyan 2, and my ultimate combat power could soar to 20 billion. What? 120 million? Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Raditz's excitement was palpable. How could Raditz not be thrilled? Among their trio, he held the lowest rank and often bore the brunt of arduous tasks. Now, with his brother Kakarot having become a Super Saiyan, he would be the brother of a Super Saiyan. Would Vegeta and Nappa not have to treat him with respect? Furthermore, he would no longer need to fear Frisia, even seeking vengeance for the destruction of their home planet. As they had previously deliberated the true cause behind its annihilation, Frisia was to blame. At last, he could avenge his kin, his father, and his mother. Saiyans were not devoid of familial love and emotions, they simply did not place great significance upon them. In this moment, Raditz resembled a scholar who had just passed a rigorous examination. Yes. Goku smiled at the elated Raditz. Now, calm down and accompany me to the celebration. I will introduce you to some of my friends. You shall reside on Earth from now on. Goku paused before continuing. However, you must abandon your brutish habits of relying solely on brute strength and abide by the laws of Earth. Indeed, I shall change. By the way, dear brother, could you demonstrate the Super Saiyan transformation for me? Raditz gazed at Goku with eager anticipation. Goku chuckled at Raditz's enthusiasm. It was amusing to see a grown man display such eagerness. Let us wait until the party concludes. Raditz nodded, albeit with a hint of disappointment at not witnessing the Super Saiyan transformation immediately. By the way, Kakarot, why do they call you Sun Wukong? Raditz inquired, puzzled, as it appeared Kakarot had not lost his memory. That is my name among the Earthlings. If you prefer not to call me Sun Wukong, Kakarot will suffice. In truth, Goku favored the name Sun Wukong, as it represented his identity as an Earth dweller. Yet, he bore no aversion to Kakarot, for he was indeed a Saiyan. Goku brought Raditz to the celebration, where everyone immediately noticed Raditz's long hair cascading down to his waist. Goku, is this your brother? We had no idea he was an alien. If Bulma hadn't told us, we would have never guessed. How dull. Krillin joked. Huh, you didn't even ask. Just then, Bulma emerged from the house, cradling little Gohan, and upon spotting Raditz, approached him. Hello, you must be Goku's brother. I am Bulma, Goku's wife. Bulma greeted Raditz politely, holding Gohan. Why you? Hello, I am Raditz, he responded cautiously, acutely aware that Kakarot's wife was a sensitive subject. Haha, you're too formal. Goku teased from the side. Raditz shot Goku a glance. How can I not be formal? Oh, by the way, big brother, this is my son Gohan. He is 4 years old. Gohan, greet your uncle. Goku introduced Raditz before turning to Gohan. Hello, uncle. Gohan exclaimed, leaping from Bulma's arms to embrace Raditz. Goku observed the scene quietly, unperturbed by the prospect of Raditz acting harmfully towards Gohan. First, he believed Raditz would not dare. Second, Raditz had changed significantly from his original portrayal. All right. Raditz opened his arms to embrace his nephew, only to be met with a surprising force that knocked him to the ground. Indeed, 4-year-old Gohan's combat power had already reached 30,000. A feat accomplished despite Goku not having trained him. He spent his days playing, with Bulma providing only advanced educational lessons, which Gohan, possessing Bulma's genes, found effortlessly manageable. In truth, Goku wished to teach Gohan, believing that his best mentor would be Piccolo. This was an opportune moment for Piccolo to take Gohan under his wing. Considering the benefits he had received from Goku over the years, Goku was confident that Piccolo would ultimately agree, and if not, he could always persuade him through sparring sessions. Chapter 38. Is he really 4 years old? This constitutes the second reason. At this moment, lying on the ground, Raditz felt a slight pain in his chest. And a single thought echoed in his mind. 4 years old? He is truly 4 years old? Gohan, you have once again failed to control your power. It seems I can no longer allow you such reckless freedom. Goku shot a stern glance at Gohan before stepping forward to help Raditz up. Had it not been for Bulma's protective energy, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Dad? Gohan's face was a picture of dejection. Ah, it's nothing. Uncle is fine. Let it go, Kakarot, Raditz said as he ruffled Gohan's hair and turned to Goku. Brother, do not concern yourself with this matter. I have my own plans. Hearing Goku's response, Raditz could only shake his head helplessly. By the way, how strong is Gohan now? Such immense power? Raditz inquired. Holding Gohan close. 30,000, Goku replied nonchalantly, a statement that struck Raditz's fragile spirit like a thunderbolt. To possess 30,000 battle power at the tender age of 4, while he, nearing 30, had barely reached 1,500. It felt as though he had squandered half his life. Gohan's remarkable strength, despite not having trained rigorously, could be attributed to being conceived after Raditz transformed into a Super Saiyan, reflecting on Goten and Trunks, who could transform at ages 7 and 8 respectively. Raditz realized Gohan's speed was relatively slow. He truly is a prodigy of our Saiyan lineage, he mused. In comparison, Vegeta's so-called genius seemed laughable beside 4-year-old Gohan. Observing Raditz's dejected demeanor, Goku playfully hooked his arm around Raditz's neck. Brother, do you wish to grow stronger? Rapidly stronger? Goku winked at Raditz. Really? Is it true? Raditz's eyes sparkled with excitement at Goku's words. Indeed it is. Here, take this. Goku produced a gravity bracelet from seemingly nowhere, handing it to Raditz. This is a gravity bracelet. It can adjust your gravitational force and is immensely beneficial for training. In truth, this was a technique he had developed after enhancing his dimensional level, allowing him to store items. It was far superior to the universal capsules, as it enabled him to store and retrieve items with mere thought. Raditz eagerly accepted the gravity bracelet and donned it. Thank you. Raditz expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Goku, who had shown him such kindness despite their brief acquaintance. Could this be the essence of familial bonds? After Raditz accepted the gravity bracelet, Goku activated a panel and scanned everyone's battle power with a satisfied nod. Yajirobe, 653120 Piccolo, 38123 Tien, 21573 Krillin, 19582 Yamcha, 9540 Kaiatsu, 9423, even Bulma's battle power reached 65, and her dimension had ascended to that of a deity. Her extraordinary mental prowess, perhaps linked to her genius intellect, explained her rapid progress in dimensional training. After surveying the scene, Goku was pleased. Even Yamcha was nearing 9,000. However, the gap between Yajirobe and the others was indeed vast, partly due to his mixed Saiyan heritage, and also because gravity training seemed to yield more pronounced results for Saiyans. His own stats were as follows: Son Goku race, Saiyan battle power, 200,200,358,409. Dimensional level, Great King of the Universe transformations, Super Saiyan 1. Super Saiyan 2 skills. He had recently mastered Super Saiyan 2 but had yet to transform in front of anyone. Brother, take that seat. Eat and drink as you please, don't hold back. Goku gestured toward an empty spot before departing. Where was he headed? Surely to find his beloved wife. Why would he choose to spend time with these rough characters instead of his wife? Goku took a seat beside Bulma and, for some reason, felt Gohan was a bit of an obstruction beside him. He gently patted Gohan's head and said, "Go on, go play some games." Okay. Gohan's joyful departure brought a satisfied smile to Goku's face as he casually pulled Bulma into his embrace. A fragrant breeze enveloped him as the tips of Bulma's hair brushed against his nose. Goku inhaled deeply, finding the scent eternally delightful, feeling Goku's warmth. Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of shyness. Typically, she wouldn't be so affected, but with so many people around, she felt flustered. Gee, Goku. How could you? Goku, let go of me. There are so many people here. Bulma gently pushed against Goku's arms encircling her waist, twisting her body to signal him to release her. Goku leaned his head against Bulma's shoulder, savoring her signature fragrance. Don't move. This is quite uncomfortable for me. At that moment, Bulma seemed to sense something. her entire body stiffening, and she dared not move further, though her face reddened even more. Damn lovebirds. Krillin gritted his teeth in irritation. Exactly. Come, dear, give us a kiss. Yajirobe chimed in. Krillin's frustration was palpable as he glared at Yajirobe and Iz. How infuriating. Krillin felt a wave of despair wash over him. Thankfully, he had Yamcha and Tien by his side. However, upon hearing Krillin's lament, Yamcha immediately retorted. What do you mean I'm here with you? I've experienced too much and have lost interest. What is there to show off? Yamcha cast a disdainful glance at Krillin. Have you experienced it? No? Then you wouldn't understand. Yamcha's words struck Krillin's fragile heart like a hammer. Moreover, it seemed Tien was no longer with him either. Everyone's attention shifted to Tien and Launch, who appeared to be engaged in conversation. What are you staring at? The blue-haired Launch blushed slightly. Hey, Launch, when did you and Tien start dating? I remember it was the case 6 months ago, Bulma inquired curiously, eager for the juicy details. And nothing much to say, Launch stammered, her face crimson as if she might bleed. Eventually, under persistent questioning, the couple divulged their story. It turned out they had gotten together 2 months prior. On that day, after a long wait, blonde Launch had finally emerged. On the same day, she had taken the initiative, and with a thin barrier separating them, Tien and Launch naturally became a couple, even planning to marry in a few months. They intended to share this news with Goku, but not so soon. Who knew Yamcha's comment would disrupt their plans? Tien shot a death glare at Yamcha. Chapter 39, The Sun Family's Maid officially starts work. Ha ha, ha ha. I apologize, Tangent Fan. Yamcha smiled awkwardly at Tangent Fan. An apology was unavoidable, after all. Tangent Fan was superior to him, and he merely wished to avoid punishment. Humph. Tangent Fan snorted coldly and decided to let Yamcha off the hook. Only Tangent Fan would do so. Had it been Krillin or Yajirobe, they would undoubtedly challenge Yamcha to a sparring match. To celebrate Tangent Fan and Launchi, let us raise a toast, Bulma declared, lifting her glass filled with juice towards the crowd, never missing an opportunity to tease Launchi. Cheers. After feasting and drinking, everyone gradually left, except for Goku, who retained Piccolo and Raditz. Goku pulled the two aside and first addressed Raditz. Brother, do you prefer to reside in the city or the countryside? Raditz pondered for a moment before ultimately opting for the countryside. The countryside. I wish to train without disruption and strive to surpass Nappa and Vegeta as soon as possible. During the recent gathering, Raditz learned that they had significantly increased their battle power through the gravity training device in just 2 years. Yajirobe, for instance, had boosted his strength by over 500,000, leaving Raditz eager to discover how quickly he could become stronger with the device. Then, brother, you should go to the Capsule Mountain. There, you will not be disturbed while training, and there is a fully furnished house available. I will send the coordinates to your gravity device. Just follow the directions and fly there, Goku suggested. The house at Capsule Mountain was not the one he had shared with his grandfather, but rather a new one he had built nearby, complete with all the necessary amenities. All right, thank you, Kakarot. Raditz expressed his gratitude sincerely before soaring towards Capsule Mountain. After Raditz departed, Piccolo turned to Goku. Old man, did you keep me here for a reason? Feeling somewhat bashful, Goku voiced his request. Haha, I need your help with something. What is it? Piccolo was more than willing to assist Goku, especially since his newfound strength was largely thanks to Goku's support. Help me train Gohan for a year. Nanny. Piccolo gazed at Goku in disbelief. He was being asked to train Goku's son, while Goku himself would not do so. In truth, Goku entrusting Gohan to Piccolo was entirely reasonable. After all, Piccolo had absorbed all of old Kai's knowledge and power, granting him a profound mastery of Ki, even surpassing Krillin and the others who had trained in the sacred world for 3 years. Goku nodded calmly, showing he was serious. Why? As his father. Shouldn't you teach him yourself? Piccolo questioned, puzzled by Goku's decision. I have my reasons. Trust me. Will you? Just train Gohan for a year, and I will continue his instruction afterward. Piccolo was often humorously referred to as Gohan's true father. But Goku was confident that his bond with Gohan would not be overshadowed by Piccolo's influence. Could it be that he had spent 4 years with Gohan for nothing? He believed that after a year, Piccolo could not possibly surpass his connection with Gohan. Reluctantly, Piccolo agreed with a nod. Fine, but if my training is inadequate, don't blame me. No, I trust you. Goku regarded Piccolo with unwavering faith, causing Piccolo to blush slightly under Goku's gaze. Do you really trust me? Piccolo scoffed, turning his head away in feigned indifference. All right, let us go inside and bring Gohan out. Okay. Piccolo nodded, and Goku led him into the house. Upon entering, they found Gohan engrossed in a video game. Despite being only 4 years old, he was surprisingly skilled. Gohan, stop playing. You're going with Uncle Piccolo now. Gohan paused, a puzzled expression on his face as he looked at Goku. Dad, why am I going with Uncle Piccolo? You're going to train for a year. Didn't you always want me to teach you? Now, you can train with Uncle Piccolo. Gohan felt a mix of excitement and discomfort. He was thrilled about the prospect of training, but it was not his father who would be guiding him. All right, Gohan's disappointment lingered, feeling as if his parents were abandoning him. Now, go with your Uncle Piccolo. Goku smiled at Gohan. Huh, Dad now? Shouldn't I take some clothes and personal items? Gohan's small head was filled with confusion. No need. This is part of the training. Just go with him, Piccolo. Goku gestured toward the still arms crossed Piccolo. By the way, if Gohan transforms into a giant ape during the full moon, cut off his tail. If you can't handle it, contact me. Goku's tone turned serious as he looked at Piccolo. Currently, Goku was unafraid of transforming into a giant ape, as his dimensional level was sufficiently high to maintain his rationality even in that form. However, Gohan was still too inexperienced to manage his transformation effectively. Understood. Piccolo nodded and approached Gohan, picking him up. Uncle Piccolo. Yes, Gohan, let us go. Okay. Goodbye, Dad. Gohan waved farewell to Goku as he departed with Piccolo. Goodbye. Goku smiled, watching their figures fade into the distance as the sky grew darker. Once they were out of sight, Goku made his way to the bedroom. What parent is not concerned for their departing child? The original Goku may not have known this, but he was certain he would worry. After showering and donning his pajamas, Goku lay on the bed, while Bulma, also in her pajamas, appeared somewhat despondent, her moist eyes fixed on Goku. Goku, why did you let Piccolo train Gohan? Goku gazed at Bulma, unsure of how to respond. Sigh, I have my reasons. Don't worry, do you not trust me? He embraced Bulma, attempting to comfort her. Indeed. If she did not trust Goku, who else could she rely on? Goku's actions must surely benefit Gohan. With this thought, Bulma's spirits began to lift. After a while, Goku sat on the bed in contemplation while Bulma scrolled through her phone beside him. Smartphones had appeared during the Dragon Ball Super era in the original storyline, but Goku had described such devices to Bulma years prior. To his surprise, within just a month, Bulma had developed one, showcasing her brilliance. In recent years, she had monopolized the smartphone industry and software market, making her already affluent family even wealthier. Suddenly, Bulma tapped Goku's shoulder. Goku, look at this news. It's outrageous. How can such a school exist? She handed her phone to Goku. Upon reading the headline, Goku was taken aback. What the hell? Internship couples. Shocking. A certain high school, in response to the declining marriage and birth rates in society, had introduced internship couples. A boy and a girl would cohabit in school-provided apartments, with their intimacy monitored via surveillance to determine their grades, linking graduation to the performance of these internship couples. What an absurd concept. Is this the world of Dragon Ball? Surely, it cannot be from some obscure anime. Observing Goku's bewildered expression, Bulma smiled subtly as she continued to read on. To her astonishment, the local government actually gave their approval. Bulma lamented the state of the local authorities, utterly perplexed by their astonishing decision. At that moment, Goku suddenly recalled how strikingly similar this plot was to an anime he had once watched back on Earth. A relationship beyond mere friendship, yet not quite lovers? Well, he thought, perhaps he should visit that high school next time. Watching that show had truly been a painful experience. He wondered if he would encounter those familiar faces from his memories. While Goku was lost in thought, he suddenly felt Bulma's smooth, rounded legs resting on his own. So close to that intimate place. Even through the silk pajamas, he could sense their softness and sleekness. Turning to face Bulma, in that fleeting moment, understanding dawned upon him. Chapter 40. Gohan's training. The sky had darkened into an inky abyss, with Piccolo soaring high above, cradling Gohan in his arms. Uncle Piccolo, where are we going at this late hour? I'm so hungry. Can we eat first? Gohan implored, turning his head to look at Piccolo with pleading eyes. Piccolo gazed down at the adorable boy in his grasp, feeling a pang of compassion. No, since Goku entrusted Gohan to me, I cannot let him down. Shaking off his reluctance, Piccolo declared, I'm sorry, Gohan. We are embarking on your first step of training. With that, Piccolo descended into a desolate wilderness, placing Gohan on the ground. Your first lesson begins now. Survive the night alone. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan trembled at the sight of the pitch-black surroundings, feeling fear creep into his heart. He opened his mouth to call for Piccolo, only to realize he had vanished without a trace. The darkness loomed around him, akin to ferocious beasts poised to pounce. Suddenly, a bird's call shattered the silence. "Ah, Mom, Dad, I miss you so much. Where are you?" Gohan cried, hastily seeking refuge behind a boulder, hugging his knees and weeping uncontrollably. Indeed, despite possessing a power level of 30,000, he had been sheltered by Goku and Bulma since childhood. To nurture Gohan's growth, it was imperative to sever his reliance on others, which was precisely why Goku had entrusted Piccolo with his training. He feared he would not be able to resist the urge to intervene. As Gohan's sobs began to quiet, Piccolo, hidden in the shadows, felt a flicker of confusion and suppressed his presence, observing from above. "That brat has fallen asleep." Piccolo stifled a laugh, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He plucked a few fruits from a nearby tree and placed them beside Gohan, recalling how the boy had mentioned his hunger. Of course, this would be the last time he assisted Gohan. He would not indulge him again. The following morning, as the melodious chirping of birds filled the air, Gohan gradually awoke from his slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes with his small hands and yawning, he stood up. Gurgle. A sharp pang of hunger surged from his stomach. "I'm so hungry," Gohan exclaimed, patting his belly. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the fruits beside him. Without a second thought, he grabbed one and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth. The fruit was nearly the size of his head, yet after devouring a few, he still felt famished. Wiping his mouth with his arm, he realized, these must be from Uncle Piccolo. "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo." Gohan shouted to the sky, but no response came. In the distance, a flock of birds took flight, startled by his voice. Piccolo, concealed among the clouds, heard this and felt a blush creep onto his green face. Humph, that little rascal. Gohan waited for a reply that never came, feeling a tinge of disappointment. What should I do now? I'm still so hungry. I need to find something to eat. Patting his belly once more, he felt as though he might collapse from hunger. Resolute, he summoned his energy and soared into the sky, searching for sustenance. Although Goku had not taught him advanced techniques, he had imparted some foundational skills, such as the ability to fly. After all, neglecting to teach the basics could lead to catastrophic consequences for Earth. After what felt like an eternity of aimless flying, Gohan descended to the ground, collapsing in exhaustion. "I'm so tired. Why can't I find any food? I'm starving," he lamented, gazing up at the sky with vacant eyes. Piccolo, observing this scene from the clouds, couldn't help but smirk. It appeared Goku had barely taught Gohan anything. He didn't even know how to sense energy. With a resigned sigh, Piccolo flew down, capturing a dinosaur and bringing it to where Gohan lay. Crash! The enormous creature landed with a thunderous impact. "Huh, what's going on?" Gohan, startled by the noise, scrambled to his feet and turned to see a dinosaur glaring at him, enraged from being tossed around. Before Gohan could comprehend the situation, the dinosaur charged at him, its massive jaws wide open. "Ah!" Gohan squeezed his eyes shut, instinctively darting forward, transforming into a blur as he collided with the creature's belly. The dinosaur experienced a flight of its own, soaring high into the air before plummeting back to the ground, lifeless and defeated. After a few moments, Gohan cautiously opened his eyes, and to his relief, the dinosaur lay motionless several thousand meters away. He approached the fallen beast and poked it gently, confirming it was indeed dead. "I'm sorry, Mr. Dinosaur. It was not my intention." Gohan offered several bows in apology. Just then, his stomach growled once more, and his eyes wandered over the colossal creature. "Haha, Mr. Dinosaur, you've scared me, so let us consider this a token of gratitude." Half an hour later, the aroma of roasted dinosaur meat wafted through the air. Thus, over the following days, young Gohan adapted to living alone in the wilderness. One day, after several days of absence, Piccolo reappeared before Gohan. "Hey, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan exclaimed excitedly at the sight of him. "Your first lesson is complete. Now, it's time to train with me, and I will teach you how to harness your energy," Piccolo stated, crossing his arms and adopting a stern expression. "Okay." Gohan nodded vigorously, thrilled. Though he had grown accustomed to the solitude, he was ready for more. "Follow me as I fly," Piccolo instructed, ascending into the air. Gohan hurriedly followed, whispering, "Thank you, Uncle Piccolo." "What did you say?" Piccolo asked, feigning ignorance. "Oh, nothing," Gohan replied, flustered. Piccolo, however, could not help but smile at the boy's innocence, playfully commanding, "Quiet down." "Yes, sir," Gohan replied, but alas, standing behind Piccolo, he could not see the smile on his mentor's face. Chapter 41, Super Saiyan 2. In the past few days, Goku and Bulma had secretly visited Gohan numerous times. The love of parents is profound. Who among them does not worry about their children? On this particular day, after observing Piccolo once again taking Gohan away, Goku and Bulma arrived at Capsule Corporation. Upon landing, Goku gently set Bulma down. Initially, they had flown together, but as Bulma's energy dwindled, Goku had resorted to carrying her. Soaring through the sky with the soft warmth of Bulma nestled against him was quite a delightful experience. "Hey brother, come out. I'm here to see you." Goku called out into the open space outside his house, beckoning Raditz. Before long, Raditz emerged, now clad in a new outfit. "Brother, I didn't expect you to customize a new outfit," Goku exclaimed, eyeing Raditz's attire. Perhaps accustomed to battle gear, Raditz had chosen to have several outfits tailored that resembled his combat uniform. "Yes, I've grown accustomed to battle attire. By the way, Kakarot, what brings you here?" Raditz inquired, his gaze shifting curiously between Goku and Bulma. "Don't you remember? You wanted to witness the transformation into a Super Saiyan." Goku refrained from revealing that he had only just recalled the notion himself. Sometimes, it was better to keep certain thoughts unspoken. A little white lie, if you will. "Oh. Right. Quickly, Kakarot, let me behold the legendary Super Saiyan," Raditz exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he grasped Goku's shoulders. "Brother, please let go. I need space to transform," Goku replied, slightly exasperated by Raditz's fervor. All right. Raditz released his grip and stepped back, providing Goku ample room. It was then that he noticed Bulma remained by Goku's side, looking puzzled. "Aren't you worried Kakarot might injure you during his transformation?" "No need." Bulma shook her head and smiled. With a slight hum, Goku gradually closed his eyes, golden energy enveloping him, and in an instant, his hair and brows transformed into a radiant gold. The golden aura surged around him, and moments later, it was drawn back into his body as Goku opened his vibrant green eyes. "Huh? Is that it?" Raditz stared in bewilderment. He had expected a grand spectacle, perhaps something awe-inspiring. Instead, Kakarot merely grunted, and it was over. Was that so fast? Raditz felt akin to a disappointed spouse, hoping for a longer display. The buildup of anticipation had led to a rather disheartening letdown. "Hey, brother, what's with that expression?" "This merely indicates my mastery over the Super Saiyan transformation," Goku retorted, bemused, largely due to Raditz's incredulous demeanor. "Is that so?" Raditz responded, confusion still evident on his face, prompting Goku to elaborate. "When one first transforms into a Super Saiyan, the sudden surge in power makes it difficult to control. It takes training to master it. However, the energy and stamina deplete rapidly, like so," Goku demonstrated, releasing the golden aura from within and letting it disperse into the air. This situation is quite detrimental for prolonged battles. To optimize every ounce of energy and stamina while transformed, I developed this form, which I refer to as Super Saiyan Full Power. Goku subsequently drew back his aura, appearing significantly calmer. In the state of Super Saiyan Full Power, energy and stamina would no longer dissipate, remaining stored within, while consumption would greatly decrease. This was a prerequisite for transitioning to Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2? Raditz was left dumbfounded. What could this new transformation entail? Bulma too looked puzzled, having never witnessed Goku transform into Super Saiyan 2 nor heard him mention it. Seeing their confusion, Goku began to explain. Super Saiyan 2 is an advanced transformation built upon Super Saiyan Full Power, boasting even greater strength, but with increased energy and stamina consumption. A Super Saiyan offers a 50-fold increase, while Super Saiyan 2 provides a 100-fold. With that, Goku ascended into the sky, fists clenched at his waist, and with a resounding shout, proclaimed, "And now, behold Super Saiyan 2. As Goku's voice echoed, torrents of golden energy erupted from him, rising skyward. Sparks of electricity danced within the golden flames, scattering the clouds above. His hair stood upright, save for a few stray strands, and his emerald eyes grew colder, his face taking on an expression of solemnity and maturity. Bulma gazed at Goku soaring above, her heart fluttering. He appeared even more handsome than in his previous form, that serious yet mature visage striking a chord within her. Raditz, meanwhile, was left speechless, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Initially already more powerful than Frieza, now augmented by 100-fold, what did that even mean? Such formidable strength, yet choosing to remain on a lesser planet was utterly perplexing. He looked up at Goku enveloped in golden flames with a sense of deep envy. With a soft thud, Goku retracted his aura, returning to his normal state and gently descended. Spotting Raditz's envious demeanor, he approached and patted his shoulder. "Don't be envious. You too will be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Goku assured him with conviction, confident that Raditz could eventually surpass a battle power of 3 million. Raditz's eyes lit up with excitement. Kakarot, is that true? Can I really become a Super Saiyan? Seeing Raditz's eager expression, Goku nodded affirmatively. Yes, you can. But first, you must achieve a base battle power of 3 million. Raditz felt a surge of dopamine racing through him. That's fantastic. I need to train right now. With that, he bolted away to begin his training. Bulma turned to Goku, exasperated. Goku, you Saiyans really or something else. What do we do now? What can we do? Let us head home, Goku shrugged, understanding Raditz's enthusiasm as a fellow Saiyan. Chapter 42, Vegeta and Ties. Thus, a year elapsed. Throughout this time, Goku and Bulma frequently visited Gohan, finding solace in witnessing his continuous growth, affirming that their initial decision was indeed correct. One day, Goku sought out Piccolo and Gohan. Dad. As soon as Goku descended, Gohan spotted him and rushed over, embracing Goku's leg with palpable excitement. Gohan, Goku replied, bending down to tousle Gohan's hair. He then turned to Piccolo. Piccolo, I cannot thank you enough for training Gohan this past year. I'm taking him home for lunch now. Upon hearing Goku's words, Piccolo's green visage flushed slightly, and with a scoff, he remarked, I wonder how you manage as a father, leaving Gohan in my care for an entire year. Piccolo shot a discontented glance at Goku. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Goku scratched his head. I haven't neglected him. I visit often, right? Haha, there is no choice. Gohan must grow after all. All right, Gohan, let us go. Thank you once more, Piccolo. Goku lifted Gohan into his arms and, after expressing his gratitude to Piccolo, soared into the distance. Watching Goku and Gohan fade away, Piccolo felt an inexplicable pang of reluctance and quickly shook his head. Who was he? He was the mighty Piccolo. Such emotions were beneath him. By the way, Gohan, your aunt has returned. While flying through the air, Goku suddenly recalled and spoke to Gohan in his embrace. Aunt? Gohan inquired, puzzled, having never heard of such a relative. Realizing that he and Bulma had never mentioned Gohan's aunt to him, Goku continued. Your mother has a sister named Ties, who is fascinated by cosmic adventures and writing novels. She left for the cosmos early on and returned 6 months ago. You'll see her when we get home. Oh, all right. Gohan nodded enthusiastically. Goku, however, was uncertain why Ties had returned so suddenly, as this detail was absent from the original tale. Yet, he had come to accept that their current reality diverged significantly from the original narrative. Goku and Bulma had inquired about Ties' unexpected return, but she had been evasive, unable to articulate a clear reason. Historically, even when she returned, it was only for a few days, and she hadn't been seen in 5 years. Now, she had stayed for nearly 6 months, showing no signs of departing soon, prompting Bulma to question whether she had been replaced by someone else's spirit. Goku harbored suspicions about Ties' return, having inadvertently overheard her mention the name Vegeta. Why would Ties speak of Vegeta? This was a matter worthy of contemplation. Considering the transformations of Vegeta and his companions, coupled with Ties' cosmic escapades, it seemed plausible that their fates intertwined. Vegeta was soon to arrive on Earth, and Ties had returned half a year ago. There was likely an unspoken connection between them. And Ties possibly learned of Vegeta's impending visit to Earth, prompting her return. Determined to uncover the truth, Goku resolved to inquire upon their return home. Upon arriving home, Goku discovered Bulma and Ties engaged in conversation. Their arrival interrupted the exchange. Ties turned to see Gohan nestled in Goku's arms. What a delightful child. Bulma. Is this your and Goku's little one, Gohan? How adorable. Ties exclaimed, rushing to Goku's side and gently tousling Gohan's hair. Gee, great aunt. Gohan greeted Ties with pristine politeness. Indeed. Gohan, you are wonderful. Ties beamed at him, clearly fond of children, particularly charming ones. Goku set Gohan down, affectionately patting his head. Gohan, go play now. After a year of hard training, you deserve to relax. Okay. Gohan responded cheerfully, having realized through the year that his interest in training was far from a passion. Given another chance, he would prefer to avoid such grueling training again. Once Gohan departed, the three settled onto the sofa, and Goku cast a mischievous glance at Ties. Ties, Vegeta should be arriving soon. Yes? What? What do you mean, Vegeta? Ties asked, her composure faltering. She had never mentioned Vegeta to Goku or Bulma. So how was Goku aware? Goku's certainty about his suspicions increased upon seeing Ties' flustered demeanor. Meanwhile, Bulma observed Ties with curiosity, intrigued by the secrets her sister might be concealing from them. Ties, stop pretending. I figured it out. You and Vegeta must share some connection, otherwise. Why would you return just as he is coming to Earth? Goku confronted her directly, finding the charade tiresome. Well, yes, Ties admitted, unable to fabricate an excuse any longer. Wow, how fascinating. Bulma's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her sister had a significant secret. Hey, sister, how did you meet Vegeta? Please, do share. Bulma prodded with a playful glint in her eye. Ties appeared somewhat bashful. Well, come on, sister. Share with us. Perhaps we can help you strategize. Bulma leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially in Ties' ear. All right, fine. Previously, Ties began to recount the tale of her encounter with Vegeta. It turned out that during a war, Ties' spaceship had malfunctioned, forcing her to land on a distant planet. There, she discovered a severely injured Vegeta, who was merely 15 or 16 years old. She nursed him back to health, yet they remained stranded without a spaceship, waiting for Ties to repair hers. This process took a year, and the rest was as one would expect. Eventually, they parted ways, only to reunite a year ago when Ties learned of Vegeta's impending arrival on Earth. This time, she was unwilling to sacrifice her dreams of cosmic adventure and novel writing once more. Upon hearing this, Goku and Bulma exchanged meaningful glances. Goku finally understood the transformations within Vegeta and his companions. It was all due to Ties' influence on Vegeta. Meanwhile, Bulma found it surprising that her sister had experienced romantic feelings herself. At that moment, Goku abruptly rose, his gaze fixed intently through the glass in one direction. They're here. What do you mean, they're here? Bulma questioned, puzzled by Goku's sudden action. Vegeta and the others have arrived. Chapter 43. The arrival of Vegeta. Two circular spacecrafts streaked across the sky, igniting the oxygen in a fiery blaze that trailed behind them like long comet tails, ultimately crashing into a desolate wilderness. With a resounding boom, two immense impact craters emerged as smoke billowed into the atmosphere. As the hatches opened, two figures emerged from the vessels. Is this planet the homeland of that woman? Vegeta pondered as he surveyed his surroundings. Vegeta, we have finally arrived. What shall we do now? Nappa inquired, floating beside him. Let us first conceal ourselves and ascertain whether Raditz still lives, as well as the extent of the strongest combatants on this planet, Vegeta replied, his plan destined for failure. For they had not mastered the art of key concealment and had been detected the moment they set foot on Earth. Suddenly, their scouters began to register alarming energy readings. Trouble. Vegeta, several high-energy entities are approaching us at high speed. Nappa exclaimed, glancing nervously at Vegeta. Curse it. How did we expose ourselves so soon? Vegeta questioned, bewildered. Despite wearing the latest scouters equipped with cloaking technology, their presence had still been unveiled. Nappa, prepare for battle, Vegeta warned, his expression grave as he focused on the horizon. In the distance, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo had gathered together. Yajirobe and Goku were absent. Yajirobe had gone to find Goku, who had taken his time. For a year had passed, and even Yamcha's power level had neared 20,000, with Piccolo reaching a staggering 100,000. Vegeta and Nappa were unlikely to stir any significant trouble. Do you feel that? Piccolo inquired of the others. Yes, two unfamiliar energies, one of which is potent enough to obliterate the Earth. Krillin nodded in agreement. Although all present could indeed destroy the planet, they would not do so. Whereas the unknown presence posed a different threat. Goku had never informed them of Vegeta's existence, leaving them in the dark about the situation. Let us investigate together, Tien suggested. Before long, they laid eyes on Vegeta and Nappa. Vegeta, the highest power level among them, is merely 1,000. Nappa exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. If their strongest combatant was only 1,000, then even he was inferior, rendering his earlier fears unfounded. Fool, have you forgotten Raditz? They can conceal their true power levels. Vegeta retorted, removing his scouter and crushing it effortlessly in his hand. Namekians? Vegeta queried, glancing curiously at Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Piccolo nodded, having learned from Goku that he was indeed a Namekian. Are you kin to Son Goku? Piccolo observed the tales behind Vegeta and Nappa. These two were likely of the same lineage as Raditz. Vegeta and Nappa exchanged puzzled glances. Who? Son Goku? Who is that? Understanding their confusion, Piccolo clarified, in your terms. Kakarot. Upon hearing Kakarot, Krillin and the others comprehended, as Raditz had consistently referred to Goku as Kakarot. Realizing this, Vegeta began to connect the dots. Kakarot and Raditz were not dead. It seemed Kakarot was still on friendly terms with this group. Thus, there was no need for immediate conflict. What? Kakarot and Raditz are alive? Nappa asked incredulously. How could Goku possibly die? Even if he did, the Dragon Balls could revive him. Yajirobe chimed in. At that moment, Nappa's scouter remained intact. Unbeknownst to them, the Frieza Force was monitoring their conversation from the depths of space. Dragon Balls? Wishes? Revivals? Are they Namekian? Vegeta noticed the flickering readings on Nappa's scouter. Quickly, Nappa, destroy the scouter. Vegeta urged, fully aware that Frieza had implanted surveillance within their devices. In the past, whenever they discussed Frieza, they would remove their scouters and place them at a distance. Obeying Vegeta's command, Nappa swiftly dismantled and crushed the device. Upon seeing this, Vegeta exhaled in relief, hoping Frieza would not deduce that the Namekians were capable of creating Dragon Balls. Otherwise, their quest for revenge would be utterly hopeless. What happened? Piccolo and the others observed Vegeta's sudden agitation with confusion. The scouters have listening capabilities. Frieza is privy to all our discussions, and the Dragon Balls were created by you. Right? Vegeta inquired with a tone of certainty directed at Piccolo. Piccolo nodded, in a certain sense, yes. Then that is sufficient. There have long been rumors in the universe that Namekians possess extraordinary magic, including the ability to grant wishes through the Dragon Balls. However, no one ever took these claims seriously, nor could anyone verify them, until now. Vegeta trailed off, as the gathered individuals grasped the implications. Is Frieza truly that formidable? Krillin questioned, perplexed, believing he could not possibly surpass Goku. Indeed, he is immensely powerful, boasting a battle power of 255 million. It was previously 530,000, but for reasons unknown, it surged to 265 million in recent years. A year ago, when Frieza announced his battle power had reached 265 million, Vegeta was engulfed in despair. If 530,000 was achievable, the gap of 265 million was insurmountable. And he found it difficult to believe he could ever surpass Frieza to avenge his home planet. Lost in contemplation, Vegeta remained oblivious to Krillin and the others stifling their laughter at his expense. Hey, Vegeta, Nappa nudged him, bringing him back to reality. Startled, Vegeta turned to see Krillin and the others chuckling, which irritated him. Yet, he dared not voice his annoyance, for his instincts told him they were stronger than he. Why are you laughing? Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. Haha, it's nothing. If Frieza's power is only 265 million, you need not worry, Goku can handle it. Krillin said, barely containing his laughter. He had assumed Frieza was a formidable foe, only to find out he was akin to a minor adversary. One that Goku could have easily bested years ago. What? Goku, are you referring to Kakarot? Impossible. He is merely a low-class warrior. Vegeta refused to accept this reality. Grappling with the notion that as the Prince of the Saiyans, his power level was merely 25,000, while Kakarot, a low-class soldier, had exceeded Frieza. Chapter 44, The Strength in Frieza? Believe it or not, it is the truth. Krillin shrugged helplessly. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Goku suddenly materialized beside everyone, accompanied by Yak and Raditz. Raditz? Kakarot? Vegeta, having seen Bardock before, recognized Goku's distinctive crab-like hairstyle immediately. Yes, Vegeta, that is Bardock. Goku nodded. Kakarot. Has your power truly surpassed Frieza? Have you exceeded 265 million? Vegeta inquired eagerly, torn between hope and dread. If true, what did that make him? The Prince of the Saiyans, heralded as their greatest prodigy? But if false, his quest for vengeance against Frieza would remain a distant dream. 265 million? I thought it was 530,000. How did it become 265 million? Goku pondered, recalling Frieza's own words from a year ago, when he had stated his power was only 530,000. Realizing Vegeta's concern stemmed from Cooler's influence on Frieza, Goku deduced that Frieza must have undergone intense training. Thus, Frieza's ultimate fighting power must have reached an astonishing 600 million. 600 million is formidable, yet I know my own base power is merely 300 million. How frightening. Goku calmly regarded Vegeta and affirmed, indeed, my strength has surpassed Frieza. Upon hearing Kakarot's confirmation, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike Vegeta's mind, causing him to tremble slightly. Clenching his fists, his expression morphed into one of grim determination, as if making a vital decision. Kakarot, I beseech you, avenge the Saiyans. Avenging planet Vegeta, and your father. After uttering these words, Vegeta appeared to lose all his strength, gasping for breath as he took 2 steps back. Goku looked at Vegeta in surprise, astonished that the proud Saiyan prince would plead for his help, setting aside his royal dignity. Why not seek vengeance yourself, given sufficient time? I believe you possess the capability for retribution. Goku smiled serenely at Vegeta. Vegeta, having cast aside his pride, responded with a rueful smile. It is too late. Everything is too late. Even if given time, I might not succeed. It's futile. Frieza is already aware of the Dragon Balls. He is either en route to Earth or Namek, and before he makes a wish, we must eliminate him. Goku was momentarily taken aback. But how does Frieza know about the Dragon Balls now? He sighed, resigning himself to the complexities of this timeline. However, I suspect Frieza will likely head to Namek, as it is closer to him. Vegeta chimed in. Very well, you shall all proceed to Namek, Goku announced to everyone. The group gasped in surprise. Why did they all have to go together? They looked at Goku with puzzled expressions. Because there are resources there that can enhance your powers. Furthermore, if Frieza arrives on Namek, I can teleport directly there. If I remain on Earth and Frieza comes here, what then? Goku smiled at everyone. All right, Kakarot. Vegeta immediately agreed upon hearing about the potential for power enhancement. At present, he was most in need of strength. But how can we all go together? Krillin glanced around at the nearly 10 people present. I do not require all of you to go together. Just a few will suffice. I will bring the others later through teleportation. Teleportation? You mean that ability you often use to appear and vanish suddenly? Can you carry others? Krillin was astonished, as Goku had never demonstrated this capability before. Yes, so who would like to go to Namek first? Goku nodded and looked at the group. I shall go, Kakarot. Vegeta was the first to volunteer. I will go too. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo, confirming they were of similar caliber. That should suffice. 2 should be enough, Goku decided. Let it be Vegeta and Piccolo. Ah, these are gravity training devices. Vegeta, you and Nappa should wear them. They greatly enhance combat power. Goku retrieved 2 gravity rings from his storage space and handed them to Vegeta and Nappa. These gravity rings were crafted by Bulma, who had made several at once, leaving Goku with nearly 10 in his storage. As Bulma put it, who knows when they might need more. It was better to make several at once for convenience. After donning the gravity ring, Vegeta expressed skepticism. Can this truly accelerate my growth in power? Goku, noticing Vegeta's doubtful expression, quickly reassured him. Do not underestimate this. Raditz used it for just a year and reached a power level of 30,000. What? That useless Raditz has already reached 30,000? Nappa exclaimed incredulously. Hey, Nappa. Who is considered useless now is uncertain. Raditz retorted, shaking his fist at Nappa. In an instant, Nappa backed down. Haha, I am the useless one. I am the useless one. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. He would settle the score once his strength surpassed Raditz. All right, Vegeta, Piccolo. Will you each take a spaceship? Goku interjected, trying to ease the tension. Yes. Both nodded in agreement. Perfect, I have a spaceship, and Yak has one too. You two can take these. Suddenly, Goku had a thought and quickly added, Vegeta, come, let us return to my home. Place your hand on my shoulder. I will take you to see someone who wishes to see you. Goku wore a mischievous grin. Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta looked puzzled. Someone who wants to see me? Could it be? Wait for me, Kakarot? Vegeta quickly placed his hand on Goku's shoulder, and with a whoosh, they vanished from sight. Instead of appearing directly before Bulma and Tais, Goku transported them to the front door of his home. Kakarot, is that person who wishes to see me? Yes. Goku answered before Vegeta could finish his question. It was no surprise, aside from her, who else on Earth would wish to see him? Chapter 45, Departure to Namek. As Goku entered his home with Vegeta, he encountered Bulma and Tais. Vegeta, Tais exclaimed, her eyes locking onto him as she rushed forward to embrace him tightly. Tais. Our proud Prince Vegeta appeared somewhat bashful, a faint blush coloring his cheeks as his hands hung awkwardly by his sides, unsure of how to respond. Let's go. And give them some space, Goku suggested, approaching Bulma. Sounds good. Bulma replied with a cheerful smile, believing it best to allow them some privacy. Considering the significance of her sister's future, Bulma intertwined her arms with Goku's and led him to their bedroom. Goku, do you know anything about Vegeta? What kind of person is he? She looked earnestly at Goku, concerned for her sister's future. Goku pondered for a moment before responding. Vegeta is the prince of our Saiyan race. Bulma gasped in surprise. A prince? Indeed, but now there are only a few of us left. So his title is somewhat hollow. As Goku spoke, Bulma's imagination conjured a romantic tale of a fallen prince and a beautiful adventurer. How enchanting. She yearned to understand more about the relationship between her sister and Vegeta, yet Tais only offered brief descriptions. What is he like? Bulma's question left Goku momentarily speechless. Vegeta was no longer the same. If we were to consider the Vegeta of the original story at this time, Goku would have described him as malevolent. Yet, he can be rather proud, but he is also someone who cares for his wife and family, Goku concluded, drawing from Vegeta's later character. What do you think of him? Goku countered. I think he has a cold demeanor, and he is quite short, Bulma remarked, finding his perpetually stern expression rather irritating. With his spiky hair, he was only slightly taller than her, nearly a head shorter than Goku. Haha. He has always been that way, but he is actually quite a decent person. Meanwhile, light years away from Earth, a massive, round spaceship floated in the void of space. A red-skinned alien swiftly approached Frieza. Lord Frieza, we just intercepted a conversation from Vegeta's team revealing that the Dragon Balls truly exist. Frieza, who had been gazing out at the cosmos with his back turned to Dodoria, slowly pivoted to face him. Oh, the Dragon Balls? The legendary orbs on Namek said to grant any wish? Frieza's interest piqued immediately. Indeed, Lord Frieza. How did you find out? Frieza's curiosity was aroused, as the existence of the Dragon Balls had never been substantiated before. Vegeta's team is currently on a lowly planet called Earth, where there is a Namekian who created the Dragon Balls, capable of granting wishes. As Frieza absorbed this information, excitement surged within him. Traveling to Earth seemed too far. It would be much more advantageous to head directly to Namek, where numerous Namekians resided, and the wishes would undoubtedly be greater. Let us proceed to Namek. Thank you, Dodoria, for bringing me such splendid news. Frieza was always courteous to his subordinates, which is why many were willing to serve him loyally. As the scene shifted back to Earth, Vegeta and Piccolo boarded their spaceship, ready to embark for Namek. Goodbye, Vegeta, Piccolo. Goku waved to them as they departed. Humph. Both Vegeta and Piccolo coldly huffed in unison, shutting the hatch behind them. The spaceship transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Those two truly are such stubborn pride, Goku thought to himself with a chuckle. Sister, don't worry. Everything will be fine. Goku is here. Tais, watching Vegeta leave, felt a twinge of concern. But Bulma comforted her beside her. In Bulma's heart, Goku would always be the most reliable person. As long as Goku was present, no problem was insurmountable. At that moment, Goku's stomach growled audibly, prompting Bulma to turn and scold him playfully. You glutton. It's only been 2 hours since lunch. Goku felt slightly embarrassed, scratching his head sheepishly. Haha, it's not my fault. With Vegeta joining us for lunch today, the portions were about the same, so I didn't feel satisfied. I don't care. You're still a glutton. 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 All right. I'm a glutton. Could you prepare something to eat for me? Goku looked at Bulma with pleading eyes. Humph. Truly, follow me, Bulma huffed playfully, leading Goku into the house. Half a month later, Goku instantaneously arrived at King Kai's planet. At that moment, King Kai was comfortably seated in his small car, leisurely cruising around his small domain, enjoying the gentle breeze and humming a tune. Suddenly, Goku's unexpected appearance startled King Kai, causing him to slam on the brakes, stopping just inches away. Breathing a sigh of relief, King Kai gazed at Goku with exasperation. Goku, can you please not appear so suddenly next time? It's really quite alarming. Oops. My apologies, Lord King Kai. I promise to be more considerate next time. Goku smiled, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. I told you not to call me Lord. Your dimension has already reached that of a Grand Kai. Calling me Lord is quite embarrassing. King Kai couldn't help but admire Goku's talent. After only a few years of training, he had achieved a dimension that took King Kai many years to reach. While some individuals might never even attain the level of a god. Haha, I'm used to it by now, and I owe my progress to you, Lord King Kai. Goku was not exaggerating. His high dimension was due in part to the divine food he had consumed from King Kai. All right, whatever you say. Did you come here just to mooch another meal? Over the years, Goku had made a habit of visiting for a meal nearly every month. And King Kai had long since come to terms with it. After all, his resources were piling up. And it was unlikely he would ever reach the Grand Kai level in his lifetime. It was better to let Goku benefit from them. Not exactly. But I wanted to ask if you have any spirit tree fruits left? Goku inquired without hesitation. Spirit tree fruits? I have quite a few. How many do you need? For beings at King Kai's level, there were still plenty of spirit tree fruits available. A few dozen will suffice. What do you mean by a few dozen? I only have a few hundred in stock. Take what you need. With a wave of his hand, King Kai summoned dozens of spirit tree fruits. And Goku quickly stored them in his inventory. Thank you, Lord King Kai. Sighing, Goku indulged in one last meal before departing from King Kai's planet. Chapter 46. Fruits of the Spirit Tree. Upon returning home, Goku retrieved 10 fruits from the spirit tree, distributing 2 to each member of his household. He himself refrained from consuming any, having already ingested a considerable amount of divine sustenance, and previous experiences with the spirit tree fruits rendered them nearly ineffective for him. After consuming this fruit, commence your meditation, Goku instructed the group. Long before, he had imparted the methods of divine cultivation to them, yet apart from Bulma. The others had made little progress. Gohan had shown the most advancement among them, yet he had still not transcended to the realm of the heavenly gods. The spirit tree fruits, when combined with the divine cultivation techniques, could significantly enhance one's dimensional growth and lifespan. For Bulma and the others, who were not required to engage in combat, the increase in combat power was of little concern. The primary focus was on extending their lifespans and enhancing their dimensions. As for Gohan, he had even less need for the combat enhancement, for the fruits had limitations in their benefits. They could elevate a mortal to the level of a heavenly god, extend lifespan by up to a century, and increase combat power by a little over 2 million. Of course, if one had not previously consumed the fruits and then reached the level of a heavenly god, they would still yield benefits, particularly for those who had no prior cultivation experience. This insight was shared with Goku by the North Kai. Thus, Gohan's need for such combat power was negligible, as he could easily cultivate to achieve 2 million in combat strength. Over the past year, Gohan had not utilized gravity training, dedicating most of his efforts to energy cultivation. Under these conditions, his combat power had already reached 200,000. After consuming the 2 spirit tree fruits, the combat power of the group saw a slight increase. Bulma's strength surged from a few points to 10,000, Tai's increased to 6,000, the brief couple reached 5,000, and Gohan shot up to an impressive 350,000. Unsurprisingly, Gohan experienced the most significant gains, breaking through to the heavenly god realm. Tai's and the briefs were also not far from achieving the same. After distributing the fruits to his family, Goku also shared 2 with each of his acquaintances. He even teleported the fruits to Vegeta and Piccolo, who were aboard a spaceship. Goku harbored no selfish intentions. These fruits were not particularly rare, and if they became stronger, it would alleviate some of his burdens. He believed they would ultimately redeem themselves, as they had never truly been malevolent. However, none aside from Gohan had achieved the status of heavenly god. Although the others primarily utilized the fruits to enhance their dimensions and lifespans, their combat power still improved, as follows. Vegeta, 160,000, having reached 30,000 through half a month of gravity training. Yak, 1,000,000, up from 870,000. Piccolo, 200,000. Raditz, 140,000. Tien Shinhan, 160,000, up from 60,000. Krillin, 150,000, up from 55,000. Nappa, 110,000. Yamcha, 110,000. Those not engaged in combat are omitted after this round. 6 spirit tree fruits remained. Goku allocated 1 more to each of the 5 family members, keeping 1 for himself. After consuming another fruit, the remaining 3 still did not achieve the status of heavenly god, yet Gohan's combat power swelled to 400,000. After consuming 3 spirit tree fruits, the group felt invigorated, sensing an inexhaustible wellspring of energy within them. At that moment, Goku noticed the look in Bulma's eyes. Oh no. He realized he would face consequences that evening. What consequences? Goku was blissfully unaware of the impending predicament. Observing the darkening sky, Bulma suggested, "Shall we have dinner? I already dined with the North Kai, and I'm not particularly hungry." Goku remarked, displaying a flair for trivial conversation, which elicited an eye roll from Bulma. "Goku, you really don't need to say that," Bulma replied, her smile barely concealing her irritation. "Isn't it better to avoid preparing too much food that might go uneaten?" "Huh. With you around, there is no chance of that," Bulma retorted, laughter punctuating her words. That evening, Goku experienced the true potency of the spirit tree fruits. Half a month later, Goku summoned everyone, gauging that. According to the timeline of the original story, Vegeta and Piccolo had likely arrived on Namek. Delay could result in the grim task of retrieving their bodies. Goku, have Vegeta and Piccolo reached Namek? Krillin inquired eagerly, anxious to enhance his own strength. Yes, they should have arrived some time ago. If we don't hurry, we might be tasked with recovering their remains, Goku replied solemnly. Link arms, and I will teleport you there, he instructed, fingers poised at his brow. Wait, 3 tremendous energies? The strongest exceeds 5 million, and 2 others are engaged in battle, one at around 2.5 million, and the other just over 2 million? Meanwhile, on Namek. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, I never expected your combat power to reach 200,000. You truly astonish me. Are you the legendary Scion? No. You don't quite fit the description, Frieza remarked casually after sending Vegeta careening through the air with a punch. Regaining his balance mid-flight, Vegeta regarded Frieza with grave concern. He had unlocked his potential and recovered from severe injuries to attain a combat power of 200,000, yet he still fell short against Frieza's 265,000. Damn it. Now I can only rely on that green-faced fiend. When will Kakarot arrive? Vegeta pondered, hands positioned defiantly at his waist, an incredible energy coalescing in his palms. Die Frieza. Gallic Gun. A formidable purple energy wave soared through the sky towards Frieza. Humph. Frieza sneered, enveloped by smoke. Ha ha, Frieza. You are nothing but, what? Ah. Suddenly, Frieza expanded in size, appearing before Vegeta and delivering a devastating punch to his abdomen. Vegeta coughed up blood, transforming into a mere shadow as he crashed into a mountainside. At this juncture, Goku transported everyone to Piccolo's side, where an overwhelming aura radiated from him. Piccolo, what has transpired? Krillin queried, astonished by the stark difference in their powers compared to a month prior. Chapter 47, Unleashing Potential. Through a brief explanation from Piccolo, everyone finally comprehended the trials that the two of them had endured. The Ginyu Force had been vanquished, and Frieza was now left nearly solitary. Piccolo had initially undergone a process of potential development and subsequently assimilated with a Namekian named Nail, which granted him his current strength. His power now stood at an impressive 5.12 million, as stated by Goku. Upon hearing this, Krillin couldn't help but gaze at Piccolo with envy. He himself had only just reached a mere 100,000, while Piccolo, who previously had a power level of 200,000, had managed to widen the gap in such a short span of time. Ah, Piccolo, the Grand Elder of Namek, should be nearby, right? Please take us to meet him. I believe I can resolve his issues. Goku had sensed the Elder's presence, but suddenly teleporting directly in front of him seemed rather impolite. He thought it best to have Piccolo guide them, as he possessed a fruit of the Tree of Might specifically reserved for the Grand Elder. Resolve his issues? Are you referring to that fruit? How do you know about it? Piccolo, having tasted the fruit of the Tree of Might before, was aware of its effects. Yet he was curious as to how Goku was informed about the Elder's condition. Well, as for how I know, you wouldn't understand. Listening to a wise person's words is worth more than 1,000 others. This statement sounded almost like a riddle, prompting the group to roll their eyes in unison. Come on, follow me. Before long, they arrived at the Grand Elder's dwelling. At that moment, a young Namekian child named Dend was accompanying the Elder. You have finally arrived. The Grand Elder's voice was frail, yet filled with relief. It is foretold that this man shall save Namek. Although his eyes were closed, Goku could sense the Elder's gaze upon him. Greetings, Grand Elder. I am Son Goku, a scion from Earth. Please consume this fruit. It will greatly benefit your current condition. Goku presented the fruit of the Tree of Might to the Elder. Thank you. The Grand Elder accepted the fruit and consumed it, trusting Goku would not lead him astray. For Goku was the prophesied savior. In an instant, the Elder appeared rejuvenated, his vitality and strength restored. The onlookers were astounded, realizing that this miraculous transformation was due to the fruit bestowed by Goku, and they felt a profound gratitude. After a moment of emotional calm, the Grand Elder looked at Goku once more. Thank you. I feel as though I have gained several more years of life. Haha. Goku, do you have any requests? Speak freely, for you are a benefactor of our Namek. The Grand Elder believed that the rarity of the fruit of the Tree of Might meant Goku must have a significant reason for offering it. Hearing this, a smile graced Goku's face. It is well known that with great power comes great responsibility, yet who decreed that greater power necessitates greater obligations? He was not the original Son Goku. He could not help others without reason. Everything in this world operates on reciprocity, does it not? Thank you, Grand Elder. Could you help us all unlock our potential? Additionally, may we use the Dragon Balls? Goku was confident that the Elder would not refuse. Certainly, one by one, please. As for the Dragon Balls, let Dend escort you later. Soon, the others completed their potential unlocking, leaving only Goku. The battle powers of his companions had significantly increased, and Goku observed each one of them. Yajirobe, 1. 8 million Gohan, 1. 2 million Raditz, 500, 000 Nappa, 480, 000 Tenshinhan, 400, 000 Krillin, 380. 000 Yamcha, 250. 000 Goku, it is your turn now. Step forward, came the gentle voice of the Grand Elder. Goku smiled, eagerly anticipating what his own power level could reach. He approached the Grand Elder, who placed his enormous hand upon Goku's head. In an instant, Goku felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. And he quickly focused to contain it within, for this power was far too immense for others to withstand. Ultimately, Goku could not completely suppress it. And a faint aura escaped, causing the onlookers to pale. So powerful, it was overwhelming enough to instill a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, Goku was their ally, which offered them a great sense of security. Ultimately, Goku's skyrocketing power level settled at 500 million. At this point, the Grand Elder was drenched in sweat, appearing somewhat weakened as he addressed Goku. Your strength and potential are extraordinarily formidable. I can only guide you to this extent. My apologies. Observing the Elder's apologetic demeanor, Goku shook his head. 500 million was more than sufficient for him. I am quite satisfied. Thank you, Grand Elder. I will handle the rest. With that, Goku teleported the group back to Earth. After returning everyone to Earth, Goku instantly transported himself to the battlefield where Vegeta was engaged with Frieza. Vegeta? Goku's heart sank at the sight of Vegeta's dire state, regretting his delay in arriving. Oh, the sins! At this moment, Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Just as Frieza prepared to deliver a final blow, Goku teleported and seized Frieza's fist. Who are you? Frieza struggled to retract his hand, only to find it firmly grasped. Goku then flung Frieza away with a swift motion. After feeding Vegeta a Senzu bean, he finally regained consciousness, his injuries completely healed. Kakarot. Upon opening his eyes, Vegeta was met with Goku's visage, causing him to scramble backward in alarm. Haha, sorry for the delay, Vegeta. I've got this from here. Goku turned to face Frieza in midair, continuing to address Vegeta without looking back. But Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. Though what could he do? Even post-recovery, he was merely around 2.5 million, far from being Frieza's match. In the end, he felt inadequate. Vegeta slowly relaxed his fists, casting a glance at Kakarot's silhouette. I leave everything to you, Kakarot. He silently resolved. Meanwhile, Frieza had regained his composure in the air, eyeing Goku with a sense of familiarity. It appeared that this face had crossed his path when he annihilated Planet Vegeta. You are a scion, are you not? I've seen that face before when I destroyed Planet Vegeta. You must be his son. Frieza was a master at provoking others' ire, a true talent for inciting rage. Indeed. I am Son Goku, a scion raised on Earth. Now, it seems our grievances must be settled. Goku coldly responded, gazing at Frieza. Oh, grievances? Are you referring to the murder of your father and the destruction of Planet Vegeta? Ha ha ha. Do you have any idea of my power level, Mr. Son Goku? Frieza spoke with elegant disdain. Yes and no. Transform into your final form, Frieza. I'm aware you are akin to your brother. Goku's vendetta against Frieza extended beyond mere matters of the past. He had not forgotten the events of years prior. With that thought, he cast a ruthless glare at Frieza. Chapter 48, The Transformation. My brother? It seems that you are the one who has slain Gula. Prepare yourself to witness my ultimate form. Frieza was unaware that Gula possessed a fifth transformation, believing that the one who defeated Gula, Son Goku, only surpassed a combat power of 200 million. With a furious roar, Frieza's towering form was enveloped in a sphere of purple energy. An astonishing aura emanated from him. What? How can Frieza be so powerful? Vegeta watched Frieza floating in the air, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Having secretly learned the rudiments of energy manipulation, he could now sense the incredible power radiating from Frieza. As the purple energy dissipated, Frieza revealed his considerably shorter form. Roar. Mr. Son Goku, my combat power has now reached 600 million. Do you believe you still stand a chance? Frieza declared with unwavering confidence. Oh, really? I must say, you look rather diminutive. Is it true that less is more? Goku relished the opportunity to provoke Frieza. Frieza's veins bulged, unable to contain the fury within. Purple energy surged from his body. He loathed being mocked about his height. Damn monkey, die. Frieza swung a punch at Goku. Goku blocked with his elbow, deftly evading the blow, then turned to deliver a sharp elbow strike to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza spat out a mouthful of bile, and before he could react, Goku swept his leg and landed a powerful kick to his face. In an instant, Frieza became a blur, crashing into a mountainside. Boom. Before the smoke could clear, Goku placed his hands on his hips, a brilliant blue light gradually intensifying in his grasp. Kamehameha, here it comes. A colossal blue beam descended upon the mountainside, engulfing the landscape in a blinding light, a massive mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Boom! The explosion unleashed a powerful shockwave, scattering countless debris in all directions, forcing Vegeta to retreat 1,000 meters. Kakarot, has he truly grown that strong? Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta gazed at Kakarot from afar, his heart filled with envy. If only he too could become the fabled Super Saiyan. How outrageous. Frieza unleashed all his energy, shattering the surrounding debris, painting half the sky with his purple aura. At that moment, he bore some injuries. Goku observed Frieza, confident that he could defeat him in his normal state, even if Frieza surpassed him by 100 million in combat power. The gap in their fighting skills was substantial enough to compensate. The two engaged in a fierce battle, the sky echoing with the sounds of their clashes. Mountains crumbled, and the ground was marred with numerous impact craters. The entire Namek seemed to tremble. Suddenly, a rift opened in the sky. This time-space feels different? How intriguing. A tall woman with white hair and pale blue skin watched the battle between Goku and Frieza with surprise. It seemed she sensed something. TCH, those annoying time patrols. Before I leave, let me gift you something. With that, the woman hurled a sphere of dark energy towards Frieza, then vanished without a trace. In an instant, the rift in the sky sealed itself. What? Goku, who was still engaged in combat with Frieza, quickly dodged and watched as Frieza was enveloped by the dark energy. Feeling an immense power emanating from within, Goku hastily opened his panel to check Frieza's status. Frieza, enhanced by dark energy, combat power, 600 million 15 billion. Goku furrowed his brow. What on earth is happening? What is this sudden surge of dark energy? Hey, Kakarot. What's going on? Why has Frieza's power increased so dramatically? Vegeta flew over to Goku, inquiring. I don't know. But it's clear his combat power has skyrocketed to 15 billion. Goku replied, his expression serious. He was not afraid of the current Frieza, rather. He feared another surge of dark energy could bolster Frieza even further. What do we do now? Your strength. Before Vegeta could finish, Goku interrupted. Vegeta, worry not. Have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan? What? In an instant, Goku transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, leaving Vegeta in a state of shock. So, this is what it means. Kakarot is truly the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. At this moment, Goku gathered a swirling mass of golden and blue energy in his hands, a terrifying aura radiating from it. Ultimate Kamehameha Wave. The overwhelming energy compelled Vegeta to retreat farther. Mr. Son Goku, my strength. As the dark energy gradually dissipated, Frieza's form emerged. His body engulfed in a blackish-purple flame. I shall end this in one blow. Boom. Goku instantaneously teleported in front of Frieza, unleashing the long-concentrated ultimate Kamehameha Wave. In an instant, Frieza's entire being was enveloped, the golden blue energy wave carving through the earth, the sea, and the sky, eventually bursting forth from the planet. How outrageous. Frieza's anguished scream echoed as he was turned to ashes, the golden blue energy fading into the horizon. Phew. Finally done. After Frieza's demise, Goku sighed in relief, no longer daring to act recklessly, fearing the emergence of another unforeseen event. Once he returned to his normal state, he found Vegeta looking utterly despondent. In an instant, Goku understood what was troubling him. It was merely the realization that he, too, could be the legendary Super Saiyan. A blow to the pride of the Saiyan Prince. With that thought, Goku approached Vegeta and patted him on the shoulder. Did you think only one person could become a Super Saiyan? Goku asked with a smile. Isn't that so? Goku chuckled softly. In the original series, by the time of the Buu Saga, Super Saiyans had lost their exclusivity. Not at all. Any Saiyan has the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Kakarot, are you saying that I too can become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta's tone was filled with excitement. It was only natural. Any Saiyan upon learning this would be thrilled. Indeed. Goku nodded, continuing, there are two conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan. First, your base combat power must reach 3 million. Second, you must possess sufficient rage. Goku believed these requirements were likely tailored for pure-blooded Saiyans. For hybrids, especially those born to Super Saiyan parents, these conditions may be more flexible. Chapter 49. Palunga Vegeta endeavored to maintain an air of composure. Yet his trembling form betrayed his inner turmoil. How could he remain unperturbed? This was the legendary Super Saiyan, a myth within their lineage. To his astonishment, he found himself on the cusp of transforming into a Super Saiyan. He had resolved that upon his return, he would train relentlessly. He was determined to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. This, however, was merely his initial step. His ultimate ambition was to surpass Kakarot. If Kakarot, a lowly warrior, could exhibit such strength, why could he, the Prince of Science, not do the same? Goku, having long discerned Vegeta's innermost thoughts, chose not to expose him, understanding that his aspiration to surpass him might remain perpetually unattainable. Come on, I'll take you back to Earth. Someone is quite worried about you. Goku jested. The proud Prince Vegeta, upon hearing this, felt a flush of embarrassment. Humph, who would worry about me? Ridiculous, he retorted. Goku, unfazed by Vegeta's indignant demeanor, placed a hand on his shoulder, pinched his fingers together on his forehead, and in an instant, they returned to Earth. The others awaited their return, eager to hear the news. Old man, how did it go? Piccolo inquired as Goku and Vegeta arrived. After all, Namek could be considered his home planet, and he was genuinely concerned. Don't worry, Piccolo. It's all been resolved, Goku replied with a grin. However, he withheld one critical piece of information, the sudden surge of dark energy. A mere fragment of energy had the potential to elevate Frisia's power to 15 billion. One could only speculate how formidable its source might be, perhaps even stronger than himself. Strangely, this enigmatic master had not made an appearance. Perhaps it was a stroke of good fortune. This was the first time in his life he felt a sense of impending danger. Everything prior had been within his control, yet this time, he felt adrift. It seemed imperative that he hasten the mastery of that transformation imbued with divine essence. In truth, he had already begun to explore this transformation, having reached the dimension of the Great King. Perhaps, upon achieving this transformation, it would aid him in transcending the divine dimension. After the group dispersed, Goku returned to Namek, where Din assisted him in gathering all the Dragon Balls. As Din uttered a phrase in the Namekian tongue, darkness enveloped the sky, and a dragon, grander yet less aesthetically pleasing than the Earth's Shinran, emerged. Mr. Goku, what wish do you desire? I shall convey it for you, the dragon proclaimed. After a moment's contemplation, Goku articulated his wish, grant me infinite stamina. Palunga fell silent for a protracted period before responding. I apologize, my lord. Your power and dimension are too formidable. I cannot grant you infinite stamina. However, I can significantly enhance your stamina's limits and recovery speed. Goku, upon hearing Din's translation, felt no disappointment. He had long since tested the Earth's dragon, which had offered even less than Palunga. Very well, let it be so, Goku nodded. Your wish is granted. Perhaps due to Goku's currently robust stamina, he felt no extraordinary sensations. After considerable reflection, he voiced a second wish, please allow me to learn the divine language. That is simple. Your wish is granted. In an instant, Goku sensed a profound language manifesting within his mind. If one were to overuse the dragon's power, could it truly lead to adverse consequences? Goku inquired. Having abstained from utilizing the Earth's dragon for years, harboring a premonition that excessive indulgence could bring about misfortune. Even the North Kai had cautioned him, referencing ancient lore that the dragon symbolized both miracles and destruction. Now, through the Namekian dragon, he sought clarity. Palunga remained silent for a long while before finally responding. I am sorry, my lord, but I cannot answer that question. Goku was taken aback. A question so profound that the dragon could not respond was intriguing. He pondered and asked Palunga, why? I apologize, this pertains to the source of our power, and I am unable to divulge it. All I can say is, my lord, remember that miracles possess both positive and negative aspects. With that, Palunga transformed back into the Dragon Balls and soared into the skies. Goku stood there, somewhat speechless. His mouth twitching, was that considered the third wish? All right, I see how it is. Even Din felt a twinge of embarrassment, taken aback by the dragon's sudden retreat. Mr. Goku. I apologize. I am uncertain why this occurred, Din said sheepishly. Not to worry, I am content with the outcome. Thank you both. If troubles arise in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I must take my leave. Please convey my regards to the Grand Elder. With a swift instant transmission, Goku departed from Namek. Farewell, Mr. Goku. Din's youthful voice echoed through the wilderness. Upon returning home, Goku greeted Bulma and immediately retreated into the gravity chamber, leaving Bulma in a state of bewilderment. Haha, Bulma, were you not the one who bet that Goku wouldn't act like Vegeta? Tights laughed heartily beside her. Previously, after Vegeta had greeted her, he had gone off to train, and Bulma had mocked her for betting against Goku, unwilling to be outdone. She had wagered that Goku would not return in such a manner. Yet, it was not entirely Goku's fault. He felt an urgency to grow stronger to protect his family. Son, Goku, you fool, Bulma exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. Goku had not always been this way, and she had confidently placed her bet. only to find herself embarrassed by the outcome. After venting her frustrations, Bulma gradually regained her composure. Indeed, aren't Saiyans like this? In the early years of knowing Goku, wasn't he just as fierce as Vegeta? Perhaps Goku had undergone some changes over the years, which led to her temporary discomfort. Bulma did not oppose Goku's training, for she understood it was his way of ensuring her safety, and he often found time to spend with her. Humph, I haven't lost. Goku usually doesn't act this way. Today is just an exception. Over the past 6 months, Goku has spent most of his time with me, have you not noticed? Bulma insisted, steadfast in her belief that her Goku was the best. I see that your mouth is your strongest asset. Tights rolled her eyes. Yet both women understood the essence of Goku and Vegeta's characters. If anything, Goku was slightly better, but not by much. It was inconsequential. They had both grown accustomed to it. Chapter 50, A Culinary Battle. Humph. Goku's training is to protect me, for he understands that if he cannot safeguard me, no one else can. And what of Vegeta? Bulma casually remarked, and she was surprisingly correct. Taisi, listening to Bulma's words, fell into silence, however. Bulma did not relent in her onslaught. If Vegeta cannot protect you, Goku certainly will. After all, you are my sister. In essence, he merely seeks to surpass Goku. As Bulma spoke, a triumphant smile graced her face as she engaged in an argument with herself. How dare she? It was akin to inserting a straw into a cesspool, sucking up filth. Taisi found herself at a loss for words. Yes, Vegeta aims to surpass Son Goku. But could anyone truly claim he would not protect her? Yet, Taisi could not muster a counter to Bulma's assertions, and indignation bubbled within her. Her hands began to tickle Bulma. Haha, Taisi, let go. If you don't, I'll show no mercy. Bulma laughed. Not letting go. Absolutely not. Taisi retorted defiantly. At times, one must not be overly boastful, for hubris often invites misfortune. Indeed, Taisi would pay the price for her arrogance. The outcome was her resounding defeat. Laughter having rendered her senseless, sprawled on the sofa in convulsions. With a battle power in the thousands, how could Taisi possibly contend with Bulma, who possessed a power exceeding 10,000? Bulma rose triumphantly from the sofa. Too easy. How dare you challenge Bulma? Meanwhile, within a new gravity chamber constructed from materials brought by Yak, far superior to those conjured by the dragon, with Bulma and her father's ingenuity, they created this gravity chamber capable of exerting a force up to 1,000 times that of Earth's gravity. This was still not the limit of the materials used. The original gravity chamber gifted by the dragon had been upgraded to 700 times but could not be enhanced further, as the materials were finite. Even for someone as clever as Bulma, Goku did not activate the gravity. Instead, he sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, fully attuned to the elusive aura around him. At present, his dimension had reached that of the Grand Kai, just a step away from the divine dimension, yet that step was fraught with challenges. However, grasping even a hint of divine aura was not insurmountable. If he had a mentor akin to Whis, the difficulty would diminish greatly. Now, he sought to comprehend a trace of divine aura as a foundation to transform into a Super Saiyan God. In that form, his energy would entirely transmute into divine energy, hastening his ascent to the divine dimension. Half a day later, it appeared that comprehending divine aura would take some time. Alas, this was the drawback of lacking a master. Goku awakened from his meditation, slowly rising and exhaling a sigh. Compared to himself, the Goku and Vegeta of the original tale were considerably fortunate. Not to mention Goku, who, through a ritual, possessed divine aura. Vegeta had the guidance of a being of angelic caliber like Whis. And what of him? He was left to toil alone, perhaps requiring a year or two to truly comprehend it. Slowly then, while I seek to grasp divine aura, I shall also fully develop the Super Saiyan form. After all, the Super Saiyan form only reaches level 2. It feels somewhat regrettable. After exiting the gravity chamber and taking a shower, Goku made his way to the dining hall. The sky had darkened, signaling dinner time. He arrived at a vast dining table laden with delectable dishes and naturally took a seat. At that moment, he noticed Taisi was absent and inquired of Bulma. Bulma, where's Taisi? Isn't she having dinner? Upon hearing Goku's question, Bulma set her chopsticks down, her smile laced with feigned innocence. Why concern yourself with that? Just eat your meal. She's gone to fetch Vegeta. Oh, all right. Goku obediently bowed his head and began to devour the food before him, sensing that Bulma's tone seemed particularly sharp today. Huh? Kakarot. Upon hearing someone call his name, Goku looked up and immediately recognized it was Vegeta. Ah, Vegeta. You've arrived. Hurry and eat. As Goku spoke, he continued shoving food into his mouth. Their gazes collided in the air, akin to two bolts of lightning clashing. Vegeta nodded in response and promptly took a seat, launching into a furious feast. Their hands seemed to blur into mere shadows, the food on the table diminishing at an observable rate. The others watched in bemusement as Goku and Vegeta vied for their meal. Was it truly necessary to compete over dinner? The Saiyans were indeed a peculiar race. Half an hour later, everyone had eaten their fill, even Gohan, yet only Vegeta and Goku continued their frenzied consumption. Indeed, the half-blood Saiyan could not rival the appetite of the pure-blooded. At that moment, both their eyes landed on the last chicken leg. Hey, Vegeta. Let me share the secret to transforming into a Super Saiyan. Huh? What secret? Upon hearing this, Vegeta turned his gaze toward Goku, but at that instant, Goku swiftly snatched the chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Haha, it's simply to eat more. After swallowing the chicken, Goku grinned at Vegeta. Curse you, Kakarot. You're resorting to underhanded tactics. Vegeta was incensed. He felt as if he might become a Super Saiyan at any moment, yet alas, his base power was insufficient. His frustration seemed to intensify. All right, simmer down, Vegeta. Once your base power is sufficient, I have a way to help you transform into a Super Saiyan directly. Vegeta paused, his previously boiling anger suddenly dissipating. What? You have a way? Goku nodded earnestly. This time he was not jesting. Yes. Consider it a reward for eating your food. Goku smiled at Vegeta. He only mentioned a reward for eating, but never specified how much he would eat or for how long. Heh. Humph. Vegeta haughtily turned his head, snorting, before resuming his meal. Humph. This time, I shall spare Kakarot. Goku chuckled softly and returned to his meal. Ultimately, under their relentless onslaught, all the dishes were emptied, and both were just satisfied. After finishing, Vegeta departed first, and Goku approached Bulma, saying, Bulma, I'm off to train. See you tonight. With that, Goku exited the dining hall, heading toward the gravity chamber. Bulma, I believe we may need to expand the kitchen further. We have 2 voracious eaters and 1 small one. If we don't, the kitchen will be overwhelmed. Mrs. Brief stared blankly at the mountain of dishes piled on the table. I wish to inquire if you can accept the concept of laws, such as the law of destruction or the law of time. If so, I will incorporate them, as I personally hope to include them to facilitate the unfolding of future plots, such as traveling to different dimensions. Chapter 51, Vegeta's transformation that evening, under Bulma's enticing influence. Goku finally experienced the joy brought forth by the enhancement of his physical prowess. It was inconceivable that there would be no change at all. The following morning, after a vigorous breakfast filled with fierce competition, Goku sought out Gohan. Gohan, would you like to train with your father from now on? He inquired, gently ruffling Gohan's hair. Goku was more than willing if Gohan showed interest in training, especially considering Gohan's remarkable potential as depicted in the original narrative. It would also serve as a means for Goku to find a worthy rival. He did not expect Gohan to reach his level but would be content with sparring after transforming into a Super Saiyan. After all, Saiyan blood coursed through Goku's veins, igniting an innate desire for competition. Upon hearing his father's question, Gohan paused, contemplating deeply. After a year of training, he had come to understand that he did not genuinely enjoy rigorous training, it merely piqued his interest. Moreover, he found his father's training intensity quite daunting. Perhaps he was more inclined towards science? Inheriting Bulma's exceptional intellect, Gohan had always been exceptionally bright, showing a keen interest in scientific endeavors and even enjoying inventing small gadgets. After a prolonged silence, Gohan finally spoke, albeit a bit shyly. Well, Dad, it's not that I dislike training. I just don't feel the same way you do. Goku instantly comprehended Gohan's sentiment. To put it plainly, Gohan did not desire to train incessantly. He was open to occasional training and had some interest in it, but he could never commit to the same daily regimen as his father. This was perhaps the distinction between half-blood Saiyans and pure-blooded ones. Without the pressure, Gohan preferred to lead a normal life like an ordinary earthling. In the original story, among all the half-blood Saiyans, only future Trunks trained vigorously, as he bore the sole responsibility of protecting the Earth. If you don't relish training, then pursue what you love, Goku asserted, unwilling to force Gohan into an activity he did not enjoy. With Goku around, he could ensure Gohan's safety throughout his life, allowing Gohan the freedom to follow his passions. Okay, Gohan replied, gratitude evident in his voice. Thank you, Dad. It was indeed a blessing to have a father who was understanding and respectful of his desires. Thus, 6 months passed. Nappa and Raditz had found a new home. During this time, Goku alternated between training and spending quality time with Bulma, achieving a constant battle power of 700 million. One day, Vegeta approached Goku. Over the past half-year, Goku and Vegeta had grown familiar with one another. often encountering each other at mealtimes in Bulma's expansive household. At the dining table, they had become rivals who recognized each other as strengths. However, the proud Vegeta remained haughty. Kakarot, my battle power must have reached 3 million by now, he said calmly, leaning against a wall with his head lowered. Goku scoffed at the pretense. He never felt the need to show off unless it was presented to him on a silver platter. After all, if it was served up, refusing to play the part would be impolite, wouldn't it? Indeed, it has reached 3.25 million, sufficient to meet the minimum requirement for transforming into a Super Saiyan. Goku confirmed with a nod. Since that is the case, I shall share the method with you, Vegeta. Goku recognized that Vegeta's pride would prevent him from asking for help. So he took the initiative. Vegeta simply nodded, aloof yet intrigued. Goku chuckled at Vegeta's demeanor, having grown accustomed to it over the past 6 months. Vegeta, clear your mind and refrain from resisting when the time comes, Goku advised. At this point, Goku had attained the status of a Grand Kai, granting him certain unique abilities, including the capacity to create a storage space. What he intended to employ was an illusion, albeit one with limitations. It required the subject to be unresisting. In combat, who would ever remain passive? Nevertheless, this ability could effectively guide Vegeta into a Super Saiyan transformation by tapping into his subconscious, immersing him in the most infuriating illusions to accumulate enough rage for the transformation. Goku guided Vegeta into the illusion. As he observed Vegeta with his eyes closed, Goku wondered how long it would take. He recalled Bulma mentioning that people typically woke after just a few minutes. It was uncertain how long it would take Vegeta now. Gradually, 10 minutes passed, and Vegeta's energy began to surge dramatically, so potent that even Krillin and the others could sense it. Goku's gravity bracelet buzzed with inquiries from Krillin, who was curious about Vegeta's sudden change. However, Goku ignored them. With so many people, how could he possibly respond? Turning his gaze back to Vegeta, he noticed golden energy enveloping him. Vegeta's hair oscillated between gold and black, merely a step away from transforming into a Super Saiyan. With a mighty roar, Vegeta finally achieved his transformation, becoming a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. In an instant, he emerged from the illusion, gasping for breath, his expression still fiery with rage. Damn it! Goku observed Vegeta's demeanor, realizing he had reached a similar impasse as before. Goku mischievously regarded Vegeta. Well, Vegeta, you seem rather upset. Care to share what your illusion was? Humph. Vegeta, momentarily distracted by Goku's question, crossed his arms and chose silence. How could he divulge the nature of his illusion? Would revealing it undermine his dignity as a Saiyan prince? Oh, come on, Vegeta. Don't be so stingy. Let us fight, Kakarot. Allow me to comprehend the gap between us. Goku was about to respond when Vegeta lunged at him with a punch. Boom. Goku swiftly blocked it, the force of their clash scattering the surrounding foliage. Hey, Vegeta. If we're going to fight, let us do it in the sky. Bulma will definitely kill me if she finds out. Goku lamented, feeling exasperated with the turn of events. Well, since there is no escaping this, I might as well let off some steam with Vegeta. Goku thought, leading Vegeta high into the sky, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Apologies, Vegeta. But you brought this upon yourself. I can't be the only one who suffers. Chapter 52. 2.5 years reduced to 1 year. The Super Saiyan God. Boom. Boom. The sky reverberated with the sounds of fierce collisions. After yet another clash, Vegeta swiftly retreated, his expression slightly twisted, fixating intently on Goku. He could sense that Kakarot was toying with him, not exerting his full power. Indeed, Goku's base combat power had reached an astonishing 700 million. While even in his Super Saiyan form, Vegeta could only muster 160 million. With nearly a 5-fold disparity, Goku needed merely a slight effort to gauge Vegeta's limits. Kakarot, I do not require your pity. Show me your true strength. Your restraint only serves to mock me. Vegeta roared, his fists clenched in anger. In midair, Goku froze momentarily before a smile broke across his face. Of course, as the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta would never accept such a fate. Be careful, Vegeta. Goku exclaimed as he charged towards Vegeta, landing a powerful punch to his abdomen before Vegeta could react. The sudden, excruciating pain rendered Vegeta incapable of resistance, causing him to revert from his Super Saiyan transformation. Had Vegeta mastered his Super Saiyan form sufficiently, he would not have been so easily forced back to his base state by a single blow from Goku. As Vegeta descended slowly from the sky, he knelt on the ground, clutching his abdomen, taking several minutes to recover. Thank you, Kakarot, he muttered before soaring away, his destination the gravity chamber conjured by the dragon. Indeed, Goku had granted Vegeta access to that gravity chamber, reasoning that it was better for Vegeta to utilize it than let it sit idle. Goku watched Vegeta's departing figure. Shaking his head in resignation, half a year had passed, and Vegeta remained as proud as ever. Just as Goku was about to return home, a familiar voice echoed through the air. "Big brother." Yak descended from the sky, followed closely by Piccolo and Krillin. "Why is everyone gathered here?" Goku inquired, bemused by their presence. Was it truly necessary for everyone to converge simply because Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan? "Well, big brother, we just wanted to see why Vegeta's strength has suddenly multiplied so dramatically. Could it be that he has mastered the Super Saiyan transformation?" Yak replied with a chuckle. He felt a twinge of envy, for although he was a half Saiyan, his drive for training and competition paled in comparison to that of full-blooded Saiyans. Yet, his combat power had previously far surpassed Vegeta's, and now he found himself overtaken, which stoked his competitive spirit. "Indeed. By the way, Yak, now that Vegeta has transformed, how long will it take for you?" Goku inquired, pressing Yak. Once, Yak's combat power had exceeded even Vegeta's, but now he fell behind due to his inconsistent training habits. Over the past half-year, his power had risen by a mere 200,000, which was quite inadequate. In contrast, Vegeta had increased his strength by 700,000. And even Gohan, who only trained on weekends, had managed to boost his power by 500,000, reaching 1,700,000. "Ah, well, I assure you, it will be very soon." Yak responded awkwardly, caught off guard by Goku's directness. He resolved to train relentlessly upon returning home, vowing not to stop until he surpassed 3 million, and ultimately, to exceed Vegeta's strength. Though he no longer aimed to surpass Goku, he was determined to outshine Vegeta. All the while, Raditz observed silently, having only gained 300,000 in power, rendering him hesitant to speak. If Raditz felt intimidated, then Nappa hardly stood a chance to voice his thoughts, as he and Kakarot were merely acquaintances. Eventually, the group came together to share a meal, as it had been quite some time since they had last gathered. During the meal, Goku extended an invitation to Vegeta, but, as expected, Vegeta declined. What could Goku do but acquiesce to the prince's whims? And so, a year and a half passed. On this day, Goku sat cross-legged in the gravity chamber, deep in meditation. Suddenly, a divine aura enveloped him, a crimson flame-like energy gradually igniting around him, transforming his hair into a brilliant red, rendering him ethereal. In that moment, Goku's presence seemed to vanish from the world, imperceptible to all. As he opened his crimson eyes and gazed down at his form, the holy energy swirled around him. The fiery aura flecked with shimmering stars. It was undeniably a captivating sight. "I have succeeded at last. I am the Super Saiyan God." At that moment, even Goku's tranquil heart surged with exhilaration. He had never experienced such a profound sensation, feeling as though he transcended this world, as if his soul and body had undergone a sublime transformation. In that instant of becoming the Super Saiyan God, the sense of impending crisis from 2 years prior dissipated entirely. Now, his base combat power had soared to 2 billion, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan God, it surged to an astonishing 8 trillion. The divine power classification indicated a divine strength ratio of 8/400, each level of divine power representing a 400th of the initial disparity. What is this? Goku casually unleashed a burst of energy, obliterating all newly appeared micro-robots in his home. These robots had been appearing for several years, yet each time, Goku had destroyed them, and he was surprised they continued to persist. Goku was aware that these machines were dispatched by Dr. Gero to collect his genetic material, but he chose to ignore them, merely eliminating those encroaching on his territory. After all, they could no longer collect his or his family's genes. And while he could only advise others to be vigilant, he understood that they were not him, and thus, were still vulnerable to having their genetic material collected. Sighing, he thought of his brother Krillin, who had it tough. "Krillin, do remember my kindness." Goku reverted from his Super Saiyan God form, sensing that after grasping this transformation, he would soon attain the divine realm in a few years. His next objective was to master the Super Saiyan 4 transformation and merge it with the Super Saiyan God, envisioning the perfect evolution of his bloodline alongside the ascension of his realm. The thought was exhilarating. He wondered just how many times his combat power could amplify. As Goku exited the gravity chamber, he suddenly sensed 2 familiar auras approaching his home. If he was not mistaken, it was Raditz and Nappa. What brought them both here? Could it pertain to the Super Saiyan transformation? Goku pondered with a hint of certainty. It seemed plausible. Their combat powers had always been closely matched, and achieving 3 million simultaneously was not out of the question. If they both transformed into Super Saiyans, their comparable strength might provide Goku with a worthy opponent. In this context, a question arises regarding how to handle the future Bulma. To clarify, in the future world, Bulma's husband is also Goku. However, the timelines of the future world and the protagonist differ significantly, primarily due to the absence of fusion. The protagonist will eventually travel to the future world, raising the question of how to navigate Goku's relationship with future Bulma. Should Bulma be unfaithful, or should they maintain some normal interaction? Chapter 53. Tates. Kakarot. Upon landing, Raditz greeted Goku, with Nappa nodding in acknowledgement beside him. Brother, you came this time to transform into Super Saiyans, didn't you? Goku was certain of it, having sensed their battle power, which was nearly at 3 million. Haha, indeed, Raditz replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. After all, he was once again seeking Kakarot's assistance. He had been a constant bother to Kakarot, yet felt he had offered little in return, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. At last, you can transform. We've been waiting for you both for quite some time, Goku joked. A year and a half had passed, during which Gohan and Yak had also learned to transform into Super Saiyans. Throughout this time, Yak had sadly discovered that he could not keep up. Vegeta, the king of transformation, was simply too formidable. Thankfully, the weekly 2-day weekend allowed him some respite. But it also meant that Vegeta's regular battle power had soared to 12 million, while Yak remained stagnant at a mere 10 million. All he could guarantee was that he would not be surpassed by Gohan. It wasn't entirely Vegeta's fault, considering the gap between him and Goku. Alongside the relentless pursuit of Yak and Gohan, it was understandable, especially Gohan, that extraordinarily gifted child, who, despite only training 2 days a week, was quickly catching up. Yak wished he could spend every day in the gravity chamber. Raditz and Nappa remained silent, feeling equally bashful. What could they do but continue to push themselves? As long as they avoided being the last, they were content. They exchanged glances, the flames of determination igniting in their eyes. All right, relax your minds. I will guide you into the illusion, Goku said, bemused by their predicament. No need to push yourselves just to avoid the last place. Okay. Raditz and Nappa responded in unison, closing their eyes and freeing their minds. A few minutes later, both successfully transformed into golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyans. Haha. Raditz could no longer contain his joy. He had never dared to imagine he would one day become a Super Saiyan, all thanks to Kakarot. There is an old saying on Earth, an elder brother is like a father, but in his case, it felt reversed, leaving Raditz feeling quite helpless. While Raditz and Nappa rejoiced, Goku scrutinized them closely. Their strengths were comparable. Perhaps, just perhaps, they could employ that technique? Yes, the fusion technique. Previously, on the planet Yardrat, Goku had wondered why they possessed the fusion technique as well, only to learn from Batella that it was acquired through exchanges with the planet Metamor. After all, 2 planets renowned for their extraordinary skills would naturally engage in exchanges that foster progress. This fusion technique had also been refined on Yardrat. If the fusion failed, they would not transform into an overweight or underweight version, but simply fail, allowing for immediate retry. Goku found this aspect particularly appealing. Bro, Nappa, how about I teach you a method to rapidly enhance your strength? Goku tempted them. He was desperate to find a worthy opponent. His base power had already reached 2 billion, while even the mightiest Vegeta stood at merely 600 million after transforming into a Super Saiyan. This left him feeling quite bored, as he was a pure-blooded Saiyan, yearning for combat, the kind of battle where one could fight wholeheartedly without concerns. He had previously inquired with Vegeta and Yak. Yak was indifferent, but Vegeta was adamantly opposed. Now, he thought, why not ask Raditz and Nappa? What if it succeeded? What? A method for rapid enhancement? Raditz seemed intrigued. Yes, it can propel you beyond Vegeta, perhaps even beyond me. Goku spoke truthfully, after fusion. Their base battle power could indeed surpass his. However, he retained mastery over Super Saiyan God. Unless they could achieve Super Saiyan 4 post-fusion, they would remain beneath him. Really? Indeed. Just learn a dance for the fusion. Under Goku's persuasion, Raditz and Nappa began to learn the rather embarrassing dance. Hey, this isn't persuasion, Goku protested. It's for your benefit. However, upon completing the dance, Raditz and Nappa realized they needed to fuse together. They immediately shook their heads in unison. Laughable. Who would wish to fuse with that waste? Eventually, under Goku's enticing challenge of, don't you want to defeat me? They commenced the fusion. First time, bright red and blue lights intertwined and gradually merged into a radiant yellow glow. The light enveloped both of them, spinning incessantly until, with a sudden brilliance, the dazzling illumination forced Goku to shield his eyes. As the light dimmed, he lowered his hand to reveal a brand new figure. Haha, Grandmaster Tates has arrived. Kakarot. You are no longer my opponent. Goku gazed at Tates, whose hair had returned to normal, somewhat speechless. Had they merged to amplify the wasteful personality as well? Indeed. Tate's space battle power had surged to 3 billion, surpassing Goku by a factor of 1.5. Yet, he could only transform into Super Saiyan 3 at best. How audacious. Goku was curious to see how Raditz would perform in Super Saiyan 3, but regrettably, post-fusion, his hair had leveled out. Alas, what a pity. Tates, let us go. Goku led Tates to an uninhabited area and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Tates regarded Goku with disdain, gathering his energy. Allow me to show you. This is Super Tates. In an instant, Tate's energy surged, transforming into a Super Saiyan as golden flames erupted skyward, a powerful aura resonating throughout the galaxy. What? Is that Raditz's energy? No. It feels similar to Nappa's. Could it be the fusion technique? Vegeta paused his training in the gravity chamber, sensing the overwhelming might. Could fusion truly be this potent? Goku, excited, turned his gaze toward Tates, feeling a rush of exhilaration. At last, there is someone who ignites my desire to battle, even if they are a fusion. Goku launched a punch toward Tates, who effortlessly blocked the incoming strike. Gathering energy in his other hand, he hurled an energy blast at Goku. With no time to evade, Goku crossed his arms to block. Boom. An explosion resonated, smoke billowing as a figure soared backward through the haze. Goku hurriedly sought to stabilize himself in midair. With a loud crash, Goku's left hand dug into the mountainside, sliding for several dozen meters before regaining his footing. Exhaling, he felt the pain radiating from his arm and glanced toward Tates. Truly impressive. The fusion has made you formidable. Goku felt his excitement building, his Saiyan blood, long dormant, beginning to surge with intensity. Note, in this book, the fusion multipliers vary among individuals. Raditz and Nappa possess a multiplier of 1000. While Goku and Vegeta's fusion can achieve a level that exceeds the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Chapter 54, The Billion Energy Warriors observing Goku suspended against the mountainside. Nats casually hurled several energy blasts. The golden energy soared like a dragon towards Goku, whose golden hair swayed as he deftly evaded a few strikes. However, a colossal energy sphere hurtled toward him at great speed. Goku caught it with both hands, enveloping it in his own energy. With a vigorous flick, he sent it hurtling back towards Nats. Boom. Nats detonated the energy sphere with another blast, releasing a multitude of energy orbs and initiating the prince's combat strategy. Goku swiftly unleashed the energy he had absorbed, accelerating his movements and continuously dodging. He realized that only close combat offered a glimmer of hope for victory. His energy was nowhere near Nats in ranged combat. He had no desire to transform into a Super Saiyan 2. Nats had just begun harnessing the Super Saiyan form and could not fully unleash its power. With his superior martial arts skills, Goku believed he could still prevail. Seizing the moment, Goku teleported beside Nats and delivered a swift kick to his waist. Nats was instantly sent flying into a mountainside, prompting Goku to unleash his energy and pursue him. He aimed a punch at Nats' face, but Nats intercepted it. Little did he know, this was merely a feint. Goku's other hand had gathered energy, which exploded against Nats' abdomen. Boom. With the sound of the explosion, Nats was thrust away again. As Goku prepared to follow up, Nats, disregarding his own exhaustion, unleashed a powerful energy wave. Goku swiftly dodged, granting Nats a fleeting opportunity to catch his breath. The two quickly engaged in aerial combat, darting from sky to ground, and then to the ocean, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. As if several versions of themselves were battling simultaneously. Nats threw a punch at Goku, but Goku effortlessly sidestepped and retaliated with a kick to Nats' chin. Nats was sent reeling backward, struggling to regain his footing. Frustration boiled within him. Despite his superior combat prowess, he found himself at a disadvantage in close quarters against Kakarot. Each of his attacks seemed to be anticipated, with Goku evading and countering with ease. Nats' effective strikes were few and far between, while he bore numerous injuries. Meanwhile, Goku reveled in the battle, recognizing the disparity in martial arts skills. As long as he was not significantly outmatched, he could contend with Nats' techniques. Nats could no longer contain his rage. With another furious roar, his energy surged dramatically, manifesting lightning-like auras around him as his hair stood even taller. Kakarot. Behold the power of Super Nats 2. With that proclamation, Nats exploded with energy and charged at Goku. Kamehameha. Goku swiftly unleashed his own Kamehameha wave, blocking Nats' advance before retreating. The disparity in their combat prowess had now transcended mere martial arts. After deflecting the Kamehameha, Nats sneered at Goku's fleeing form. After retreating several kilometers, Goku retracted his outward energy, standing still as he watched Nat's approach. He had long anticipated Nat's transformation into Super Saiyan 2, remaining vigilant. Aha, Kakarot. Don't run. Nat's taunted as he closed in. Goku regarded Nat's arrogant demeanor, pondering whether he had truly forgotten that he too could transform into Super Saiyan 2. Hey, Nats. Did you really forget that I can also become Super Saiyan 2 after our fusion? With a confident shout, Goku's energy doubled, and he transformed into the Super Saiyan 2 form. Come on. A new battle was about to commence as Goku smiled at Nats. The two swiftly engaged once more, with Nats attempting to maintain distance, but Goku would not allow it. After dodging a punch from Nats, Goku executed a sweeping kick, striking Nats' face. Nats became an afterimage, propelled backward. With his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, Nat's chances of victory dwindled further. He had barely mastered Super Saiyan 1. The demands of Super Saiyan 2 drained even more energy and stamina, leaving him capable of utilizing only 60 to 70 of his strength. As Goku anticipated, the combat between their Super Saiyan 2 forms left Nats in a dire state, effectively dismantled by Goku's relentless assault. While Goku's strikes were merely abrasive, the cumulative effect was akin to peeling away layers of skin. After reverting from his transformation, Goku executed a kick and, in a display of camaraderie, both he and Nats consumed a Senzu bean. Instantly revitalized, they felt nearly restored, yet the increase in combat prowess was negligible. Transforming into a Super Saiyan seemed to weaken the innate abilities of their Saiyan lineage. Nats and Nappa exchanged awkward glances with Goku, recalling the words spoken during their fusion. The embarrassment that arose post-separation was palpable, but they had gained a true understanding of Kakarot's strength. Even in their fused state, they were no match for him. Kakarot, you surely haven't exerted your full power, have you? Nats inquired, his intuition suggesting that while he might question others, he believed Kakarot's strength to be genuine. Goku was taken aback by Nat's perceptiveness and nodded with a smile. Indeed, Nat's mind raced back 3 years when Kakarot had already achieved Super Saiyan 2. What might he have attained now, or perhaps even Super Saiyan 3 or 4? The gap between them felt insurmountable, a source of despair. Yet, at least he was not alone in this struggle. After all, Kakarot was still his brother. Nappa, too, noticed the unspoken exchange and felt a twinge of envy. Their abilities had always been closely matched, leading to mutual disdain, with Nats often mocking him through Kakarot. But he felt powerless to change the situation. It was simply the reality they faced. Cursed be the day he lacked a worthy brother. Goku observed their dynamic, having long been aware of their grievances. Yet he chose to remain uninvolved, recognizing that such rivalry spurred their growth and strength. Well, are you two staying for a meal later? Goku inquired, his spirits buoyed by the exhilarating battle. After years of feeling invincible, the thrill of competition had become a rarity. After all, invincibility can be a lonely endeavor. He decided that he would use training as an excuse to encourage Nats and Nappa to fuse more often. Surely, they would agree. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement that would bolster their strength and satisfy his own desires, a true win-win scenario. Chapter 55, The Arrival of Future Trunks. Upon hearing Goku's inquiry, Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Forget it, Kakarot. I won't trouble you any further. I must return to my training, Raditz declared, with Nappa nodding in agreement. All right then, goodbye. I shall head home for a meal, Goku sighed, floating into the air and waving farewell to the two as he soared towards West City. After an intense battle, Goku was genuinely famished, though energy was present. The pangs of hunger were undeniably distressing. One must not neglect oneself. Enjoyment is the essence of life. For Goku, indulging in delectable food until satiated represented the pinnacle of enjoyment. What's the matter? After toiling for over 20 years, is it not permissible to relish a little? Who would oppose a hearty feast? Upon arriving home, Goku encountered Bulma, who was preparing to dine. Goku, what on earth happened earlier? Bulma inquired, having sensed the prior battle, as she had learned to harness energy alongside Goku. Most notably, his tattered attire was not something she could overlook. In simple terms, Raditz and Nappa fused, and I fought the resulting entity after fusing with them, Goku explained succinctly as his hunger was overwhelming. Bulma was astonished to learn of the fierce encounter Goku had experienced. So, the fusion was that formidable? Goku, let us eat first. I'm starving, he urged. He felt an acute sense of hunger that transcended mere physical need. It was psychological. All right, Bulma conceded, albeit with a hint of disinterest. At the dining table, Goku spotted Vegeta already engaged in his meal. Vegeta, too, sensed Goku's presence and looked up to inquire, was that energy from the fusion of Raditz and Nappa? Indeed, they even adopted a new name, Nats. Goku nodded, knowing Vegeta would certainly ask, "What do you think? Impressive, right? Why not try fusing with Yajirobe? You two could truly defeat me." Goku seized the opportunity to tempt Vegeta. Vegeta's forehead twitched in irritation. "Never. Kakarot, give up on that notion. I shall never fuse with anyone." He angrily shoved a large piece of beef into his mouth. Chewing vigorously, Goku could only sigh at Vegeta's obstinacy. It's truly a challenge to tease him. The others looked on with amusement, recognizing the playful rivalry between Goku and Vegeta. After their meal, Goku and Vegeta returned to their training, while Bulma leaned closer to Tai's, whispering mischievously, "Sister, when will you and Vegeta officially acknowledge your relationship?" Bulma's question caught Tai's off guard, but she remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to such inquiries over the past 2 years. I don't know," Tai's replied. "Listen to me, sister. You should take the initiative. Goku and I were once in a similar situation. One must be proactive." Bulma continued, her tone that of a seasoned confidant. "In my opinion, Vegeta isn't the type to take the lead. Thus, this task falls to you. Trust the wisdom of experience." Tai's pondered Bulma's words. While her friend could be unreliable, this time she had a point. Perhaps it was time to be more assertive. Days passed, and Goku diligently trained in the gravity chamber. Suddenly, he halted, sensing an unfamiliar energy that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. If I calculate the time correctly, it must be future Trunks. But I wonder from which timeline he hails? It's unlikely to be his own future. Presently, Goku had achieved the stature of a Grand Kai, free from any ailments. Could it be from the timeline depicted in the original story? As he focused on the energy, Goku teleported to future Trunks' side, only to be taken aback. Is that Trunks with golden hair? This is the norm, not a Super Saiyan. Which timeline could this be? He mused. Wait, golden hair. Could he be the offspring of Vegeta and Tai's? But how could his future self be dead? Heart disease? That is impossible. I'm certain I cannot contract heart disease. Goku furrowed his brow, troubled by the uncertainty. Uncle Goku? How did you return to Earth already? Trunks, just disembarking from the time machine, was bewildered to see Goku, as Bulma had mentioned that he was still en route. And you are? Goku asked, observing Trunks' perplexed expression. I am Trunks, from 20 years in the future. My father is Vegeta, and my mother is Tai's, Trunks explained. Goku realized he had indeed guessed correctly. This Trunks was genuinely their child. But how did my future self perish? At that moment, several presences approached from above. And Goku discerned that Vegeta and the others were arriving. They landed swiftly, with Bulma and Tai's following closely behind. Trunks felt the energy as well, staring in astonishment at Bulma and Tai's. Is it just my imagination? Or are Mom and Aunt Bulma performing flight techniques? Goku silently observed Trunks' reaction, concluding that this was a parallel timeline, not the future of his own world. Goku, who is this young man? Bulma inquired, descending from the sky, her expression one of curiosity. This is the son of Vegeta and Tai's, Goku replied casually. What? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Vegeta and my sister's child. Already grown? How have I never heard of this? Hey, Kakarot, stop speaking nonsense. I could not possibly have a child this age. Vegeta protested, his face flushed. Yes, father. I come from 20 years in the future, Trunks affirmed, nodding. He felt no shame in sharing this information, as he had heard from his mother that they were already together at this time. The group exchanged knowing smiles, directing their gaze at Vegeta and Tai's, who were at a loss for words. Just days after solidifying their relationship, they were confronted by someone claiming to be their child, and it sounded all too authentic. Indeed. Only 2 days prior, Tai's had taken the initiative, and the two had naturally progressed into a romantic relationship. Vegeta, a hint of shyness creeping in, turned his head away, feeling the weight of the situation. What could he do? If this truly was his child, he could not deny him. Child, what brings you to this time? Tai's inquired, though a hint of embarrassment lingered in her voice. I came to deliver medicine for Uncle Goku. What? Chapter 56. Journey to a despairing future. Everyone gazed in astonishment at Trunks, then turned their attention to Goku. In my future, Uncle Goku dies from viral heart disease 3 years from now. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Goku realized that this must indeed be an alternate timeline. The present version of himself could not possibly succumb to heart disease. Goku. Bulma clutched Goku's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with concern as she quickly sought to reassure him. Do not worry, I will not suffer from heart disease. That is the fate of another version of me from a parallel timeline. Goku gently ruffled Bulma's azure locks. Bulma was momentarily perplexed. What do you mean by another version of you? Given your current dimension, you should be aware that you are no longer susceptible to illness. especially since my dimension has reached the level of the Supreme Kai. With Goku's reminder, Bulma finally grasped the situation and sighed in relief, thankful that her Goku was safe. Nevertheless, for precautionary reasons, she resolved to conduct a thorough health check on him once they returned. Trunks, who had been listening, felt as if his CPU were about to overheat. Uncle Goku, what does another parallel timeline mean? He urgently inquired. In simple terms, the moment you traversed here, you did not journey into the past, but rather into a parallel universe. Any alterations you make here will not affect your original timeline, Goku explained, his words striking Trunks like a thunderclap. How can that be? Trunks exclaimed. Aunt Bulma and Gohan are waiting for good news from me, eagerly anticipating Uncle Goku's revival. Aunt Bulma has toiled for over a decade for this, only to find it all for naught? Observing Trunks' despondent expression, Goku shook his head sadly. Trunks, it seems you have encountered some calamity in your future. Goku's remark shattered Trunks' spirit, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yes, everyone is dead, leaving only Gohan and Aunt Bulma. Trunks clenched his jaw, filled with rage against the two androids. What? We're all dead? How could this happen? Yajirobe questioned, bewildered. Trunks lifted his gaze, his reddened eyes meeting Yajirobe's, only to realize he did not recognize him. I am unfamiliar with you. You do not exist in my future. I apologize. Goku smiled at Yajirobe, understanding that in Trunks' timeline, Yajirobe may have perished long ago, perhaps during the invasion by Cooler a few years prior. He began to form a hypothesis about Trunks' timeline, envisioning a reality where he and Bulma were married, Vegeta and Tights were together, and Raditz and Nappa had also survived. In that timeline, Goku would be the original Goku, potentially stronger due to enhanced training and conditions, yet still destined to succumb to heart disease. Trunks, what exactly happened? Vegeta interjected, his annoyance evident. After all, no one wishes to confront their own mortality with a cheerful disposition. Trunks hastily elaborated, in 3 years, 2 androids will emerge. Created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, whom Uncle Goku previously defeated. They are incredibly powerful, even surpassing you, father. Everyone perished at their hands, leaving only Gohan and me struggling to resist. I returned to save Uncle Goku, as Aunt Bulma and Gohan believe that if he survives, the future will not descend into this chaos. Vegeta listened, clearly displeased but aware of the truth. Kakarot was indeed stronger than him. Goku, absorbing Trunks' account, suddenly paused. Wait. Does that mean Gohan is still alive in the future? He asked urgently. Yes, Uncle Goku, but he has lost an arm, Trunks confirmed. Goku fell silent, contemplating the weight of losing an arm. It was preferable to losing one's life. Trunks, are you planning to return after delivering the medicine? Goku inquired. Yes. Gohan and Aunt Bulma are waiting for my news. Though it is grim news, it is better than silence, Trunks replied, his expression growing somber. It seems your journey here was in vain. This version of me will not succumb to heart disease, Goku said, his gentle smile aimed at the increasingly downcast Trunks. However, allow me to accompany you to the future. What? Trunks exclaimed in shock, meeting Goku's smile and nod of affirmation. Wait a moment, I need to say goodbye. Goku turned to Bulma. Bulma, I wish to visit the future. I will return soon. Bulma smiled, smoothing Goku's slightly disheveled collar. Be careful. And please send my regards to the future version of me, she said. Though she pretended not to worry, she was deeply concerned for Goku's safety. After all, she was Bulma, far from the timid type. Uncle Goku, your strength, Trunks began, but Goku interrupted him. Are you worried that I might not be able to defeat the androids? Goku's expression betrayed his amusement, as the others struggled to stifle their laughter at the notion of anyone doubting his prowess. Trunks, feeling awkward, scratched his head and nodded. Just to be safe. All right then, do you still think I cannot handle the androids? This is merely my base form. Goku released his energy, exerting pressure toward Trunks. Wow. So powerful. Your base form surpasses the androids. Trunks exclaimed, perspiration beading on his forehead, yet his heart soared with joy. This is wonderful. Gohan and Aunt Bulma were right. There is hope for the future. After retracting his energy, Goku bid farewell to the others and turned back to Trunks. Let us go, Trunks. Oh, right. Trunks, snapping out of his daze, hurriedly opened the time machine's hatch. How magical it was. Uncle Goku had not perished, but had brought back another version of himself from a different timeline. The two flew into the time machine, the hatch closing slowly behind them. Trunks, filled with determination, activated the time machine. Now that Uncle Goku was with him, the androids were surely doomed. Clenching his fists tightly, Trunks declared, Mom, Dad, your vengeance will finally be fulfilled. Here, I would like to consult your opinions. I noticed many objections to pairing Krillin with Android 18. My greatest regret in writing this book is that Goku and Bulma do not end up together. Thus, I seek to remedy this. A lifetime together. Half dreaming and half awake. What could be better? Why can't Goku and Bulma love and support each other for eternity? Why must another be introduced? I cannot allow the main character to love anyone but Bulma. After all, there are too many works with multiple female leads. I wish to attempt writing a singular female lead. If I conclude this story and write another, it may feature multiple leads, including Android 18. But not in this one. One can only exchange for either Naba or Raditz, or perhaps remain single indefinitely. It is ultimately a matter of choice. Personally, I lean towards granting the opportunity to Krillin, as he is deserving of it. After all, the protagonist will not accept it. So it would be more fitting to bestow it upon Krillin. He has never wronged number 18. And the most he has done is name his daughter after his former girlfriend, a decision that appears to stem from translation nuances, as there are distinctions in the original Japanese language. Chapter 57. Future Bulma. On this journey to the future, Goku's primary objective, aside from saving the world, was to reunite with two individuals, Gohan and the future Bulma. The future Bulma stands as the most resilient, remarkable, and intelligent woman within the Dragon Ball universe, without exception. Although she lacks the power to traverse the cosmos and shatter stars, she is nonetheless the key to salvaging the future, embodying a heroic spirit. With a touch less of naive romanticism and significantly more maturity and composure, she represents a stark contrast to the Bulma of Goku's timeline, who enjoys the protection and companionship of those dear to her, thus shielded from despair and solitude. In stark comparison, the future Bulma is marked by misfortune. Her husband succumbed to heart disease 17 years ago, coinciding with the emergence of the androids. As time passed, she witnessed the devastation wrought by the androids, realizing that only Gohan and her sister's son remained of her family. To rescue a hopeless future, she labored tirelessly, sacrificing sleep and sustenance to develop a time machine. Deep within her heart resided a steadfast belief. If Goku were present, all would be resolved. Upon this thought, Goku's fists instinctively clenched. Among the countless tragedies of his original timeline, Goku found it particularly unbearable that Bulma perished at the hands of the familiar face during the Zamasu arc. In the future world, the familiarity Bulma shared with Vegeta paled in comparison to the bond she had with Goku, which spanned over a decade. To meet her demise at the hands of someone she knew so intimately was a despair that Goku could scarcely fathom. He vowed to prevent this future Bulma from enduring such a fate. Never again. In a flash, the time machine shimmered, and in the blink of an eye, Goku and Trunks materialized in a desolate underground chamber. Goku leaped from the machine, surveying the austere surroundings, noting the numerous cracks that marred the walls. Uncle Goku, please follow me. Aunt Bulma and brother Gohan are in a nearby underground room. With Goku's adept mastery of ki, he could sense Bulma and Gohan's positions. Yet he allowed Trunks to lead the way, honoring his effort. As they traversed the path, debris littered the ground, and a faint scent of decay lingered in the air. Goku gazed around at the dilapidated environment, his admiration for future Bulma deepening. She had managed to labor for over a decade under such conditions, ultimately creating a time machine. A marvel of ingenuity. Perhaps she was the embodiment of the phrase "a mortal standing shoulder to shoulder with gods." After a brief walk, the space opened up before them. A young man with light blue hair stood illuminated by light, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, with one sleeve empty. Gohan, I'm back. Look who I brought with me. Trunks called out from a distance. Upon hearing Trunks' voice, Gohan turned with a mixture of exasperation and curiosity. How many times must I tell you not to be so dramatic? Dad. Gohan's expression shifted from playful to stunned as he recognized the familiar figure in the orange GI. It was indeed his father. Tears that had long been dormant for Gohan now surged forth uncontrollably. How many years had it been? He had nearly forgotten his father's visage, only able to recall the grand silhouette that had once stood before him. Since his father's heart condition struck when he was merely 10, he had shouldered the burden of responsibility, watching as familiar faces faded away, leaving him increasingly weighed down. Over the years, he felt as though he was on the brink of collapse, yet refrained from confiding in anyone, especially his mother, Bulma, not wanting to burden her with worry. Unable to contain himself any longer, Gohan fought to keep his eyes open as tears streamed down his cheeks, his feet instinctively moving toward Goku. Gohan, you've worked so hard, Goku said, enveloping Gohan in an embrace, fully understanding the weight of carrying an entire world's burdens on one's shoulders. Dad. Gohan clung tightly to Goku, relishing the warmth of a long-forgotten embrace. His tears soaked Goku's attire, yet Goku held him tighter. Aware that Gohan needed the comfort of his father's presence now more than ever, Trunks observed silently from the side, feeling a pang of envy for Gohan. He had never experienced the warmth of a father's embrace, having lost his parents before he could even form memories of them. Gohan poured out his heart to Goku, recounting the myriad grievances and pains he had endured over the years. To the world, he projected an image of unwavering strength and resilience. But only his father could elicit this vulnerable side of him. As Goku noticed Gohan's empty sleeve, a flame of unbridled anger ignited within him. He yearned to annihilate androids 17 and 18 with his own hands, but had resolved beforehand to train Gohan and Trunks in the hyperbolic time chamber for a year, enabling them to confront the androids themselves. Gohan, sensing Goku's intense gaze, chuckled lightly. Haha, Dad, it's just an arm. Scars are a man's badges of honor. This arm of mine is a prestigious medal. Goku nodded thoughtfully, already considering a way to restore Gohan's arm. The two conversed for an extended period, sharing their thoughts for several minutes. Dad, why don't you go see Mom first? She's in there working on her research, Gohan suggested, pointing to a room behind him. Goku followed Gohan's gesture, observing a relatively intact, high-tech chamber. All right, you two wait here. I'll take you somewhere afterward, he replied, nodding before approaching the door and stepping inside. Upon entering, Goku was greeted by an array of bottles, jars, and various instruments. Compared to Bulma's laboratory in his timeline, this one seemed significantly inferior. Yet, under the circumstances of an apocalyptic world, such a laboratory was already a remarkable feat. Goku watched as a petite figure with blue hair busily worked at a lab bench, appearing considerably thinner than he remembered. No, if we proceed this way, the energy required for the time machine will be considerably less, Bulma murmured to herself, jotting down data. Her peripheral vision caught sight of an orange figure, initially mistaking it for Gohan, but then Bulma turned, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Goku? Is that really you? Could it be that Trunks succeeded? Hearing Bulma softly call his name, Goku's lips curled into a smile. Yes, Bulma. Chapter 58. Reunion with Bulma. What? That's my father from another timeline. He hasn't been resurrected? Gohan gazed in shock at Trunks, who had long believed that their father from this timeline had returned. Trunks nodded gravely, recognizing that the truth would eventually surface. It was better to reveal it himself. I didn't travel to the past. I arrived in a different timeline. Uncle Goku said that the moment I crossed over, I was no longer in the past but in another dimension. Later, Uncle Goku followed me back to the present. Gohan felt a twinge of disappointment. To say he wasn't disappointed would be a lie. After all, this father was not the one from their timeline and would ultimately depart from this reality. Nevertheless, the opportunity to reunite with his father and experience the embrace he had longed for over a decade filled Gohan with a sense of contentment. However, he couldn't help but worry about his mother. While Gohan could come to terms with the situation, he was uncertain if his mother could do the same. Casting a concerned glance towards the room where Goku had entered. Goku. Bulma clung tightly to him, burying her face against his chest, her tears flowing uncontrollably. For years, the burden she carried might have crushed a woman of lesser strength, yet no one truly understood the weight of her struggles. She had persevered until Goku's return. In that instant, her tense nerves seemed to relax. After all the hardships she had endured for over a decade, was this not the day she had worked towards? Goku was back, and the world was saved. Goku looked at Bulma, who had long hair tied back with a simple band, her skin pale from years without sunlight. Her eyes and expression betrayed the fatigue and hardships of the past years. Time had left no visible marks, but the toil had indeed taken its toll. Goku's hands hovered uncertainly. After all, this was a Bulma from another timeline. Yet, seeing the tears glistening on her long lashes, resembling a delicate flower, softened his heart. Those tears seemed reluctant to fall, lingering on her pristine skin, and Goku gently embraced her, feeling her body tremble slightly. He understood that Bulma needed someone to confide in, and he was willing to be that confidant. Bulma, I'm here, he said softly. Goku, I feel so tired, so very tired. The two conversed for quite some time, and Bulma noticed a subtle difference in Goku. Although they had been apart for over a decade, his personality and mannerisms were deeply imprinted in her memory. The Goku before her bore a striking resemblance, yet there was an undeniable distinction that she keenly sensed. Goku, you're not from my timeline, are you? You're from another timeline, right? Bulma forced a smile as she looked at him, wishing fervently for a denial, yet she already knew the answer in her heart. Goku fell silent for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, Bulma's intelligence had led her to deduce the truth. Could you tell me how your timeline differs from mine? Bulma inquired, eager to learn about the life of the version of herself in Goku's timeline. Different? There are many differences. For instance, I am far stronger in my timeline than I am here, and there is also the concept of dimensions. Bulma was astonished to hear terms she had never encountered before, such as dimensions, Super Saiyan 2, and Super Saiyan God. To think there existed such a powerful Goku in another timeline filled her with envy. Her gaze dimmed slightly. Goku, did you come to the future to eliminate the androids? Goku nodded but quickly shook his head. Yes and no. Destroying the androids is only part of the reason. I also wanted to see you and Gohan in the future. Bulma felt a flicker of joy at his words, but that joy faded almost immediately. What did it matter? Goku would ultimately return to his timeline. I plan to take Gohan and Trunks to the time chamber for a year of training, allowing them to confront the androids on their own. The time chamber? Bulma exclaimed. Having not heard that name in ages, the chamber had been destroyed by the androids. Goku, I'm afraid you won't be able to access the chamber. It has been destroyed by the androids. Goku was well aware of the state of Earth. How could the chamber have escaped destruction? I know the chamber is gone, but the room of spirit and time still exists. I have a way to enter and exit, as long as he could locate the chamber. His immense power would allow him to open the space. He believed that with his current fighting power of 800 billion, he could achieve this. All right, you should take them. Bulma urged, noticing Goku's surprised expression at her suggestion. Seeing his confusion, Bulma let out a small laugh. You focus on your training. I still need to work on the energy for the time machine. Don't you want to return to your timeline? While Bulma wished for Goku to stay in her timeline, she understood that this Goku was not truly hers. He belonged to another reality. Very well. After a moment of silence, Goku nodded and, with a swift movement, vanished from Bulma's sight. Outside the room, Gohan and Trunks were engaged in conversation when Goku suddenly appeared before them. Hey, Dad, why did you come out so suddenly? Gohan asked, puzzled, having expected a longer discussion. Your mother is preparing energy for the time machine, and I need to take you both for some special training. Special training? Gohan and Trunks exchanged bewildered glances. Yes, I want you both to confront the androids yourselves. Goku intended to take them to the room of spirit and time for a year of rigorous training, believing that with his guidance, they would master their full Super Saiyan powers in that time. Really? Gohan and Trunks exclaimed in excitement. If they could defeat the androids themselves, they would relish the opportunity. Gohan, your power should be quite comparable to the androids, right? Goku asked, noting that Gohan could reach 800 million in his Super Saiyan form. Gohan nodded, admitting that he was nearly equal to Android 17 but slightly stronger than Android 18. However, due to Trunks' weaker abilities, he often had to fight 2 against 1, leading to frequent losses, including the loss of his arm. That makes things easier. With my training, even Trunks will be able to handle them with ease. Goku said with a smile. Really? Uncle Goku. Trunks had long felt guilty for holding Gohan back, believing that if Gohan hadn't saved him last time, he wouldn't have lost his arm. He had never voiced this guilt, not wanting to burden Gohan further. However, before we begin, I need to take care of something that will help Gohan restore his arm. Chapter 59. A vicious beating for future Goku. Gohan and Goten gazed in astonishment at Goku, who, at that moment, placed his hands on his forehead and vanished before their eyes in a flash. On North Kai's planet, the future Goku, who had been deceased for over a decade, was meditating beneath a glowing halo. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful energy manifesting on the planet, and to his astonishment, it was strikingly identical to his own. Goku, of course, also recognized the future version of himself and felt a profound displeasure toward this incarnation. Despite being able to retain his physical form after death and occasionally returning to the mortal realm, he had never visited Bulma, leaving her in solitude for many years. Goku understood why his future self had not annihilated the androids. It was a rule that the deceased could not interfere with the living. As for the Buu saga, the rules were disregarded when the Supreme Kai was at stake. Why such a significant disparity between himself and his future self? Goku had always believed that the future Goku was essentially him. Their souls had merged long ago. Indistinguishable from one another, he was Goku, he was Kakarot. Who are you? Future Goku queried, his expression one of confusion, confronted by this doppelganger whose energy was nearly identical to his own. It's impossible. Each individual possesses a unique energy signature. You are from another timeline, specifically, you from 20 years ago, Goku replied with a stoic demeanor. Future Goku, taken aback, pondered. 20 years ago? That was before I died. At that moment, North Kai also noticed Goku. Within seconds, cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. Another Goku has appeared? And his dimensional level is astonishingly high. He has reached the realm of the Great Kai. North Kai's mind raced with confusion, having seen the Goku who resided on his planet as merely mortal. Hello, North Kai. Goku greeted with a beaming smile. Hello, North Kai responded, somewhat flustered. Future Goku could distinctly sense the disparity in Goku's attitude towards them. What have I done to invoke such hostility from my past self? Another Goku, what brings you here? North Kai inquired. Goku flashed North Kai a smile and replied, let us discuss that later. For now, may I engage in a spar with my other self? He noticed that future Goku's base power level was merely 10 billion, which ignited a desire within him to teach this version a lesson. Given the proper timeline, he should have been approaching the power level of Super Saiyan in the Buu saga. At the very least, he should possess a fighting strength in the thousands of billions. Yet, this was an opportunity to relieve some pent-up frustration. Presently, future Goku could only harness the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, while Goku, embodying the power of Super Saiyan God, was more than capable of overcoming him. Future Goku's eyes brightened with realization. Instinctively, he understood that this past version of himself was not weak. Although he could not fathom why his 20-year-ago self was so powerful, he was eager to engage. Come on! A divine aura erupted from Goku, enveloping him in a crimson blaze as his hair, pupils, and eyebrows transformed to a striking red. North Kai, witnessing this, was rendered speechless, if he was not mistaken. This was the divine energy exclusive to those who had attained the divine dimension. Though I cannot sense your energy, I can feel your immense strength. I shall unleash all my power as well. In an instant, future Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his formidable energy causing the entire North Kai's planet to tremble. This was the essence of Super Saiyan 3. The transformation rendered future Goku menacing, and he gazed at Goku with a hint of arrogance, believing that Goku would not stand a chance against him in this form. With a rush of energy, future Goku charged at Goku, creating a long trail in the ground as he clenched his fist, summoning all his might. Dragon Fist Explosion. None shall stand in my way, he roared, unleashing a golden dragon that ensnared Goku, twisting and constricting around him. However, to future Goku's shock, Goku did not evade the punch aimed at his face. Instead, he merely turned his head slightly, emerging unscathed. He felt an overwhelming force emanating from future Goku's fist. Goku slowly straightened his head, his indifferent gaze fixed on future Goku as he clenched his fist and struck him in the abdomen. Future Goku was sent hurtling backward. Goku leaned forward, swiftly appearing behind future Goku, delivering a powerful kick to his back. As they exchanged blows, their movements blurred into mere afterimages in the sky. But it was an entirely one-sided affair. Future Goku's cries echoed through the air as Goku landed punch after punch, gradually dissipating the rage within him. When Goku finally halted his assault, future Goku seized the opportunity to regain his breath, launching a kick toward Goku's right cheek. Goku blocked with his arm, and with his other hand, he grasped future Goku's ankle, unleashing a red energy that began to envelop him. The crimson flames coiled around future Goku like thorns, encasing him entirely. No, this is infuriating. Future Goku struggled, realizing he could not escape the grasp of this energy. I ask you, Goku demanded, his voice rising with intensity. Why have you not visited the living realm in all these years? Do you have any idea how torturous these years have been for Bulma? Even a fleeting glance would suffice. Goku's agitation grew, and the red energy began to pulse chaotically around him. You know you can return to the living realm for a brief time. This would not alter anything in the living world. He seized future Goku's sleeve and hurled him to the ground. Boom. In the sky, future Goku transformed into a mere shadow as he crashed into North Kai's planet, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air. As the dust settled, future Goku emerged, appearing far from unscathed, his visage marred with bruises. He seemed on the verge of speaking, but found himself at a loss for words. Future Goku felt like a symbol of misfortune, burdened by the knowledge that he had inadvertently summoned Frieza and his father, leading to the emergence of the androids. Perhaps his absence from the living world would have been for the best, a sentiment he would not waver from. I will not return to the living realm, future Goku declared, lifting his gaze to the sky, his eyes resolute as they met Goku's. Do as you wish, just know that Bulma has always yearned for you. Goku felt that further words would be futile. He believed that this future self was truly lost. He relinquished his transformation and flew before North Kai, choosing not to dwell on his future counterpart any longer. At that moment, the king of the Northern Realm felt a twinge of sorrow for his planet, which was already diminutive due to the god of destruction. Now, it seemed to shrink even further. However, there was a silver lining. This reduction could be self-repaired. Unlike the irreparable damage inflicted by the god of destruction, alas, it was truly exhausting. Chapter 60, The Restoration of the Severed Arm Lord North Kai. Do you have the location of the new Namek? Goku's voice interrupted the North Kai, who was still mired in sorrow. The North Kai quickly regained his composure and nodded. Yes, I will transmit the coordinates to your mind. For the North Kai, this task was quite simple. As he spoke, Goku's mind was filled with the location of the new Namek. Instantly, Goku detected the presence of the Namekians on the planet. A smile creeping onto his lips as he expressed his gratitude to the North Kai. Thank you, Lord North Kai. I apologize for the intrusion, but I must take my leave. With a swift gesture, Goku placed his hands on his forehead and vanished from North Kai's planet. Watching Goku depart, the North Kai couldn't help but reflect on how unique Goku truly was. Turning, he observed the future Goku approaching him. Goku, why don't you reveal the truth to your past self? Upon hearing this, Goku scratched his head, his face, slightly swollen, breaking into an innocent smile. Haha. I sense from him a freedom from curses. Perhaps that past self is different from me. If that's the case, there's no need to worry about it. Ah, Goku. Doesn't it hurt to be beaten? The North Kai shook his head in resignation. It does, but the battles with my past self make the pain worthwhile. Goku had faced a challenger who could best him like that in a long time, and it seemed his past self had mastered a new transformation. The North Kai truly could not fathom Goku's obsession with combat. Haha. At that moment, Goku arrived at the new Namek. The environment was significantly improved compared to before, with lush greenery, a pristine blue sky, and crystal-clear lakes. Perhaps living a peaceful life on this planet was a splendid choice. Goku marveled at his surroundings, noting that this planet surpassed most places on Earth in beauty. Are you Mr. Son Goku? At that moment, an elderly Namekian spotted Goku. Goku turned to face the aged Namekian, recognizing him as Mune, the successor to the Grand Elder. He felt fortunate to have instantly transported to the Grand Elder's side. Yes. Goku nodded. Mr. Son Goku, is there something you need on Namek? We Namekians will do our utmost to assist you. The Grand Elder spoke earnestly. For they had yet to repay Goku in any meaningful way, and this was a perfect opportunity. Goku was pleasantly surprised by the Grand Elder's willingness to help and candidly stated his purpose for visiting Namek. I seek to borrow the Dragon Balls. The Dragon Balls? No problem. Let Dandy take you there. With the Grand Elder's words, a young Namekian emerged from the crowd behind him. Dandy politely greeted Goku. Mr. Son Goku, hello. How's Gohan doing? Dandy inquired, having known Gohan since childhood, and despite the passage of time, he still remembered him. Goku shook his head. Not well. I'm borrowing the Dragon Balls for him. Dandy gasped in surprise and asked anxiously what happened to Gohan. He lost an arm and can only rely on the Eternal Dragon now. I recall Earth also has an Eternal Dragon. You are correct, but the Guardian has perished. And thus, the dragon is no more. The Namekians nearby expressed their sympathy, as Gohan was one of their own. I am truly sorry, Mr. Goku. Allow me to take you to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Please, follow me. With that, Dandy ascended into the sky, waiting for Goku to join him. Okay. Goku nodded and flew up, the two unleashing white auras as they soared toward the various tribes. They quickly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls from the different tribes. Dandy placed the Dragon Balls on a lush expanse of grass, and with a chant, lightning streaked across the sky, summoning the mighty Purunga. Purunga immediately noticed Goku and lowered his posture. Lord, what is your wish? Purunga spoke in the divine tongue, leaving Dandy perplexed. As it was not the Namekian language he knew, he hadn't anticipated Purunga would behave this way. Upon hearing Purunga's words, Goku's brow furrowed in his previous timeline. Purunga hadn't spoken in the divine tongue. However, ever since Goku had learned it, Purunga had adopted this manner of speech. How intriguing. This warrants further contemplation. Goku mused. Eternal Dragon, are you aware of my timeline? Purunga, under Goku's intense gaze, broke into a cold sweat. Oh no, I've inadvertently revealed something. Thus, Goku continued to scrutinize Purunga until the latter, unable to withstand the pressure, finally confessed, yes, every version of me in each timeline is still me. Goku was taken aback. The Eternal Dragon was indeed remarkable. It appeared that the death of the Eternal Dragon on Earth merely meant he couldn't appear in that timeline. How powerful was the Dragon God, Salam? The power of the dragon must have been granted by him, capable of transcending the boundaries of time and space. Even the Omni King could not escape such limitations. With each new timeline, a new Omni King emerged. Lord, do you have a wish? If not, I shall take my leave. Purunga inquired awkwardly, sensing Goku's deep contemplation. Each encounter seemed to bring misfortune, and he wished to depart hastily, feeling he could neither confront nor elude Goku. Why the rush? Are you afraid of me? Goku was genuinely surprised by the dragon's fear. After all, he had no intention of causing harm. Haha. So what is your wish, Lord? Purunga produced a handkerchief from nowhere, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Please restore my son Gohan's arm. Very well, Lord. Your wish is granted. Do you have any further wishes? Purunga's eyes glowed red. At that moment, Gohan, who was chatting with Trunks on Earth, suddenly noticed his arm had returned. "Look, Gohan, your arm is back," Trunks exclaimed, astonished by Gohan's miraculous restoration. "Yes, it must be Dad," Gohan replied, moving his arm, raising it for a closer inspection before nodding in affirmation. Though he appeared calm, his heart was brimming with excitement. He had long since given up hope for his arm. He never expected that his father would resolve it so swiftly. "Gohan, you and Aunt Bulma were right. With Uncle Goku around, everything will be all right." "Indeed." Gohan gently nodded at Trunks, unable to contain the joy radiating from his face. Chapter 61. The God of Time. Upon hearing Barunga's inquiry, Goku fell into a deep contemplation. At present, the limitations of the Dragon Balls on both Earth and Namek were rather significant. "Please enhance my healing abilities," he thought, considering the possibility that this might be achievable. The Dragon of Namek possessed greater power than that of Earth, and since he had made his wish to the Earth Dragon, Barunga should be able to augment his healing capabilities somewhat. A glimmer of crimson light flickered in Barunga's eyes. "Master, your wish has been granted." Goku felt a warmth enveloping his body, yet he could sense nothing beyond that. He was eager to discover the extent of his self-healing abilities. "Oh well, there's no rush. I can always test it upon my return. The most pressing matter now is what to wish for as his final request." After some deliberation, an idea struck him, and he quickly inquired, "Could you grant me the ability to traverse through time and space?" Barunga was taken aback. "What kind of wish is that? The ability to traverse time and space? Such a power is forbidden. Only those from the realm of time can permit it. Perhaps the Time Dragon could. But I am merely an ordinary dragon." It was not a question of capability, but rather one of permission. "I apologize, Master, but I cannot fulfill this wish." Goku was at a loss for words, feeling as if no wish could be granted. Barunga noticed Goku's expression. After all, it was Goku's wish that was rather absurd. "Then can you grant me the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan?" Goku was indeed covetous, especially since the new Broly could dominate Super Saiyan Blue with merely his Super Saiyan form. With his current dimensional status at Supreme Kai level and formidable mental prowess, he believed he could maintain control over his rationality. "Master, are you certain?" "I can grant this wish, but not in its entirety. Moreover, if you were to obtain the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, you would be unable to ascend to the divine dimension, as that bloodline conflicts with the divine essence." This was the first time Goku had heard of such a scenario. Letting go of the divine dimension and essence was out of the question, and besides, this bloodline was merely a youthful version, rendering it even less necessary. "Forget it, just unlock my potential," he decided. He was unsure what else to wish for, so he opted to enhance his strength. "Very well, Master, your wish has been fulfilled," Barunga declared, and with that, a surge of new energy coursed through Goku's being. While Goku was still absorbing this new energy, Barunga departed without a backward glance. "Wait, what did you say just now?" Once Goku comprehended the newly acquired energy, he opened his eyes and realized that his battle power had reached an astounding 3 billion. Then, "Farewell, Dandy." Goku placed his hand on his brow and bid Dandy goodbye. "Yes, goodbye, Mr. Goku. Please send my regards to Gohan." "I will." With that, Goku's form vanished from Dandy's sight. He instantaneously teleported to Earth. But instead of seeking out Gohan and Trunks, he first arrived at the ruins of the temple. He resolved to locate the position of the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon reaching the temple ruins, he observed the remnants of shattered walls. The entire structure had split in two, suspended in midair. Walking slowly on the white porcelain tiles, Goku felt a sense of melancholy. He had spent a year in the temple, and now witnessing this once familiar place in such disarray was disheartening. Alas, how time changes everything. Goku soon arrived at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. As expected, the entrance had vanished. He would now have to force it open. With his hair standing on end, Goku unleashed a golden aura, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. He directed his energy towards the entrance. Boom. In an instant, a passage large enough for passage emerged. Goku had controlled his energy well, merely opening the entrance without causing further destruction. Although the temple appeared dilapidated from the outside, the interior of the hyperbolic time chamber remained unscathed. Indeed, this space had endured. Stepping inside, Goku scanned his surroundings. It was exceedingly uncomfortable, stifling. The surroundings were enveloped in a white haze. Being alone in such an environment could drive anyone mad. No wonder I could barely endure 3 months in the original story. "Son Goku." Suddenly, a feminine voice resonated in Goku's ear. He quickly turned toward the source, furrowing his brow in confusion. He could not sense the presence of the voice's owner. Huh? A little girl? Is this not the Supreme Kai of Time? He was bewildered. The Supreme Kai of Time had never appeared in the canonical storyline, and he was uncertain of her existence. However, he was now convinced. Realizing that this was why he could not sense her energy, mortal beings were incapable of perceiving divine energy. If he transformed into Super Saiyan God, perhaps he would be able to perceive her. Who are you? Goku feigned ignorance, addressing the Supreme Kai of Time. Goku, hello. I am Kranoa, the Supreme Kai of Time. And I have come to find you. Find me? Goku was puzzled as to why the esteemed Supreme Kai of Time would seek him out. Indeed. Ever since Tao appeared in your timeline, I have been keeping an eye on you. Her words struck a chord with Goku, making him wonder if Tao was responsible for Frieza's recent transformation. The aura emanating from Frieza did resemble something from a game, suggesting her involvement. Are you referring to Frieza's transformation? Upon hearing this, Kranoa smiled elegantly and nodded. Yes, precisely. It was because of her that I became interested in you. You are unlike any other Goku from different timelines, yet you are still the same person. Therefore, I am very curious and wish to invite you to join the Time Patrol. Kranoa's unexpected proposal left Goku taken aback. He never anticipated the Supreme Kai of Time would invite him to join the Time Patrol. However, he shook his head in refusal. You must understand the caliber of foes I would be up against. As someone who has just grasped the Super Saiyan God form, am I truly capable of confronting them? My priority is to safeguard my own timeline and the people close to me. Please, don't be so hasty in your rejection. Here, take this essence, Kranoa insisted, conjuring a sphere of energy that floated toward Goku. The energy swiftly approached him, and to be cautious, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan God, shielding himself from the energy. What is this? Goku's expression turned wary. Anyone would be uneasy about an unknown energy attempting to enter their body. Do not worry, this is the essence of time, which will grant you the ability to traverse through time and space. What do you think? Is this gift agreeable? Do not be so quick to refuse. Consider it a personal favor owed to me. When I encounter an insurmountable problem, I may call upon you for assistance, Kranoa said with a cheerful smile. She felt a twinge of regret. Such an artifact was incredibly precious. Yet, the prospect of securing such a unique Goku made her feel it was worth the effort. The essence of time? Are you saying I can traverse time and space now? Chapter 62. The time and space targeted by Tova it is, yet it is not. And it requires your own comprehension. This is merely the essence, guiding you into the threshold while simultaneously expediting your understanding. Upon hearing Wukong's inquiry, Kranoa began to elucidate. Not everyone possesses the capacity to grasp the power of time. Even with the assistance of the source of time and space, the probability of comprehension is merely enhanced. However, she harbored faith that this son Wukong would undoubtedly succeed. Well then, thank you, esteemed Lord of Time, Wukong expressed his gratitude, feeling that possessing the power of time was indeed formidable. Observing Zeit's time flash technique, he considered it a preliminary manifestation of time power, an essential skill to transcend levels. Merely owing a favor seemed quite worthwhile. Wukong carefully stored the temporal energy in his dimensional space. Although the Lord of Time did not deceive him, it was prudent to handle external energies with caution. It would not be too late to absorb it once he was entirely certain of its safety. Hearing Wukong's remarks, Kranoa's expression brightened. Having already incurred a favor, how far could the journey to cooperation be? Such matters must be approached gradually, without haste. By the way, do you recall the mention of Tova earlier? Kranoa decided to divulge some intelligence to Wukong. Of course, what about her? Wukong inquired, stroking his chin with a hint of confusion. Please don't tell me Tova intends to stir trouble in my time. That would indeed be troublesome. Such individuals, who operate in the shadows, are the most detestable, especially when one has no means to counter them. All he could do was wait patiently for her to make her move. Well, you previously failed to capture her. But it is certain she has set her sights on your time, Kranoa informed him, noting how her own words seemed to cast a shadow of foreboding over Wukong. Wukong felt a pang of regret at his own foresight. How strong is Tova? He pondered, curious if she was weaker than himself. If she was stronger, that would pose a grave concern. Her ordinary form is slightly weaker than yours, but she possesses a demonic form, the details of which remain unclear, Kranoa assessed, studying Wukong thoughtfully. After all, this is not the official canon. It is a narrative born from games and promotional anime. For the sake of coherence in my novel, I will make necessary adjustments, she added, acknowledging the narrative liberties taken. At the mention of Tova's potential strength, a sense of unease washed over Wukong. The thought that her ordinary form was only slightly inferior to his own, coupled with the existence of a demonic form, incited a sense of urgency. Yet, he was perplexed as to how Kranoa discerned his capabilities. Rest assured, she will not confront you directly. We are here to support you. Furthermore, Should she formally appear in your realm, you can summon the god of destruction from your time to handle her, no matter how strong she is. She cannot surpass a god of destruction, Koranoya assured him with a calming demeanor. However, Wukong's expression remained tense, recalling that their god of destruction seemed perpetually ensconced in slumber. Strong as he may be, he was hardly proactive. How do you know of my strength? Wukong shifted the topic, abandoning thoughts of Beerus. Upon hearing his query, Koranoya's pride swelled, her tone elevating. It was during your battle with your counterpart in this time. Your red-haired form has already reached the first realm of divine power, exuding divine energy. Had I not intervened to shield you, do you think the angels of this time would have failed to notice? Crossing time indiscriminately is a grave offense. Even if traversing from the past to the future, Wukong realized he had incurred yet another favor, but also gained valuable information regarding Whis' awareness of his presence. He had plans to return to his own time. Previously, he had lamented the lack of a mentor, but now he had found one. Thank you, esteemed Lord of Time. I owe you yet another favor, he expressed sincerely. Koranoya, upon hearing this, felt her spirits lift tremendously. No need for such formality. Ah, well then, thank you. Esteemed Lord of Time, Wukong reiterated. Koranoya nearly choked in surprise, feeling quite aggrieved. Had she known her words would be taken so literally, she would have chosen them more carefully. How infuriating. I was merely being polite. By the way, take this. Koranoya tossed Wukong an object resembling a button. He examined it closely but could not discern its purpose. What is this? Wukong asked, eyeing Koranoya with curiosity, hoping it wasn't a summoning device akin to those in the original story. That is a tool for accessing the realm of time. Simply press this button, and a portal to the realm of time will appear before you. You must visit often. Our time realm is filled with wonders. You will even have the chance to challenge the strongest beings across various timelines. Koranoya's excitement was palpable as she enticed Wukong. Knowing that powerful opponents would undoubtedly pique his interest, Wukong's eyes sparkled at the mention of formidable adversaries, yet he sensed an ulterior motive beneath Koranoya's enthusiasm. Perhaps it is best to resist the allure of the realm of time, he mused, though disappointment lingered. Thank you, esteemed Lord of Time. I shall surely visit when the opportunity arises, Wukong assured, his thoughts at odds with his words. Absolutely. You must come. This is your promise. Koranoya playfully nudged, fully aware of Wukong's inner conflict. Indeed, I shall. They exchanged goodbyes, and Koranoya bid Wukong farewell. Wukong, I must take my leave now. Until we meet again, she said, as a luminous portal opened behind her, drawing her gently within. Farewell, esteemed Lord of Time, Wukong called out, watching her enter the portal. Once Koranoya departed, Wukong stepped out of the spirit time room and into the dilapidated temple. During that prolonged interval, he had maintained the entrance with his energy. It was time to seek out Gohan and Trunks to complete their training so that he could entrust this timeline to them. Wukong placed his fingers to his forehead, locating the energies of Gohan and Trunks, and in an instant, he vanished from the temple. The once grand temple remained in its state of disrepair, its former splendor long gone. It appeared as though nothing had changed, save for the ethereal light emanating from the newly forged entrance connecting to the spirit time room. Chapter 63. The Father Who Puts on a Show Before His Son. Dad, Gohan exclaimed, his heart racing as he beheld the sudden appearance of Goku before him. How are you adapting now? Goku inquired, his gaze immediately drawn to Gohan's arm. He could easily sense the joy emanating from Gohan following the restoration of his limb. Haha. I'm still getting used to it. After all, it's been a while since I had just one arm. Adjusting is a bit challenging, Gohan replied, playfully moving his newly formed arm and smiling. It's good that there are no major issues. I'm off to meet Dandy now, Goku announced. Dandy? Is he the Namekian Dandy? How is he doing? Gohan's excitement was palpable. He shared a deep bond with Dandy, though they had not seen each other in many years. Yes, his status among the Namekians is quite high now, so there is no need to worry. He asked me to send his regards, Goku reassured him. Thank you, Dad. Gohan nodded, genuinely pleased for Dandy. All right, come with me, Goku instructed, and with that, he transported them both to the dilapidated temple. It was Trunks' first visit to the temple, and he looked around, puzzled by the surrounding ruins. Uncle Goku, where is this place? Upon hearing Trunks' question, Goku turned to Gohan, a look of inquiry in his eyes. You mean you've never brought Trunks here? Gohan understood Goku's silent question and quickly clarified. No, I haven't brought him here before. I came alone once and saw the ruined temple. I only mentioned it to him then, and at that time, he couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan. It was too dangerous to bring him along. Indeed, it would have been perilous without the ability to transform. Even now, it's somewhat risky if I weren't with you. Goku acknowledged, considering Trunks' battle power of only 6 million. Trunks, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his golden hair, realizing how much weaker he was compared to Gohan and Goku. Enough of that. Let us go. I'll take you to the hyperbolic time chamber. A day outside equals a year inside, and that's where we will train. Goku declared, rising into the air and slowly flying towards the chamber, with Gohan and Trunks following closely. Upon reaching the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, they found that the entrance had not yet vanished. Goku's residual energy was still sustaining it. Dad, is that your energy? Gohan marveled at the aura surrounding the entrance, feeling overwhelmed by its intensity. Yes, surprising, isn't it? To quantify my power in terms you are familiar with, my base battle power now stands at 3 billion. Goku proclaimed, smiling at Gohan, reveling in the opportunity to impress his son. 3 billion. Do we reach that level once we transform into Super Saiyans? Gohan recalled Trunks mentioning that Goku's base power surpassed their transformed states. No, your battle power is 800 million, and Trunks is only 300 million, Goku replied. Sensing that their power levels were considerably low, largely due to their lack of proper training in the future. Gohan had only undergone a year of serious training, followed by daily confrontations with androids. As for Trunks, his training had been guided by a somewhat inexperienced Gohan, limiting his potential. In the original narrative, he had trained with Vegeta in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years, achieving a Super Saiyan battle power of at least 2 to 3 billion. Essentially, their lack of structured training had left them unaware of how to improve. However, with Goku's arrival, everything was set to change. What? So low? Trunks felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Haha, don't fret. After a year of training here, I guarantee that when you transform into Super Saiyans, your battle power will exceed 2 billion. Now, let us go inside. Goku reassured them before stepping into the chamber. Dad, wait for us. Gohan urged as he pulled a still dismayed Trunks into the chamber. Once inside, Gohan and Trunks immediately felt a wave of discomfort. The temperature was stifling, and breathing became a challenge. Goku quickly noticed their reactions and chuckled as he explained, feeling uncomfortable? Struggling to breathe? That pressure you feel? The air here is only a quarter of what it is outside, and the gravity is 10 times greater. Both Gohan and Trunks nodded in unison, acknowledging the oppressive atmosphere, though it seemed conducive to rigorous training. Goku stepped forward to face them. Your mastery of the Super Saiyan form is currently inadequate. Gohan, you. Me? Gohan interjected, puzzled. Yes, you are merely at the second stage of Super Saiyan. And you? Goku turned his gaze to Trunks, who was taken aback, thinking, why me again? You are at the first stage of Super Saiyan. Goku teased, adopting a playful tone. Do you know where the pinnacle of Super Saiyan lies? Goku asked, looking at Gohan and Trunks, both of whom shook their heads in confusion. How could they know where the pinnacle of Super Saiyan was? To them, becoming a Super Saiyan was the ultimate goal. Being a Super Saiyan is merely the beginning. Beyond that, there are Super Saiyans who surpass the original, which I refer to as Super Saiyan 2, followed by Super Saiyan 3. And even beyond that are Super Saiyan God forms. Goku elaborated, omitting the details of Super Saiyan Blue and other advanced forms, as they were too distant for them to comprehend. Gohan and Trunks looked utterly bewildered, unable to articulate their astonishment. This was all new information to them. Within the first Super Saiyan form, there exists a variant known as Super Saiyan Full Power, which can significantly reduce energy and stamina consumption, even allowing for temporary boosts in strength by expending energy and stamina. After demonstrating, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Full Power, astonishing Gohan and Trunks as he did not emit a single spark of golden aura. And now, behold Super Saiyan 2. Goku declared with a light shout, his golden hair standing even taller, with only a few strands remaining on his forehead. Even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Goku emanated no aura, having completely mastered it, resembling Super Saiyan Full Power but with slightly greater energy consumption. Seeing the admiration in Gohan's eyes filled Goku with pride. It was a feeling unmatched by any other. What father wouldn't feel proud when his son looks up to him? Afterward, Goku refrained from transforming into Super Saiyan 3 or Super Saiyan God. Recognizing that those forms were too far beyond their current capabilities, they needed to focus on tangible progress, step by step. In this year, I will ensure you both master Super Saiyan Full Power. Goku declared, confident that within a year, achieving mastery of this form would not be too challenging for them, particularly as half-breeds with exceptional potential. Especially Gohan, who, while perhaps not as gifted as his counterpart from another timeline, was undoubtedly the most talented in this one. Over the years, they have accumulated a wealth of potential within them. This year, he is determined to unleash all that accumulated potential. Chapter 64, 1 year later. Super Saiyan 4. A year? Can we manage it? Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances and chose to trust Goku. Goku exuded an air of immense strength and confidence, embodying a figure worthy of reliance. Now that Goku believed in them, they must exert themselves tenfold, for they could not afford to let him down. They nodded in mutual understanding, fully grasping the meaning conveyed in each other's eyes. The first step was to enhance their foundational combat power. Without sufficient basic strength, they could not harness the full might of Super Saiyan 1. Fortunately, the enhancement of their foundational abilities was quite rapid. After all, even under 10 times the normal gravity, training in such an environment proved more effective than training under regular conditions. Moreover, the quickest way for a Saiyan to increase their power was through battle. With Goku consistently accompanying them in combat, their strength surged swiftly. Thus, a year passed within the hyperbolic time chamber, while merely a day elapsed outside. Gohan and Trunks endured a grueling experience, training relentlessly with Goku. It is important to note that Goku's base power was in the billions, and the result of their practice was that they endured daily beatings, often left battered and bruised, even when fighting together. However, it was of little concern, for Goku had an abundance of Senzu beans. Whenever they felt hunger or injury, they simply consumed the beans, tens of thousands available, yet by the end of the year, only a few hundred had been utilized. He discovered that the Senzu beans were becoming less effective for him, as his own self-healing abilities and stamina rendered him nearly immune to the need for them, while he had previously shared many beans with others. This was but a fraction of his total supply. In fact, at his current dimensional level, he had acquired a form of healing ability, allowing him to expend his energy to restore others. Under Goku's attentive and meticulous training, the duo's combat prowess soared over the year. Gohan's foundational combat power reached an astounding 200 million, having fully mastered Super Saiyan 1's complete power, and he was not far from attaining Super Saiyan 2. Perhaps he merely needed to sacrifice himself, figuratively speaking, of course. No, would he transform into a beastly form upon demise? Ahem, I digress. Back to the matter at hand. As for Trunks, he also mastered full power but possessed a foundational combat power of only 100 million, which was commendable nonetheless. Against the current androids, they represented a significant dimensional advantage, easily capable of confronting the perfect cell. Trunks might find himself at a slight disadvantage, but Gohan could easily dominate the fight. Of course, Goku had not been without his gains. His base combat power had reached 6 billion, and he had mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Indeed, during that year, he had ventured outside, as the day outside coincidentally aligned with a full moon. This moon had been destroyed in the past, but had been restored by the dragon. This event occurred over a decade ago. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 went remarkably smoothly, now at a sufficiently high dimensional level. He maintained his sanity even after becoming a golden great ape, effortlessly transitioning into Super Saiyan 4. This moment equated to 6 months ago within the time chamber. And in the remaining 6 months, he had been attempting to merge Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4, though regrettably, he had yet to succeed. However, he was not in a rush. He had ample time ahead. On this day, 3 figures with golden hair engaged in combat within the hyperbolic time chamber. After a brief separation, Goku stood his ground, while Gohan and Trunks surrounded him from the front and back. The two exchanged nods of understanding, then bent forward, gathering blue energy in their hands. Kamehameha, here it comes. Boom. The 2 robust beams of blue energy surged toward Goku, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. Indeed, in this timeline, Trunks had, influenced by Goku and Gohan, mastered not Vegeta's final flash or Gallic gun, but the Kamehameha. Was this not a form of NTR? As the smoke cleared, Goku's figure had vanished, and the 2 were prepared defensively. Goku evaded their combined attack, swiftly delivering 2 precise strikes to the back of Gohan and Trunks' necks, causing them to collapse in their base forms. It was not that he wished to transform into Super Saiyan, but rather that it was a necessity. Gohan's transformation resulted in over 1.5 times his base power, augmented by Trunks. After a year of rigorous training, their martial skills and mastery of ki had improved significantly, surpassing that of the previous Nappa. If Goku did not transform into Super Saiyan, it would not be training them. It would be akin to military drills. Goku harbored no dissatisfaction, instead feeling immense pride, as he could now entrust this timeline to them. In fact, he had asked if they wished to join him in his own timeline, but they had declined, believing that as their own selves in this timeline, they ought to protect it. Goku's inquiry stemmed from a future threat posed by an individual with the surname Z. After their fall, the 2 flipped over and sat up. Goku observed them, reverted from his transformation, and approached Gohan and Trunks. All right. Your powers are now sufficient to eliminate the androids. We should prepare to leave. Goku helped Gohan and Trunks to their feet, patting their backs in encouragement. Upon hearing this, Gohan and Trunks nodded solemnly. It was time for the androids to face the consequences of their actions. Their eyes grew resolute. The trio exited the hyperbolic time chamber, where Goku had maintained the energy required for the entrance and exit throughout the year. The expenditure of this energy was a trivial feat for him at his current strength. Not to mention, his key recovery capabilities were far beyond that of an average individual. Upon their emergence, Goku retracted the energy sustaining the entrance. However, this retraction certainly involved transforming into Super Saiyan, as he could not reclaim such a vast amount of energy otherwise. As the three materialized in the temple, they sensed something amiss. Goodness, there were indeed individuals eager to meet their demise? Swiftly, with a sliding kick, Gohan and Trunks detected the presence of the androids. Just as they were contemplating how to locate the androids appeared. Yes, while the androids could not be sensed directly, their key became evident when they unleashed their energy attacks, did it not? Chapter 65, The Downfall of the Androids. Gohan and Trunks turned their heads and exchanged a glance before both directing their gaze towards Goku. Go ahead. What is there to ask me about this? Goku replied with a hint of exasperation. In just a year, the two had become completely reliant on him, seeking his counsel for everything. Alas, this simply cannot continue. All right, Dad, Uncle Goku, we're off. After exchanging farewells, they floated into the air, their energy surging as they raced towards the source of the recent energy signal. They could hardly contain their impatience. They were driven by the desire to avenge the innocent lives lost at the hands of the androids. Of course, they also sought vengeance for Vegeta, Tais, and everyone else. Standing atop the temple, Goku watched the two figures recede into the distance, stroking his chin in contemplation. He needed to devise a way to lessen their dependence on him. Nearby, Android 18, who had just obliterated a survivor's base, lifted her gaze to the distant sky. 17, they're coming again. After eliminating a hidden civilian with a burst of energy, 17 slowly turned to face 18. Oh, is that so? I truly do not understand them. They come back every time, nearly meeting their demise, yet they still insist on returning. Perhaps this time we can eradicate them for good? 17 questioned 18 with a tone of certainty. Indeed, after all these years, we've grown weary of their antics. Their strength seems to be increasing. But it would be prudent to eliminate them now, lest we find ourselves in a precarious position later. 18 remarked, glancing at her manicured nails. A luxury she had obtained from a survivor, payment for which, of course, was their annihilation. Goku had arrived early and concealed himself, unnoticed by the two. He shook his head in resignation as he observed the boy in the black shirt and the girl in the vest. If one were to consider the 17 and 18 from his dimension as salvageable, then these counterparts were beyond redemption. After years of massacre, they had become utterly malevolent. Perhaps their intrinsic natures differed fundamentally across dimensions. They arrived, Goku noted, spotting the two figures descending from the heavens. Having arrived ahead of Gohan and Trunks. However, he chose not to reveal himself. He wished to witness how this confrontation would unfold. Haha, back again, are you? This time, we have no intention of playing around. Are you prepared for death? 17 taunted with a sinister smile, glancing at 18, who playfully chuckled in response. Gohan's fury had been simmering, and it only intensified as he regarded the two androids. Over the years, they had mercilessly slaughtered countless lives. The survivors on Earth were nearly extinct. Who was responsible for this? It was undoubtedly these two androids. We have come, just as you said, to settle this once and for all. However, this time, it is you who shall pay the price for the lives you have taken. Gohan's voice grew increasingly impassioned as he struggled to contain his emotions. He had witnessed far too much tragedy over the years. These androids were like demons, and their slaughter was nothing short of a game to them. Upon hearing Gohan's declaration, 18 raised an eyebrow, perplexed, while 17 seemed to find amusement in the situation. Who instilled such courage in you? You dare to claim that we will perish? Do you not realize that we are the ones who have allowed you to live up until now? 18's tone turned increasingly hostile. Ignoring the taunts of 17 and 18, Gohan directed his words towards Trunks. Trunks, I'll handle 17, you take care of 18. You should know that 18 is responsible for your parents' demise. Understood. Trunks clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on 18. The fire of rage within him could no longer be contained, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gohan followed suit, immediately transforming as well. Are they ignoring us? What? Initially, 17's expression was dark, but he was suddenly struck by the overwhelming power radiating from them. This is bad. 17, Run! 18 exclaimed, urging 17 to flee as she took off into the distance without a moment's hesitation. Did not even think about escaping. In a flash, Trunks appeared before 18, unleashing a powerful kick that struck her delicate face. 18 instantly dissolved into a blur, crashing into the ground and sending debris flying. Die. Kamehameha, here it comes. A blue energy wave descended from the heavens, enveloping the area in a brilliant azure hue. The blue energy rapidly formed a half-circle around 18, expanding as anguish cries erupted from within. As the energy dissipated, a steaming crater was left behind. With no trace of 18 remaining, she had been reduced to ashes, vanishing from existence. 18. 17 cried out in anguish, only to be met with a devastating punch to his abdomen. Gohan concentrated all his strength into a single blow, sending 17 soaring into the sky with a forceful strike. The sound of the impact echoed in the air, accompanied by the anguished cries of 17 as he was propelled upward. Haim in midair, Gohan positioned his hands at his waist, gathering energy in parallel with 17's ascent. The blue light in his hands expanded in 17's view, illuminating the two combatants. Here it comes. A streak of blue energy, leaving a long tail of light, shot across the sky. The tremendous recoil forced Gohan back several meters. As time passed, Gohan retracted the energy in his hands, exhaling as he watched 17 disappear from sight. It's over. It's finally over. All the evil has been vanquished. Gohan released his Super Saiyan form and gently descended to the ground. At that moment, Trunks flew over. Gohan, let's go find Uncle Goku and share this wonderful news. Trunks could hardly contain his excitement. He had finally avenged his parents. Yes, let us go. Gohan nodded in agreement with Trunks' sentiment. Just then, Goku's voice reached their ears. Not yet. I witnessed everything just now. You both performed excellently. Goku suddenly appeared before them, startling the two. He was genuinely pleased. For such villains, total eradication was the only solution. No mercy should be shown. Dad, when did you arrive? You gave us quite a scare. Gohan exclaimed, startled by his father's sudden appearance, wondering when he had materialized. King Kai gave you a thumbs up, commending your actions. Trunks added, nodding eagerly. I arrived even earlier than you. Speaking of which, I should be on my way now. You've dealt with the androids. It's time for you to take charge of this dimension. Let us head to Bulma first. Goku placed his hands on their shoulders and vanished with a technique he had refined to the point of no longer needing to touch his forehead. Yet, there remained a sentimental attachment to the old ways. Chapter 66. Amusing events before the return. At this moment, Bulma had completed all her preparations in the laboratory. She removed her slightly worn white shirt and, feeling somewhat fatigued, reclined on the sofa. Phew, it's finally done. The energy is sufficient for a round trip, and Goku can return to his time, she murmured, pressing her temples with both hands and closing her eyes in weary contemplation. Deep down, she yearned to accompany Goku to his time, to see her counterpart there. She felt a pang of envy for her other self in that dimension, yet it was precisely this envy that deterred her from the desire to go. As the saying goes, only one truly knows oneself. She was acutely aware that if she followed Goku back, how would her counterpart perceive her? She harbored no fear of other girls, but she was apprehensive of herself, and she suspected her alternate self would feel the same. Lost in such thoughts, Bulma gradually succumbed to sleep. After she had drifted off, the three of them instantly teleported nearby. Sure, let us keep it down. Let us step outside to chat. Bulma is too exhausted. She needs her rest, Goku gently suggested, lifting Bulma and carefully placing her on the adjacent bed, covering her with a blanket. Sleep well, Bulma. You've worked too hard. Stepping out of the room, Goku, Gohan, and Trunks gathered in the spacious hall. Dad, are you really going to leave? Gohan looked at Goku with reluctance, knowing that after this parting, it could be a long time before they reunited. Yes, Uncle Goku. Can't you stay a few more days? Trunks chimed in eagerly, not wanting Goku to depart. There was a comforting sense of security when Goku was around. As if all burdens were lifted, Goku turned to scrutinize the two with a gentle smile. There are no eternal gatherings. I am not of this time. Your mother is waiting for me in that dimension. And you, Trunks, I still need to witness your birth. As Goku's gaze fell upon Trunks, the latter shyly looked down, realizing that in Goku's time, he had yet to be born. So, when do you plan to leave? Mom seems to have fully charged the time machine, Gohan inquired, though tinged with a hint of regret. However, he understood, as Goku had pointed out. No rush. Let us wait until your mother wakes up. We should bid her farewell first. I'm not like someone else, he added, referring to his counterpart in this timeline, whom he regarded with disdain. This disdain was somewhat unjust, as Goku had never experienced the curse that plagued his other self. Gohan and Trunks, unaware of this individual, exchanged puzzled glances. "Dad, who is that person?" Gohan asked, prompting a twitch of Goku's lips. It was better that they remain oblivious. After all, he was merely cursing his future self. And he didn't want his son to bear that knowledge. If Gohan were to know, it would be akin to him chastising his own father. "Ah, that's not something you need to know. You don't know this person." Goku quickly diverted the topic. "Let us discuss what you two plan to do after I leave." Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances, unsure of their response. After a year of relying on Goku, they found themselves at a loss when suddenly faced with decisions. Seeing their reaction, Goku chuckled helplessly. "After I'm gone, this world will rely on you. You cannot depend on me too much." His words evoked a sense of shame in Gohan and Trunks. "After I leave, you should continue your training. There will be even greater challenges awaiting you in this timeline. Everything will depend on you." Goku alluded to the formidable trials, notably Majin Buu and the subsequent emergence of Zamasu. Naturally, he would not neglect Zamasu. He would ensure that Zamasu experienced the true power of mortals. However, he pondered whether he could ascend to the divine realm by that time. After all, he could no longer be considered merely human, as he had reached the level of a great Kai. "We will certainly train diligently to achieve the Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3, and even the Super Saiyan God." Gohan and Trunks affirmed in unison, having learned the significance of strength through their encounters with the androids. Trusting Goku's words about future challenges, they pledged to train relentlessly to protect their timeline. Half a day passed. Gohan and Trunks swiftly conveyed the news of the androids' defeat to the various survivor bases. After enduring the devastation wrought by the androids, humanity, which had been nearly obliterated, began to rebuild their homes. Goku accompanied them on this journey, and his time was well spent as he encountered Mai within a survivor base. Goku and Gohan beamed as they observed Mai and Trunks standing together. It seemed that in this timeline, Mai had also been affected by the Dragon Balls, leading to their fateful meeting. "Uncle Goku, Brother Gohan, why are you looking at me like that?" Trunks, now too bashful to meet their gaze, stood beside Mai, who felt equally shy. "Trunks, how did you come to know her?" Gohan inquired with curiosity, having never heard Trunks mention her before, indicating that Trunks had his own secrets. "Well, remember when I went missing for a few days? I was being chased by the androids, and she saved me. Her name is Mai," Trunks explained, feeling a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, Mai avoided Goku's gaze, aware that he knew her, and fearing that he might reveal her age to Trunks. She was anxious about how to face him afterward. Goku chuckled, fully understanding Mai's reluctance to meet his eyes, and he had no intention of exposing her secret. "Age is but a number. After all, Bulma is 3 years older than me, and that's perfectly fine. Indeed, if one accounts for the years spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Mai was significantly older than Trunks, but wouldn't that be preferable? Haha. Who would have thought that little Trunks has grown up?" Gohan teased from the side. Just then, a voice rang out from a distance. "Gohan, weren't you supposed to teach me how to fly?" A girl with twin ponytails approached, tugging at Gohan's sleeve. Goku watched the scene unfold with a proud smile, reminiscent of a content father. Chapter 67. Farewell. As the crowd returned to the laboratory base, Bulma had already awakened. She gazed at the 3 figures that appeared, particularly focusing on the one in the middle. She knew it was time to say goodbye, despite feeling a pang of reluctance. "Goku, it seems you must depart," she said, her pale blue eyes reflecting her deep sorrow. Goku nodded, sensing Bulma's emotions. Yet, he was not the Goku of this timeline. The crucial point was that this Goku was unwilling to return, for reasons unbeknownst to him. "Yes, it is time," he replied. "Come with me. The time machine's energy has been fully charged." Bulma led Goku away without looking back, while Gohan and Trunks wisely refrained from following. They traversed the shattered corridor until they reached the location where Trunks had previously parked the time machine. Standing before the imposing vehicle, both remained silent. "Goku, before you leave, I have something for you," Bulma said, producing a capsule and handing it to him. Goku accepted it, examining it curiously in his palm. Before he could inquire further, Bulma explained, "This is a gift for my past self. You must deliver it to her. I believe she will cherish it." Bulma clasped her hands behind her back, her body slightly inclined towards Goku. Observing her youthful demeanor, Goku couldn't help but shake his head gently. Despite being 50, her movements exuded the vitality of a young girl, a stark contrast to her fatigue from days prior. Goku reminisced about their first encounter in his youth, where she was just as lively as she was now. Perhaps Bulma's spirit had never truly altered. She had merely suppressed it in the past, much like the Bulma from his own timeline. All right, Goku said, placing the capsule into his storage space and nodding earnestly. Now, let us go. My past self is eagerly awaiting your return. Bulma exhaled, her eyes widening as she gazed at the time machine. Goku silently admired Bulma's profile, contemplating whether he should teach them that technique. Bulma, I will summon Gohan and Trunks. I wish to present them a farewell gift. Bulma turned her head slowly, her expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity, unable to fathom what Goku could possibly offer. Trunks, what are your preparations? Gohan inquired, casting a knowing glance at Trunks, who blushed and quickly protested. He was aware of Gohan's insinuation regarding his relationship with Mai. Gohan, you should talk. I know about you and Vido. Gohan was about to retort when his father's voice echoed in his mind. Gohan, Trunks, come here. Surprised, Gohan exchanged glances with Trunks, uncertain if he had imagined it. Trunks, did you hear that? Trunks nodded, confirming he too had heard Goku's call. Yes, Uncle Goku summoned us, he affirmed, dispelling Gohan's doubts. All right, let us go. Initially, Gohan and Trunks intended to give Goku and Bulma privacy for their farewell, but since Goku had called for them, they obliged. It wasn't long before Gohan and Trunks approached Goku and Bulma. Father, Mother, did you call for us? Gohan greeted, his inquisitive gaze directed at Goku. He had wanted to leave space for the two, but now realized his assumptions were misguided. Before you leave, I have a gift for you, Goku said. A gift? Gohan and Trunks exchanged astonished looks as Goku smiled warmly and nodded. What is this? Gohan suddenly felt a new training technique manifest in his mind. He glanced at Bulma and Trunks, finding them equally astonished. The trio turned their attention to Goku, who recognized their puzzled expressions. He had bestowed upon them a valuable training method, one that could elevate their dimensional level. Indeed, this is a remarkable gift that can enhance your dimensional level, Goku explained, emphasizing its significance. Dimensional level? Gohan and Trunks echoed, bewildered by the term. Goku, observing their confusion, elaborated on the advantages of a higher dimensional level. Dimensional levels range from mortals to celestial beings, kings of the underworld, kings of the universe, supreme kings, and ultimately, the highest dimension of gods. A higher dimensional level greatly augments your strength and grants unique abilities, prolonging your lifespan and preserving youth. Goku spoke each word with care, noticing the growing brightness in their eyes, especially Bulma's, which sparkled at the mention of maintaining youth. Thank you, Goku, Bulma said, unable to contain her gratitude. Ah. No need for thanks between us, Goku waved dismissively. You must diligently train. Attaining a celestial level should not pose a challenge. By the way, should you encounter someone resembling me, with an evil aura and clad in black, use the time machine to find me immediately. Understood? Goku's expression turned serious as he addressed Gohan and Trunks. He wished to prevent this timeline's Bulma from facing any despair. Yes, Father, we understand. Gohan replied earnestly. Despite not fully grasping the situation, Goku's grave demeanor prompted a sincere nod. Goku's face softened into a smile of relief. Additionally, I will implant the coordinates of the new Namek in your minds. If you encounter any difficulties that require wishes, you may visit the new Namek. They are unlikely to refuse. As Goku spoke, the coordinates materialized in Gohan and Trunks' minds. They both nodded in acknowledgement. Now, it is truly time to say farewell. Trunks, accompany me for a moment. I will need your assistance with the time machine upon my return. Certainly, Uncle Goku, Trunks responded, snapping back to attention and following Goku into the time machine. Goodbye, Goku. Farewell, Father. Goku gazed through the glass, waving to the two outside with a tinge of reluctance, silently wishing them well. With a flicker, the time machine vanished from this timeline. Chapter 68. Short-haired Bulma, Goku and Trunks returned once more to the place they had departed from. After exiting the time machine, Goku glanced back at Trunks inside, only to find that he had no intention of stepping out. Trunks, aren't you coming out? Don't you wish to see your father and mother again? Hearing Goku's words, Trunks shook his head. If he were to meet them, he would undoubtedly feel a pang of longing. It was perhaps better to refrain from seeing them altogether. Although he harbored this thought, he managed to suppress it. No, Uncle Goku. Gohan and Aunt Bulma are still waiting for me in that timeline, and I absolutely detest crying. Goodbye, Uncle Goku. Well, you and Gohan can teach the divine training methods to Biddy and Xiao Wu. After all, we are family. With a shy wave, Trunks swiftly activated the time machine. And with a flicker, it vanished once again. Goku watched Trunks depart, shaking his head in resignation. The future of their timeline now relied on those two. He hoped they would remain true to their original intentions and forge ahead with determination. Goku ceased his musings and erupted in a brilliant white aura, soaring swiftly towards West City. He had no intention of concealing his return, for there was nothing to hide. However, considering Bulma's temperament, his sudden appearance might startle her, and he could very well face her wrath. He could almost envision Bulma's expression, a smile that was all too sweet yet laced with mischief. As Goku landed at the entrance of his home, he walked slowly down the long pathway flanked by lush greenery. Yet, he could sense Bulma waiting for him just outside the house. Upon approaching, Goku caught sight of her. Bulma was clad in a white shirt paired with blue jeans, accentuating her figure exquisitely. What astonished Goku most was that Bulma had cut her hair short. At first glance, she exuded an air of mature allure. "Hey, Bulma, why did you cut your hair?" Goku scratched his head, looking at her in confusion. Bulma rolled her eyes at Goku's inquiry. After all, she had cut her hair short because of him. She had disliked her previous hairstyle and thought the shorter one was more appealing. Indeed, she could not deny that it looked good on her. "Well, was it you who said so? Don't tell me you've forgotten?" With Bulma's reminder, Goku recalled that he had indeed suggested the style based on his memories. He had not anticipated that Bulma would take his words to heart and actually cut her hair. Regardless, he found himself quite fond of Bulma's new look. "Haha, how could I forget? Of course, I remember. I never imagined you would really go through with it." Goku approached her and embraced her warmly. "You suggested it, so I had to oblige." Before this, Bulma had never heard Goku comment on her appearance. And after that one instance, she had been quite exhilarated yet anxious about whether Goku would find her new look appealing. However, during the 2 days that Goku was away, she had resolved to go for the cut, and to her pleasant surprise, it turned out well. Perhaps she had underestimated Goku's taste. "All right, let us head inside," Bulma said as she stepped out of Goku's embrace. Goku nodded and followed her into the house. Upon entering the living room, Goku immediately spotted Gohan engrossed in a video game, and his brow furrowed slightly. Having experienced the future timeline and met the future Gohan, he found himself increasingly dissatisfied with the current version of his son. "No, I can't allow him to remain so relaxed any longer. He needs more training." Meanwhile, Gohan, blissfully unaware of Goku's contemplations about his future, was enjoying his game. His days ahead would not be as carefree. Gohan is now of school age. Does he really need to attend elementary school? Bulma, noticing Goku's gaze on Gohan, broached the subject. She believed Gohan had already mastered the material taught in university and questioned the necessity of further schooling. Goku contemplated Gohan for a moment. He felt that attending school and making friends would be beneficial for him. Wouldn't it provide him with a wholesome childhood experience? To be honest, he was also thinking of Gohan's future wife. He believed Biddy was quite suitable for Gohan. He feared that if Gohan didn't attend school, he might never meet Biddy. Moreover, this arrangement wouldn't hinder Goku from training Gohan, school during the day, training at night. Foil. That would make him a master of time management. Let him go. It would allow him to meet peers, as a childhood devoid of friends would be far too monotonous. Listening to Goku's reasoning, Bulma nodded in agreement, finding merit in the idea of Gohan making new friends. Observing Gohan engrossed in his game, Goku began to ponder the script Gohan would follow as he entered school. What sort of narrative would unfold for the son of a billionaire in school? The daily life of a tycoon's son? Super Saiyan in the classroom? A strong and wealthy student playing the fool? The school beauty falling for him? The possibilities were endless, for Gohan was both affluent and formidable, not to mention handsome. After all, he had inherited Goku's genes. Coughing slightly, Goku chuckled at his own vanity. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Let Gohan experience it all. After all, every generation must find its own fortune. He believed Gohan would surely agree. Even if he didn't, he would have no choice, for Goku was his father, and everything was for the best. With a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, Goku turned to Gohan. "Gohan. Hey, Dad. You're back. What's up?" Gohan, lost in his game, turned to look at Goku, oblivious to his return. Goku's forehead twitched at the sight. "All right, this solidifies my decision. With a few days left until school starts, how about we send you to West City Elementary?" Goku managed to suppress his laughter as he spoke. Gohan's eyes lit up with excitement. He had longed to attend school, eager to play with friends. "Sure, Dad." Seeing Gohan's elation, Goku couldn't help but feel a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. All right. The happier you are now, the more painful it will be later. I will train you diligently, my son." The following day, Bulma promptly called the mayor of West City. After a casual mention, the mayor immediately contacted the head of the Education Bureau. Subsequently, The Education Bureau chief reached out to the principal of West City Elementary. The entire process took mere minutes, and Gohan's enrollment was finalized. Indeed, there are times when wealth and power prove to be remarkably advantageous. Chapter 69: The first encounter of Gohan and Videl. A few days later, Gohan, dressed in his school uniform, stood at the doorstep of his home. Bulma and Goku were bidding him farewell. Typically, parents accompany their children on their first day of elementary school, but one must consider that this is Gohan. He exhibits a maturity far beyond that of his peers, prompting Goku and Bulma to allow him to venture alone. As for concerns over safety, that is laughable. With a combat power exceeding 10 million, what danger could possibly threaten him? Gohan, once you arrive at school, try not to showcase your abilities too much. Otherwise, trouble will come looking for you. Just behave like a normal child, Goku advised, ruffling Gohan's hair. Over the years, due to Goku's guidance, the people of Earth have come to know that there exist powerful martial artists in the world, yet they rarely appear in everyday life. If Gohan reveals his extraordinary strength, it will undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Gohan, like his father, is not fond of complications. Understood, Dad. Gohan nodded obediently, not one to seek the spotlight. And he recognized that his father's advice was for his own good. Little did Gohan know what awaited him upon returning home from school each day. Bulma, however, was already aware, leaving Gohan blissfully ignorant. While she did not oppose Goku training Gohan, her gaze towards him during these days was tinged with pity. All right, let us go. Gohan, I sent you the location of the school on your gravity bracelet. Fly to an unoccupied area near the school, then proceed to your classroom, Bulma instructed. Okay, goodbye, Mom and Dad. With a nod, Gohan lifted off the ground, a burst of white energy propelling him toward the school. Upon arriving at school, Gohan landed in an inconspicuous spot, glanced around, and then stepped out into view. Just as he was about to make his way to the classroom, a voice called out to him. Hey, little one, are you lost? Where are your parents? A female teacher on duty noticed Gohan, realizing he was alone without any adult supervision. Concerned that he might have separated from his family, an occurrence not unheard of, she approached him. No, teacher, I came alone. My parents dropped me off at the gate and left, Gohan explained, half seriously, instantly recognizing her role from her attire. Hearing Gohan's words, the teacher frowned. Why is it that every year there are parents who think their children are far more capable than their peers? West Capital Elementary is the most prestigious school in West Capital and its vicinity. Those who attend are either wealthy or influential, making such parents indeed common. Oh dear. Such misguided parents, she thought. However, she also observed that this little boy appeared significantly more mature than others of his age. What is your name, young man? Which class are you in? Allow me to escort you, she offered. My name is Son Gohan, and I'm in Class 1A. No need to trouble yourself. I can find my way, he replied confidently. That's simply one to do. You're still so young, and it's a bustling time at school. Ultimately, the teacher decided to accompany Gohan to his classroom, still concerned for the little boy's well-being. At that moment, a father and daughter approached the school entrance. The young girl, arms crossed, seemed a bit displeased with her father. Videl, don't be upset. You're only 7. Of course, Daddy must accompany you to school. What if someone were to take you away? Hercule, Satan, hurriedly explained, eager to appease his daughter. His daughter had always been independent, even wishing to come to school alone for the first time, and he found it impossible to grant such a request. Consequently, she was miffed at her father. Today, Hercule was far less affluent and powerful than in the original story, but his strength still ensured he lacked for neither money nor influence. Thus, he had enrolled his daughter in West Capital's most illustrious and difficult-to-enter institution, West Capital Elementary, specifically in Class A. Humph. With her twin pigtails swaying, Videl pouted adorably, turning her head away with a huff. Throughout the journey, Hercule continued to charm his daughter, and by the time they reached the classroom, he finally managed to placate her. Letting out a sigh of relief, the seating chart was affixed at the classroom entrance, and Hercule guided Videl to her designated seat. Each desk had 2 chairs, one for the student and another for the parent. By this time, all the students had gathered, and the teacher was addressing the class with important information, some of which was directed at the parents. Videl glanced around the classroom. Almost every student had a parent beside them. Even she was no exception, yet next to her sat a boy without adult company. Curiosity piqued. She wondered whether his parent had stepped out or if he had truly come alone. Seizing the moment while Hercule listened to the teacher, Videl extended her slender hand and poked the boy beside her. Gohan, engrossed in the teacher's lecture, was startled by the gentle prod and turned to see a little girl looking at him, her expression a mix of curiosity and shyness. "Why, hello. I'm Videl. What's your name?" she stammered, finally managing to speak after a moment of hesitation. Gohan, noticing her bashfulness, responded with ease, "I'm Son Gohan. Nice to meet you, Videl." The two began a casual conversation, and Gohan's calm demeanor eased Videl's initial awkwardness, emboldening her to voice her lingering question. "Did you come here by yourself?" Hearing her gentle voice, Gohan paused, then nodded in affirmation. "Yes, my parents left me at the school gate." He recounted the tale he had shared with the teacher, mindful that saying he had come alone from home might be too far-fetched. "What? Your parents truly allowed you to enter school on your own?" Videl felt a mixture of envy and admiration. After all, at just 7 years old, the thought of being alone in an unfamiliar place frightened her. This reinforced Hercules' understanding of Videl, who resolutely accompanied her to school. Their conversation caught Hercules' attention, and he cast a glance at the boy beside his daughter. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. He hadn't anticipated that this boy's parents would not accompany him. He felt a twinge of sympathy for Gohan, yet inexplicably. He harbored a slight annoyance towards him, an unexplainable sentiment. However, he refrained from interrupting their dialogue, recognizing the importance of Videl making friends, especially in a class filled with students from affluent families. Chapter 70, The Peach Blossom Win Series After School. Gohan greeted Videl and made his way to a secluded spot that had gone unnoticed. Throughout the day, he had realized that he and Videl shared many common interests. This young girl possessed an inherent rebellious spirit, exuding an air of independence as she spoke, a stark contrast to Gohan's independence, which had been somewhat forced upon him. Videl, however, seemed to embrace it naturally. As Gohan pondered over Videl, she watched his departing figure with a sense of perplexity. Why wasn't he heading towards the school gate? With a mind full of questions, she followed Satan home. In the sky, nearing his home, Gohan sensed that his father was waiting for him at the doorstep. Without much thought, he altered his course, landing gracefully before Goku. "Dad, is there something you need?" Gohan inquired, noting the rare occasion of his father waiting for him. Such instances were usually tied to training. But today was Monday, and he had just returned from school. Understanding Gohan's apprehension, Goku decided to be straightforward. "Yes, I'm here to take you training." "What?" Gohan was taken aback by Goku's directness. His father rarely insisted on training. What had changed after his trip to the future? While he did not dislike training, he found it difficult to reach the same level as his father and Uncle Vegeta. "From Monday to Friday, we'll train for an hour or two at most, and you can manage the rest of your time," Goku continued, his tone suddenly grave. "Gohan, you must understand that I want to always be on Earth, just like the other day when I went to the future. If a formidable enemy were to appear and you were unprepared, what would happen? Everyone would perish, just like in that future." Goku's serious gaze bore into Gohan. A hint of intimidation present, yet not without reason. Knowing that Towa had her sights set on their timeline heightened Goku's urgency regarding Gohan's training. At merely 7 years old, Gohan was not equipped to withstand such intimidation. He nodded vigorously, resolved to train, not only to protect his mother but everyone dear to him. Goku's scare tactic proved effective. 2 hours later, after their training session, Gohan requested additional practice and even suggested skipping school. Goku could only smile and tousle his hair, reassuring him not to worry excessively, as he would safeguard Earth's safety. He merely wished for Gohan to be capable of standing up when he was absent. Thus, Gohan realized Goku had been using intimidation to motivate him. Nevertheless, his attitude toward training had become significantly more earnest. Observing Gohan, Goku couldn't help but smile. "Vegeta, are you ready?" He jested. "No, soon enough you'll be Vegeta 3. At dinner, Vegeta glanced at Gohan, having sensed his training earlier. The prodigious talent of Kakarot's child seemed to be taking training seriously now. Although he had previously trained, it was with a lackadaisical approach. Vegeta appreciated Gohan's newfound seriousness. His potential was not wasted. As for surpassing him, Vegeta felt a twinge of jealousy, yet he took solace in the fact that Gohan was his junior. Had it been any other scion, Vegeta would have been the first to contest, but even now, he found it hard to accept Kakarot's capability. Noticing Vegeta's unusual demeanor, Goku sidled up to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, Vegeta, you better train harder, or Gohan might surpass you." Vegeta's brow twitched at Goku's words, the veins on his forehead bulging as he swatted away Goku's hand. "Kakarot, are you going to eat, or not? If not, I'll devour it all." He then dove into his food, dismissing Goku's remarks, fully aware that Kakarot was merely trying to provoke him. Over the years, despite never admitting it, Vegeta had accepted Kakarot as a friend, seeing him as both a mentor and companion. Yet, he felt a simmering frustration. How could he be angry? He couldn't defeat him. He could only channel his annoyance into his meal. With Vegeta's shout, Goku sheepishly returned to his seat and resumed dinner. After the meal, Goku and Bulma turned to Gohan, inquiring about his first day at school. As parents, they felt it necessary to understand his experiences on this significant day. How was school today, Gohan? Bulma asked, reflecting on her own mundane school days, where she had known everything taught, often bored to tears before the advent of smartphones. She had no need for a college degree, having learned all she deemed necessary. It was quite enjoyable, Gohan replied. Elementary school is nice. I had a lot of fun with my friends. Hearing his response, Bulma pondered fondly. Did you make any friends on your first day? Goku had hoped Gohan would forge friendships to enrich his childhood. Of course. Videl, Gohan exclaimed almost instinctively. Goku's eyes widened in surprise. Videl? Is that the one I know? Yes, she is my classmate. Why? Gohan looked at his father, puzzled by his reaction. Ah, it's nothing. Just make sure to spend more time with her. Goku replied nonchalantly, while secretly contemplating how their fates intertwined. Perhaps they were destined to be together. This revelation alleviated his previous worries about their eventual meeting. They had been childhood friends, after all. As long as no unexpected calamity struck, their connection seemed assured. Chapter 71. The Gift from Future Bulma listening to Goku's words. Bulma gazed at him with a peculiar expression. The name Biddy unmistakably belonged to a girl. What did Goku mean by that? While she would not hinder her son's romantic pursuits, he was merely 7 years old. Was that not a tad too early? Wasn't it a sign of precocity? Surely. Modern elementary school children were not that outrageous. If Goku were aware of Bulma's thoughts, he would undoubtedly nod in agreement and earnestly reply, indeed. For in his recollection, children of that age were remarkably mature. Although Bulma harbored her doubts, she refrained from voicing them in front of Gohan. It was not until nightfall, when Goku and Bulma lay in bed, that she finally inquired about her concerns. Bulma had long since arranged for Gohan to sleep separately, lest he disrupt their little world. Goku, what did you mean when you suggested that Gohan spend time with that girl named Biddy? Goku looked somewhat surprised by Bulma's question. What could he possibly mean? As a father, should he not consider his son's future? Biddy was indeed a wonderful girl. Goku firmly believed she was the best choice for Gohan. He had already taken a stand for their pairing. What could it mean? He simply wished to bring them together. Goku's words nearly left Bulma speechless. Would he truly engage in such matchmaking? And Gohan was only 7. Was it too soon to start? Bulma squinted at Goku, sensing that he was concealing something from her. Haha, Bulma, do you know why I reacted so strongly the first time I heard the name Biddy? Goku, feeling her intense gaze, decided to speak half-truths. Bulma tilted her head, her blue eyes wide with curiosity. In the future I visited, Gohan is with Biddy, and she is a splendid girl. Goku could only say this. He could not reveal that in his fused memories, Gohan and Biddy were already together. The fusion was a secret he chose to keep to himself, sparing unnecessary complications. Upon hearing Goku's words, Bulma grasped that, barring unforeseen circumstances, this girl named Biddy would one day be her daughter-in-law. She considered visiting to meet this girl. I just remembered. The future you asked me to bring you a gift. At that moment, Goku recalled the universal capsule Bulma from the future had given him. He retrieved it from his storage space and handed it to Bulma. A gift from my future self? Bulma accepted the capsule. Her curiosity piqued as she eagerly anticipated opening it. She glanced at Goku, a mischievous smile creeping onto her lips. Hey, Goku, come with me to a more open space. Bulma rose and pulled Goku from the bed. He did not resist, but questioned her with confusion. Bulma, what's going on? Why do you want to go to an open area? They were still in their pajamas, after all. Oh. Just think about it. What if the gift from my future self is something large? It's better to be safe than sorry, as she explained. They made their way to the spacious corridor. Bulma tossed the universal capsule onto the ground, and with a loud pop, a book appeared. A book? Bulma approached, picking up a thick, somewhat worn volume. She casually flipped it open and began to read its contents. Goku stood by, waiting, but after several minutes, he noticed Bulma was utterly engrossed in the book. Unable to contain himself, he gently touched her shoulder. Bulma, don't mess around. Let me read seriously. Clearly, the future Bulma had gifted her counterpart something related to technology, and she was completely captivated. If Goku guessed correctly, it was likely a notebook detailing the principles of time machines. However, Goku's touch reminded Bulma that they were still in pajamas standing in the corridor, prompting her to briefly close the notebook. Let's go back, Goku. We should return to our room. Without waiting for his response, she headed straight back. Upon entering the room, Goku was surprised to find Bulma changing clothes. Having only worn a nightgown, Goku saw everything during the process, yet Bulma felt no shame. After all, they were an old married couple. "Bulma, so late at night, are you heading to the laboratory?" Goku inquired as Bulma donned a white lab coat. His tone a mix of curiosity and certainty. Bulma replied as she exited the room, leaving Goku in a state of bewilderment. Before he could fully process the situation, Bulma peeked back around the door, her hands resting on the frame, her upper body tilted forward, a smile illuminating her face. "Goku, sleep well. Don't worry about me. Goodbye." This time, she did not look back. Goku, bemused, returned to bed, realizing that Bulma had remained unchanged over the years. He could not help but appreciate her whimsical nature. Indeed, she was right. There was no need for him to worry. Bulma had reached a level of genius that could rival the gods. She could easily go days without sleep and still function as a normal person. Nevertheless, he anticipated that with Bulma's brilliance, he would likely awaken to a delightful surprise. Thus, Goku decided against sleeping, as he seldom did, preferring meditation instead. The next morning, he arrived early at Bulma's laboratory. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Bulma intently focused on the glass window before her. Inside the glass enclosure was a vast room filled with mechanical arms assembling an object, exuding an air of science fiction. Goku rarely visited Bulma's lab, and each time he did, he was struck by awe. For no man could resist the allure of such futuristic marvels. "Bulma." Goku began to call out, but Bulma turned her head, placing a finger to her lips to silence him. He fell silent, standing beside her as they watched the mechanical arms at work. After a few moments, the machinery ceased its operation, and the glass window slowly rose, revealing an arm extending towards them, holding an object reminiscent of a gravity ring. Bulma took the object from the mechanical arm, which then retreated, and the glass window descended once more. "Bulma, what is this? It looks just like a gravity ring." Goku asked, perplexed. What had prompted Bulma's earlier air of mystery had ignited his curiosity. This? It wouldn't be incorrect to call it a gravity ring. Bulma paused for effect, her face lighting up with delight as she looked at Goku. This is an upgraded version of the gravity ring, boasting a maximum gravity of 450 times. And it also enables cross-dimensional communication. Chapter 72, The Super Saiyan Beyond the Super Saiyan God. What? Transdimensional communication? Goku gazed in astonishment at the smug Bulma, utterly shocked by the existence of something that could facilitate communication across time and space. It was no surprise that Bulma, after a night of diligent research, had devised such an extraordinary invention. Indeed, there were still some hurdles to overcome, as the production of this special energy required a machine that would take a few more days to complete. However, once it was ready, even if he departed this timeline, they would still be able to stay in touch. Bulma, with a beaming smile, observed Goku's astonishment with great satisfaction. Bulma handed Goku a new gravity bracelet, which he promptly donned, discarding the old one. "What should we do with this old gravity bracelet?" Goku inquired, looking at Bulma. She rolled her eyes in response. "What else? Just throw it away." Indeed, Bulma's nonchalance towards such high-tech gadgets was a testament to her resources. Goku had little choice but to comply. Almost everyone he knew had a gravity bracelet now, including Gohan and Trunks from the future. He had distributed them during the years spent training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Currently, he still had nearly 10 in his storage space, far more than he could ever utilize. "Let us go. I just need to freshen up a bit. Then we can have breakfast together," Bulma urged, gently nudging Goku as they made their way out of the laboratory. With the gravity bracelet now in hand, there was no reason to linger in the lab any longer. Upon reaching the dining table, Goku's eyes widened at the sight of a whole roasted lamb, and he quickly tore off a leg, shoving it into his mouth. Indeed, a Saiyan's breakfast was delightfully simple, just an abundance of meat. As Goku devoured his second roasted leg, Vegeta and the others finally arrived at the dining hall. "Hey, Vegeta, you finally made it," Goku exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of meat. "Kakarot, you actually devoured both legs," Vegeta retorted, visibly irked by the sight of the lamb missing 2 limbs. One should never underestimate a Saiyan's obsession with food. "Haha, next time for sure," Goku chuckled, while Vegeta grunted and quickly sat down to eat, realizing that if he didn't hurry, Kakarot would consume all the meat. Time flew by swiftly during these lighthearted moments, especially with Vegeta around, adding much joy to Goku's mundane life. Before long, a year had passed. The time energy he acquired a year ago had been somewhat understood by Goku, but its utility remained limited. The ability to slightly accelerate or decelerate time had minimal effects, and even when used against weaker opponents, it proved insufficient. With Goku's current mastery over time energy, its application in battle felt rather trivial. Goku realized that to enhance his control over time energy, he needed to seek Whis' mentor. Given Whis' ability to manipulate time, his understanding of time energy must be profound. Over the past year, Goku had prepared himself for this mentorship. What would attract Whis the most? Undoubtedly, it was exquisite cuisine. Earth had no shortage of delectable dishes. He needed only to possess the strength to capture Whis' attention. His confidence stemmed from his recent mastery of a new form, the Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan God, simply referred to as Ultra Blue, not just any ordinary Ultra Blue, but Full Power Blue. Through this new form, Goku gleaned insights. If Ultra Blue represented the Super Saiyan God combined with Super Saiyan, what would be the result of merging Super Saiyan God with Super Saiyan 4? He felt that success was within reach, especially since he had fully developed Super Saiyan 4 to its maximum potential. However, Full Power Super Saiyan 4 only yielded a 100,000-fold increase, which paled in comparison to the 200,000-fold boost of Full Power Ultra Blue. Thus, in the face of formidable adversaries, he would still regard Full Power Ultra Blue as his ultimate form. After all, his current dimensional level had reached the Grand Kai, and the strain of Full Power Ultra Blue on his body was far less burdensome than depicted in the original narrative. In fact, Goku could have attempted to attract Whis' attention a year ago, as the Supreme Kai of Time had suggested. However, to be prudent, he decided to enhance his strength slightly further. Presently, his base combat power had reached 10 billion, a result of dedicating most of his efforts to training in the dimension, mastering time energy, and developing new forms. Here was his current status: Son Goku race, Saiyan base combat power, 10 billion highest divine power level, 25400 dimensional level, Grand Kai transformations, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, Full Power Super Saiyan 4, Ultra Blue. Skills: Time Acceleration, Time Delay, Ultimate Kamehameha, Dragon Fist Explosion, Big Bang Attack, Stellar Explosion. Gazing at his status, Goku felt a sense of satisfaction. It was nearly time to capture Whis' attention. However, preparations were in order. Goku approached Bulma. Bulma, could you have the kitchen prepare a feast? It doesn't need to be too large, but the variety should be plentiful. Bulma looked puzzled at Goku's request, as it was still afternoon and not mealtime. Did Goku feel hungry? But that didn't seem right. He must have meant a substantial amount. A feast for one person? Or perhaps for an angel? She pondered, astonished. An angel, mythical being she had never imagined existed in this world. Understanding Bulma's expression, Goku realized she misconstrued the concept of angels. While not the kind she envisioned, Whis' status was indeed noble, and his power formidable. Goku spoke the truth. In the original tale, Whis had never revealed his true capabilities. Despite Goku's mastery of Full Power Ultra Blue, his base combat power still might not surpass that of the original narrative after Goku mastered Ultra Blue. Powerful? You can't possibly be outmatched, can you? Bulma exclaimed, surprised to learn that someone could surpass Goku. Over the years, he had always seemed invincible and strong to her. The notion that there was someone even Goku acknowledged as superior was astonishing. The food is for him. His greatest passion is gourmet cuisine, and I wish to become his disciple. All right, I'll prepare it, Bulma agreed, heading towards the kitchen. She had always supported Goku's aspirations and felt no concern that he might be away for long periods due to his training. She knew Goku could instantaneously travel, after all. Training with Whis wouldn't occupy his entire day. He could train during the day and return at night with instant transmission, ensuring they would not be apart for too long. Chapter 73. Whis in the expansive courtyard. A table laden with a plethora of delectable dishes beckoned, their enticing aromas wafting through the air and igniting one's appetite. The variety was abundant, yet each portion was modest, tailored specifically for Whis. Once everything was prepared, Goku exchanged a knowing nod with Bulma, signaling that he was ready to commence. With a triumphant shout, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God, enveloped in a crimson aura that radiated an aura of divinity. The divine energy surged from the earth into the depths of the universe, unrestrained. As he unleashed his full power, the fiery red flames around him expanded dramatically, casting a shadow over his entire home, akin to a celestial veil. At that moment, his battle power escalated to the first tier of divine strength, 4400. In an instant, the red aura morphed into a vivid blue, enveloping Goku entirely in a shroud of azure flames, obscuring his form from view. As the blue light fractured and dissipated, Goku's figure gradually emerged. His eyes and hair transformed into a brilliant blue, flowing in the air like waves. He absorbed the entirety of the visible blue divine aura into his being. And in the next heartbeat, it erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. This was the full power ultra blue state, disregarding both energy and stamina to unleash an even greater strength. His instantaneous battle power now surpassed the second tier of divine strength 5400. Far away on King Kai's planet, East Kai sensed this overwhelming divine presence. His expression shifting to one of alarm. How could such a powerful divine energy exist? In comparison, what was Majin Buu? Perhaps the universe had hope after all. Yet, East Kai hesitated, contemplating whether to venture towards the source of this divine energy. Meanwhile, Wisan Destroyer God Planet lifted his gaze towards a distant point in the cosmos. He had sensed a formidable divine energy, which was quite unusual for their universe. How could such immense divine power manifest? It was noteworthy that even the King Kai from long ago never reached the first tier of divine strength. As for the current King Kai, it was better left unmentioned. Whis glanced at his staff, through which he observed Goku in his ultra-blue form. Oh ho ho, is this a Scion? It has been quite some time since a Scion exhibited divine energy, he mused with interest. Many years ago, a Super Scion had briefly unleashed divine energy upon death. But it was fleeting. Whis had caught a glimpse of it while Lord Beerus was asleep, who never inquired about it. Now, I wonder if this little fellow aspires to become a candidate for Destroyer God? If so, I could arrange a meeting. Lord Beerus is exceedingly lazy. However, Goku's next words astonished Whis. Mr. Whis, my name is Son Goku, a Scion. I know you are watching me. May I have the honor of meeting you? I have an array of delicacies that I believe you would relish. Pointing to the table filled with food. Whis turned his focus and his eyes sparkled at the sight of the culinary delights. What an intriguing little fellow. I shall indeed pay you a visit. With that, Whis sheathed his staff and transformed into a cascade of rainbow light, soaring towards Earth. Goku, do you think this will truly work? Bulma inquired skeptically. Goku shook his head. Uncertain. If Whis noticed him, they would know the outcome in about 10 minutes. They could only wait and see. Bulma sighed in resignation, nodding in agreement. Approximately 10 minutes later, a radiant stream of multicolored light descended from the heavens. Goku's spirit soared at the sight, recognizing that Whis had arrived. Oh ho ho, Mr. Son Goku. Greetings. How did you come to know of me? Whis inquired, his curiosity piqued, realizing that the current King Kai was utterly unaware of these matters. Good day. Mr. Whis. I learned your name from the Supreme Kai of Time, Goku replied politely, fabricating a minor embellishment. Ah, the Supreme Kai of Time, Kranoa? I did not expect this Scion before me to have interacted with her. Quite remarkable. Indeed, she once invited me to join the Time Patrol, but I declined. From her. I also gleaned some secrets about our universe, including your name, Mr. Whis. Haha, Mr. Son Goku, there is no need for such formality. Please, just speak freely. I appreciate your enlightening me, Whis said, his first impression of Goku quite favorable. The Scion's ability to decline an invitation from the Supreme Kai of Time was indeed exceptional. Mr. Whis, please indulge in our Earth's cuisine. I am confident you will find it delightful. Goku's invitation struck a chord with Whis, who had already caught a whiff of the enticing dishes. He had long yearned to savor these flavors. Thank you, Mr. Goku. Whis approached the table, selecting a dessert, and, using the spoon provided, sampled it. Delectable. This is delightful. Whis transformed into a blur, continuously tasting the myriad of dishes, his praises echoing throughout the courtyard. Goku and Bulma patiently awaited Whis' indulgence in the feast. Several minutes later, Whis emerged from his culinary reverie, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features as he turned to Goku and Bulma. My apologies, Mr. Goku, for keeping you waiting. You must have some matter of importance to discuss with me? Understanding the adage that one is beholden to those who provide sustenance, Whis realized Goku must have a request. He held a favorable impression of Goku and was willing to hear his plea, hence his unabashed enjoyment of the meal. Goku felt a twinge of awkwardness, finding it difficult to articulate his request. Yes, Mr. Whis, I wish to become your disciple. Whis looked at Goku in surprise, not anticipating this request. It was both a simple and complex matter. Mr. Goku, you must know that I am the teacher of Lord Beerus. If you wish to apprentice under me, are you prepared to become a candidate for Destroyer God? Whis' inquiry prompted Goku to ponder. Was becoming a candidate for Destroyer God truly a favorable path? Chapter 74. The power of Whis. After a prolonged contemplation, Goku ultimately shook his head. No, thank you, Mr. Whis. He harbored an aversion to the feeling of constraint, realizing that his plans had faltered. However, in the original narrative, Goku and Vegeta did not seem to become candidates for the God of Destruction, did they? Just as Goku was pondering this, Whis' voice reached his ears. Since you are unwilling to be a candidate for the God of Destruction, I cannot teach you. Nonetheless, having partaken of your sustenance, I must offer a recompense, and that recompense shall be your instruction. Whis smiled at Goku, whose face beamed with uncontainable joy. All his preparations had not been in vain. He had managed to secure Whis's willingness to teach him. Thank you, Whis. Ah, Goku, from now on. You need only call me Whis. There is no need for formalities, Whis chuckled, covering his mouth with his hand. Very well, Whis. Could Goku contain his happiness? In the original work, Whis's displayed power could be deemed omnipotent, manipulating time and space, traversing dimensions, creating existence, and resurrecting the deceased. No one had ever truly compelled Whis to unleash his full strength. One could only imagine how formidable he truly was. Within the entire multiverse, few could rival Whis's might. The powers of the angels across the 12 universes were likely comparable. Even if there were disparities, they would not be significant. Whis had never acknowledged any angel from other universes as superior to himself, having only mentioned that his father was stronger. Not only was Whis powerful, but he was also exceptionally skilled in imparting knowledge to others. After all, Beerus was a product of his tutelage. The rapid enhancement of Goku and Vegeta's abilities under Whis's guidance in the original narrative was a testament to his teaching prowess. Now, training under Whis. Goku anticipated an explosive increase in his own power. Now, Goku, do you wish to accompany me to the God of Destruction S planet for training immediately? Or would you prefer to wait a while? Whis glanced at Bulma beside Goku, sensing that if they were to travel to the God of Destruction S planet, Goku might not return to Earth for some time. Upon hearing Whis's words, Goku realized that Whis was unaware of his instant transmission ability and quickly explained with a grin. Haha, Whis, there's no need for that. Let us go right away. I possess a skill called instant transmission, which makes traveling quite convenient. Oh, I see. Is it from planet Yardrat? Whis nodded, inquiring further. In his recollection, apart from Yardrat's instant transmission, the only other method was that of the Supreme Kai's attendant. Indeed. Goku continued, Whis, may I train during the day and return to Earth at night? I can bring you an abundance of delicacies each day. Goku could not resist tempting Whis, fully aware that he would likely agree, but he thought it unreasonable to expect Whis to teach him solely for a meal. Upon hearing Goku's proposition, Whis's eyes lit up. Really? I am immensely grateful, Goku. Please place your hand upon my shoulder and let us depart. Very well. Goku positioned himself behind Whis, placing a hand on his shoulder, then turned to Bulma. Bulma, see you tonight. MHM. Bulma smiled and nodded, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she watched Goku and Whis vanish into a radiant spectrum of colors across the horizon. Whis, just how powerful are you? On their journey to the God of Destruction S planet, Goku could not contain his curiosity. He had previously attempted to gauge Whis's power through a panel, only to be met with a series of question marks. Whis, hearing Goku's inquiry, paused momentarily, surprised that Goku would ask about his strength. Goku, are you familiar with the classifications of divine power? Whis was more than willing to enlighten Goku. Of course, it ranges from levels 1 to 5. With a 400-fold difference between levels 1 and 2, and a 1,000-fold difference from levels 3 to 5, Goku nodded. Although his instincts suggested that Whis's power had already surpassed the 5th level of divine power. Haha, in truth, divine power extends far beyond level 5. For instance, as a member of the angelic race, even the weakest among us surpasses the 5th level of divine power, reaching level 6. The common belief that divine power only consists of 5 levels arises from the rarity of individuals achieving levels beyond 5, even among the gods of destruction. Goku listened intently, realizing that Whis's strength undoubtedly exceeded the 5th level of divine power. Beyond the 6th level of divine power lies an entirely different realm, within the 12 universes. Only my father, the Grand Minister, and Lord Zeno have attained such heights. Whis refrained from elaborating on the realms beyond the 6th level, deeming it too distant for Goku to grasp at this stage. In truth, those who transcended the 6th level were not limited to the Grand Minister and Lord Zeno. For instance, there was also the dragon god, Salama. However, Whis's remark pertained specifically to the 12 universes, and he was not mistaken. Dragon god Salama did not belong to them. One's strength cannot be solely assessed by divine power. Mastery over unique abilities such as the power of time and the power of miracles also plays a crucial role. If I am not mistaken, you have begun to grasp the power of time, have you not? Whis sensed the power of time emanating from Goku as he too possessed it, albeit at a significantly greater proficiency. Yes, Goku affirmed with a nod. After hearing Goku's response, Whis continued, however, should the disparity in strength reach a certain threshold, these unique powers may become irrelevant. At this point, Whis paused, feeling he had shared enough for Goku to contemplate for a while. A few minutes later, The duo arrived at the God of Destruction's planet. Rather than a planet, it resembled a vast, inverted triangular landmass, crowned by an immense tree that seemed to pierce the sky. Goku stood in awe before the towering tree, exclaiming, "This truly is the God of Destruction's planet." The tree is simply magnificent. Still entranced by the colossal tree, Goku was jolted back to reality by Whis' voice. "Goku, let us commence today's training." "Huh? Oh, right, yes. Master Whis." Goku initially struggled to react, recalling that in the original narrative, they first engaged in household chores. Whis, upon hearing Goku refer to him as Master, chose not to remark further, seemingly accepting the title. "Goku, your dimensional level has reached that of the Great Supreme Kai, and you have traversed quite a long path within that dimension." Whis articulated Goku's current dimensional standing with precision. "Indeed." Goku nodded, acknowledging that even though he had attained the form of Super Saiyan God, breaking through to the divine dimension might still take him around 10 years. "Your talent is truly remarkable. At not even 30 years of age, you have already reached the dimension of the Great Supreme Kai, far surpassing Lord Beerus." Whis unabashedly criticized Beerus, confident that the latter would never know. He, of course, refrained from using himself as an example, as he was born into the divine dimension. Haha. Goku scratched the back of his head. "Now, come at me, let me witness your current combat skills." Whis positioned one hand upright in front of him, while placing the other horizontally behind, adopting a stance to initiate the spar. "All right." Goku nodded, unleashing his full aura as white flames erupted skyward, propelled by a fierce gust of wind as he charged toward Whis. Chapter 75, Training on Destruction God Planet. The two combatants were entwined in a fierce struggle, with each of Goku's punches and kicks generating a gust of wind that rustled the surrounding trees. Yet, Whis effortlessly evaded each attack. After several exchanges, Whis gazed at Goku in surprise, astonished by his fighting technique. He was certain that Goku had grasped the preliminary conditions for mastering the Ultra Instinct. "Stop." Suddenly, Whis raised a hand before Goku, halting his movements. "Eh? What is wrong, Whis?" Goku, caught up in the thrill of battle, looked at Whis with confusion. It had been quite a while since anyone had pushed him like this, making him feel as though every move was laid bare. The last time he felt this way was during his training with Bu in the temple. "I have discerned the level of your combat skills, which are commendable. Who did you learn from?" Whis inquired, intrigued by the high caliber of Goku's fighting prowess. It was worth noting that even Lord Beerus' fighting skills were merely decent in Whis' eyes, highlighting the exceptional nature of Goku's abilities. Taken aback by Whis' remarks, Goku realized that his martial arts skills were only considered decent in Whis' perspective. "Ah, truly, you are an angel. Are you referring to martial arts?" "I learned from Grandpa Rashi and Bu," Goku replied candidly, having surmised Whis' intention behind the question. "Martial arts, you say? The martial arts on your planet are truly remarkable." "Goku, you are exceedingly fortunate," Whis remarked, astonished by the flourishing state of martial arts on Earth, which had evidently approached the threshold of divine mastery. "Fortunate? Indeed, because you have the potential to comprehend the divine techniques of our angelic lineage." "Divine techniques?" Goku echoed, intrigued. "Yes, Ultra Instinct, a technique that harnesses all the potential and power within the body, allowing for the separation of body and soul. Whether evading, defending, or attacking, thought is unnecessary. The body acts autonomously." Upon finishing his explanation, Whis observed the intensity in Goku's gaze. "Is it true? Master, I wish to learn this." Goku exclaimed eagerly. "Hold on. Goku, there is no need to rush. We shall discuss this once your dimensional capacity reaches that of the divine. When you attain that level, coupled with your foundational skills, understanding it will be significantly easier," Whis assured him, knowing that attempting to practice Ultra Instinct without reaching the divine dimension would be a grueling endeavor, placing immense pressure on the body. "All right." Goku appeared slightly disheartened, yearning for the mastery of Ultra Instinct. "Fear not, Goku. With my guidance, you shall undoubtedly transcend to the divine dimension within 5 years, so there is no need for haste," Whis reassured him with a smile. 5 years is quite a long time. It might even be less. Goku felt invigorated, ready to embrace the training ahead. Time swiftly passed, seasons changed on Earth, and the trees had shed their leaves twice. On the Destruction God Planet, Goku was straining to carry a heavy object, laboriously moving forward. This object had been conjured by Whis, and regardless of his strength, the oppressive sensation it imparted had never waned. Over the past 2 years, Goku had made significant strides. His base combat power had reached 60 billion, primarily due to his focus on other aspects. A year prior, he had successfully merged Super Saiyan 4 with Super Saiyan God, resulting in a form he dubbed Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break. Isn't it impressive? This transformation was essentially Super Saiyan 4 enhanced with the divine aura of Super Saiyan God. The hair was red, as was the aura, though it seemed to carry a hint of ferocity. The amplification factor of the limit break was astonishing, even 3 times that of full-power Super Saiyan Blue. Whis had been astounded when Goku first transformed, remarking on the unique nature of the Saiyan race, possessing immense power yet needing specific forms to unleash it. However, this also provided the advantage of rapidly increasing strength in base form. Consider this. A mere increment in combat power under the Super Saiyan 4 limit break could yield a staggering 600,000 in combat prowess. Isn't that remarkable? 2 years later, Goku also significantly enhanced his mastery over the power of time, improving his acceleration and deceleration while reducing energy expenditure, even achieving a brief pause in time. As for the consumption, truly terrifying. Fortunately, his stamina was high, allowing for swift recovery, enabling him to extend the use of this ability. A normal person might collapse after pausing for a second or two, but youth was on his side, allowing him to rest effortlessly. Yet, there remained a slight gap in his ability to reverse time and traverse dimensions. However, that gap was narrowing. He was now on the brink of the divine dimension, inching closer to mastering Ultra Instinct, with a timeline that likely wouldn't exceed a year, according to Whis' assessment based on Goku's training pace. Finally, it's over. Goku released the heavy object and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Whis approached him. Goku, today's training has concluded. You may return to Earth. Please bring some instant noodles with you tomorrow. We are nearly out here. Ever since tasting instant noodles a year ago, Whis became enamored with the dish. Consuming a tub daily. Goku found it perplexing how could one eat so much without growing weary. Yet, was genuinely never tired of it. Haha, Whis. I'll bring some instant noodles tomorrow, but I might not be able to train. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Whis, taken aback, looked quizzically at Goku. You are actually taking a break from training? How rare. Not a break. I have some matters to attend to on Earth tomorrow, Goku quickly countered. Rest? Impossible. Is that truly your nature? After all, tomorrow marked the day the androids would appear, and he needed to return to prevent any potential butterfly effects. Indeed. I'm referring to you, Trunks. All right, but don't forget the instant noodles. Whis nodded nonchalantly, though he remained adamant about getting the noodles. Rest assured, I won't forget. Until then, farewell, Whis. Goku joined his fingers together at his forehead and vanished from the Destruction God planet. Chapter 76. The arrival of androids 2 years later. Upon Goku's return to Earth, night had fallen. He walked slowly into the adjacent room to their bedroom. Sure, at that moment, Bulma had just lulled Goten and Bulma to sleep. Upon seeing Goku enter, she quickly gestured for silence. Over the past 2 years, Bulma had given birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. For this reason, Goku had paused his training for several days to be with Bulma during her pregnancy. The boy resembled Goku closely, sporting the same spiky hair and entirely black locks without a hint of blue. Goku named him son Goten. Strangely, their family had a trend of the second son resembling the father. The girl, on the other hand, bore a striking resemblance to Bulma, with light blue eyes and a full head of blue hair, appearing exceedingly adorable. Goku named her son Bulma. Let us head out. We shouldn't disturb their sleep. Bulma softly said to Goku after ensuring the twins were peacefully slumbering. All right. The two exited the room, closing the door gently behind them. Goku. Tomorrow is the day you mentioned the androids would appear, right? Bulma inquired as they walked back to their room. Indeed. So I want to be training tomorrow. I fear unforeseen circumstances may arise. Have you informed Yajirobe and the others? I worry they might forget, Bulma continued. Of course, I've already notified them. By then, I might not even need to intervene, Goku replied. As they chatted, they arrived at their bedroom. Goku's words were not unfounded. After 2 years, Gohan's regular combat power had reached 300 million, and he had mastered Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, having seen Gohan regularly, was aware that his own base power had reached 200 million, though it seemed he had yet to grasp Super Saiyan 2. Goku had previously encountered the others as well, Yajirobe at 160 million, Raditz and Nappa at 50 million, and even Piccolo had reached 500 million, while Krillin and Tien Shinhan had achieved 40 million. As for Yamcha, it was better left unsaid, as he barely surpassed 1 million. Goku felt a sense of resignation regarding Yamcha. He had hoped to influence him so that he wouldn't end up like his character in the original story. Alas, it seemed he had underestimated the situation, as Yamcha remained unchanged. Focusing on Gohan, Vegeta, and Yajirobe, they would be nearly invincible in the original Android saga. Of course, The formidable Android 17 could only be matched by Vegeta and Gohan, while Yajirobe, with a combat power of 8 billion, might not stand a chance against him. Before long, the couple lay down in bed. For them, sleeping was akin to deep meditation. Bulma, not particularly fond of training, endured it. Thinking of the advantages that came with higher dimensional levels, deep meditation felt similar to sleep. Hours would pass without their notice. Thus, Bulma would practice at night, as training during the day would be too taxing for her. The next day, around noon, Goku and Bulma took Gohan to the prearranged location, leaving Goten and Bulma at home. They arrived on an island where Trunks had indicated the androids would appear, a place they had agreed upon. Upon arrival, they discovered they were the first to arrive. The others had yet to show up. However, within a few minutes, the others began to arrive in succession. Naturally, Vegeta and the others, living nearby, were the earliest to arrive, and Vegeta sensed Goku's presence as he approached. "Hey, Tights, why did you bring little Trunks along?" Bulma asked, surprised to see Trunks in Tights' arms. In this timeline, Trunks was almost of the same age as Goten, being less than a month older. "Oh, it's nothing. Just brought him to play, especially since your Goku is here," Tights replied nonchalantly. Bulma nodded, realizing that with Goku around, there was little to fear. "Yajirobe, didn't Tias come with you?" Goku inquired of Yajirobe, recalling that they usually attended gatherings together. Upon hearing Goku's question, Yajirobe's smile could no longer be concealed. "Haha. Big brother is pregnant. We just found out a couple of days ago, so I didn't bring her along." He beamed, having finally achieved his long-held wish of fatherhood after over 30 years. "What? Is pregnant? It seems everyone has been busy these past 2 years," Goku remarked. And this time, first Trunks, then Goten and Bulma, and now Yajirobe's impending child were all on the way. "Let us hope Raditz and Nappa don't show up next, saying they've found wives and they're pregnant too." The group chuckled, understanding Goku's jest. "By the way, Yajirobe, have you chosen a name for your child?" Bulma inquired, turning her attention to Yajirobe. "I've thought it over. If it's a boy, I'll name him Kichi, and if it's a girl, she'll be called Koi," Yajirobe proudly declared, confident in his naming prowess. Despite it not being well received by others, Goku looked at Yajirobe, sensing an oddity in the names. "Kakarot." Raditz's voice from the sky interrupted Goku's thoughts. He looked up to see Raditz and Nappa arriving together. "Brother, Nappa," Goku greeted as they landed, glancing around to see that only Yamcha had yet to arrive. Just as he pondered whether to wait for Yamcha, the turtle hermit finally made his entrance. "Hey, Goku, everyone, you're all here," Yamcha exclaimed, slightly embarrassed to be the last to arrive. "Haha, no worries. Let us split up and search for the androids. Tights, stay close to Vegeta, and Bulma, stick with me. You two aren't suited for battle. Once you spot the androids, unleash your energy, and I'll be able to locate you instantly," Goku stated, his tone becoming somewhat serious. He wasn't particularly concerned about Gohan, Vegeta, or Yajirobe. His primary worry lay with Tien and Krillin, whose current power levels might not withstand the androids. As for Yamcha, with merely 1 million, he stood no chance. Should they encounter the androids, it could lead to unforeseen consequences, hence the need to burst their energy to enable Goku to teleport to them immediately. After everyone nodded, they dispersed, soaring into the surroundings. Chapter 77. The mischievous Tawa. Let us also venture forth, Bulma, to the town and perhaps encounter the androids, Goku remarked to Bulma at his side. He had allowed Gohan to search alone, considering that Gohan's current battle power had reached an astounding 30 billion. The butterfly effect, no matter how potent, could hardly elevate the androids beyond that threshold, could it? All right. Bulma nodded obediently, as she had great faith in Goku's judgment regarding such matters. Upon their arrival in the town, they strolled along the sidewalk, refraining from flying to avoid drawing attention. Nevertheless, Goku was acutely attuned to his surroundings. His dimension had nearly converged with that of the divine, and an instinctive sense informed him that the androids were close by. Before long, Goku detected the energy emanating from Yamcha. It appeared that Yamcha had not escaped the fate of being absorbed, as depicted in the original narrative. With a sigh of contemplation, Goku instantaneously teleported to Yamcha's side. Yamcha was engulfed in his own energy, his gaze fixed intently on the figures of a stout and slender android. Goku had previously described the emergence of 2 androids, one robust and one slender, and these 2 precisely matched his depiction, although their energy was imperceptible to him. His instincts suggested that they were formidable, leaving them to await Goku's arrival. "Yamcha, I'm here. Are you all right?" Goku called, startling Yamcha, who was absorbed in his focus on Android 19 and 20. "Ah, it's you, Goku." They look exactly like what you described. It must be them, Yamcha exclaimed, relieved by Goku's presence. After all, he believed there was no predicament that Goku could not resolve. Goku followed Yamcha's gaze, and at the end of his line of sight were indeed the two figures, Android 19 and 20. A smile spread across Goku's face. Soon, nearly everyone had flown over, as the small town was not vast, making it easy to traverse with a burst of energy. Ah, everyone has arrived. Goku greeted the approaching Vegeta and others with a cheerful smile. Humph, Kakarot, are these the androids you spoke of? They don't seem particularly impressive, Vegeta scoffed, scrutinizing Android 19 and 20. Though he could not sense their energy, their facial expressions indicated to him that they were not formidable at all. At that moment, Android 19 and 20 gazed at them with a mix of trepidation. Upon Goku's arrival, his burst of energy was detected by the androids, revealing that Goku's power was double theirs, leaving them to conclude that only the three individuals back at their base could pose a threat to him. Android 20 recognized Goku instantly as the one who had obliterated the Red Ribbon Army, previously unable to ascertain Goku's strength with his miniaturized robots. He now comprehended the vast gap in power. The notion of fleeing began to form in their minds. Goku, beaming at androids 19 and 20, released a fraction of his energy, approximately 700 million. His intention was to provoke Android 20, or Dr. Gero, into fleeing, thereby releasing androids 16, 17, and 18 from their confinement. Yet, allowing just one android to escape would suffice. The other could remain. In a sudden shift, Goku appeared before Android 19, who could only exclaim, "What?" As a white energy blade pierced through his body, Goku's expression still adorned with a smile. With a swift motion of his arm, the sharp energy sword cleaved through Android 19, splitting him in two and causing countless mechanical parts to cascade to the ground. 19. Dr. Gero did not cry out in despair over the loss of 19, but rather in astonishment at Goku's overwhelming might. Dr. Gero, I spared you when I vanquished the Red Ribbon Army, but this time, I shall not let you escape, Goku declared, turning to face Dr. Gero with a menacing smile. Dr. Gero stumbled back, trembling and his expression fluctuating between fear and resolve as he contemplated his escape. Gathering a sphere of energy in his hands, he hurled it at Goku before hastily taking to the skies. With a casual flick, Goku deflected the yellow energy blast, silently observing Dr. Gero's retreating figure. Don't even think about running, Gohan exclaimed, eager to pursue, but Goku instantaneously appeared before him, raising a hand to halt him. Father? Gohan questioned, puzzled by Goku's decision to let the android escape. Be patient, Gohan. This is a strategy to catch a bigger fish, Goku replied with a smile. A sentiment directed not only at Gohan but at everyone present. Meanwhile, in a realm beyond the authority of the Omni King, Tao gazed at the cocoon-like form of Cell before her. She had procured him from a different timeline, and through her cultivation, he had become significantly stronger than the ordinary Cell. Her intention was to send this Cell back to the timeline she had traversed 5 years prior. That particular timeline was exceptionally unique. If her influence could be substantial, it might expedite the unsealing of Lord Demigra's power. This Cell would not require the absorption of androids 17 and 18, as he would evolve into his perfect form over time, boasting a combat power of 25 billion. However, considering that he had once vanquished Frieza, who possessed a power of 15 billion, the Goku of that timeline must now exceed 25 billion. To err on the side of caution, she had embedded a potent dark energy within Cell, sufficient to awaken a lower-tier demon form upon his first demise. While this lower-tier form would not reach her own might of 8,000 times, it would still amplify his power by 100 times, bringing him to the realm of divine might too, 400. Rather than being a mere transformation, the demon form was intrinsically linked to her power. Her own capabilities had been sealed, rendering her current state at divine might 400. Yet, Cell's lower-tier version was fundamentally different, resembling an external force that forcibly elevated his power to this level. Nevertheless, it would suffice. In a typical timeline, it would take 7 years for that fused warrior to attain divine might. During this time frame, it was unlikely that anyone would master the fusion technique or acquire the Pod-era earrings. Tao was brimming with confidence about her plan, already envisioning the day Lord Demigra would commend her. Little did she know how powerful Goku had become, nor what trials he had endured. For many years, she had been relentlessly pursued by the Time Patrol, perpetually on the run, unable to return to that timeline to gauge Goku's strength. Now, she resembled an old general adorned with flags upon a stage, still evading capture. Her strategy involved passing through that timeline at breakneck speed to deploy Cell. after which she would once again flee from the Time Patrol's pursuit. Tawa soon arrived in Goku's timeline, tearing a rift to cast Cell into it before hastily retreating. She had no choice. The relentless Time Patrol was still on her heels. Chapter 78. Androids 17 and 18. Let us wait here for a few moments, Goku suggested, casting a glance at the others. Unbeknownst to them, he had discreetly placed a trace of energy on Dr. Gero, which even the doctor himself failed to notice. Their current task was to await the release of the androids before teleporting there. He could sense that the trace of energy was still in motion. Kakarot. What Grand Catch are you hoping to ensnare? Are the two androids that Future Trunks mentioned not them? Raditz inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed. The androids referred to by Future Trunks are not the same as ours. Our timelines differ fundamentally, Goku affirmed with a nod. Even the personalities of the androids from the two timelines are distinct. Distinct personalities among androids? The others questioned in confusion. Are androids even capable of possessing different personalities? The androids from the future timeline have already been unleashed, while ours remain confined by Dr. Gero. The primary reason for this is that they have not been thoroughly modified. They still retain traces of their former human traits. What? Human traits? Of course. Among the remaining 3 androids, 2 still possess human bodies, unlike the previous one, which was entirely mechanical. Those 2 were forcibly captured and transformed, Goku added, expressing his disdain. Dr. Gero is truly despicable, using living beings for his experiments. Just then, Goku abruptly halted. He sensed that his trace of energy had come to a standstill within a mountain. What? The others were taken aback by Goku's sudden reaction. Haha. It's nothing. I left a trace of energy on one of the androids, and it has now stopped moving, Goku explained with a smile. Stay here for a moment. I'll be right back. With that, he pressed his fingers to his forehead and vanished from their sight. Goku remains ever the same. Meanwhile, within Dr. Gero's laboratory, a man and a woman stood before him. The woman held a device resembling a controller. Old man, now that the controller is in our possession, what commands can you give us? Android 18 smiled at Drive Gero. Why, you wretched beings, return it to me. Your strength derives from me. Dr. Gero's expression darkened, realizing his careless mistake in allowing Android 18 to seize the controller. Do you think we voluntarily accepted your modifications? Android 17 glared at Drive Gero with a dangerous gaze. Dr. Gero felt a prickle of anxiety as he regarded Androids 17 and 18. He understood the precariousness of his situation. Suddenly, he sensed his vision inexplicably shift upward. The 2 androids before him appeared horrified, and a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Thank you for the guidance, Dr. Gero. Goku held Dr. Gero's head in one hand while retracting his energy sword with the other. He never showed mercy to villains. A swift demise was the greatest kindness he could offer. What? Dr. Gero watched in disbelief as his body slowly slumped to the ground, the mechanical neck sparking and flickering ominously. Farewell, Dr. Gero. In Dr. Gero's peripheral vision, Goku's other hand glowed brightly, drawing closer. And no, please, no. The pleading Dr. Gero, clutching what remained of his head, vanished from existence. After eliminating Dr. Gero, Goku turned to androids 17 and 18 with a benevolent smile. Why, you're Son Goku? Android 18 gazed at him with trepidation. The implanted memories naturally included Goku's appearance. His overwhelming power, radiating an energy level surpassing 1 billion, left them in awe. Indeed, I am Son Goku, he acknowledged graciously. Moreover, I am aware that Dr. Gero created you to eliminate me. Then why do you stand before us? Android 17 eyed Goku warily. Goku chuckled nonchalantly. What is there to prevent? You may wish to kill me, but do you possess the strength to do so? Without Dr. Gero's command, we harbor no enmity, do we? Now that he is dead, is there any reason for you to heed his words? I also know that there is a bomb within you. My wife is a brilliant scientist. I can have her assist in disarming it, freeing you from any concerns. Upon hearing Goku's words, androids 17 and 18 exchanged glances. Indeed, with Dr. Gero's demise, the desire to kill Son Goku was merely a remnant of his command. They were not robots and need not execute his wishes. After removing the bomb, wouldn't it be better to live as normal individuals, free from the burdens of your past as androids? Goku implored, seeing the flicker of interest in their eyes. I do not wish to harm you, for you too have suffered. Realizing their resolve, androids 17 and 18 decided to pursue a life of normalcy, free from their previous identity. Very well. They simultaneously lowered their guard and nodded in agreement. Goku felt a sense of relief. Yet another predicament had been resolved through his persuasive words. Such is the plight of a protagonist, he mused. Come with me, he instructed. Wait. Besides the 2 of us, There is another android, but it is purely mechanical. Should we release it? Android 17 reminded Goku. Turning, Goku anticipated this revelation. Release it. With Goku's affirmation. Android 17 approached the nearby stasis pod and opened the hatch. As the door swung open, a tall green figure emerged from within. Son Goku. With a surprised shout. The green figure dashed toward Goku like a blur. Boom. The resounding crash echoed throughout the laboratory as the massive collision occurred. Goku swiftly intercepted, grabbing Android 16's arm and hoisting him onto his back, executing a swift throw that slammed him into the ground, creating numerous cracks in the already sturdy surface. Hey, calm down. I know that killing me is not a directive you must fulfill, Goku asserted, stepping on Android 16's back, gripping his arms with unwavering strength, rendering him utterly immobile. Chapter 79. Inside, quickly, Vegeta. Upon hearing Goku's words, Android 16 regained his composure. Recognizing the unfavorable circumstances surrounding him, he chose to relinquish his struggle. With Dr. Gero deceased, there was no longer a need for him to serve his commands relentlessly. Surely, living a normal life would be far preferable. With that, Goku delivered a swift chop to the back of Android 16's head. He intended to take 16 back and have Bulma modify him to erase the fatal command embedded in his mind. Although Android 16 was purely mechanical, Goku's strike caused a short circuit, rendering him unconscious. Observing this scene, Android 17 and 18 felt relieved they had not continued to oppose Goku. There was no need to confront someone they could not defeat. After placing Android 16 into his storage space, Goku turned to 17 and 18. At this moment, 16 resembled a lifeless entity easily accommodated in the storage, which could not contain living beings but was capable of holding inanimate objects. Come with me. I will take you to meet my wife. Place your hands on my shoulder. Sensing an unfamiliar energy, Goku hurriedly decided to leave to avoid any unforeseen complications. As 17 and 18 watched 16 vanish into a colorful vortex, they looked at Goku with astonishment. What happened to him? 18 asked, fear evident in her voice. After all, witnessing such a large figure suddenly disappear could indeed be unnerving. Understanding their apprehension, Goku chuckled and quickly reassured them. Haha, he has entered a special space. Don't worry. I can only store inanimate objects. That colorful vortex is easy to escape from. He spoke the truth. The vortex held no allure, and one could easily flee with just a few steps. Additionally, living beings could not enter his storage space. Trembling slightly, the two androids placed their hands on Goku's shoulder. With a flicker, the trio vanished from the base. Meanwhile, on the island's desolate terrain, Vegeta and the others stood solemnly before the suddenly materializing green monster. They had allowed Bulma and the others to leave first, even Yamcha, as staying there would only be a burden. The green creature before them possessed strength far exceeding their usual capabilities. Had Goku been present, he would have recognized this as Cell's third form. With a dismissive expression, the third form of Cell regarded the group, no longer needing androids 17 and 18. Thanks to his mother, he would naturally evolve into his perfect form over time. Now at the third stage, his power surged to 8 billion, while his complete form could reach an astonishing 25 billion. Indeed, Tawa had not informed him of his lower-tier demon form, leading him to believe that his perfect form was his ultimate strength. His current mission was to eliminate this timeline's Goku. Once accomplished, his mother would retrieve him. Hey, green monster, what is your name? Vegeta asked, a sly smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Cell. The latter, feeling inexplicably irked by Vegeta's presence, smirked disdainfully. Cell. Vegeta sensed the condescension in Cell's tone and demeanor, igniting his fury. He stepped forward, raising his left hand to shield his companions behind him. You all stay back. I will make this monster pay for underestimating me. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a golden-haired Super Saiyan, a cold smirk adorning his face. Golden flames enveloped him before being retracted into his being. A powerful explosion echoed as he bent low, appearing instantly before Cell, delivering a punch deep into Cell's abdomen. Cell's body bent and crashed into a mountainside. Boom. The mountain erupted, debris scattering in all directions as a cloud of dust was raised. When the smoke cleared, Cell emerged from the rubble, his expression grave as he regarded Vegeta. At his current third stage, he seemed unable to match Vegeta's strength. He resolved to bide his time, for he was close to achieving his perfect form. Who are you, and how are you so strong? To stall for time, Cell began to compliment Vegeta's power. Of course, such strength would be utterly insignificant against his perfect form, but it served its purpose in delaying the inevitable. Vegeta retracted the energy sphere he had been gathering, a smirk tugging at his lips, exuding an air of arrogance. Clenching his right fist, he pointed his thumb at himself and slowly proclaimed, and sighed, quickly, Vegeta. Remember, the one who will eliminate you is me. Just then, Goku teleported in, witnessing the unfolding spectacle. Wow, what a scene. Just in time, he exclaimed. Wait, is that green figure before Vegeta Cell? Or is it Cell in his third form? What is going on? Isn't 17 still beside me? Goku glanced at 17, who fell into contemplative silence. Big brother, you've arrived, exclaimed Yajirobe, the first to notice Goku, greeting him enthusiastically. Yes, just watch Vegeta, Goku replied, nodding. As a mischievous smile crept across his face while observing the two figures ahead. Is that so, Vegeta? Cell feigned contemplation. Meanwhile, Vegeta sensed something amiss. This creature named Cell seemed to be stalling for time. Are you trying to buy time? Prepare to die. Big Bang attack, Vegeta declared. Extending both hands forward as immense energy gathered before him, the blue energy sphere expanding and casting a radiant glow that enveloped him in blue. Attack. Perish. The blue energy sphere swelled rapidly, hurtling towards Cell at an alarming speed. As it approached, Cell was illuminated in blue. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Cell began to laugh eerily. Boom. A massive mushroom cloud erupted, accompanied by the sound of an explosion and Cell's magnetic laughter resonating in their ears. Haha. Vegeta, thank you for granting me time. To repay you, prepare to die. As the smoke cleared, the perfect form of Cell materialized before the group. He vanished in a blur, reappearing directly in front of Vegeta, an orb of yellow energy coalescing in his hand, thrusting it into Vegeta's abdomen. What? Boom. A cloud of dust erupted as Vegeta was sent flying, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Goku soared upward, catching Vegeta just in time. At that moment, Vegeta had reverted to his normal state, unconscious. Goku laid him down gently, shaking his head at the sight of the fallen warrior. What power do you possess? How dare you use such a foolish gesture? Even I would hesitate in your presence. Serves you right. Chapter 80. Gohan vs. Cell. Gohan. It's your turn, Goku said, disregarding Vegeta standing nearby and focusing solely on Gohan. He had observed Cell's current strength through the panel and believed Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 could handle it. As for why he mentioned current, that was for Gohan to witness firsthand. Cell Race, Bio-Android, a fusion of various cells, including Earthlings, Scions, and Frieza S Race. Base power level, 25 billion. Final power level, God S Power First Realm 2. 5400. Unlocked after first death transformation. Low-tier demon god form. Unlocked after first death. Gohan Super Saiyan 2 strength reached 30 billion. Perfectly capable of countering Cell's 25 billion. Up until now, Gohan had never truly engaged in battle. His training had been solitary practice. This was the perfect opportunity. All right, Dad. Upon hearing Goku call his name, Gohan stepped out from the crowd. After knocking Vegeta unconscious, Cell stood with his arms crossed, seemingly waiting for a challenger to step forward. One had to admit, Cell had successfully inherited the Saiyan genes. As he observed Gohan approaching, a mix of confusion and amusement flickered across his face, leading him to mock. Haha. Is this all you have? Sending a little kid to fight? Have you even grown all your hair yet? Ignoring Cell's taunts, Gohan continued his approach, each step bringing forth a golden aura. As his foot touched the ground, his appearance transformed, manifesting golden hair and azure eyes. Not bad. You're much stronger than that fellow named Vegeta. Cell expressed surprise at Gohan's power, realizing that this young boy surpassed the previous fighter by a significant margin. Hey, kid. What's your name? Son Gohan. Son Goku's son. In the next moment, Gohan's hair stood even more upright, his golden aura crackling with electricity. Boom. Gohan's form surged like a bolt of lightning, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake as he vanished from sight. What? Suddenly, Gohan appeared before Cell, delivering a powerful sweeping kick aimed at his head. Bang! Cell felt an overwhelming force strike his head, causing his legs to sink deep into the ground. Dust and debris rose as Cell's feet dug into the earth, leaving a furrow stretching over 100 meters before he finally halted. No, it's impossible. How can he be this strong? As Cell felt the pain radiating from his face, he stared at Gohan with astonishment. Gohan's power evidently exceeded his own. If Gohan was this formidable, what of Son Goku? At this thought, a shadow crossed Cell's face. However, fleeing was not an option. His first mother had assured him that she would intervene if he were to falter. Surely, even if Goku was strong, he couldn't surpass his mother. Moreover, the Saiyan genes within him spurred his pride, refusing to allow him to retreat. With a furious roar, Cell unleashed his energy, charging towards Gohan. The two clashed swiftly, their fists and feet colliding. From the heavens to the earth, the sounds of their fierce battle echoed. Mountains crumbled beneath the shockwaves of their confrontation. Yet it was glaringly evident that Cell was at a disadvantage. Gohan sustained almost no damage, while Cell appeared battered and bruised. Had it not been for the regenerative capabilities bestowed by the Namekian genes, Cell would have long been defeated. Another punch landed on Cell's face, sending him crashing to the ground like a shooting star. Boom. The gust from the impact spread outward, and Goku hurriedly erected a barrier to shield the onlookers from the swirling debris. Struggling to his feet, Cell wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The pain on his face incessantly ignited his nerves. Despite possessing Namekian genes, his recovery rate paled in comparison to the damage he had sustained. Damn it. Didn't my mother say she would intervene? Why has Tishi shown herself yet? Indeed, Tawa had mentioned her readiness to act. However, what would come forth was the dark energy lying dormant within him. Once Cell had perished once, she would undoubtedly emerge. As Gohan watched Cell rise, he unleashed a burst of energy, appearing behind Cell with a sonic boom. Tilting his body, he planted one hand on the ground, propelling himself into a spinning kick aimed at Cell. What? Cell could not evade in time, hastily crossing his arms in defense. Despite his timely block, the immense force sent him soaring into the sky. The green figure ascended, enveloped in a golden aura that shot upward from the ground. Soon, the green silhouette leveled with the air, and Gohan's every punch and kick landed mercilessly on Cell. After each blow sent Cell reeling, Gohan was quick to follow up. Cell had no opportunity to counter, forced into a position of passive endurance. Hovering above Cell, Gohan summoned all his strength, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Cell's abdomen. A heart-wrenching scream echoed into the heavens, resonating throughout the sky. As agony coursed through him, Cell's body bent and plummeted toward the ground. Yet Gohan anticipated this, arriving at the ground first. Sliding forward, Gohan's eyes shimmered with a golden glow as he positioned himself where Cell would land. Hami. Gohan placed his hands on his waist, gathering blue energy. The immense energy created a magnetic field, whipping the winds into a frenzy as countless grains of sand and debris flew away. Hami. As time elapsed, the blue light intensified, casting a pale blue hue across the entire expanse. Here it comes. A massive Kamehameha wave erupted from the ground, ascending towards the sky, enveloping Cell's descending form. How could this happen? As Cell's cries pierced the air, the Kamehameha did not cease. Instead, it soared through the atmosphere, penetrating the layers of air and venturing into the depths of space. The blue glow flickered brilliantly, and after a span of several seconds, Gohan released the energy, his hand flicking away the Kamehameha, which trailed a long tail of flames as it dissipated into the sky. At that moment, there was no sign of Cell in the heavens. Save for Goku, everyone else believed Cell had been reduced to dust, vanishing from this world. Yet, was that truly the case? A dark energy suddenly enveloped the sky, its terrifying aura suffocating those present. Chapter 81. Cell's Demon Form. Haha. Is this the power bestowed upon me by my mother? Truly formidable. So powerful that it captivates the senses. Reborn, Cell hovers in midair, arms outstretched and eyes tightly shut, seemingly reveling in this overwhelming strength. He pays no heed to the individuals below. They are unworthy and unnecessary. With such power at his disposal, he has become invincible. Here comes your king. Dark energy surges uncontrollably from Cell's being, its momentum pressing down upon the gathered crowd. The winds around him begin to intensify, and bolts of lightning descend from the heavens. Goku, with his hair whipped by the gusts, gazes up at Cell in the sky. In this moment, Cell appears significantly darker, perhaps due to the dark energy enveloping him. Observing the maniacal laughter of Cell, Goku smiles. At last, he has encountered an adversary that piques his interest. Goku closes his eyes, warms up, and then opens them again. His round eyes have transformed into sharp ones. In an instant, Goku vanishes from his spot. An opening. Still lost in the euphoria of his newfound power, Cell is completely unprepared. Goku delivers a punch with the force of thunder to Cell's face, sending him crashing back to the ground once more. Boom. Goku tilts his head back, fist clenched at his sides, watching the billowing dust rise from the impact. At this moment, his body is enveloped in golden radiance, his hair standing on end, an incredible aura radiating from within. The golden light illuminates the entire sky. A burst of golden energy breaking through the clouds, tearing apart the dark sky to reveal a patch of blue. Gradually, the golden flame diminishes until it is drawn back into Goku's essence. Super Saiyan full power unleashed. Perish. The dark flames burst forth from the earth, carrying countless fragments towards the golden figure above. Bang. Goku firmly blocks Cell's incoming punch. The force reverberates through his palm, causing an explosion behind him. The sound of the impact resonates, dispersing a vast cloud of mist. What? Cell quickly retreats in alarm, gazing with trepidation at the golden figure before him. He never anticipated that Goku's strength could be so formidable. After all, he is now in his demon form. You must be Son Goku, right? Cell regards him warily. Indeed. Goku replies with a smile and a nod. Unlike Vegeta, he has no desire to flaunt arrogance, although he knows he cannot be defeated now. It is wise to maintain a sense of reverence. Cell's expression darkens slightly as he observes Goku ahead. Good news, his target has appeared. Bad news, it is stronger than him. He might very well meet his demise. Furthermore, the boy named Gohan had displayed an even stronger form that Goku had yet to reveal. He cannot believe that Son Goku, as a father, would not possess that form. Come now, you cannot escape. You should have guessed it. Goku says with a smile, knowing Cell has likely surmised his potential for an even greater transformation. TCH. Cell clicks his tongue and, opting to cease his thoughts, assumes a defensive stance, facing Goku. Oh? Not going to attack? Goku disappears in an instant. What? Startled by Goku's sudden appearance beside him, Cell barely has time to react before a punch lands squarely on his face, accompanied by a rush of energy. Cell is sent flying backward, spiraling through the air for several seconds before finally halting. Cell touches his injured face, feeling the throbbing pain, and his rage swells within him. Kamehameha. Cell places both hands at his waist and instantly unleashes a blue energy wave. The azure energy, trailing flames, hurtles toward Goku. Goku swiftly gathers his energy and sidesteps, soaring toward Cell in close proximity. In the blink of an eye, Goku arrives before Cell, delivering a punch deep into his abdomen. Then, in a flash, he spins behind Cell and delivers a side kick. In midair, Cell resembles a mere punching bag. Goku executes uppercuts, hooks, and jabs, each strike appearing deceptively simple yet imbued with profound mastery, as he has long integrated these techniques into his being. With a knee strike from above, Goku sends Cell plummeting towards the ground. Observing Cell's rapid descent, Goku raises his hands above his head, gathering energy. The blue energy in his grasp splits into countless streams, cascading from the sky like a magnificent curtain of light, enveloping a vast expanse of the heavens. Gohan has already arrived at the gathering spot, witnessing this spectacle. The entire sky appears shrouded in blue light, resembling meteor showers falling from above. We must retreat quickly. They are too close to the battlefield. Such widespread attacks could easily cause collateral damage. Given his father's current strength, even a mere graze would spell certain doom. Hearing this, the group swiftly flies back, sensing the imminent danger. Gohan also carries the unconscious Vegeta on his back as he takes flight to safety. However, their actions are unnecessary. Goku has already calculated the distance, ensuring they remain unharmed. At most, some energy waves and debris may reach them. Accompanied by a series of explosions, the ground fractures instantly. Yet even the cacophony of destruction cannot drown out Cell's anguished cries. Moments later, Goku ceases his energy attack, and as the smoke clears, Cell's battered form is revealed. Cell is in a truly dire state. His two sharp horns have been severed, one arm is broken, and the wing-like appendages behind him have turned to ash. Cell's eyes are fixed intently on Goku, his entire being racked with intense pain, which he valiantly suppresses to stifle his cries. He knows he has failed his mission and cannot return to his mother. Thus, countless dark energies converge within Cell, as if mending his previously sustained injuries. Prepare to receive my next move, Son Goku. Cell feigns placing his hands at his waist, gathering energy in his palms. It seems he intends to unleash the Kamehameha wave, yet his form continues to swell. Goku watches Cell's antics with a derisive smile. Do you think I am unaware of your intent to self-destruct? With your expanding body and uncontrollable energy, it is all too clear that you plan to explode. For the safety of the Earth, it is best that you perish, Cell. In an instant, Goku transforms into Super Saiyan God, the crimson aura enveloping the entire sky. He approaches Cell, who is now immobilized by his own impending explosion. Goku's hand rests upon Cell's form. You think I cannot see your desire to self-destruct? Goku speaks gently to Cell, as the divine aura begins to spread across Cell's body. Chapter 82. The most humiliating death of Cell. What is this? Cell gazed in panic at the crimson flames, which began to envelop his entire being. The red flames scorched him, inflicting pain that felt as though it were searing his very soul. He yearned to struggle, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. I have shrouded you in my flames. Even if you explode, the force will be contained within my aura, a voice echoed ominously. The flames had completely engulfed Cell. Despair washed over him as he cast a resentful glance at Goku, filled with hatred. Why? Why could he no longer prevent his own self-destruction? Boom. The explosion rang out loud, yet curiously, There was no significant noise. Well, it wouldn't be accurate to say there was silence, at least within Goku's aura. There was ample commotion. How tragic. To bring about one's own demise, oh, what a sin. After dissipating the crimson flames, Goku returned to his normal state. He sensed the energies of Gohan and the others, placing his 2 fingers to his forehead and vanishing in an instant. At that moment, the terrain, ravaged by their battle, began to slowly restore itself. This was a wish Goku had made many years ago, through the Earth-esque Dragon Balls, to grant the planet the ability to heal from destruction wrought by force. Although the recovery was slow, taking about a day for such devastation, it was certainly better than nothing. Dad, have you dealt with Cell? Gohan asked eagerly upon the sudden appearance of Goku. Of course, when your father intervenes, it's a piece of cake. Goku boasted in front of Gohan. He wouldn't show off in front of others, but he couldn't help but indulge in such moments with his son and Bulma. Perhaps it was a reflection of his role as a father and husband. That's amazing. Gohan beamed, a blissful smile lighting up his face, relishing in his father's strength. Dad, are you bringing these 2 to Mom? Gohan pointed at androids 17 and 18, prompting the others to look at Goku as well. They had previously inquired about the origins of the androids, and learning of their pasts evoked a sense of sympathy for them, especially knowing that bombs were still embedded within them. Yet, more than anything, it fueled their anger towards Dr. Gero. Ah, yes, let them live normal lives, Goku said, ruffling Gohan's hair. Why don't you all come back to my house with me? Let us celebrate the defeat of Cell. Goku proposed to the group. It had been quite some time since they had gathered, primarily because he had been training with Whis for the past 2 years. Otherwise, they would have met at least once a year, if not 5 or 6 times. Gathering to enjoy a feast, converse, and share stories would be delightful. Sure, brother. It's been nearly 2 years since we last had a proper get-together because of your training. Yajirobe was the first to agree. He relished such occasions, where the women could chat amongst themselves while the men discussed their own topics. Everyone else soon chimed in with their agreement, when suddenly, Goku recalled something. Oh no. I forgot to destroy that base. The embryonic cell could still be beneath it. I must hurry to obliterate it to prevent any unforeseen events. I apologize. But you may need to wait a moment. I have something to take care of. It won't take long, just a few seconds. Without delay, Goku announced to the group before instantly teleporting away. In an instant, he found himself hovering above Dr. Gero's base. He raised his left hand, gathering immense energy, while his other hand formed a finger point at his forehead. Farewell, cell of this timeline. This way, you won't be exploited by Tawa. With that, he released the energy blast, which swiftly engulfed the base. The surrounding debris was drawn towards the blast before being annihilated. The cell of this timeline was snuffed out before it even had a chance to be born. The mountain concealing the base was flattened, and having completed this task, Goku teleported back. He had long suspected that the previous cell was the handiwork of Tawa. The dark energy felt eerily reminiscent of Frieza as from years prior. It was evident to anyone not foolish. He was thoroughly exasperated with Tawa, who buzzed around his mind like a pesky fly. The worst part was that he couldn't catch her. I hope to avoid encountering her, otherwise, I wouldn't let her escape unscathed. She'll learn the meaning of cruelty. Now, his power was formidable enough to no longer fear Tawa, with a base combat power of 60 billion. In his strongest transformation, Super Saiyan 4, his might reached the second realm of divine power, 96,400. He doubted Tawa could rival such strength. After all, she certainly hadn't attained the third realm of divine power, as the Kai of Time had stated she could not contend with the gods of destruction. The third realm of divine power was known as the God of Destruction realm because even the weakest god of destruction possessed this level of power. Of course, that was only the base strength and did not account for the divine techniques of the gods of destruction. Upon returning to his original spot, Goku greeted everyone with a smile. Haha, I'm back. Let us go. He placed his fingers to his forehead once more and teleported everyone to his home. He had refined his teleportation technique, allowing him to carry others simply by enveloping them in his aura, eliminating the need for physical contact. Was this far more convenient than before? As they arrived at Goku's home, they found several tables set up in the courtyard, laden with a plethora of delicacies. Fine wines, juices, and beverages galore. Truly, it was a feast worthy of the wealthiest family. At that moment, Goku spotted Bulma approaching them. Hey, Bulma. How did you manage to prepare everything in advance? Goku was taken aback that Bulma had organized a gathering without him even mentioning it. With a roll of her eyes, Bulma responded incredulously, Do you think I don't know you? You always end up organizing a feast when something like this happens. Ha ha ha. My Bulma knows me well. Goku chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. Such a loser. Everyone burst into laughter at the couple's playful banter. Even Gohan couldn't help but join in. Goku, noticing Gohan's amusement, playfully tossed him a chestnut. What do you think your status is? Do you really think you can laugh at me? You little brat, what do you even understand? Ouch. Gohan winced, quickly cradling his head, tears nearly welling in his eyes. Goku shot him a glance but chose to ignore it. It wasn't as if he had exerted much force. It was merely a light tap. Keep pretending. I'll just watch you act. Chapter 83. The tranquil life after the war. Beside him, Bulma regarded Gohan with an expression of indifference. Gohan noticed that his father and mother seemed disinterested in his thoughts, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. It was as though he found an excuse to escape from the group, and the smile on his face could no longer be concealed. Today was Sunday, and he had made plans with Videl to go out. Initially, he hesitated to agree due to the androids, but as the appointed time approached, he felt compelled to hurry. Otherwise, at that moment, Gohan felt a sense of joy for having deceived Goku and Bulma. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that his unusual behavior had not gone unnoticed by them. Goku observed Gohan's peculiar demeanor as he walked away. His earlier behavior was not characteristic of him. Seeing Gohan's eagerness to leave, Goku suspected he was hiding something from both him and Bulma. However, he chose not to dwell on it, considering it Gohan's personal matter and believing in the importance of giving him some space. Bulma shared this sentiment. Yet her curiosity drove her to desire knowledge of Gohan's secret. All right, Bulma, let's not pry into Gohan's little secret. We should give him some space, Goku suggested. Bulma nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words. It was essential not to exert too much pressure on Gohan, allowing him to retain a part of himself into secrets. She did not wish for Gohan to become as rebellious as she once was. To educate him properly, Bulma had once purchased a book titled 100 Ways to Raise a Good Child, which emphasized the necessity of providing children with space and secrets to prevent rebellion. Her own parents had failed to grant her such freedom, resulting in her tumultuous teenage years. You're right, Goku, she replied. At that moment, aside from Goku, no one noticed Vegeta's absence. Upon realizing this, Goku smiled faintly, aware that Vegeta would likely not join the gathering, even with the abundance of delicious food. After all, his pride prevented him from facing the crowd after such a humiliating defeat. Imagine pretending to be formidable only to be soundly defeated, a slap in the face, quite literally. This was also the reason Goku had not awakened Vegeta after healing him. He understood that Vegeta would struggle to face everyone. It wasn't until the gathering commenced that they realized Vegeta was missing. Hey, where's Vegeta? Raditz inquired, scanning the surroundings. Upon hearing Raditz's question, the others began to realize his absence. Indeed, where was Vegeta? They had not heard his voice nor seen him. Gradually, they came to understand. Recalling the earlier events, perhaps he was unable to accept the reality of his situation. Meanwhile, within the gravity chamber, Vegeta endured hundreds of times the normal gravity as he trained. Damn it, my strength is still too weak. I have been surpassed by Kakarot's child. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. He never anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly, feeling both pride and bitterness at being surpassed by a younger generation. After a while, having paused his training to rest, Vegeta suddenly reflected, "TCH, Kakarot, thank you." He murmured, almost inaudibly, a statement that would leave Goku incredulous. Since awakening to find himself unscathed and free of pain, he realized Kakarot had healed him. Moreover, Kakarot had chosen not to awaken him, allowing him to regain consciousness naturally, knowing he would struggle to face everyone. This realization filled Vegeta with gratitude towards Kakarot, though he would never express it directly. As joyous moments often do, they quickly came to an end. Amid laughter and merriment, the sun began to set, and one by one, the guests returned home. Goku and Bulma made their way to the balcony, leaning against the railings, gazing at the distant sunset, a blend of crimson and orange hues. The fiery glow seemed to tint the surrounding clouds with its colors. Sunlight bathed them, draping them in a delicate layer of red. Bulma watched as the sun gradually descended, evoking a sense of farewell. A gentle breeze caressed her face as she tucked a stray hair behind her ear and turned to Goku. Goku, this scene feels so familiar. Goku's gaze softened as he looked at the setting sun. Indeed, it does. It seems like ages ago when we stood like this. Back then, it was a parting. Turning to Bulma, Goku noted how she resembled the vibrant young woman she had been over a decade ago, with her blue hair styled in a single ponytail. Thanks to the dimensional enhancement, Bulma, now in her 30s, still appeared as youthful as a teenager. Oh, that was so long ago. Perhaps because I was heading to the lookout, Goku mused, triggering memories in Bulma. More than 10 years ago, they had stood on this very balcony. watching the beautiful evening glow as they bid farewell. Time has flown by so quickly, it feels like just yesterday, Bulma sighed, resting her head against Goku's sturdy chest. Inhaling his familiar scent. How wonderful it is to have you, Goku. Indeed, time passes swiftly. Goku wished for this tranquil existence to continue indefinitely, cherishing the peaceful moments. Yet he understood this was but a fleeting dream. There was no other reason. This was the world of Dragon Ball, where tranquility could never last. All he could do was strive to protect this serene life. Embraced on the balcony, they silently watched as the sun dipped below the horizon. As the last glimmer of sunlight vanished, they departed from the balcony. Before leaving, they caught sight of Gohan cautiously sneaking in through the back door, exchanging knowing smiles. They both chuckled. Gohan had suppressed his energy to the lowest level, yet such efforts were futile against Goku's keen sense, especially with the balcony directly facing the back door. With Goku's reminder, Bulma also noticed Gohan's antics. He clearly wished to conceal his activities from his parents. Surely, he wouldn't dare tell them he was out with Videl. While his father might be oblivious, his mother would undoubtedly tease him about it. He was not joking. His mother was just like that, much like his grandmother. But what good was his attempt? Bulma might not decipher his intentions, but Goku could certainly surmise the truth. He frequently monitored Gohan's school life, and aside from Videl, Gohan hardly had any close friends. On a weekend outing, Gohan would not venture out alone. It was evident he was with Videl. Yet, Goku chose not to confront him about it. Once they returned to their room, Goku suddenly paused, recalling something he had forgotten. Oh no. I completely forgot to send noodles to Whis. Chapter 84. Removal of the explosive device Bulma. I'm off to deliver instant noodles to Whis. Goku exclaimed, hastily teleporting away from Earth before he could ponder further. He had already stored the noodles in his dimensional space, but in his rush, he completely forgot about them. Bulma stared in astonishment at the spot where Goku had just vanished, shaking her head in resignation. Sigh, Goku remains as he always was. Ah, Whis? My apologies for the delay, Goku said sheepishly upon arriving at the God of Destruction's planet, spotting Whis in the distance. He felt somewhat embarrassed. Although he had promised to bring the noodles, he had arrived rather late. He quickly retrieved the noodles and presented them to Whis. Whis accepted the noodles, looking at Goku with a hint of exasperation. Goku, let us be honest, did you forget to bring the noodles until just now? Goku's brow twitched at the implication. How could he admit such a thing? He vehemently denied it, shaking his head vigorously. No. How could I forget? I just had a lot on my plate today. He resolutely refused to acknowledge the truth, convinced that as long as he did not admit it, it simply did not exist. Whis sighed, having previously observed Goku's antics with his staff. What did he see? A couple of lovebirds indulging in each other's company. He had no inclination to pry into others' privacy, yet he could not ignore the fact that Goku had taken his time. If Whis had not glimpsed Goku, he might have truly forgotten. The sense of being watched had jolted Goku back to reality. Seeing Goku's stubborn refusal to concede, Whis chose to remain silent. After all, the noodles had been delivered. Over the years, he had come to understand Goku's nature quite well. Normal, he mused. However, he felt compelled to increase the intensity of their training sessions. Haha, Whis, I must take my leave now. It's getting late, Goku said, feeling a bit awkward. He wanted an excuse to slip away from Whis' gaze. Whis, noticing Goku's discomfort, nodded in understanding. Very well, goodbye, Goku. Do remember to come for training tomorrow, all right? Goku furrowed his brows, puzzled by Whis' cheerful insistence. If his memory served him correctly, Whis had never uttered such words in the past 2 years. What had changed? A sense of foreboding washed over him as he shivered and teleported away from the God of Destruction's planet. Upon his return, Bulma was just about to take a shower, having spent less than a minute preparing. Seeing Goku appear so suddenly startled her. Goku, you're back already? Well, how long could it take to deliver a bowl of noodles? It's not like it's a lengthy affair, she remarked, tugging on Goku's arm as they headed toward the bathroom. Wait, I didn't bring my clothes. Goku protested, realizing the absurdity of showering in dirty attire. Oh, I took care of that for you already. Do you really think I wouldn't remember? Bulma retorted, releasing his arm and placing her hands on her hips. Haha. Let us go then, Goku said, playfully pulling Bulma along. The following morning, androids 17 and 18 joined Bulma and Goku for breakfast. As they sat at the table, Goku noticed a peculiar look in Vegeta's eyes, almost as if filled with gratitude. However, he dismissed the thought and followed Bulma to the laboratory after their meal. Today, they were to remove the explosive devices from 17 and 18, and also to alter the command embedded in 16's mind. After all, that command was to eliminate him. and he could not take that lightly. As 17 and 18 lay on the examination table, they appeared nervous and frightened, recalling unsettling memories associated with similar circumstances. Bulma, noticing their unease, quickly reassured them. It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm not like Dr. Gero. I'll remove your devices swiftly. Looking at the thermal imaging and analysis reports displayed on the screen, Bulma explained, what you have inside you isn't exactly a bomb, but rather a device that disrupts your energy and triggers an explosion of all your internal energy. It's quite small, even less than a square centimeter. Located near your hearts. With a few swipes on the screen, an enormous illuminated display appeared before 17 and 18, showcasing their X-ray scans. Bulma had highlighted the device for better visibility. Are you ready? Bulma's melodious voice broke their contemplation. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Bulma and Mr. Goku. The siblings exchanged glances and nodded, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. To them, Goku and Bulma were their saviors, and they owed them a tremendous debt of gratitude. Seeing their affirmation, Goku and Bulma exchanged knowing glances. With Goku nodding, Bulma pressed the confirmation button on the screen. Through the glass window, the mechanical arms in the room began to move in a fantastical manner. After rotating into position, the laser cutting tools were aimed at the siblings. The procedure was straightforward. Bulma had not cranked the laser's power to its maximum. Her intention was to use high temperatures to obliterate the devices within them swiftly, minimizing pain. As expected, the cutting tool ignited and extinguished almost instantaneously, leaving a minuscule, heat-induced hole in their clothing. All right, the procedure was a resounding success. You may rise now. Bulma clapped her hands, addressing them through the glass. Confused, 17 and 18 blinked at each other, their small eyes filled with wonder. Is that it? Was it this quick? They had anticipated a long and painful ordeal, but only felt a brief, mild prick, akin to a needle, before it was over. Feeling disoriented, they rose from the examination table and exited the laboratory, where Goku and Bulma awaited them. How do you feel now? Bulma inquired cheerfully. The siblings nodded, genuinely feeling much better. They were uncertain whether it was the device's removal or merely a psychological effect. Just a moment, 16 should be out soon, Bulma added. 16? The guy in the green outfit? Goku's words prompted 17 and 18 to recall 16, whom they had not seen since the previous day. They wondered how he was faring now. Chapter 85, finally ascending to the divine dimension. Mr. Goku, how is Android 16 faring now? Inquired Android 17. He, like you both, possesses a self-destruct mechanism within him. However, his mind harbors a command to eliminate me, and thus I must erase this directive from his consciousness. Consequently, this process will take a bit longer than it did for you. I trust you comprehend my reasoning? Goku remarked, casting a glance at the siblings. Upon hearing this, the duo nodded in understanding. They recognized the rationale behind Goku's actions. Preserving the life of Android 16 was indeed the utmost mercy Goku could extend. Had they been in his position, they would likely find it difficult to exhibit such compassion towards someone intent on their demise. What are your plans moving forward? Goku probed the siblings. Plans? Upon hearing Goku's inquiry, the siblings pondered for a moment before arriving at their response. We are uncertain. We shall take it one step at a time, living as ordinary individuals. Perhaps we might consider becoming animal protectors. Android 17 expressed, casting a glance at his sister, uncertain if she would share in this aspiration. Android 18, perceptive to her brother's gaze, brushed her golden hair aside and smiled, nodding in agreement. Goku understood this gesture, realizing that Krillin's chances appeared dim, if not entirely hopeless. In the original tale, the removal of Android 17 and 18's self-destruct devices had garnered Android 18's affection. Yet now, alas, fate would unfold as it may. The potential for a connection was solely contingent upon Krillin's own endeavors. After a few minutes, Android 16 emerged from the laboratory, expressing his gratitude to Goku and Bulma before departing alongside Android 17 and 18. Goku silently observed their retreating figures until they vanished from sight, then turned to bid farewell to Bulma. Bulma, I shall take my leave. Until this evening. With that, he executed an instantaneous teleportation away from Earth, heading to the God of Destruction's planet, ready to commence his training. Whis, I have arrived. At that moment, Whis stood serenely by the lakeshore, eyes closed, seemingly awaiting Goku's arrival. As he heard Goku's voice, Whis slowly opened his eyes and greeted him. Ah, Goku, you have come. Let us begin today's training. Very well, Goku, somewhat bewildered, followed Whis to commence their training. Whis had never been so eager before. The urgency felt ominous. Initially, Goku dismissed this feeling as mere paranoia. But by the end of the day's training, he realized it was no illusion. Even with his current recovery speed, he barely managed to keep pace with the rigorous training. Ugh, today was truly exhausting. After completing a full day of training, Goku collapsed onto the verdant grass, gazing skyward. Whis stood nearby, a smile gracing his face as he observed Goku. Whis, why has the training volume increased so significantly today? Goku grumbled. While he was accustomed to incremental increases in his training regimen, this time felt overwhelming, as if he were on the brink of exhaustion. Whis' expression morphed into a mischievous grin. Oh, Goku, do you not wish to grow stronger at a faster pace? If you persist with this intensity, you might attain the divine dimension in just over a year. Goku was momentarily taken aback. What? How could the elevation of dimensional levels correlate with training? I was unaware of this. Please do not treat me as a fool. He gazed at Whis, perplexed. Not at all, Goku. I assure you. Rigorous training of both body and spirit does indeed aid in ascending to higher dimensions. Whis maintained his cheerful demeanor, speaking truthfully, albeit with a caveat. Its efficacy was minimal. Given Goku's current training pace, he would likely breach the divine dimension in just over 2 years, and intensifying his regimen would only shave off a few months. Such a marginal gain seemed negligible. Ordinarily, Whis would not endorse such a strategy, yet. As Goku sat up, he regarded Whis with a measure of skepticism. His tone did not suggest deception. Very well, I shall endure this hardship for a brighter future. What is a little toil compared to that? In the ensuing days, Goku discovered that this rigorous training indeed bore some fruit in his pursuit of the divine dimension, albeit not substantially. But progress was progress, and the effort felt worthwhile. Thus, a year passed in a blend of hardship and joy. On this particular day, Goku sat cross-legged upon the God of Destruction's planet. Whis observed Goku's genuine elation, after all. He had successfully guided another disciple to the divine dimension, achieving a mastery of divine power. Surely, his mentoring skills surpassed those of his siblings, did they not? When considering Goku, one could hardly argue that he was less competent than Beerus or any other god of destruction from different universes. Goku sat in tranquil meditation, exuding an aura of serenity. Though the winds were still on the god of destruction's planet, his hair floated gracefully as if caught in a gentle breeze. A white aura began to radiate around him, transforming into a celestial display adorned with twinkling star-like particles. Remarkably, Goku's appearance seemed to rejuvenate, though he was already youthful. This transformation was not merely superficial. It resonated deeply within those who beheld him. The skies above swirled with vibrant, colorful clouds, enveloping Goku in a mesmerizing vortex, as if celebrating the birth of a being of divine dimension within this universe. With a sudden burst, the white aura expanded, and the colorful clouds gradually dispersed, revealing Goku's form. Is this the divine dimension? It feels magnificent. With closed eyes, Goku reveled in the newfound abilities that accompanied the divine dimension. His baseline combat power had surged from 150 billion to an astonishing 300 billion, and he sensed an enhanced mastery over the powers of time and destruction. Indeed, throughout these years, Goku had persistently implored Whis to teach him the powers of destruction. Do not underestimate this ability for Goku. It would have previously required 2 years, or longer, to master. Now, however, he stumbled upon something intriguing: the fusion of time and destruction powers. In an instant, Goku's hair and aura transformed into a striking red. Indeed, he had ascended to the form of Super Saiyan God. At last, he discerned the distinction between the divine aura of a Super Saiyan God and that of his current baseline state. Perhaps his baseline should be more aptly termed the Saiyan God. Upon attaining the divine dimension, Goku could distinctly feel the immense power lying dormant within him. As he embraced the form of Super Saiyan God, a portion of that power was unleashed, yet this was merely a fragment of his true potential. To fully access his power, he would need a key, one that lay within an even stronger form. Chapter 86. A renewed duel with Whis. Oh dear, Goku. I had anticipated that upon your ascension to the dimension of the gods, a substantial portion of the latent power within you would be unleashed, Whis remarked, his tone laced with astonishment. The Saiyan race is indeed remarkable. Typically, a transition to the divine dimension liberates a significant portion of hidden strength. Yet, Goku remains unchanged in this aspect. However, this has its advantages. His power increases rapidly. Take Goku, for instance, in his normal state. His combat prowess has reached the first level of divine power, and in his transformed state, he ascends to the second level. To surpass the second level, a decade of effort is required. Conversely, should his powers be fully realized at the second level without transformation, achieving the third level could take a century. This is why Whis finds the Scion rays so extraordinary. Their potential for swift enhancement is unparalleled. As Goku listened to Whis, he felt an overwhelming urge to engage in battle with a formidable opponent, and Whis stood before him as the ideal contender. In an instant, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his aura igniting in a fierce crimson flame that enveloped the entirety of the Destroyer planet. Whis gazed at Goku with surprise, recognizing that Goku had now attained the third level of divine power. Whis, let us engage in combat, Goku proclaimed, catching Whis off guard with his sudden request. This spontaneity, however, was quintessentially Goku. Very well, Whis replied, reluctantly nodding in agreement. With exuberance, Goku hovered in the air, his arms trembling slightly as he concentrated all his energy into his left arm, reaching a pinnacle of power. Dragon Fist, here I come. As he swung his fist towards Whis, a golden divine dragon coiled around his arm, roaring with an indomitable force. The ground trembled beneath them, threatening to crumble under the might of the attack. Yet, Goku understood that it might all be in vain. Ultimate. Goku extended his arms forward, palms pressed together in a blossom-like formation, gathering energy. As golden light illuminated the area, he shifted his hands to his waist. A blue radiance erupted, painting the sky in azure hues. Kamehameha, here it comes. The golden and blue energies surged forth, imbued with an aura of terrifying destruction, racing towards the smoke created by the Dragon Fist. However, the ultimate Kamehameha was intercepted mid-air by a yellow energy sphere, which pushed it back with relentless force. Ha! Goku roared, veins bulging on his arms as a torrent of energy surged towards his hands. The power of time and destruction within him converged into the ultimate Kamehameha, expanding it dramatically. Alas, all efforts seemed futile, as the massive wave was merely delayed, being pushed back with increasing speed. The formidable Kamehameha was akin to an elephant against an ant, yet this diminutive energy sphere relentlessly pressured it backward. As time passed, the energy sphere drew ever closer to Goku. Swiftly, he ceased his energy output, sidestepping just in time to avoid the impending collision. He could almost feel the immense energy contained within the sphere as it passed him by. Phew! After narrowly escaping, Goku exhaled in relief, his chest rising and falling with exertion. While most would be utterly drained after such intense output, he regained his composure in mere moments. In a flash, Goku teleported beside Whis, his muscles taut and defined. With a resounding whoosh, Goku launched a powerful strike at Whis. Yet, Whis gracefully evaded, leaning back with a slight shift of his body. The force generated by Goku's punch grazed Whis, creating a massive crater in the ground. Dust and debris erupting into the air. Goku unleashed a flurry of punches, all of which was deftly blocked. Goku concentrated all his strength into a singular blow, only for Whis to effortlessly deflect it, using the momentum to propel himself backward into the air. Star explosion. Countless azure beams rained down from the sky as Whis gazed up at the dazzling display. The energy fell like meteors, strikingly beautiful yet perilous. Hey Goku, if that hits the ground, I'll have to expend considerable effort to repair the damage, Whis remarked dryly, raising a barrier with a casual flick of his wrist. Boom, boom, boom. The meteors collided with the shield, bursting into vibrant fireworks, the explosive sounds resonating throughout the Destroyer planet. Nearby, the prophetic fish clutched its ears, accustomed to the chaos. Thankfully, Lord Beerus remained in a deep slumber, otherwise, such cacophony would surely rouse him. As the smoke cleared, the energy barrier appeared unscathed. Whis gradually lowered the shield, feeling it was time to conclude their bout. Continuing this way would risk destroying half the planet, and he would be left to repair it. All right, Goku. That will suffice for today. Whis swiftly appeared behind Goku, who had no time to react before Whis delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck. Goku instantly reverted to his normal state, gently descending to the ground, his expression tinged with pain, though he quickly recovered. Haha, Whis. I still have a considerable gap to bridge. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. The feeling of helplessness when battling Whis was truly despairing, as if they existed in entirely different dimensions. Goku, do not think that way. You have improved immensely. Consider this. The gap between us is closing, is it not? Whis observed Goku with a sense of admiration. At just over 30 years of age, Goku had already reached the third level of divine power, a realm typically associated with the Destroyers. What would other Destroyers think? While they took millions, even billions of years to attain such strength, here was Goku, achieving it in just over 30. It seemed that when Lord Beerus awoke, he would be quite shaken. His previous lethargy would surely be challenged. As it stood, Whis could no longer discern where Goku's limits lay. Perhaps he might even surpass his own abilities. If that were the case, he would have much to boast about to his siblings, especially his sister, Bardos. Haha, Whis, you make a valid point. Goku mused, realizing that with 6 years remaining until Buu's emergence, he had already reached the 3rd level of divine power. One must learn to appreciate what they have. If I'm not mistaken, Goku, your technique, the ultimate Kamehameha, seems to incorporate both the powers of time and destruction, does it not? Whis inquired with a hint of curiosity, once again astonished by Goku's innate talent. Chapter 87, The Evolution of the Three Little Ones. Indeed. Having recently grasped this newfound ability, I approached it with a spirit of experimentation. Wukong felt a surge of pride, for he had not anticipated achieving success on his very first attempt. Moreover, he could distinctly perceive that the destructive power of the ultimate Kamehameha had significantly intensified. Wukong, your talent even evokes my envy. You must understand, aside from our angelic lineage, few possess the capability to comprehend and merge two distinct powers. Even I, during my earlier years, required far more time to reach the level you have attained, Whis sighed. His tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. Wukong gazed at Whis in astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed such an expression from him. Then, emboldened, he declared, haha, I know I possess great talent. Whis, remember, talent is not everything. Effort is paramount. Wukong had grown comfortable around Whis and now jested with him. Yet, a thought lingered unspoken. If effort sufficed, what need would there be for genius? He had not yet ventured into such reckless territory. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Whis paused momentarily, a forced smile breaking across his face. Haha, is that so? You speak wisely, Wukong, he replied, though inwardly he pondered how much to increase tomorrow's training regimen. Wukong, it's about time. It must be evening on Earth by now, and Bulma is likely waiting for you. Whis teased with a grin. Has so much time passed? Wukong was taken aback, realizing that his breakthrough into the divine realm had consumed so many hours. He remembered that it had only been midday when he began. How swiftly half a day had slipped by unnoticed, as if only mere minutes had elapsed. Indeed, Whis nodded in agreement. Haha, farewell, Whis. Until tomorrow. Wukong pressed his fingers to his forehead, smiling as he vanished from the God of Destruction's planet. Farewell. Whis now had much to contemplate regarding the increment of tomorrow's training. Sighing, he surveyed the seemingly apocalyptic state of the God of Destruction's planet. Perhaps he would deliberate on the training regimen later. For now, he needed to restore the planet. With a couple of firm taps of his staff upon the ground, a green energy shield enveloped his being, enveloping the entire planet. Restore, he commanded, and in response, the God of Destruction's planet reverted to its original state as if time itself had rewound. Wukong instantaneously transported back home, barely catching his breath before a small figure leapt into his embrace. Daddy. Sun Bra flew into Wukong's arms, who quickly caught her with care. Bra, be careful. What if you fall and hurt yourself? Wukong gently ruffled her spiky hair, causing little Bra to giggle as she playfully pushed against his head. I trust Daddy to catch me, she exclaimed with delight. Haha, our little Bra, still ticklish, I see. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Wukong ceased his playful nuzzling and lifted her high, allowing her to perch upon his shoulders. Honestly, Bra, you always do this. Don't you realize your father is quite the scatterbrain? At that moment, Bulma approached, mercilessly teasing Wukong. Haha, Bulma. At least allow me to maintain some dignity as a father in front of Bra. Wukong scratched his head in exasperation. For reasons unknown, Bulma always seemed to relish in teasing him when Bra was nearby. Behind Bulma, a small head peeked out. Goten timidly revealed himself. Casting an envious glance at Bra riding on Wukong's shoulders, he yearned to join her, but with Bra having claimed that spot, he dared not voice his desire. Although Bra was his sister, he often found himself at her mercy. His gentle disposition and their father's evident favoritism towards Bra compounded his plight. Oh dear. Goten. You're here too? Come join us. Wukong noticed Goten's envious gaze and, with a smile, placed Bra on his right shoulder before lifting Goten onto his left. Leaning his head to one side, he playfully jostled them, prompting laughter from both Bra and Goten. Haha, Daddy. Bulma could not help but laugh at the sight. Haha, all right. Wukong, it's time to set them down. Enough play. It's time for dinner. At the dining table. Bra and Goten did not sit with Wukong, but rather with Gohan, as the three little ones preferred to play together. Interestingly, none of the three had inherited the Scion tails. Wukong had previously inquired about this with Bulma. who explained that the tail gene was recessive in the hybrid offspring of scions and Earthlings. Typically, first-generation hybrid scions were born without tails. Yet the aggressive and mutative nature of scion genes meant that Gohan and Trunks possessed tails, while the three little ones did not. After dinner, the trio ventured to their self-made beach, where they began constructing sandcastles. One could not deny their scion heritage, as they displayed remarkable precocity, starting such activities at merely 1 to 2 years of age, far ahead of typical Earth infants. As they collaboratively finished a sandcastle, Bra suddenly raised her head, a thought striking her. "Trunks, does your daddy have red hair?" she inquired curiously. She recalled a bedtime story where her brother Gohan had narrated tales of their father, particularly how Wukong transformed into a red-haired form and vanquished foes. Bra could never tire of hearing those tales. She had previously asked Gohan whether he could transform into that red-haired state, only to receive a disappointing answer. Her brother could not. Now, recalling that Trunks' father was of the same generation as her own, she wondered if Trunks' father could also transform. Thus, she posed the question to Trunks with an experimental spirit. Goten, standing nearby, seemed equally intrigued, having listened to the same bedtime stories. Trunks, taken aback by the gaze of Bra and Goten, found himself momentarily speechless. He had never witnessed his father in a red-haired form. It seemed he only transformed into a golden-haired state. "Hey, Trunks, your daddy can't transform." "Can he? It seems your daddy isn't as strong as mine." Bra's playful jab revealed a hint of her cunning nature at such a young age. You guys keep playing. I need to find my dad." Trunks quickly excused himself, eager to clarify the matter with his father. Chapter 88. The time Kaioshin comes knocking. After concluding a day of rigorous training, Vegeta took a shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes. At that moment, he spotted Trunks rushing towards him. "Father, I have something to ask you." Trunks called out from a distance, prompting Vegeta to halt and wait for him. As Trunks reached his side, Vegeta, with a hint of impatience in his tone, inquired, "What question do you have, Trunks? Speak quickly." Trunks was visibly startled by Vegeta's demeanor. He had always perceived him as a stern father, largely due to Vegeta's perpetually serious expression. "Dad, it's like this. I was chatting with Bra and Goten earlier, and they mentioned that Uncle Goku can transform into a red-haired form. They asked me if you could do the same, but I didn't know how to respond." Unbeknownst to Trunks, Vegeta's expression darkened progressively. "Father, can you transform? Is it true that you're not as formidable as Uncle Goku?" With Trunks' final words, Vegeta's hands clenched tightly. This ungrateful child. Is he deliberately probing my weaknesses? Shouldn't children naturally regard their fathers as the strongest? Instead, he seems to think that someone else's father is superior. The root of this is that Kakarot. No. Vegeta snorted coldly before turning away and departing. The truth must be acknowledged, he was indeed inferior to Kakarot, but he vowed that one day he would surpass him. As for Trunks, this rebellious son, what could be done? Would he truly lose his temper over this? After all, he was still his son. Such feelings would merely fuel his determination to improve. The following day, Goku arrived at the God of Destruction's planet as usual. Midway through his training, a shimmering portal appeared before him. Whis, noticing the sudden emergence of the portal, swiftly approached Goku's side. Upon observing the portal, Whis sensed a familiar energy emanating from it. If memory served him correctly, this should be the aura of the time Kaioshin, Kranoa. He recalled that Goku had a connection with her. A petite figure slowly emerged from the portal, accompanied by Goku's familiar voice. "Goku, I urgently need to speak with you," Kranoa stated, her tone tinged with impatience. She truly wished to postpone using this favor, but the situation demanded immediate action. The Dark Demon Realm was wreaking havoc in its quest to resurrect Demigra and the Dark King. Nearly all Time Patrol personnel had been deployed, and even she was struggling to keep up. Recently, a mysterious figure named Black Goku had appeared, traversing various timelines and challenging the Goku of each. Previously, a Time Patroller nearing the second stage of divine power had pursued Black Goku, and had it not been for Kranoa's timely intervention, that patrol might have perished at Black Goku's hands. She was certain that Black Goku possessed strength equivalent to the second stage of divine power, along with contingencies left by the Dark Demon Realm. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape her grasp. Currently, there were no surplus personnel within the Time Realm capable of confronting him. The Dark Demon Realm was causing chaos across all timelines, prompting her to separate Goku and Vegeta for safety. If they were to fight together, their fused form could reach an impressive fourth stage of divine power, rendering them formidable even among the strongest. It was through channeling the power of time into Vegeta that Demigra and the Dark King were sealed away. Although Cronoa had reached the third stage of divine power through her mastery of time energy, she had to remain vigilant against Toa and Mira, making it impossible for her to deal with Black Goku directly. Thus, she turned to Goku, who had recently attained the third stage of divine power. In general, the time realm corresponds to a specific period across various parallel timelines, allowing for free traversal. However, it was peculiar that Goku's parallel universe had only this single time frame. Even with her mastery of time energy, she could not access its past or future. "Ah, Lord Kaishin of time, what brings you here?" Goku asked, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He was entirely unaware of the circumstances, only able to speculate that it might relate to the Dark Demon realm. "Greetings, Lord Cronoa," Whis interjected, offering his respectful salutation. "Wait, you are the Angel of Universe 7? Since when did Goku become your disciple?" Cronoa exclaimed, now noticing Whis beside Goku. Her earlier urgency began to give way to disappointment. With Goku as an angel's disciple, it seemed nearly impossible to recruit him into the time realm. Becoming an angel's disciple typically required being a candidate for a god of destruction, and candidates could not join the time realm. "Ah, Lord Cronoa, I merely guide Goku. I am not his master," Whis clarified, having discerned Cronoa's intentions. He believed that if Goku were to join the time realm, it would greatly facilitate his comprehension of time energy. Cronoa's face brightened at Whis' words. It had been some time since she had smiled. "Goku. A being named Black Goku has recently emerged, challenging the Gokus of various timelines. The time realm is somewhat understaffed, so we may need your assistance," Cronoa said, her expression serious. "Black Goku?" Goku inquired with a grin. He was certainly familiar with the name. "That's the one with the pink hue. I unlocked that form about a year ago, but it's rather subpar. It consumes energy like Super Saiyan Blue but offers only a 50,000-fold enhancement. If it weren't for my collecting obsession, I wouldn't have bothered mastering it. Yes, he possesses strength at the second stage of divine power, resembles you. Wears black clothing, and calls himself Black Goku. But I assure you, he is not you. His energy, personality, and speech are entirely different." "All right, I'm in," Goku interjected eagerly. "Your strength has now reached the third stage of divine power, far surpassing his." "Wait, what? You've already agreed to go?" Cronoa was taken aback by Goku's swift acceptance, having not finished her explanation. "Of course, what else would I do?" Goku shrugged, questioning if he had agreed too readily. "Excellent. Then let us hurry. Black Goku has already entered a new timeline, and time is of the essence," Cronoa exclaimed, rushing to Goku's side and pulling him towards the portal. "Hey, are we in such a hurry?" Goku called out to Whis as he was being dragged along. "Goodbye, Whis. I'll pause my training for today." With that, Goku was pulled into the portal by Cronoa, leaving Whis behind. Chapter 89. Black Goku at this moment. In a normal timeline, Goku gazed at the utterly vanished Majin Buu. Everything had come to an end. Just then, a rift in the sky of King Kai's planet tore open. In the blink of an eye, an energy blast shot forth from the fissure, hurtling towards Goku. "What?" Goku hastily transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to evade it. The energy blast narrowly missed him and detonated behind him with a thunderous explosion. Casting a glance at the chaos behind him, Goku turned his head, his expression grave as he focused on the rift in the sky. "Oh, a Super Saiyan?" A figure clad in black, a mask obscuring his face, stepped through the tear in space. Goku stared blankly at this dark-clad figure. Recognizing that familiar visage all too well, it was his own face. "What? Kakarot? How could this be?" Vegeta furrowed his brow in confusion, sensing that the aura of this black-clad figure was distinctly different from Kakarot's. Suspended in the air, Black Goku looked down upon Goku and Vegeta with a hint of disdain. Mere mortals cannot comprehend the divine form. I shall bestow upon you the gift of death." In an instant, Black Goku's aura surged, transforming into a blade of energy that he raised above his head, diving towards Goku. Goku instantaneously teleported to Vegeta's side, narrowly avoiding Black Goku's lethal strike. Boom. Black Goku's energy blade sliced into the ground, creating a vast chasm on King Kai's planet. Goku's expression turned solemn. He could sense that this doppelganger possessed a power exceeding even his Super Saiyan 3 form. Instant transmission, truly your signature move, Son Goku." Black Goku chuckled as he straightened his posture, his left hand pressed against his face, erupting into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha." In the next moment, he parted the fingers obscuring his face, revealing his captivatingly sinister eyes. "I shan't waste my time with you foolish mortals any longer. Killing you will only augment my power. This form you call Super Saiyan suits my essence perfectly." Slowly lowering his left hand, Black Goku allowed the energy blade in his right hand to dissipate. Raising his right hand, his fingers pointed downwards as he radiated a golden light, his golden hair and azure eyes exuding an aura of malevolence. A terrifying energy resonated throughout the cosmos. He was unafraid of being detected by angels or destroyers, for he had silently slain the Supreme Kai beforehand. Alas, these ignorant mortals remained oblivious. Truly, they are a breed both foolish and feeble, unworthy of existence. Black Goku raised his right hand high, gathering a sphere of dark energy. Oh, is that so? If mortals are deemed foolish, then what does that make you? A voice echoed in Black Goku's ears. Who? Black Goku hastily dissipated the energy sphere, scanning his surroundings warily. The owner of this body, Son Goku. Goku's figure materialized in the sky, looking down upon Black Goku with a critical gaze. Time rewound half a minute. Goku and Kranoa had traversed through a portal to the time realm. Goku curiously observed his surroundings. It was his first visit to this realm. Countless time patrollers flitted about, their powers ranging from 4-digit to hundreds of billions. It seemed divine strength was scarce in the time realm, as only high-tier fighters were present. No wonder the Supreme Kai of Time covets my presence, he mused. All right, Goku, time is of the essence. We must head to that timeline quickly lest Black Goku make any alterations. Kranoa stated, I cannot accompany you. I must remain in the time realm to guard against Tawa and her ilk. You arrive through this portal. Good luck. I believe in you. After giving a thumbs up, Kranoa summoned a portal before Goku. Thanks for your encouragement. Goku sighed, shaking his head in resignation before stepping through the portal. Now, Goku's eyes brimmed with disdain and disgust. He held Black Goku in contempt for despising humanity yet seizing a human's body through wishes. Most infuriating was that it was his own body. The thought that the soul belonged to that bald-headed Zamasu made him even more nauseous. Yet, he was taken aback that Black Goku's base power was comparable to his own, an astonishing 300 billion. It surely wasn't that strong in the original work, was it? What? Black Goku staggered, taken aback by this sudden turn of events. This Son Goku was unmistakably from the time realm, contradicting the Dark Realm's claim that no one stronger than him could impede his progress. Additionally, he felt a dimensional pressure emanating from this Son Goku. How could this be? His dimension was that of the Grand Kai. How could a mere mortal like Son Goku surpass him? Achieve divine dimension? How about it, Zamasu? I am the mortal you speak of. Yet my dimension has now reached that of the divine, a level you have yet to attain. If I am foolish, what does that make you? Goku reiterated, never hesitating to express his disdain for the despicable Zamasu. Upon finishing, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, smiling at Zamasu. Hearing Goku's words, veins bulged on Black Goku's forehead. He could no longer contain his fury at the mocking smile of this mortal. Disgusting. Your human smiles are truly repulsive. Such creatures should perish. I am a god. I am justice. Eradicating you mortals is the path of righteousness. Die. Black Goku conjured a golden energy blade, unleashing his full power as he charged towards Goku, leaving a sonic boom in his wake. Clang. The two golden energy blades clashed in midair, emitting a metallic clang. Heh. Did you think you were the only one who could wield an energy blade? Goku raised a hand to block the full force strike from Black Goku, then lifted his hand upward. Black Goku felt an immense force surge from below, involuntarily raising his arms as he was sent flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Goku executed a side kick that struck Black Goku's abdomen. With a violent jolt of pain, Black Goku transformed into a mere afterimage, crashing into the surface of King Kai's planet. A massive cloud of dust erupted into the air, while Goku calmly observed the smoke below. Meanwhile, the counterparts from this timeline, Vegeta and Goku, gazed gravely at the figure within the haze. Haha, foolish mortals. Did you think my power was limited to this? It is time for you to witness true terror. A rosy light shimmered within the smoke, casting a faint pink hue over the entire cloud. Chapter 90. Rose versus Rose. Behold, the magnificent Super Saiyan Rose. This breathtaking beauty epitomizes the divine perfection. The formidable aura of Rose radiantly disperses the surrounding smoke, as if possessing celestial might. How does it feel, Son Goku? Do you sense the chasm that lies between us? Haha. Black Goku, with his head held high, floats in the air, reveling in this overwhelming power, eager for the mortals below to admire his stature. This is his gift of death to them. Oh, is that so? Super Saiyan Rose? You think you are the only one capable of this? Goku's sudden interruption shatters Black Goku's reverie. Black Goku snaps back to reality, his gaze piercing through the mask, fixated on Goku. No, it can't be. This is the visage of a god. How could a mere human? In the next moment, Black Goku's masked eyes lock onto Goku, who is now enveloped in a radiant rose aura. His hair, eyebrows, and irises transformed into a striking rose hue. gazing down at him with disdain. How infuriating. How dare a mere human sully the divine? You shall perish for this sacrilege. Black Goku's face contorts with rage as he positions his hands at his sides, gathering Rose energy. Divine Kamehameha. A beam of Rose energy shoots forth towards Goku. How amusing. Merely altering the color of energy to Rose, yet still invoking the term divine, how trivial. In an instant, Goku teleports above Black Goku, raising his right leg high like a battle axe descending from the heavens. What? Black Goku watches in disbelief as Goku vanishes from sight, only to reappear above him. He hastily retracts his energy and crosses his arms to shield his head. Boom. Goku's powerful strike crashes down upon Black Goku's arms. A searing pain shoots through Black Goku's limbs, followed by an immense force that sends him plummeting towards the ground. He quickly steadies himself in midair, halting mere meters from the ground. A tremendous shockwave erupts behind him, causing the grass on King Kai's planet to bow in submission. Black Goku's expression darkens as his hands tremble, still reeling from the impact of Goku's blow. Gradually, he stabilizes his energy, manifesting Rose energy blades in both hands, while Goku, in turn, respectfully conjures his own energy sword. They charge at each other from the sky and the ground. A scene that causes Goku to smirk. Aren't the villains typically up above? Why does it feel as though he is the one playing the antagonist? From a distance, two Rose auras collide in midair, splattering the surroundings with the aftermath of their clash. In a heartbeat, the air is filled with the glint of blades, as energy swords clash and inadvertently tear the King Kai's planet apart, creating gaping chasms. Swish. Black Goku barely dodges Goku's thrust. Yet a few droplets of blood bloom in the air. A gash appears on his shoulder, the crimson staining his dark attire. He swiftly retreats. Realizing he cannot continue to trade blows with energy swords, he has been at a disadvantage throughout their exchange. He had believed his combat skills formidable, only to find Goku even stronger. Trying to escape? Goku's Rose energy sword suddenly extends, sweeping horizontally towards Black Goku. With deadly precision, the elongated sword slices through the air, aimed directly at Black Goku. Feeling the sharp edge behind him, Black Goku swiftly turns and raises his energy sword to block. Clang! A tremendous force reverberates, propelling Black Goku back over 100 meters as he gasps for breath, staring at Goku. Son Goku, you forced my hand. Witness the power of the divine. With a fierce roar, Black Goku grasps tightly, his aura surging by half, his hairstyle transforming into that of Super Saiyan 2. Glancing at his hands, he tightens his grip, casting a mocking glance at Goku. According to you Scions, this is Rose 2. With that, he leaves behind a residual image, reappearing directly in front of Goku. Combining his power into a single point, he thrusts downward, but Goku nimbly sidesteps. The wind generated by the rapid movement tousles Goku's hair as he turns his gaze to Black Goku, who descends from the sky. The ground of King Kai's planet becomes a whirlwind of sand and rocks as Black Goku embeds his energy sword into the earth, sliding for over 100 meters before coming to a halt. Yet the residual force of the energy sword continues, carving thousands of meters of fissures in its wake. Cataclysmic blast. Goku extends his palm, unleashing a massive yellow energy sphere towards the figure below. However, it is clear that this will have no effect on Black Goku. A flash of sword light appears, splitting the cataclysmic blast in two, transforming them into colossal clouds of smoke in the sky. A shadowy figure lunges at Goku, who raises his energy sword to block the oncoming strike. Even as Goku relinquishes some of his force, the overwhelming power sends him reeling back several dozen meters. The two soon engage in another fierce struggle, from the sky to the ground, the battle's aftermath transforming the lush landscape into a series of ravines. From afar, this universe's Goku and Vegeta watch helplessly, realizing that these two Gokus are far too powerful, their eyes unable to capture the intensity of the fight. The energy signatures of both warriors elude their senses, as if they do not exist in this world. Never before have they felt so powerless and vulnerable. Are they truly that weak? After yet another clash, the two opponents separate, hovering in the air, gazing at one another. Goku observes Black Goku with a hint of resignation. Despite Black Goku's impressive combat skills, the latter holds a slight advantage. Yet Goku is determined to ascend to Super Saiyan Blue. Meanwhile, Black Goku is astonished that, despite his significant edge in power, he only maintains a marginal upper hand. It seems illogical. Under normal circumstances, with such a power disparity, victory should be assured. Is this Goku's combat prowess far superior to his own? Yet, it matters not. The outcome will ultimately favor him. He has all the time in the world. However, Goku's next words fill him with dread. Enough of this game. Now, allow me to bestow upon you a taste of the divine dimension of power you shall never attain. With that, Goku's aura begins to transform. an astonishing energy emanating from him. Chapter 91. The conclusion of Black Goku. Behold the Super Saiyan Blue. Goku's hair and aura transformed into a celestial blue, his azure eyes mockingly gazing at Black Goku. In an instant, the azure flames enveloped the entire sky above King Kai's planet, and Goku gradually retracted the energy back into his body. In the distance, Goku and Vegeta stared at the sky, momentarily lost in thought. With a faint smile, Goku turned his gaze towards Black Goku after retracting his aura. Come, Zamasu. The third round begins. Goku positioned one hand in front of him while placing the other on his waist, adopting an offensive stance. No, it cannot be. How can a mere human possess such overwhelming power? Black Goku, in a state of hysteria, beheld Goku's super blue form, feeling the unmatched strength emanating from him. In his desperate desire to achieve his ambitions, he had even usurped the body of this human. Yet in the end, if only I could possess that body. His fantasies were abruptly shattered by Goku's words. Nothing is impossible. Isn't your current form also that of a human? And stop looking at me with that repulsive gaze. Goku felt disgusted by the way Black Goku eyed him, as if he desired his very flesh, which made him feel nauseous. It is time to end this. Goku dismissed the thought of further engaging with Black Goku, overwhelmed by his revulsion. As he concentrated, a blue energy sword materialized, and with a swift motion, he appeared before Black Goku, who had no time to react. What? This. Black Goku looked down as a blue energy sword pierced through his heart. He felt his strength waning, his breath becoming labored, and his body weighed down as if burdened by an immense weight. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and the infinite fatigue compelled him to slowly close his eyes. How could I be killed by a human? My wish is yet to be fulfilled. He did not wish to die. Sometimes, death serves as a mirror, reflecting the futility of life's various struggles in its presence. Goku controlled the energy sword, and as its power dissipated, Black Goku's form plummeted from the sky. His body arched as he fell faster and faster, the wind at high altitude tousling his hair upward. Accompanied by a profound sense of weightlessness, his breaths grew fainter until he struck the ground. His life flickered like a candle amidst a tempest, so feeble and fragile, as if it might extinguish in the next moment. Boom! The velocity of his descent, measured in hundreds of meters per second, caused Black Goku's body to embed itself into the earth, followed by a resounding silence enveloping the surroundings. Goku in the sky kept a keen eye on the rising cloud of dust, sensing that the conclusion might not be so simple. Yet, after waiting for over 10 seconds, no unexpected event occurred. Had Black Goku truly perished? Goku placed his hands on his hips, gathering Kamehameha energy, ready to validate the outcome. Paim. The blue energy flickered in Goku's hands when suddenly, a surge of peach-colored energy erupted from the ground where Black Goku had fallen. This energy enveloped the area for miles, pulsating and expanding until it reached a power comparable to Goku's. Roar. With a cry that seemed beyond human capacity, the peach energy dissipated into fragments, slowly vanishing into the sky. A peach-colored figure surged skyward with tremendous force. With a punch propelled by a roaring gale, Goku blocked it with his arm, observing the figure ahead with a peculiar expression. Black Goku had now transformed into his Super Saiyan 3 form, fittingly renamed Peach 3. His power had drastically increased, yet he had lost all semblance of reason. Goku discerned that Zamasu's soul was no longer within him, and the entity now controlling everything was the mask upon his face. The power accumulated within the mask seemed to have erupted, merging with Black Goku. However, the price was the loss of his soul, transforming him into a beast under the mask's dominion. Poor Zamasu, in the end, had merely been a pawn. Goku sighed inwardly, forcefully pushing against the arm that blocked the punch, causing them to separate. Let us end this. Goku closed his eyes. His body was not meant to become a beast, so he willed it to dissipate. Seizing the opportunity, Black Goku struck Goku's face with a punch. However, instead of being sent flying, Goku remained suspended in midair, unresponsive. A crimson aura began to envelop Goku, and in an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, breaking through his limits. Goku calmly regarded Black Goku before landing a powerful punch on his chin. With a resounding impact, Black Goku was sent hurtling out of King Kai's planet. Ultimate. The golden light danced in Goku's hand, a ferocious energy that seemed capable of annihilating all. As Goku placed his hands on his hips, the golden light intertwined with blue energy. Kamehameha. The ultimate Kamehameha, a blend of gold and blue, trailed a long ribbon of energy as it soared through the sky, piercing the atmosphere in pursuit of the retreating Black Goku in the cosmos. The robust energy completely engulfed Black Goku until Goku could no longer sense his presence, at which point he ceased his energy output, confirming that Black Goku had vanished from this world. Goku reverted to his normal state and slowly descended beside the Goku and Vegeta of this timeline. Hello, I am Son Goku. Who are you? Why do you look just like me? And that person from earlier as well? The Goku of this timeline gazed at Goku with a puzzled expression, sensing no malice from the identical figure. Hey, Kakarot, are you an idiot? This person has the same energy as you, wears the same clothes. Who else could he be? Vegeta remarked without mercy from the side. He speculated that this Kakarot might be from the future, given the precedent of his future son. Yet, why did this Kakarot appear so youthful? Younger than the Kakarot of this timeline? At least, he looked that way. Huh? Are you really me? The Goku of this timeline had already begun to suspect, though still uncertain. Yes, I am you, essentially your past self. As I have just experienced the events of the Cell Saga in my world a year ago. Goku nodded in affirmation. What? My past self? You are far stronger than I am. The Goku of this timeline gazed at Goku in astonishment, bewildered as to how his former self could surpass his current strength so dramatically. Even in his normal state, he felt weaker than his Super Saiyan 3 form. Chapter 92. Return haha. Rather than referring to you as the past version of yourself, it is more accurate to say you are an alternate self from a parallel universe. Goku chuckled, scratching the back of his head as he continued speaking. For certain reasons. The version of me from the parallel universe is significantly more powerful than you during this time, and of course, so are you, Vegeta. Goku cast a glance at Vegeta. Upon hearing Goku's words, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on Vegeta's face. One wonders how he would feel if he knew that in Goku's universe, the disparity between them was even greater. However, that was merely Goku's inner thought, one he chose not to voice, as it would have been impolite. Oh, is that so? I wish I could be as strong as you. Haha, I believe you certainly can. At that moment, Goku received a message from Kuranoya. Goku. Black Goku has been dealt with. You may return now. As for finding the Super Dragon Balls to restore everything, I will send a time patrol from my faction to handle it. Should I place the return portal before you? Listening to Kuranoya's words, Goku felt that there was little left for him in this timeline and decided it was best to return sooner rather than later. However, before he departed, he wanted to give this universe's version of himself something special. Goku smiled at his counterpart. What is it? The version of Goku in this timeline looked at his suddenly dazed counterpart with curiosity. Haha, it's nothing. I'm just leaving. What? You're leaving? Yes. My purpose for being here was to eliminate that person who was disrupting the normal flow of time. Having accomplished my task, it is time for me to go. Hearing this explanation, the Goku of this timeline felt a tinge of regret. Sigh. I was hoping to have a match with you. Haha, perhaps next time. As Goku spoke, he began to notify Kuranoya, having no interest in battling his counterpart, which seemed far too dull. His usual self could easily dominate. Lord Kai of Time, I am ready. Please place the portal before me. Goku thought, addressing Kuranoya. Very well. As Kuranoya's voice echoed in his mind, a portal of light materialized before Goku. He stepped forward, half his body entering the portal, then turned his head to look at his counterpart and Vegeta. Farewell, future self, Vegeta. Until we meet again by fate. With that, Goku stepped into the portal, leaving behind a few pieces of knowledge in the mind of his alternate self. Years later, he would be astonished that a simple farewell had indeed proven prophetic. Goodbye. The Goku of this timeline waved at the portal, while Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, exuding pride. At that moment, Goku sensed something new in his mind. Aside from the first, he could comprehend the rest to some degree. What is this method of divine cultivation, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan 4? They seem quite formidable. Could these be the transformations of my past self? Perhaps a gift from my former self? Upon stepping through the portal, Goku found himself in the realm of time. He soon noticed Kuranoya waiting for him ahead and hurried over. Lord Kai of Time, why are you here waiting for me? Weren't you supposed to be guarding against Tawa and her allies? Goku inquired, curious as to why Kuranoya was here specifically for him despite her vigilance. Oh Goku, you need not address me so formally, just call me by my name. I am indeed on guard against Tawa and her group. As soon as I sense their presence in the realm of time, I can open a portal to transport myself there. Kuranoya waved her hand dismissively. Goku secretly envied Kuranoya's ability to traverse time at will, yet he believed that with his current understanding of time's power, he would not be far from achieving such a feat himself. Soon, he would become a master of the universe. By the way, Goku, would you like to accompany me on a tour of the realm of time? The last time you were here, the situation was urgent, and I didn't get a chance to properly introduce you to this place. Now is a perfect opportunity. Kuranoya's intentions were clear. She was eager to persuade Goku to join the realm of time. Would Goku fall for it? Did she really think he was oblivious to her motives? No, thank you. Goku replied, his eyes devoid of enthusiasm as he glanced at Kuranoya, his tone flat. That is splendid. Let us proceed. What? No. Why not? Kuranoya's face shifted from surprise to disappointment in an instant. She had already taken half a step forward before realizing Goku's outright rejection. This was a disaster. She had devised numerous plans to entice Goku into the realm of time, even enlisting others to assist her. Yet, she had not even taken the first step. All her efforts had been in vain. Perhaps next time, she thought, considering the considerable toll the recent encounter with Black Goku had taken on her. That last form I used came with significant side effects. I need to return and rest properly. Oh, very well, do take care and rest, then Kuranoya said, somewhat regretfully. Observing Goku's face, she noticed it appeared considerably paler than before. It seemed he had not been exaggerating. Realizing this, Kuranoya clenched her teeth. Contemplating for a while before producing a sphere of energy, the essence of time and space. The essence of time and space is a rare energy that takes the realm of time a long time to condense. Currently, her stock was less than 10 spheres. Including this one, she had already given Goku 2. Yet, she felt a pang of reluctance. After all, one must sacrifice to gain. I truly appreciate this. Please accept this essence of time and space. You must have consumed the previous one I gave you, right? Kuranoya reluctantly extended the sphere to Goku, trying her best to avoid looking at it. Goku's eyes lit up as he quickly placed the essence into his storage space. He had exhausted the previous one a year ago. He had learned from Whis about the rarity of this essence and was astonished by Kuranoya's generosity. It seemed he would need to find a time to visit the realm of time, otherwise, he would feel remiss for Kuranoya's kindness. After Goku accepted the essence of time and space, Kuranoya opened a portal before him. Very well, the portal back is ready for you. Goodbye, Goku. Yes, Kuranoya, goodbye. If you need assistance next time, do not hesitate to call me. I shall surely come. With that, Goku stepped into the portal. Watching him disappear, Kuranoya grimaced. The cost of seeking his help was quite steep indeed. One essence of time and space. Gritting her teeth, Chapter 93. I, Sun Wukong, shall undoubtedly master the ultimate technique of freedom. Kuranoya felt inexplicably humble, despite being the god of time. She felt akin to an ardent admirer, pining for a goddess who remained indifferent to her affections. Asking her to relinquish this pursuit? Absolutely not. The initial investment was far too significant for her to abandon. Sometimes, a devoted admirer does not wish to be one. Rather, they are reluctant to let go. She remained undeterred, firmly believing that persistence would yield abundant rewards. Upon crossing the light portal, Wukong returned to the god of destruction's realm, where Whis soon took notice of him. However, Whis observed Wukong with a peculiar gaze. Noting the pallor of his complexion, Kuranoya remained unaware, but it did not imply that Whis was oblivious. Given Wukong's recovery rate, his complexion would return to normal in mere breaths. This charade would only fool Kuranoya. Whis had already discerned that Wukong was perfectly fine, intentionally using energy to restrict blood flow and achieve his pale visage. Yet, Whis chose not to expose him, approaching Wukong with a knowing smile. Ah, Wukong, you have returned. It seems this adversary was formidable indeed. Whis emphasized the word formidable, prompting Wukong to raise an eyebrow before promptly reacting. Haha, indeed. This afternoon, I shall engage in meditation, as physical training is not feasible. Alas, what a pity. A look of regret crossed Wukong's pale face. It is said that one should fully commit to their performance. If Kuranoya were to witness his intense training, he would feel a tinge of embarrassment. Very well, Whis replied, playing along, though he was unsure why Wukong was so resistant. It was his choice, and he would respect it. Wukong nodded, suddenly recalling something, his expression turning animated as he gazed at Whis. Whis. Wasn't it said that once I attained the divine dimension, I could begin learning the divine techniques? Quickly, I wish to learn the ultimate technique of freedom. Wukong had long coveted this technique and had grasped some insights over the years. For reasons unknown, he felt he was just a step away from truly entering its realm. Yet that step eluded him. Upon hearing Wukong's urgency, Whis chuckled softly. Oh ho ho, Wukong, I didn't expect you to be so eager. Let us commence tomorrow. In truth, you are not far from entering the ultimate state of freedom. Perhaps in a few days, you shall comprehend it. With that, Whis turned to depart. As Wukong needed to meditate that afternoon, and Whis had his own matters to attend to. Why does Wukong still need to meditate after reaching the divine dimension? First, appropriate meditation significantly aids in enhancing one's power. Second, reaching the divine dimension is not the end. The dimensional span is vast, akin to the difference between a planet and the universe. Beyond the divine dimension lies another realm. What realm, you ask? Wukong had inquired of Whis, who simply replied, I have not reached it, but the Omni King and my father exist in that realm. When you attain my level, you shall know what that realm entails. After that, he offered no further elaboration, leaving Wukong quite perturbed. Goodness, so you choose not to learn? Playing the riddle master, are we? Very well, I see how it is. However, it was indeed true that he felt far removed from such knowledge. The Omni King and the Grand Minister, even Whis, had not attained that level. Wukong's current power was at the third stage of divine strength, having just reached the divine dimension, rendering him still distant from them. It was time to abandon such fantasies and focus on enhancing his strength and dimensionality. Watching Whis depart, Wukong sighed, then settled down cross-legged to meditate. Meditation would clear his mind, particularly since his thoughts were consumed with yearning for the ultimate technique of freedom. That evening, after returning home and taking a shower, Wukong emerged from the bathroom, only to encounter Bulma. Let us go. It's time for dinner, she suggested. All right. Wukong nodded and followed her. By the way, Gohan called earlier and mentioned he won't be home for dinner, Bulma remarked, seemingly recalling something. What? He won't be home for dinner? Wukong was taken aback, as it was the first time Gohan had skipped dinner. Yes, he said he is dining with his classmates. Upon hearing Bulma's explanation, Wukong quickly realized the implication. Gohan was likely out with Videl. Is that not a bit too soon? He's only just over 11. Bulma tilted her head, observing Wukong's expression and understanding that they were arriving at similar conclusions. Wukong, do you think Gohan is maturing too quickly? He is only 11. Oh, you've come to the same conclusion? Wukong replied, slightly amused. Of course. If you figured it out, how could I not? Bulma rolled her eyes in exasperation. Haha, true. I suppose it is reasonable. Think back to when you were 11. What were you like? Wukong pondered aloud, recalling that at 11, he was in 5th grade. Already aware of the nuances of affection. Even then, there were those who began to date, and any hint of discord between two classmates would incite a ruckus. At that age, one would generally understand most things, and even the things they shouldn't know would be partially grasped. Well, you have a point. Bulma paused, then nodded in agreement, realizing the wisdom in Wukong's words. She decided to find a time to have a heartfelt discussion with Gohan, wanting to understand his feelings and those of the girl named Videl. It would not be amiss to get to know a potential daughter-in-law. As for their future, she would leave it to Gohan, trusting his judgment. All right, Bulma, let us not dwell on it. Let us go eat, Wukong said as he wrapped an arm around Bulma, guiding her toward the dining area. Bulma leaned into Wukong's embrace as they walked to the restaurant. Although Wukong no longer required sustenance, he believed that the experience of eating was a pleasure in itself. Why deny oneself the enjoyment of delicious food? Furthermore, he could now eat whatever he desired without concern, which was a boon of the higher dimension. At least, that was how Wukong perceived it. Since reaching the divine dimension, he had chosen not to suppress his scion nature. He felt it was important to embrace his true self. After all, achieving divinity was about living life to the fullest, pursuing one's desires without compromise. Chapter 94, The Sign of Ultimate Freedom. That evening, upon Gohan's return, Bulma engaged him in conversation, while Goku chose not to listen in. However, the smile adorning Bulma's face upon her return indicated to Goku that the outcome was favorable. The following morning, Goku arrived early at the God of Destruction's planet, his urgency palpable. Observing Goku's anxious demeanor, Whis smiled and guided him to the training area. Goku, since you are so eager, we shall commence your instruction in the divine technique of the angels, ultimate freedom. Given your current foundation, I believe you shall master it within a few days. Whis spoke with conviction, for Goku's potential merely required the right opportunity. After a brief pause, noticing Goku's silence, Whis turned to him, only to be met with Goku's fervent gaze, akin to two flames fervently igniting. It became evident that Whis had once again underestimated Goku's comprehension. The disparity between individuals, or rather, between deities, was indeed disheartening. The learning took place in the morning, and by the afternoon, at 1400 hours Earth time, Goku successfully grasped ultimate freedom. A silver aura enveloped him, his hair slightly raised, radiating a brilliant silvery glow as he stood aloft, eyes closed. Oh ho ho, Goku, congratulations on taking your first step into ultimate freedom. You are now the first being in the known universe, aside from angels, to reach this state, Whis proclaimed, his spirit soaring. It was a source of pride for him that Goku, under his tutelage, had achieved such a feat. Thank you, Whis, Goku replied, slowly opening his eyes, his voice calm. His gaze shimmered with a lively brilliance, though the silvery glint dimmed slightly as he spoke. Whis noticed this change in Goku's demeanor. Goku, you need not thank me. Your rapid mastery of ultimate freedom is a testament to your own foundation and innate talent. However, your current state of ultimate freedom remains at a rudimentary level. It is clear that once you begin to think independently, you will struggle to maintain the state perfectly, which may lead to issues during combat. Your priority now is to master your emotions. Once you achieve this, you will truly grasp the essence of ultimate freedom. Whis succinctly identified Goku's challenge while outlining the path ahead. Understood, Whis. Goku nodded, recognizing the need for personal growth. He realized that such advancements could not be accomplished in a single attempt. Rome was not built in a day. His original self, perhaps due to fortuitous circumstances, had ascended to this state temporarily. Following the Tournament of Power, he had been unable to reach this realm again, only managing it under duress. It wasn't until the Moro arc, after rigorous training with Meruz, that he truly comprehended ultimate freedom. Having undergone Meruz's guidance, he attained a perfected state of freedom. After all, Krillin was often referred to as Little Meruz. Now, Goku could employ ultimate freedom without the concern of its transient nature, unlike in his previous experiences. Ultimate freedom earned its title as the divine technique due to the necessity of divine energy. Presently, Goku's inherent state was divine energy, coupled with his formidable recovery capabilities, enabling him to sustain ultimate freedom without difficulty. He finally understood Whis' reasoning for instructing him in ultimate freedom only after transcending the divine dimension. Before his ascension, the conversion rate between ordinary energy and divine energy was alarmingly low, as divine energy offered far greater utility. While there might be slight disparities in raw power between equal magnitudes of ordinary and divine energy, the control afforded by divine energy was vastly superior, often proving decisive in battle. This disparity resulted in a significant advantage for those wielding divine energy under comparable combat skills and energy levels. Of course, should a mortal possess greater mastery in combat skills than a deity utilizing divine energy, they might indeed rival or even surpass divine beings. Considering the conversion rate of ordinary to divine energy, Goku recognized that even maintaining ultimate freedom would likely deplete his resources quickly. By the way, Goku, what increase in power do you achieve upon transforming into ultimate freedom? Whis inquired curiously. Typically, upon reaching the divine dimension, one could not fully unleash the latent power within, and divine techniques serve to unlock this potential. Naturally, the angels had long since liberated all their hidden strength, rendering ultimate freedom their status quo. This left them unable to ascertain the enhancements afforded by their divine techniques for those who had yet to unlock their full potential. For instance, Lord Beerus's divine technique amplifies his power by 600 times, with potential for further enhancement, although this occurs post-battle through energy absorption. Whis had previously attempted to teach Lord Beerus ultimate freedom, yet it was evident that Beerus had not fully comprehended it. Or perhaps he had, but not to its fullest extent. If Goku had been half a step behind, Beerus was a full step behind. Yet that one step had taken an eternity, primarily due to Beerus's notorious laziness and reluctance to train. If only Lord Beerus were more proactive in his training, he would not have taken so long to even approach ultimate freedom. I think, 2 million times? Goku replied after glancing at his stats and performing some calculations. Chapter 95. Instantaneous defeat. What more is there to discuss? A multiplication factor of 1, 200, 000? Initially taken aback, Whis quickly reconciled this with the immense power concealed within Goku. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Whis' astonishment evidently startled Goku, who found the figure of 1, 200, 000 quite normal, considering his Ultra Instinct had an amplification of 200, 000 times. Upon hearing Goku's inquiry, Whis realized he had exhibited excessive enthusiasm. By the way, Goku, your transformation known as Super Saiyan God has a multiplier of 4,000, correct? Indeed. Goku nodded in affirmation. Perfect, then. For a normal individual, achieving the divine dimension, Super Saiyan God would indeed represent their standard level of power. Yet, it is clear that your Saiyan race is truly capable of miracles. If we consider your Super Saiyan God as a baseline, the amplification of Ultra Instinct is approximately 300 times, which is just about right. Goku pondered Whis' words, finding them quite insightful. His Ultra Instinct was akin to treating Super Saiyan God as his norm, upon which he transformed into Ultra Instinct. The breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4 was an advancement beyond this. Remarkably, although his Ultra Instinct was 50 times stronger than Super Saiyan God, the earlier breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4 only amplified it by 3 times. Now, he had successfully fully developed the breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4, achieving a multiplier equivalent to that of Ultra Instinct. For him, both Ultra Instinct and the Super Saiyan 4 Breakthrough possessed their unique advantages. The Super Saiyan 4 Breakthrough consumed less energy, while Ultra Instinct offered superior combat endurance. If given a choice, he would undoubtedly favor Ultra Instinct, as the recovery rate of divine energy and stamina was not to be underestimated, enabling him to maintain the state of Ultra Instinct for an extended period. Regaining his focus, Goku gazed at Whis with eager eyes. He wondered what it would be like to engage in battle with Whis now that he had grasped Ultra Instinct. The wind ceased, and the rains quieted. He felt invigorated. Whis, noticing Goku's fervent gaze, let out a resigned sigh. He had made up his mind. The battle would be resolved in a mere second. All right, come on, Goku. Goku raised an eyebrow, surprised at how well Whis understood him. After all, they had known each other for 3 years, and he had spent nearly half that time on the God of Destruction's planet, which made sense. Goku refocused, clenched his fists, and as his hands trembled, a torrent of wind pressure surged towards Whis, carrying with it a formidable force. Yet, the oppressive wind merely passed through Whis' form as if he existed in a different dimension altogether. Goku understood this was due to Whis' incredible speed, so rapid that Goku could not even perceive it, let alone capture the essence of divine energy. Drawing a deep breath, Goku propelled himself forward with a thunderous crack as fissures appeared in the ground beneath him, his figure darting towards Whis like a bolt of lightning. With all his strength concentrated in a single point, his body tensed like a drawn bow, his right fist aimed at Whis, in response to Goku's full-force punch. Whis smiled and gently deflected Goku's arm with his staff, evading with a subtle sidestep. In an instant, he turned and delivered a precise chop to the back of Goku's neck. Goku's body instinctively attempted to evade in midair, but Whis' speed was simply too overwhelming. The chop connected solidly, and Goku's eyes widened in shock as he lingered momentarily in the air before plummeting to the ground, reverting to his regular state. His eyes glazed over and devoid of consciousness. After what felt like an eternity, Goku finally regained his senses, a spark of life returning to his gaze. Haha, Whis. Why does every battle with you end in a single chop? Is there some peculiar preference you have? Goku complained, reflecting on the fact that nearly every encounter with Whis over the past 3 years had ended with a swift chop, making him question whether Whis truly had a peculiar habit. Could you not employ a different method? Oh, Goku, you're overthinking it. How could I? Whis chuckled awkwardly, unwilling to admit that he had simply become accustomed to using such techniques during training with Beerus. So, how does Ultra Instinct feel? Quite well, though. I still get defeated in one blow. Goku acknowledged that being taken down in a single strike was to be expected. The disparity in strength was too great. Even though he had comprehended Ultra Instinct, Whis had mastered it to a far greater extent, and in the face of absolute power, even the mightiest techniques and skills proved futile. Nevertheless, he felt content. Strength must be cultivated step by step, and was their gap not gradually narrowing? Here's his current status: Son Goku Race, Saiyan, God, Base Combat Power, 301. 5 billion Final Combat Power, Divine Power Level 3, 2. 26125, 1000, Forms, Super Saiyan 1. Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan God Rose, Ultra Instinct, Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breakthrough. Skills: Time Acceleration, Time Delay, Destruction. Ultimate Kamehameha, Fusion Version Ultimate Kamehameha, Dragon Fist Explosion, Big Bang Attack, Stellar Explosion. Now, the power of time could assist him in battle, even slowing down opponents slightly stronger than himself. Though the effect was minimal, it was nonetheless significant. A small advantage could be pivotal in combat, and it had become one of his crucial trump cards. Haha, Goku, there is no need to compare me to you, even if I can defeat you in an instant. It now requires more effort, which is a form of growth, isn't it? Whis remarked with a smile. Haha, indeed. I now have a goal, to strive until you can no longer defeat me in one blow. Goku scratched his head in a comical manner. Ah. I look forward to that day, Whis chuckled, turning to leave when suddenly he recalled something and turned back to Goku. Goku, it's around 3 in the afternoon Earth time. Will you continue training here for a while longer or return now? Of course, I'll train a bit longer. I'm still far too weak and nowhere near the point of relaxation. Goku replied instinctively without a moment's thought. Right. I was being foolish to ask you such a question, Whis mused, realizing the absurdity of querying Goku about training. What could possibly divert Goku from his training? Save for matters concerning Bulma? In the past few years, Goku had consistently set aside 1 day each month to rest, and that day was naturally reserved for Bulma. When Goten and Bra were born, Goku had taken a few days off to be with Bulma, even going so far as to request assistance. Whis had readily agreed. never expecting that a celestial being of his caliber would find himself playing the role of a midwife. Alas. Chapter 96. Bulma is a perverse woman, hey? Goku. You seem particularly cheerful today. Having just returned home after a day of training, Goku was greeted by Bulma's voice. He turned to see her radiant smile. Is it that obvious? He replied, nodding. Obvious? Your smile is practically uncontrollable. Bulma chuckled, her eyes sparkling as she approached and linked her arm with his. Tell me, what has brought you such joy? Have you discovered a new transformation? Show me. Her expression was playful, hinting at mischief. Goku often shared his training experiences with her, and she was well aware of his various forms and the levels of power they entailed, perhaps even more so than Whis. There were forms Goku had yet to showcase to Whis, but he had revealed them all to Bulma. Actually, I've grasped a new form, though it's perhaps more accurately described as a state of being. Are you certain you wish to see it now? Goku inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Let us eat first. We can look at it afterward. There is no rush. Bulma insisted, pressing closer against his arm, playfully rubbing against him. Yet, Goku remained unflappable, as steady as a seasoned veteran. After all, they had been married for over a decade. They knew each other inside and out. Did she think this little tactic would sway him? Despite this, Goku nodded indulgently. He typically acquiesced to Bulma's requests as long as they weren't too excessive. For instance, he would never, well, let us just say that he hadn't been able to ride the flying Nimbus lately, and he blamed Bulma for that. Hey, what do you mean you can't ride it? It's just that I haven't tea in over 10 years. Who says I can't? I simply choose not to. Bulma, would you mind releasing me so that I can transform? Goku gently nudged her away. Oh, right, she exclaimed, stepping back. Goku took a moment to gather himself. Closing his eyes as silvery light began to emanate from him, his hair lifting slightly, as if adorned with shimmering silver strands. When he opened his eyes again, they glowed with a silvery luminescence. Wow, Goku, you look so dashing in this form. Bulma's admiration remained unchanged after all these years, even after a decade of marriage. As Goku transitioned out of his Ultra Instinct form, he regarded Bulma with a bemused expression. Bulma, have you ever thought I was too impressive whenever I achieved a new form? Isn't that simply because you are inherently handsome? Now, shall we eat? After complimenting him, Bulma took his arm, leading him toward the dining area. Yet, there was something she kept to herself. She hesitated to voice her thoughts, fearing Goku would label her as perverse. How could wanting him to transform into this form at night be considered abnormal? Every time Goku attained a new transformation, she had broached the subject, but he had always rejected her requests. The only time she had succeeded was during his Super Saiyan form, when Goku had trained at full power for nearly a year. Now, however, it had never worked out again. She sighed, feeling frustrated. He truly was a rather dull man, lacking in any sense of excitement. Bulma, has your dimension reached the King of Hell? Goku suddenly inquired, sensing something unusual about her. Yeah, why? She replied, puzzled by his sudden question. Nothing much, just noticed that almost everyone has reached God-level dimensions. I thought I'd check in with you. Everyone has reached God-level dimensions? Bulma was taken aback. Yes, a significant part of it is thanks to the Spirit Tree's fruits. Even Yamcha, the laziest of us all, has recently reached God level. Goku himself was unsure how long one could live at such a level, perhaps thousands of years? He had progressed so rapidly before meeting the Grand Kai that he had to consider this aspect. Goku, how long can one live after reaching the King of Hell level? Bulma asked, a hint of concern etched on her face. Having loved each other for over a decade, they had weathered time together, allowing her to cherish their bond even more deeply. She wished to grow old with Goku, watching the passage of time, the cycles of day and night, in the ever-changing world. I'm uncertain, but it should be at least 10,000 years, Goku reassured her. He could sense Bulma's worry. And while he might have shared her concerns in the past, he felt differently now. Not to mention, Bulma was a genius in her own right. With his support, she could undoubtedly reach God-level dimensions. As for her strength, they could take their time. He had mastered the power of time, and once he reached a certain level, he could even pause or rewind Bulma's cellular state, offering her a unique form of immortality. Bulma, there is no need to worry. Don't you trust me? Goku teased. Bulma nodded, reassured, and shifted her focus away from her worries. She believed in Goku. To her, he was omnipotent. If he said not to fret, then he must have a solution. If he had a plan, why should she worry? Come on, Goku, let us go have dinner, Bulma exclaimed, excitedly tugging at his arm as they headed toward the dining area. Seeing her spirited demeanor return, Goku couldn't help but smile. This was his Bulma. Chapter 97. A dispute over a movie that evening, Bulma expressed her desires, wishing for Goku to transform into his Ultra Instinct form. Unfortunately, her request was met with a resolute refusal from Goku. Soon after, she heard the unforgettable words that lingered in her mind. My Bulma is such a perverse woman. Following that, the sounds of Goku's protests echoed from their room. No, Bulma, I was wrong. Let go. Don't squeeze that. It hurts. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gently warming Goku's face as he awoke from his meditation. He turned to glance at Bulma, who was still deep in slumber, and smirked disdainfully. How dare she think his recovery abilities were a joke? After all, he was now a being of divine dimensions. Since Goku had thwarted Bulma's intentions the previous night, she decided to punish him, yet it turned out to be a victory for her. Wake up, Bulma. The sun is shining. Goku bent down, his lips near Bulma's pristine cheek, whispering softly. A gentle breeze caressed her ear, causing her brows to twitch slightly, indicating she was stirring. Don't do that. It tickles. Let me sleep a bit longer. Bulma rolled over, wrapping her arm around Goku's neck, and fell back into a peaceful slumber, clearly wanting him to stay beside her. Goku, unfazed, scooped her up in a princess carry. The fragrant breeze enveloped them as Bulma's delicate form nestled against him, fully awakening her as she shot him a reproachful glance. Let us go. It's time for breakfast, Goku proclaimed, carrying Bulma out of the room with the intention of taking her directly to the dining hall. Put me down, Goku. I'm still in my pajamas. Are you really going to go like this? Bulma protested, lightly tapping his arm with her slender fingers. Going to the dining hall in her sleepwear was too embarrassing. She was bold yet peculiar, especially in front of Goku. In public, however, she was typically reserved and demure. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Goku gently set her back on the bed, having intended only to tease her. He would actually go to breakfast in pajamas. During the process of changing clothes, Bulma shot him a few annoyed glances, fully aware that Goku was doing it on purpose. Goku, on the other hand, chuckled awkwardly to himself. By the way, Goku, do we have a day off from training today? Bulma inquired as they made their way to the dining hall, remembering the specific day Goku had set aside for her. Yes, Goku nodded. Then let us go watch a movie. I heard there's a particularly touching romantic film out recently, depicting a couple's journey from youthful acquaintance to marriage and eventually growing old together. Bulma's face lit up with excitement as she looked at Goku, eagerly awaiting his response. Goku smiled and nodded, noting her eager expression. This day in the middle of the month was dedicated to her, and he would naturally fulfill her wishes. Watching a movie was a simple request, and he hadn't done so in quite a while. They brought Bra and Goten along and arrived at the dining hall, where they found Vegeta and Tarbell already seated, enjoying breakfast. With a mischievous smile, Bulma sauntered over to Tarbell's side, leisurely taking a seat. Tarbell looked at her quizzically, sensing her unusual cheerfulness. Bulma, what has got you so happy? After sipping her porridge, Bulma raised her gaze to Tarbell. Remember how we talked about that new romantic movie a few days ago? Yes, what about it? Didn't we agree to go together? Tarbell replied, puzzled. Bulma's mischievous intentions could no longer be concealed, and a wicked grin spread across her face. Oh, I'm so sorry, but I can't go with you. Why not? Tarbell felt an ominous premonition creeping in. Goku is accompanying me to see it today, so I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me, dear brother. With that, she returned to her leisurely bowl of porridge, casting furtive glances at Tarbell. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Goku and Vegeta both paused in their actions. Goku felt a bit awkward, while Vegeta shared a similar feeling of unease. Tarbell's expression twitched at Bulma's announcement, revealing a forced smile. What a wonderful sister you are, Tarbell commented, turning to Vegeta, who happened to be looking at him. Their eyes met, and Vegeta gradually sensed something amiss. Oh really? So you're like that too, Tarbell exclaimed, addressing Vegeta with a saccharine smile. You promised to go with me, didn't you? Vegeta stood frozen, his chopsticks clattering to the table, as Tarbell's words struck him like a thunderbolt. No, I can't refuse. The Saiyan nature drew Vegeta to strong women, and Tarbell's assertiveness left him unable to decline. Fine, Vegeta gasped, truly wishing to train. Damn it, this must be Kakarot's scheme. He can't train, so he drags me into this too. Vegeta glared at Goku, who appeared utterly bewildered. What is going on now? Why is Vegeta looking at me like that? I'm innocent. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just as confused, Goku thought, feeling utterly wronged. It was merely a trivial scheme. Did he have the time for such nonsense? Tarbell, satisfied with Vegeta's response, couldn't help but smile. She had grown weary of Bulma flaunting how attentive Goku was, seemingly better than her own Vegeta. Goku often took time to be with Bulma, while Vegeta never considered it unless prompted. Now, as they prepared to watch a movie together, Tarbell relished the thought of how Bulma would no longer have anything to boast about. With a smug glance at Bulma, Tarbell caught her eye again. Bulma's expression conveyed disdain, and Tarbell sensed a hint of pity in Bulma's gaze, as if to say, "Is it worth it to gloat over such a trivial matter?" Tarbell felt herself nearing a breaking point. Why was it always her who ended up on the losing side? She felt utterly powerless, unable to argue or fight back. Sigh. Have you all considered what to do with the 3 kids? Goku interjected quietly. His question left Bulma and Tarbell in deep thought. What will happen to them when we leave? It was that they didn't want to hire a babysitter. It was just that looking after the 3 children might be perilous. One wrong move, and it could lead to disaster. All 3 had battle powers exceeding 1,000. With Bra and Goten even surpassing 10,000. Although they had taught them the basics of energy control, they were still hesitant to entrust them to an ordinary person. Don't worry, if worse comes to worst, we can have our parents look after them. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. This is simple enough. My parents' battle powers, thanks to the spirit tree fruit, are close to 10,000, making them perfectly capable of handling the 3 little ones. It is likely that they would be more than willing. After all, there is a special bond between generations, and it has only been a single day. Tai's face lit up with astonishment as she gazed at Bulma, a stroke of genius. How had she not considered this before? Just as one speaks of the devil. The brief couple gradually made their way to the dining room. Instantly, the attention of the crowd shifted towards them, their expressions filled with confusion. What was happening? Why was everyone staring at them? Chapter 98. The underwhelming East Kaishin on that day. Goku, Bulma, and their companions, including Vegeta and Tais, ventured to the cinema together. They opted not to reserve a private screening, as Bulma and Tais found that a shared experience added to the enjoyment. 2 hours later, the quartet emerged from the theater. Surprisingly, Goku found the film to be quite moving. However, upon glancing at Bulma and Tais, whose eyes were red and glistening with tears, he was taken aback. Was it truly that poignant? Goku, having experienced similar emotions in the past, could somewhat comprehend their reactions, while Vegeta remained utterly perplexed. Goku gently embraced Bulma, offering her tender comfort. At that moment, Bulma, adorned in an outfit reminiscent of a youthful maiden, had a few tears adorning her fair cheeks. And the delicate droplets clung to her long lashes, evoking a sense of poignant beauty. Observing Kakarot's display of affection, Vegeta instinctively pulled Tais into his embrace. Feeling somewhat limited in his own expression, he could never utter the saccharine words that Kakarot did and found himself questioning whether Kakarot truly embodied the essence of a scion. That evening, Bulma refrained from clinging to Goku, understanding that he would soon return to his training. She was well aware of his remarkable recovery ability, yet was cautious not to disrupt his regimen. She was indeed perceptive, knowing that while Goku needed to focus during training, he deserved ample relaxation the day before. The following morning, after finishing his breakfast, Goku teleported to the God of Destruction's planet to train with Whis as usual. Thus, Goku spent his days training under Whis and returned home each evening to play with Bra and Goten, while also training Gohan and fulfilling his monthly obligations. This routine brought Goku a sense of tranquility amidst the simplicity of life. In the spring of 769, 5 years remained until the Buu saga. Seasons changed, and the leaves on the trees had cycled through their renewal. Unnoticed, Goku had aged another year. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Earth, Goku set down his weights, concluding his training session earlier than usual. Today was a momentous occasion, for his base power had finally reached the realm of divine strength. His lifespan could now be considered virtually infinite. Whis had once stated that only those whose power reached the divine tier could expect to live for tens of millions of years. Previously, this was the case for him, as well as for the Kaishins of their universe, with only the current Supreme Kai achieving such a feat throughout generations. Regrettably, the Supreme Kai had lost a significant portion of his power while sealing Moro, causing his strength to plummet from the second tier of divine might to mere billions. This had ultimately led to his absorption by the Majin Buu, partly due to his negligence in protecting the East Kaishin. Fortunately, Majin Buu could not absorb or utilize divine energy, so his power did not increase after absorbing the Supreme Kai, though his appearance and demeanor changed. Otherwise, how could the Super Saiyan 3 Goku from the original lore contend with the initial Pudgy Buu? Currently, in the 7th universe, the only Kaishin that could be deemed subpar was the East Kaishin, along with an ancient Kaishin sealed within a divine sword. In terms of Kaishin power, their universe could not compare to others, with some universes boasting candidates for Kaishin whose strength had already reached the divine level. It was ironic to have the strongest god of destruction paired with the weakest Kaishin. Reflecting on his past, Goku mused that the East Kaishin must have sensed his full power when he unleashed it. Why had he not sought him out in the years since? He dismissed the thought, convinced that the East Kaishin would approach him when Majin Buu threatened to emerge. It was somewhat embarrassing that a year had passed without him mastering the perfect Ultra Instinct, though he felt progress was imminent. Alas, the memories within his mind had influenced him, and the amalgamation of his being made it difficult to maintain the purity of his original self. Controlling his emotions proved far more challenging than it had been in the original narrative. However, Goku speculated that once he mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, mastering emotional control would come more swiftly. After all, he was familiar with the concept of integrating emotions into mastery. Wasn't it anger that had propelled the transformation into Super Saiyan in the first place? Over the past year, he had also identified the issues plaguing his Ultra Instinct. As time progressed, his precision waned, and the responses of automatic evasion and counterattack slowed. Eventually, he would even revert from the Ultra Instinct form, despite his divine energy and stamina being at their peak. Fortunately, it required more than half a day to exit the Ultra Instinct state, rather than just 3 minutes. Goku stretched his limbs, easing the soreness from his training. And as time passed, his recovery capabilities gradually took effect. After several seconds, the discomfort in his muscles vanished completely. Indeed, he realized that a robust recovery ability significantly benefited his training. The reason he had concluded his training earlier today was his intention to visit the Time Realm. A year had passed since he promised Kranoa, and it was time to fulfill that promise. His next visit was not merely a vague notion, but a genuine commitment. With a thought, he reached out to Kranoa, for with his mastery of temporal powers, transcending time and space for communication was effortless. Kranoa, may I visit the Time Realm now? What? Chapter 99. Visiting the Realm of Time? Yamaxi. What? What did you say? You wish to visit the Realm of Time? Kuranoa's voice resonated incredulously in Goku's mind. Indeed. Is that a problem? Goku replied with a smile. Of course not. When will you be coming? Kuranoa exclaimed excitedly. To be honest, she had long abandoned the hope of Goku joining the Time Patrol, yet this was still quite splendid. At the very least, they had become friends, hadn't they? If there was anything he could assist with, Goku would surely lend a hand. She just needed to restrain herself and refrain from hastily relinquishing the essence of time. However, it was that she couldn't offer something in return, after all. Goku deserved some form of compensation for his help. Now that he had expressed a desire to visit the Realm of Time, she was determined to prepare adequately. What if it turned out successful? Goku's joining the Time Patrol need not hinder their friendship. Very well, I shall open the portal before you now. With that, Kuranoa summoned a luminous gateway, connecting to the God of Destruction's planet, as the power of time surged within her. Goku gazed at the slowly materializing portal and stepped through once it fully formed. With a flash of brilliance, he realized he had arrived in the Realm of Time, where Kuranoa's figure awaited him. Kuranoa. Goku greeted her. Ah, Goku, you have finally arrived. It must have been 5 years since I first invited you, hasn't it? You're finally here, Kuranoa said, her teeth gritting slightly. Ha. Yes, my apologies, Kuranoa. I was quite occupied. Goku replied somewhat awkwardly. Upon seeing Goku, Kuranoa contemplated and ultimately abandoned her intention to recruit him into the Time Patrol. This arrangement was just fine. By the way, I remember giving you a button previously. Didn't I? It can summon a portal directly to the Realm of Time, right? Have you forgotten? At her words, Goku froze momentarily, suddenly recalling that indeed such a button existed. After tossing it into his storage space, he had neglected it ever since. He felt immensely awkward, as if he were about to dig himself a hole, having been directly pointed out by Kuranoa. His mind raced, searching for an explanation. In a moment of inspiration, he exclaimed, I thought it would be more formal to inform you first before using it. Seeing Goku scratching the back of his head, Kuranoa couldn't help but understand. It was clear he had forgotten and was now grasping for excuses. However, she chose not to dwell on it and casually responded, Oh, I see. Let me take you on a tour of the Realm of Time. Certainly. Goku nodded in agreement, sensing the vastness of the Realm of Time. Bustling with people, certainly numbering in the tens of thousands. Kuranoa, how has the Realm of Time fared this past year? As they strolled along, Goku suddenly recalled the question. Considering that Kuranoa hadn't sought his assistance over the year, which suggested things were going well. What do you mean, regarding the Dark Demon Realm? Yes. Goku nodded affirmatively. The situation is quite favorable. Your previous appearance clearly disrupted the plans of the Dark Demon Realm. They were unprepared for our advanced capabilities to thwart Black Goku. They paid a hefty price to allow Black Goku to wreak havoc, but thanks to you, they ended up losing both their lady and their soldiers. changing little in history while sacrificing many of their elite fighters. Huh, I didn't realize I was so significant. Goku chuckled, scratching his head in a somewhat vain manner. Kuranoa guided Goku out of the building and onto the street, pointing out the expansive area before them. The realm of time is divided into several districts. This area is the Time Square, where most offices are located. In addition to Time Square, we also have the Time City and Time Patrol Station, among other places. The Time City is straight ahead. It serves as a resting place for our personnel. There is even a school within the Time City for the children of those in the realm of time to gain knowledge, as we too have families. Of course, the school offers more than just academic learning. It teaches combat skills and techniques as well. The students here are not solely children. Goku nodded, observing the modern metropolis like Time City ahead, sensing many ordinary individuals among them. Their energy levels were weak, only in the dozens or even single digits. They were likely civilian personnel or family members of the Time Patrol. The Time Patrol Station is to the left. As the name implies, it is where the Time Patrol gathers to receive missions to various timelines. It can be considered the heart of the realm of time. Goku gazed in the direction Kuranoa indicated, watching countless Time Patrol members bustling in and out of the station. Now, the highlight of my introduction is Time Square. Time Square? Goku questioned, perplexed as to what could be so noteworthy about a square. Indeed, each year, we host a martial arts tournament in Time Square. And it just so happens to be the semifinals now. Martial arts tournament? Semifinals? Goku murmured. Just then, two formidable energies surged from a distance, catching Goku's attention in surprise as he sensed one of them was a scion. He quickly turned to Kuranoa, asking, are there still scions in the realm of time? Seeing Goku's astonished expression, Kuranoa smiled and explained, yes, there are quite a few, around several dozen, all members of the Time Patrol. At this hour, they should all be out on missions, leaving just one remaining to participate in the finals. That individual is Yamaxi. Yamaxi? Isn't he already dead? He was beaten to death after transforming into a Super Saiyan, with his soul wandering the universe in search of a more powerful warrior, the Super Saiyan God. By the way, Yamaxi is considered the first Super Saiyan of your timeline. Yamaxi? I recall was mentioning he was deceased? Indeed, he did perish in your timeline. But this Yamaxi was brought here from another timeline many years ago. Just moments before his death, I transported him to the realm of time, allowing him to survive. Heh. Now he stands as one of our top fighters in the realm of time, having successfully mastered the Super Saiyan God form a year ago, fulfilling his aspiration. Goku gazed into the distance, where a golden aura soared skyward. If he was mistaken, this was the form of a Super Saiyan. The power emanating from that form suggested that Yamaxi's base strength might have already reached divine levels, as the energy he radiated was identical to Goku's own Super Saiyan form. Chapter 100, Bardock. Jine. Kuranoa, will this action alter history? Kuranoa rolled her eyes, as the Supreme Kai of Time. How could she be unaware of whether such actions would influence history? Of course, it would not alter history. It was merely the fate of those destined to perish. A common occurrence among many time patrollers in the realm of time. Upon hearing Kuranoa's assertion, Goku fell into deep contemplation, pondering a question that had lingered in his mind. If his father from that timeline had not traversed dimensions, would he also reside in the realm of time? Kuranoa, may I pose a question to you? Yes, go ahead. Kuranoa gazed at Goku, her excitement mounting. At last, he was ready to inquire. Initially, she believed his presence had been a compelling factor in persuading Goku to join the Time Patrol. Unfortunately, Goku had offered no opportunity. And now that she had abandoned the idea of recruiting him, it was best to share this information. Is my father Bardock in the realm of time? Hearing the words she had imagined countless times, a smile of reassurance graced Kuranoa's face. Indeed. Moreover, he is the Bardock from your timeline. From my timeline? Goku felt overwhelmed by the revelations of the day, with several parallel universes existing. It was astonishing that the Bardock from his own timeline had appeared in the realm of time. It felt surreal, as though he were living in a dream. Yes, your father was not transported to the realm of time before his demise. He traversed to another timeline during the destruction of planet Vegeta. Do you know, Goku, that in a certain parallel universe, your father is the legendary Super Saiyan? Initially, I believed that in that timeline, he was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. However, that was not the case. The moment your father crossed over, I sensed the emergence of a parallel universe, prompting me to bring him into the realm of time and prevent the creation of that universe. As Kuranoa recounted the perilous events, she reminisced about the danger involved. Generally speaking, the number of parallel worlds is fixed, It appears that certain actions can influence the emergence of parallel universes, yet the universe itself already exists. Such actions are often necessary within the normal timeline. If they do not occur, it may lead to the formation of another parallel universe. Ordinarily, minor alterations would not result in the creation of parallel universes due to the existence of the realm of time. The fact that Goku's father Bardock could instigate the creation of a parallel universe indicated the magnitude of the impact he had on that universe. This influence was significant enough to affect the sealing of the Dark King. It was fortunate that she had brought Bardock to the realm of time in a timely manner. Goku listened attentively, finally grasping that the legend of the Super Saiyan was divided into two narratives. One was Yamcha, and the other was his father Bardock. With his timeline evidently belonging to Yamcha, it was clear that his father had traversed to a timeline where the Super Saiyan legend did not encompass him. Now your father can be considered a member of the Time Patrol. Do you know how I recognized him as your father from your timeline? Goku shook his head. How could he possibly know such a thing? The Time Patrol's observation station possesses an artifact that can detect energy surges from individuals across various timelines, allowing us to observe them. I stumbled upon this information while monitoring your energy. Kuranoya beamed at Goku, anticipating his emotional reaction. This was profound paternal love. Then why hasn't my father come to see me? Is he afraid of creating a parallel timeline? Goku fell silent for a moment, then spoke with a hint of impatience. Clearly unable to comprehend why his father, who had always been watching over him, never made an appearance. Kuranoya shook her head slightly. Your timeline is somewhat unique. His visit would not create a parallel timeline. I have spoken to your father about this, yet he insisted that you have become a self-sufficient man, leading a fulfilling life, and that he need not complicate matters further. Kuranoya told a small fib. Could she reveal that she had sought to recruit Goku to locate Bardock, only to have Bardock refuse? Nonetheless, she conveyed his words accurately, merely embellishing them slightly. Is that so? Then where is my father now? Goku regarded Kuranoya with skepticism, sensing that she was hiding something from him. He is on a mission with your mother, Kuranoya casually remarked, successfully diverting the conversation. My mother? Goku sighed in exasperation at Kuranoya, wishing she would provide complete information at once. Yes, your father Bardock's condition for joining the Time Patrol was to revive your mother Jine, which I naturally facilitated. In her effort to resurrect Jine, Kuranoya had ventured into Goku's timeline to retrieve Jine's soul just as she arrived in the afterlife. What did King Emma say? What could he possibly say? In truth, Kuranoya was unable to directly bring Jine back from the moment of her death. It was beyond her capabilities. Even with her mastery over temporal powers, she could not traverse the timeline of Goku's universe seamlessly. Of course, by utilizing the entirety of the realm of time alongside her abilities, it might have been feasible, but that would be impractical. It would be far more efficient to simply retrieve the soul for revival, saving both time and effort. She had already recognized the peculiarities of Goku's timeline, allowing her to notice him when Tawa set her sights on Goku. Currently, your father Bardock is considered an elite force within the Time Patrol. His strength has even reached the second realm of divine power. The second realm of divine power. Goku was astonished to learn that his father's strength had attained such a level. He had trained for 20 years to reach the third realm of divine power, 10,000. While his father had barely managed to recover from near death, achieving a maximum of 200,000 to 300,000 in strength before arriving in the realm of time. After being sent to Earth at the age of 3, following the destruction of planet Vegeta, it was astonishing that he had only spent 30 years training in the realm of time and had reached the second realm of divine power. It was truly incredible. While he might not compare favorably against his father, he could not measure himself against him. His own talent could even make Whis envious, at times. The disparity between individuals can feel utterly disheartening. Yet, it was not impossible, given another 10 years of training. He was confident he could reach the fourth realm of divine power. The difference between the second and fourth realms of divine power was a staggering 400,000 times. By that measure, it seemed plausible. A divine aura? It seems the battle is nearing its conclusion. Goku gazed toward the distant martial arts tournament arena. As expected, Yamcha should have transformed into a Super Saiyan god, amplifying his strength by a factor of 80. He had now attained the second realm of divine power, 10,400. Conversely, the opponent's strength had evidently just reached the second realm of divine power, indicating that this battle should be drawing to a close. Oh, is it over? Are you referring to the martial arts tournament? Let us go take a look. Your father and Yamcha's climactic battle will commence shortly. Wait. Could you be clearer in your speech? Goku looked bewildered. Had not his father gone on a mission? How had he completed the semifinals so quickly? Especially when he was supposed to participate in the finals. Was it possible that he had concluded his mission within the brief duration of the semifinals? Hold on. Wasn't my father on a mission? How did he participate in the semifinals? Goku hurriedly called out to Kuranoya, who was about to fly toward the martial arts tournament. Chapter 101. Becoming a commonplace Super Saiyan, let us fly while I explain, Kakarot said as he slowly ascended into the air. Following Kuranoya at a leisurely pace towards the martial arts tournament, the reigning champion can directly advance to the finals without competing, which means that Yamoshi's participation in the semifinals is essentially akin to the finals. As they soared through the sky, feeling the gentle breeze, Kuranoya began to elucidate, your father, Bardock, should be returning soon. This mission is not particularly arduous for him, especially considering he is accompanied by Jine. My mother? Kakarot inquired. Indeed, your mother, Jine, is also a time patroller and possesses formidable strength, nearing a battle power of 100 billion upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Kakarot was taken aback. That was not merely formidable, it was invincible compared to the original timeline during the Buu saga. However, considering that she had trained in the time realm for 30 years, 100 billion did not seem excessively powerful, given their Saiyan heritage. If that is the case, Super Saiyans in the time realm must not be too rare. Could it be that everyone can transform? It truly has become a commonplace phenomenon, Kakarot mused aloud. Kuranoya. Do dozens of Saiyans in the time realm possess the ability to transform into Super Saiyans? Kakarot's curiosity piqued. Kuranoya appeared momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a question from Kakarot, but quickly regained her composure. Yes, even the weakest among them achieves over 200 million in battle power upon transformation. Indeed, Super Saiyans have become rather common. Kakarot, your Saiyan race is truly remarkable. It is exceedingly easy to become powerful. Indeed, Kakarot replied casually, having heard similar sentiments from Whis long ago. Did you know? Besides another version of yourself, Vegeta, Bardock, and Yamoshi, there are 2 other time patrollers among the Saiyans who have attained divine power, with several in the 100 billion range. In our time realm, there are over a dozen who have reached the first stage of divine power, while only a few hundred have reached the 100 billion mark. With more than 20,000 time patrollers, your Saiyan clan, with just a handful, constitutes nearly 1/10 of our elite strength. I find myself tempted to recruit more Saiyans into the time realm, Kuranoya remarked in jest, though she genuinely entertained the notion. Saiyans are universally praised. High battle power and industriousness, their aggressive combativeness is astonishing. If not for the God of Destruction's decree, and the fact that Saiyans possess genuine ambition, our Emperor Frieza would be reluctant to eliminate them. What exemplary employees they would be. Even capitalists would weep at such potential. You mean the other version of me and Vegeta? Kakarot responded, aware of his and Vegeta's existence within the Time Patrol. Indeed, they are undoubtedly the strongest forces in our time realm, their powers distinctly unparalleled compared to others. How strong are they? Kakarot's brow arched slightly. His interest evidently piqued by Kuranoya's words. Strong? That is an understatement. They have achieved divine status in their normal state, and in the past year, they have even grasped the form you possess, fiery red hair radiating divine energy. Kuranoya mused, her left hand resting on her chin as she pondered, articulating each word with deliberation. Kakarot's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is splendid. Their strength is at least comparable to mine, perhaps even surpassing it, considering my own power has only just reached divine ability. Yet, he recalled a discrepancy. Their abilities did not seem to align with those exhibited in Dragon Ball heroes. They were significantly stronger than portrayed. But that was to be expected, as this was a genuine world. Kuranoya, what of my counterpart and Vegeta in the time realm? Where are they? Kakarot felt a surge of exhilaration. At last, he had found someone with comparable power. Previously, he had encountered either individuals far too weak, whom he could dispatch with a single blow, or those overwhelmingly powerful, easily subdued by him in a single strike. Yes, I speak of you, Whis. Each time, it was merely a swift chop to my neck, and then, nothing more. They are currently outside the time realm, pursuing Tawa and Mira. Kuranoya hesitated momentarily before replying, this reminder conjuring thoughts of Kakarot in the time realm. It was uncanny how similar they were. What a pity, Kakarot lamented, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Fear not. Next time, when they return, I shall inform you, Kuranoya assured him. Ah, we have arrived. Let us proceed to that area over there. It is my designated spot. Unbeknownst to them, as they engaged in conversation, they arrived at the venue of the martial arts tournament. Kuranoya gestured towards a distant exclusive platform. Splendid. Kakarot nodded in agreement, following her lead. As they passed before a throng of spectators, whispers filled the air. Isn't that the Supreme Kai of Time? What an honor to witness the martial arts tournament. A new Time Patroller exclaimed in admiration. It's evident you're new here. The Supreme Kai of Time attends every finals match. Another, appearing more seasoned, scoffed. Do you know who accompanies the Supreme Kai of Time? The newer Time Patroller looked at him, perplexed, while the more experienced one wore a smug grin as he began to explain. That is Lord Goku of the Scion clan. His strength is arguably the greatest among the Time Patrollers. Both Time Patrollers, Kakarot and Vegeta, held significant status within the Time Patrol, earning the respectful title of Lord from many, although Kakarot himself would not readily accept such a title. Nonsense. Lord Vegeta is by no means inferior to Lord Goku. Another Time Patroller interjected vehemently. Debates over who was stronger, Vegeta or Kakarot, had become a relentless source of contention within the Time Patrol, escalating from verbal disputes to physical confrontations. As many sought to settle the matter through combat. What are you barking about? 2 years ago, both lords participated in the finals. And it was Lord Goku who emerged victorious. Ah, yes, you are correct. Acknowledging the smug expression on the elder Time Patroller's face, he immediately became incensed. Rolling up his sleeves, prepared to engage in a physical debate. What are you doing? A gentleman should argue, not resort to violence. Help? Murder. A nearby enforcer swiftly intervened upon noticing the commotion. By the time he arrived, the elder Time Patroller had already seized the collar of his opponent. Release him. This is the martial arts tournament. Any issues must be resolved outside. Upon hearing the enforcer's admonition, the elder Time Patroller regained his composure and relinquished his grip with a huff. Humph. Young man, do not run away after this ends. I will hold you to a proper discussion on the arena. The elder Time Patroller declared with a jovial smile. Chapter 102, The Long-Awaited Reunion of Father and Son. Mother and son, the two entered a spacious room, its ceiling open to the sky, with a transparent glass window facing the competition arena. As they descended, the upper part of the room gradually closed. Please, have a seat. Kuronoya gestured toward a nearby sofa and sat down effortlessly. Goku, after surveying the surroundings, also took a seat, surprised by Kuronoya's apparent enjoyment of the moment. Just a moment. Your parents should be arriving soon. Would you like something to drink? Kuronoya smiled at Goku. No need. They're here. Goku replied. What? They've arrived. Yes, just now. I sensed my parents flying this way. Goku nodded. Having felt two familiar auras moments ago, that unmistakable warmth could only belong to his parents. He noticed Kuronoya seemed to be communicating with someone. What is going on, Kuronoya? Nothing much, just informing your parents. Kuronoya laughed casually, offering no further explanation. However, Goku sensed that Bardock and Jine were flying considerably faster now. Seconds later, Bardock and Jine reached the room's upper level, and a circular passage slowly opened in the ceiling for their descent. With a calm expression, Goku stood from the sofa, watching as his parents gracefully landed. Yet, the slight tremor in his arms betrayed his emotions. Kakarot, Jine exclaimed, her voice choked with tears as she rushed toward the face that mirrored her husband's. They had already learned during their journey that this Kakarot was indeed their child from another timeline. Goku bent slightly to allow Jine to embrace him. Feeling the warmth of his mother's hug, and inexplicably, tears began to well in his eyes, pooling in his eyelids. Though he had little memory of Bardock and Jine, the bond of blood remained unbreakable through time. Mother. Goku's voice quivered as it reached the ears of those present. He could hardly remember the last time he had shed tears. In the presence of his parents, one remains eternally a child. Kakarot. You have truly endured so much over the years. Bardock stood at a distance, watching the emotional reunion of mother and son, feeling his own eyes growing moist. Kakarot has grown. He has become a man who can stand on his own. Over the years, Bardock had witnessed Goku's gradual transformation into a formidable scion, a husband, and a father. He remembered the pride he felt when Goku first transformed into a Super Saiyan. When Kakarot married Bulma, Bardock had envisioned himself standing before them, yet ultimately relinquished that thought. He had longed to meet his grandson, Gohan, when he was born, though he had wished to keep Kakarot distant from their past. It seemed fate had other plans. However, it was a blessing that they could finally reunite. With a smile, Bardock stepped forward, enveloping both Goku and Jine in his embrace. Kuronoya's eyes shimmered with tears. It was indeed a heartwarming display of familial love. Minutes later, they settled down to converse. Jine and Goku chatted about various matters, from Bulma to Goten, Bra, and how they had met and entered the bonds of marriage. Bardock and Jine were unaware of many details, as observation required the release of energy from individuals in their original timeline. Yet through Goku's narration, they gained a clearer understanding. As Bardock reflected on the time spent observing, Goku finally realized why he had often felt a slight sense of being watched during battles. He had initially thought it was Tawa, but it was his father, monitoring his fights. Ah, what a shame that Tawa has borne the brunt of misunderstanding for so many years. Father, mother, would you like to accompany me back this time? To meet your daughter-in-law, grandson, granddaughter, and elder brother? Goku looked at them with eager anticipation, convinced that Bulma would be thrilled to meet his parents. Not to mention, Goten and Bra had inquired about their grandparents when Gohan was younger. Back then, he could only say they were in a distant place, which was indeed the case, as the time realm was truly far removed from them. Once I finish the competition, we shall depart. Bardock gazed through the transparent glass at the duel arena. Their conversation had prolonged a while, and Yamoshi was already waiting on the stage. Bardock was uncertain if he could triumph in this match. The previous year, he had secured victory through an advantage in form. At that time, he had mastered the full power of Super Saiyan 4, while Yamoshi had only attained Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. The boost from full power had leveled their combat prowess, allowing Bardock to surpass Yamoshi. A year had passed. He wondered if Yamoshi had achieved further transformations. Nonetheless, even if he lost his advantage in form, it did not signify eternal defeat. His base power and Yamoshi's were steadily converging, and one day he would surpass him. Goku sighed inwardly, noticing Bardock's serious demeanor. Bardock was uncertain of his victory. Yet Goku felt he could not afford to doubt. Bardock's base combat power had reached 200 billion, with his strongest form being Super Saiyan 4 at full power, which could reach the second tier of godly power. Meanwhile, Yamoshi's base power matched Goku's and could transform into a form that amplified his strength equivalently to Super Saiyan 4's full power. Thus, Goku deduced that his father was destined to lose. However, from their panels, Goku inferred they were both attempting to breach the limits of Super Saiyan 4. Indeed, his father possessed the Super Saiyan God transformation, given the precedents set by the Time Patrol. To comprehend the breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4's limits, one must possess both Super Saiyan 4 at full power and Super Saiyan God. It seemed his father was making progress in this regard. Lord of Time, Kakarot, Jine, I shall proceed to participate in the competition. With that, Bardock ascended through the passageway toward the arena. Chapter 103, The Battle Between Bardock and Yamasi standing on the arena. Yamasi, with his arms crossed and eyes closed in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes and gazed at Bardock, who was approaching from a distance. A faint smile curved his lips as he spoke softly. You have finally arrived, Bardock. This time, I shall not be defeated. Thud, as Bardock landed. He looked at Yamasi before retorting, Yamasi, do not speak so confidently. The outcome is still uncertain. Humph. Last year, it was your mastery of full power Super Saiyan 4 that led to my defeat, but this time is different. I have comprehended a new form, one that amplifies my power to rival that of full power Super Saiyan 4. Yamasi proclaimed, a confident smile gracing his face. He had arrived at Time Patrol long before Bardock, and even when Bardock first came, his strength was inferior to Yamasi's. Yet, he had lost to Bardock last year, a fact that gnawed at his pride, especially since his base combat power was superior. Ultimately, he had succumbed to a mere transformation. He could no longer catch up to Time Patrol's son Goku and Time Patrol's Vegeta. He was determined not to be surpassed again. The feeling of watching others close the gap and eventually overtake him was something he wished to avoid repeating. Yamasi's fists clenched tightly. His eyes filled with fierce determination as he faced Bardock. As the referee officially announced the commencement of the match, Yamasi adopted a combat stance and declared, "Come forth, Bardock." Bardock, observing Yamasi's fighting spirit, smiled in response. This was the true finals of the martial arts tournament. Last year's finale should have been a duel between himself and his otherworldly son, as the champion from 2 years ago was Time Patrol's son Goku. Unfortunately, Goku had declared his intention not to participate, resulting in Bardock being awarded the championship by default. With Goku's absence, Time Patrol's Vegeta had also opted out of the tournament, believing it meaningless without Goku's presence. Bardock silently vowed that this time, he would emerge victorious in the true sense of the word. A golden aura surged around him as he planted his feet firmly on the ground. With a burst of energy, he launched a powerful punch toward Yamasi. Bang! Yamasi effortlessly caught the punch with his palm, his own golden aura flickering around him. Bardock quickly retracted his right fist and executed a spinning kick, propelled by a fierce gust of wind aimed at Yamasi. In an instant, Bardock's golden eyebrows vanished, his forehead protruded, golden hair cascaded down to his waist, and his golden aura swelled once more. What? The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 caught Yamase off guard. Unable to evade in time, he crossed his arms defensively over his chest. In a flash, Yamase became a blur, crashing into the protective barrier. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, causing the formerly clear barrier to ripple with waves. Yamase fell to the ground, lowering his head as he felt pain radiating through his arms. Yet a smile crept onto his face. Haha, if that is the case, I shall unleash my full strength. Bardock, prepare to witness my new form. What? With a swift motion, Yamase tore at his training uniform, revealing his innerwear. Gathering energy at his waist, a golden aura erupted from him. Gradually, streaks of red began to appear in his golden hair, and in an instant, both his aura and hair transformed to a vibrant red. Flecks of red light danced within his crimson aura. Yamase's energy morphed into divine energy, expanding continuously as he did not cease his ascent. Ha! With a roar, his hair, eyebrows, and pupils shifted to a celestial blue, while the divine energy emanating from him turned azure. The blue flames enveloping him surged skyward, swaying wildly as he confidently gazed at Bardock. Bardock, this is my Super Saiyan blue form. Your chances of victory have vanished. Bardock, now transformed into full-power Super Saiyan 4, regarded Yamase with a grave expression. At this moment, Yamase's strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin, especially given that Yamase's energy was divine, while Bardock's was merely that of a mortal. The chasm between them widened, as possessing divine energy conferred a significant advantage over ordinary energy. It was notably troublesome for ordinary energy to contend with divine energy, requiring significantly greater effort. Bardock realized that victory was now unattainable, yet he summoned all his energy and charged toward Yamase like a streak of light. Seeing Bardock rush toward him, Yamase couldn't help but smile. Bardock's speed appeared painfully slow in his eyes. Yamase aimed a punch at the air, and with a sharp sound, a powerful wave of wind surged toward Bardock. Bardock, suspended in the air, noticed the impending attack at the last moment, but there was no time to dodge or defend. The wind pressure struck him squarely in the abdomen. In an instant, Bardock was propelled backward at an astonishing speed, crashing into the protective barrier with an even louder impact than Yamase had made. Boom! The sound reverberated, far louder than Yamase's previous collision. Bardock plummeted to the ground, struggling to rise on trembling arms. He stood unsteadily, swaying as if he might topple at any moment. Yamase's punch had rendered Bardock temporarily incapable of fighting. Bardock glanced at Yamase, who remained poised in place, seemingly just having retracted his arm after delivering a punch. Bardock, I told you that your chances of victory are gone. The disparity in our strength has reached fivefold. Yamase looked at Bardock and spoke slowly, confident that no miracle would occur. The fivefold difference in their power was as vast as a brook compared to an ocean. Bardock steadied himself, wiping blood from his lips as he lifted his gaze to meet Yamase's. Yamase, you should know that I cannot concede. The word surrender does not exist in a Scion's lexicon. Besides, my wife and son are watching me. As a father, I cannot simply accept defeat. Bardock declared resolutely to Yamase, though the last two sentiments echoed in his mind. He stole a glance at Goku and Chi-Chi in the viewing area and took a deep breath. It seemed he had no choice but to make an attempt. Despite never having succeeded before, he could only try now. Chapter 104, Breaking Limits, Transcending Boundaries. With a deep breath, Bardock slowly closed his eyes, his entire being seeming to settle into tranquility. Not far away, Yamase gazed at Bardock with a puzzled expression. Had Bardock given up the struggle? No. The energy surrounding him began to transform into a divine aura, while his form retained the characteristics of Super Saiyan 4. Wait a moment. In the next instant, Bardock's eyes snapped open, and the aura surrounding him began to swell, shifting toward a divine essence. Not enough. Still not enough. I can become even stronger. Scions have no limits. Let us break through. This is my Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough. Bardock's white aura gradually morphed into a blazing crimson, radiating a searing warmth, while his hair oscillated between black and red. Ultimately, his hair did not turn red, but his aura had indeed transformed into a divine force, scorching the ground beneath him. Yamase stared in astonishment at Bardock's transformation, unable to fathom that Bardock had reached this stage, the breakthrough of Super Saiyan 4. Yet, why was the amplification only 3 times that of full-power Super Saiyan 4? Shouldn't it be 6 times? No, that cannot be right. If this were a true breakthrough, the amplification would be far greater, and his hair should have turned red. This could not be deemed a genuine Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough. There was still hope for me, as my strength still surpassed Bardock's by nearly half. Bardock glanced at Yamase, who was radiating blue energy, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. Yamase, have you not realized? What? Realize what? Yamosi looked at Bardock, bewildered. Your energy is continuously dissipating, vanishing into the air. This transformation must have been recently comprehended, yet you failed to notice such a critical flaw. The rate at which your energy is depleting is astonishing. Perhaps initially my strength was inferior to yours, but now your energy has diminished significantly, Bardock proclaimed. Adopting a combat stance. With Bardock's reminder, Yamosi finally recognized the shortcomings of his current form. His energy was rapidly depleting, and his strength had diminished by at least 1/3 since the beginning. Now, Bardock's power was nearly equal to his own. I'm coming, Yamosi, Bardock declared. His tone imbued with kindness, for it was evident that Yamosi was still deep in thought. Bardock's words jolted Yamosi back to reality, and he hastily blocked Bardock's incoming punch. However, the immense force propelled Yamosi back several steps, leaving marks on the ground as he dissipated the impact. The two warriors clashed, their contrasting auras colliding within the arena. Sounds of explosions and impacts reverberated, with clouds of smoke billowing from the clash of energies. Among the spectators, aside from Goku, the Kaioshin of Time, and a few others, no one could discern their movements, only feeling the brilliance and intensity of the battle. The two locked hands, engaged in a fierce struggle. Descending from the sky to the ground, with Yamosi increasingly finding himself at a disadvantage. His energy continued to wane. I cannot allow this to continue. It must be decided in one decisive blow. With that thought, Yamosi unleashed a tremendous azure aura, expending vast amounts of stamina and energy, momentarily sending Bardock flying. Bardock steadied himself mid-air, gazing at Yamosi. Let us settle this with one decisive strike. As Yamosi began to gather astonishing energy in his hands, his aura swelled uncontrollably, consuming his stamina and life force. All right, Bardock replied with a smile, glancing towards Goku in the private room. Since Kakarot is here, I shall employ this technique. Floating in mid-air, Bardock placed his hands on his hips, the energy within them expanding yet firmly contained. The blue energy illuminated the sky, competing against Yamosi's golden energy. Goku in the private room stared in astonishment at Bardock above, recognizing that initial stance all too well. It was undoubtedly the Kamehameha. He turned to Kuranoa. Kuranoa, what is happening? How can my father use the Kamehameha? Do not be surprised, Goku. This is quite normal. We are in the realm of time. Techniques like the Kamehameha, which are relatively easy to learn yet possess great destructive power, surely have a method of study, Kuranoa explained with a smile. In the realm of time, aside from divine techniques and the power of time, they could teach various special abilities, including the manipulation of energy. Goku nodded, beginning to comprehend why his father, mother, and even Yamosi hailed from divine dimensions. It seemed the realm of time also taught methods for divine cultivation to elevate dimensional status. Indeed, joining the Time Patrol would significantly enhance one's strength. Regrettably, he had already been training with Whis, and what the realm of time taught seemed rather trivial in comparison. After all, whatever the realm of time could teach, Whis could also impart, and what the realm could not teach, Whis could likewise convey. Yet, how many in the universe had the fortune to be guided by an angel? Not everyone was as fortunate as himself. For them, the realm of time was the best choice. Goku shifted his focus back to the battlefield, observing Bardock and Yamosi. From his perspective, Bardock hovered triumphantly in the upper right sky, while Yamosi stood on the lower right ground. If all went as anticipated, victory in this energy clash would belong to Bardock. For historically, those on the left had lost, except for that pig, Dana. Both combatants concentrated their energy, their hands trembling as they compressed their power to the utmost limit. Here it comes. They exchanged a determined glance before unleashing their energies toward one another. The yellow and blue energies surged forth with the force to sweep away armies, colliding in midair. Boom. With a deafening crash, the entire arena trembled violently, the once unyielding ground beginning to crumble beneath them. The protective barrier rippled with waves, as if on the brink of shattering. Goku, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of fear that the barrier might suddenly break, endangering the spectators from the aftermath of Bardock and Yamosi's battle. He quickly turned to Kuranoa. Kuranoa, can this barrier hold? Do not worry, Kuranoa reassured with a calm demeanor. This barrier is robust enough to withstand divine power below the third tier, and even if it were to break, it would repair itself instantly. This barrier is indeed a treasure of the realm of time. In fact, this was one reason why Time Patrol Kuu and Time Patrol Bay had not participated in the martial arts tournament again last year. As for the reason why, Chapter 105, since ancient times, defeat has lingered to the left of Bo. 2 years ago, Schertsuan Kong and Schertsuan Bay achieved a battle prowess that reached the first realm of divine power, and upon transforming into their most potent form, Super Blue, their strength nearly approached the third realm of divine power. It was precisely for this reason that their battle successfully breached a chink in the protective barrier. Fortunately, the shattered barrier restored itself in an instant, preventing any casualties. For the sake of safety, Shirtsu and Kong abstained from participating in the martial arts tournament a year ago. Had he joined, Shirtsu and Bei would have undoubtedly followed suit. Their confrontation in the finals would have been inevitable, especially as they had recently unlocked the Super Saiyan 4 limit break. Shirtsu and Kong was uncertain whether the barrier could withstand their might again. Thus he opted to refrain from entering. Was he merely overthinking? If genuine danger loomed, Konoha would certainly respond. It seemed he had become overly anxious, akin to a worried eunuch while the Emperor remained calm. Goku shook his head and turned his gaze towards Bardock and Amosi. As the outcome of the match became increasingly evident, the yellow energy was being suppressed towards the ground and from a distance. It was apparent that the yellow energy was significantly overshadowed by the blue energy. Amosi gritted his teeth, his hands trembling as he fought to maintain his ground. He was not ready to concede just yet. He wished to take one last gamble. Amosi's spirit surged once more as he concentrated the remaining energy within him into his hands, directing it towards Bardock. The excessive output caused waves of tearing pain to radiate through his arm. Yet, he cared not for the pain. All he desired was victory. The yellow energy wave expanded, momentarily halting its retreat, but that was as far as it went. The augmented output accelerated the dissipation of his energy, and gradually, the Kamehameha once again overwhelmed the yellow energy wave. However, at that moment, the blue Kamehameha surprisingly shrank slightly, allowing it to contend equally with the yellow energy. As time progressed, its output diminished. Bardock, suspended in midair, wore a smile as he continued to draw in the energy flowing towards him. Unlike Amosi's Super Saiyan Blue, his form resembled a simulated Super Saiyan 4 limit break, though it leaked far less energy than Amosi's. Consequently, his energy and stamina remained abundant, particularly when compared to Amosi. He understood that Amosi would not surrender until the final moment, and to prevent inflicting serious harm or unforeseen mishaps, Bardock gradually reduced his energy output. He intended to exhaust Amosi's energy and stamina, granting him a dignified defeat. After several seconds, the yellow light slowly transformed into twinkling starlight before vanishing from the sky, accompanied by the dissipating blue glow. The divine aura surrounding Amosi faded entirely, his hair reverting to its original black as he gradually knelt to the ground, his eyes rolling back as his body collapsed forward. He truly had nothing left. Seeing this, Bardock also returned to his normal state, approaching Amosi's side. He assisted Amosi, draping his arm over his shoulder and lifting him from the arena, where the protective barrier had automatically dissipated. Thus, Bardock carried Amosi away from the martial arts tournament, intending to escort him back to his home. As for how Bardock knew of Amosi's residence, they were friends, after all. The two shared similar strengths and had developed a mutual respect as rivals, naturally fostering their friendship. Goku observed Bardock and Amosi departing, a smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated that his initial assessment had been flawed. It was indeed surprising that his father could unleash a sudden surge of power, grasping a form akin to a simulated Super Saiyan 4 limit break, ultimately turning the tide in his favor. Yet, his second assumption proved accurate. Historically, defeat had always favored the left side of Bo, a law that rarely changed. Curiosity piquing him, Goku turned to Konoha, inquiring about any rewards for his father's championship. Konoha, is there any prize for my father's victory in the tournament? Surely there must be rewards for different rankings, right? Indeed, Konoha responded promptly. Your father will receive 3 strands of temporal essence, while Amosi will obtain 1. Others will receive varying amounts of currency. What? 3 strands of temporal essence? Currency? What kind of currency? Goku asked, bewildered. The 2 strands of temporal essence I previously gave you could each yield at least 10,000 strands, Konoha explained, a hint of regret in her tone. The highest reward for this annual grand tournament is merely 3 strands of temporal essence, underscoring its preciousness. Can you blame me for feeling pained? As for currency, it is the designated currency of the Time Realm. Although the Time Realm may not be a true world, it hosts over 10,000 inhabitants, complete with its own financial system. After all, life necessitates expenditure. Time Patrol agents can earn currency through fulfilling tasks or engaging in other ordinary work within the Time Realm. Do you think I am one to solely demand labor without offering benefits? If that were the case, who would choose to be a Time Patrol agent? Moreover, currency is highly useful in the Time Realm. In the Time Realm, one can purchase nearly anything with currency, including daily necessities, food, knowledge, skills, and even seek out mentors. Of course, temporal essence can also be exchanged for currency, but the price. For someone of your father's caliber, Bardock, It would take at least half a year of tasks to earn enough. That was in the past. Now that your father has grown stronger, it may only require 2 to 3 months. In any case, a time patrol agent not at the divine power level could scarcely hope to accumulate enough to exchange for even a single strand of temporal essence. Konoha elaborated extensively, as Goku had previously teased her for her tendency to speak only partially. Meanwhile, Goku pondered with a thoughtful expression. Did this mean he was a wealthy individual in the time realm? The essence of the time realm was inherently based on strength, with a battle power of several hundred. Becoming a time patrol agent meant earning more than in ordinary occupations. The stronger one was, the more one could earn. While those who did not achieve divine power would likely never accumulate enough to exchange for a single strand of temporal essence. Goku recalled that the strand of temporal essence Konoha had given him a year ago had scarcely been utilized. If she claimed it could yield over 10,000 strands, then surely he could extract at least that much from what remained. Yet, what good was an abundance of currency in the time realm? The most valuable commodity for him was temporal essence. It could expedite his mastery of temporal power, albeit only marginally. Its primary utility lay in introducing individuals to temporal power. Nevertheless, the fact that it could hasten his comprehension of temporal power was a boon, as he would never be foolish enough to trade temporal essence for mere currency. Chapter 106. The requirements to become a time patrol. I understand now. Thank you. Goku nodded in response. At that moment, he sensed his father approaching them. Father is coming, Goku said slowly. This statement was directed not only at Konoha but also at his mother. Yes, your dad must have taken Yamochi back home. Jin commented with a nod. Once your dad returns, we shall journey to our Earth in our timeline. Jin smiled, aware that the remaining Scions were predominantly on Earth. Aside from Vegeta's brother. Great. At that moment, Bardock descended gently from the rooftop, smiling at everyone. Jin, what are you all so happy about? Haha, Dad, it's nothing. We were just saying that once you return, we'll head back to our timeline. Indeed, what do you think? Jin inquired of Bardock. Of course. Why not? Shall we leave right away? Bardock eagerly agreed, filled with anticipation. Hey, are you all in such a hurry? It's Goku's first time in the time realm. Can I show him around a bit first? Konoha asked from the side. Upon hearing this, Bardock and Jin exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Lord Time Kai. I entrust Goku to you, Jin said. They decided not to accompany Goku, knowing he would likely feel uncomfortable with them around. And they still had their previous mission to wrap up. Hey, Mom and Dad, you're not coming with us? Goku asked, somewhat puzzled. He was quite eager to explore the time realm. Bardock and Jin shook their heads in unison. No, we need to tidy up some things and finalize our mission. Once we complete it, we'll come back to join the martial arts tournament. We haven't had a chance to wrap up yet. You go with Lord Time Kai. All right then, Goku nodded. Let us go, Goku. Goku turned to see Konoha already soaring into the sky as the room above them had fully opened. Then, Mom and Dad. Once you finish, come find me. I'll explore the time realm with Konoha for now. After exchanging greetings, Goku followed Konoha into the sky. Once airborne, Konoha asked Goku, would you prefer to explore quickly or at a leisurely pace? If you want to hurry, it will take just a few minutes. If you wish to take your time, it might take an hour or two. Let us go slowly. I'm quite curious about the time realm, Goku replied after a moment of contemplation. All right. I'll first take you to Time City. Great. After a few minutes of flying at a speed akin to that of a car, they arrived amidst towering structures. This is Time City. It's somewhat similar to the large cities on your Earth, though it is not as vast. Given that the entire time realm has only a little over 10,000 inhabitants. Listening to Konoha's introduction, Goku observed Time City. The tall buildings resembled those found in Earth cities, and people were flying through the skies. Numerous vehicles traversed the roads below, making everything feel so familiar. The only difference was the diverse array of beings present, some with one ear, others with a single eye, yellow skin, and eyes reminiscent of Ultraman, among countless other variations. Wait, is that an ice demon? Ice demons have joined the time realm? Goku looked at Konoha, bewildered. Hey, Konoha, why is there an ice demon clan here? Are you certain they are suited to join the time realm? Konoha chuckled at Goku's astonished tone and expression. Haha, why not? The Ice Demon clan does possess a somewhat malevolent and cold nature, but among them, there will inevitably be unique individuals. With so many parallel universes over the years, it's only natural. Nodding in understanding, Goku acknowledged Konoha's explanation. Indeed, he had not sensed any evil aura from the Ice Demon. One cannot generalize. No, that is not quite correct. It's a minority among the majority. After touring Time City, Konoha took Goku to various scenic spots, including mountains, waterfalls, and beaches. To be fair, although the time realm is not extensive, it is quite comprehensive, featuring all the essentials. After visiting some archives, Kuranoya led Goku to their final destination, the core of the time realm, the Time Patrol checkpoint. Previously, during the Black Goku incident, Kuranoya had brought Goku here. But due to the urgency of the situation, he hadn't had the chance to explore. However, this time, he had the opportunity. As Goku observed the bustling crowds, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could those with combat powers in the hundreds also become time patrollers? Did they possess transformations? Yet, he refrained from dwelling too much on it and instead inquired, Kuranoya, what is the minimum combat power required to become a time patroller? I see many with only a few hundred combat power, at least 1,000. Those you see with combat powers in the hundreds either know the King's Fist or possess transformations. Is 1,000 sufficient? Doesn't that seem a bit low? You might not understand this, but a combat power of 1,000 is indeed adequate. The Dark Demon Realm's influence on history does not solely pertain to you. They aim to cast a wide net, seeking to incite qualitative changes through quantitative accumulation. When numerous small alterations accumulate sufficiently, they can create a parallel universe. Kuranoya spoke with confidence, for she was an expert on such matters, having faced the Dark Demon Realm for many years. The Dark Demon Realm's historical impact could even involve individuals with only a few points of combat power. Thus, a threshold of 1,000 was indeed sufficient. Let us go inside and take a look. All right. Goku nodded as he followed her. After about 10 minutes, the two returned to the entrance. They had received numerous greetings during their tour, leaving Goku utterly bewildered. Why were they bowing to him for no reason? Why did they address him with honorifics? However, Goku began to piece things together. It must relate to his status as a time patroller. Why do Kuranoya and the others show such respect towards me? Is it because of the other me? Goku pondered, seeking the truth from Kuranoya. Upon hearing Goku's question, Kuranoya nodded and explained, indeed. After all, the other you is the strongest individual combatant in the time realm. Previously, during the Dark Demon Realm's multiple invasions of the time realm, the other you and Vegeta repeatedly saved the time realm and many lives, which is why the time patrollers naturally hold respect for the other you. At that moment, Goku sensed two very familiar auras approaching. Chapter 107, The Return of Time Patrol Goku and Time Patrol Beta. For one of those energies is indeed my own, Kuranoya. Another version of me seems to have returned. Goku exclaimed with excitement as he followed Kuranoya. Initially, he thought he would not have the opportunity to battle against his Time Patrol counterpart, but to his surprise, a chance had emerged. Are you saying another version of you has returned? Kuranoya inquired, quickly attuning herself to the energy. Although her sensitivity to energy was not as acute as Goku's, she could still sense it under her focused effort. It truly has returned. It seems you are eager for a duel. Kuranoya chuckled with a hint of resignation. Indeed. Absolutely. Goku affirmed with unwavering determination. Do you realize how rare it is to find a rival of comparable strength? I have yet to encounter one until now. It's exceedingly difficult. Now, the potential for a singular opportunity lay before him, and he could not let it slip away. Goku released a fraction of his energy, which was sufficient for his Time Patrol self to detect. He intentionally converted some of his divine energy into mortal energy, fearing that his counterpart might not perceive the divine aura. Meanwhile, Time Patrol Goku and Time Patrol Beta had just returned to the Time Realm, having undertaken a mission to pursue Mira and Towa. Clearly, their efforts were unsuccessful, yet they had achieved some results, such as severely injuring Towa and Mira. Aware that it was nearly impossible to eliminate them completely, they opted to inflict significant damage while deliberately leaving residual energy within their bodies. This residual energy would be enough to keep them subdued for several months. Vegeta, if you had agreed to fuse from the start, Towa and Mira wouldn't have escaped. Alas, Time Patrol Goku lamented. This was a hard-won opportunity to apprehend Towa and Mira, had the two fused into Vegeta from the outset. Their foes would surely have been captured. What a pity. Che. Time Patrol Beta's face flushed slightly as he averted his gaze. He initially believed he could handle the situation alone, not realizing fusion was necessary. However, he had miscalculated, allowing Towa and Mira to slip away. And by the time he considered fusing, it was too late. Wait, this energy. Vegeta, do you sense it? Time Patrol Goku exclaimed in surprise. Turning to Time Patrol Beta. Beta glanced at Goku, then focused on the incoming energy, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes. Kakarot, what is happening? Why is your energy present? No, Vegeta. My energy differs slightly from his. It is infused with divine energy. Time Patrol Goku astutely noted the distinction. After all, His current state of existence was limited to that of a mortal unless in transformation, whereas Goku had reached a divine dimension, emanating an aura of divine energy in his normal state. The individual whose energy closely resembles mine seems to be beside the King of Time. Perhaps he is a version of me from a parallel universe. Time Patrol Goku remarked half-jokingly. Though his speculation was indeed accurate, Goku was truly from a parallel universe. Regardless, what purpose does speculation serve? Kakarot, let us proceed directly to the King of Time. Agreed. Let us go, Vegeta. With that, Goku placed his fingers to his forehead and instantly teleported away, with Vegeta promptly following suit. Having also mastered instant transmission, Vegeta understood that this skill was essential for any Time Patrol officer, given its convenience. Those who could not perform instant transmission would feel embarrassed to claim they were Time Patrol officers, for it would invite ridicule. During team missions, if others discovered someone could not teleport, it could lead to considerable pressure. No way. Dude, you still can't teleport? In this day and age, there are Time Patrol officers who can't teleport? Those unable to teleport were often advised against joining groups to avoid being a liability, sparking frustration among the others. Of course, such individuals were ultimately few, as the majority would resist this view, preferring not to team up with someone incapable of teleportation. Nevertheless, there was merit in the argument. Mastering instant transmission was indeed advisable. Soon, the figures of Time Patrol Goku and Time Patrol Beta appeared before Kuranoya and Goku. Upon seeing them, Goku's face lit up with a smile. They had finally arrived. Are you a version of me from a parallel universe? Time Patrol Goku inquired of the individual who bore his likeness, save for a slight difference in height. Yes, I am indeed a version of you from a parallel universe. Goku replied, excitement evident as he observed their panels. Time Patrol Goku and Beta possessed battle powers in the realm of divine strength, with Time Patrol Goku slightly higher and Beta a bit lower. This was nearly double Goku's own battle power, but unfortunately, their strongest transformation, Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break, had not developed to Goku's level. Their amplification reached only 600,000 times, falling short of Goku's 1,200,000 times, resulting in a combat ability comparable to Goku's. Time Patrol Goku might be marginally stronger, yet the difference was minimal. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for an exhilarating battle. He believed that, even if his Time Patrol counterpart's combat skills were slightly inferior, the challenge would still be enjoyable as long as he did not transform into Ultra Instinct. I just released my energy to draw your attention. To attract our attention? Could it be? Time Patrol Goku's eyes sparkled with growing interest. Indeed, I wish to engage in battle with you. I have never encountered an opponent of equal strength. Never encountered an equal opponent? That seems improbable. Time Patrol Goku pondered, feeling a hint of confusion. Although he had joined the Time Realm after succumbing to heart disease, he had faced numerous opponents of similar strength prior to that. Had there been many opponents of comparable power, including androids? Time Patrol Goku questioned Goku with curiosity. My timeline is somewhat different, which is why my strength far exceeds that of my contemporaries. Goku could clearly sense Time Patrol Beta's expression darken at this remark. And what of the androids from earlier? Did Cell not pass through? Goku refrained from mentioning the foes that followed Cell, fearing questions about his knowledge. Clearly, Goku remained influenced by the images in his memory, unconsciously believing that what he recalled was the truth. Yet, this was a world of its own. How could one trust memories rife with contradictions? Chapter 108, The Realm of Nothingness. Cell? After the emergence of the androids, I joined the Time Realm. And in my timeline, I never encountered Cell, nor did Vegeta. The Time Patrol is aware of Cell, but he hails from a different parallel universe, and in his timeline, he never encountered me, as I had already succumbed to heart disease. Goku, I must apologize, I never mentioned this to you. Beside them, Kuranoya tapped her forehead and continued. Oh, Goku and Time Patrol Goku turned simultaneously towards Kuranoya. I wasn't he referring to the Time Patrol's Goku? It seems she momentarily forgot there were two Gokus present. Oh, Time Patrol Goku nodded, realizing she was not speaking of him. Kuranoya, what have you not told me? Goku inquired. Well, 30 years ago, I brought you from the timeline where you died of heart disease, while Vegeta perished at the hands of the androids. I could only bring them over as Time Patrols. If I were to pull over versions of them from timelines where they remained alive, it would directly create a parallel universe. Only after I extracted them from their respective timelines would no new timeline be generated. Therefore, they have not faced the enemies following the androids, yet upon joining the Time Realm, they are aware of the adversaries they will encounter. Upon hearing Kuranoya's explanation, Goku understood. He could not bring over a living version of himself or Vegeta without generating a parallel universe. If that were to happen, the Dark Demon Realm would surely laugh in their dreams. Who would have anticipated that their greatest foe would turn out to be their own allies? Meanwhile, Time Patrol Goku and Time Patrol Vegeta listened quietly. Their greatest regret in joining the Time Patrol was their inability to alter the fate of their original timeline. In truth, even if they could change it, it would only result in the creation of another timeline, rather than altering their own. They felt quite content, for their current strength and ability to challenge formidable opponents stemmed from their inclusion in the Time Patrol, and they owed their revival to the Supreme Kai of Time. I see. Then, Time Patrol Goku, would you care for a spirited battle with me? Goku smiled at Time Patrol Goku, confident that his counterpart would agree. Sure. Time Patrol Goku replied excitedly. This was just the opportunity he was looking for. Hey, Kakarot, why don't you ask me if I want to fight? Time Patrol Vegeta's face bore an expression akin to constipation. Although his strength was slightly inferior to Kakarot's, the difference was not substantial. Upon hearing this, Goku paused momentarily, realizing it might be disrespectful to Time Patrol Vegeta, and quickly offered an explanation. Haha, I'm not in a hurry. How could I forget to battle with you? Just wait until I finish my fight with Time Patrol Goku. Humph. Time Patrol Vegeta snorted, but said nothing further. He was merely venting his frustration. Seeing that Time Patrol Vegeta seemed to have forgiven him, Goku turned back to Time Patrol Goku. Let us go. All right. Time Patrol Goku nodded. Suddenly, Goku wondered where they should fight. The previous martial arts tournament was clearly no longer suitable, as their battle would surely reach the realm of divine power. The protective barrier of the tournament would likely be inadequate. Goku looked at Kuranoya. It's fine. If there is an issue in the time realm, we can consult the Supreme Kai of Time. Kuranoya would undoubtedly know of a suitable battlefield for their combat. Kuranoya, do you know of a suitable place for our battle? Upon hearing Goku's question, Kuranoya pondered, stroking her chin. For a moment, she couldn't recall any location suitable for two Gokus to battle. The previous martial arts tournament would definitely not suffice. Let us go to the realm of nothingness. That place is devoid of any objects. Kuranoya thought of a perfect location, the realm of nothingness. It was completely empty, and its hardness was immense, definitely not something the two Gokus could break. Upon hearing Kuranoya's suggestion, Goku immediately reacted. Isn't the realm of nothingness where the tournament of power took place in the original story? He recalled that the original narrative claimed there was no time and space there, but that assertion was clearly an oversight, absurd indeed. How could there be no time and space? If nothing else, how did Hit activate his abilities? Oh, by the way, Goku, don't worry. Although the realm of nothingness lacks any objects, there is air. Kuranoya's statement was evidently directed at Time Patrol Goku, as scions cannot survive in a vacuum environment. Currently, Time Patrol Goku's dimension only had King Yama. Although he could survive in a vacuum for a while, he couldn't remain indefinitely, and it would certainly hinder his strength. Haha, that sounds great. I've never been there. Time Patrol Goku had never visited the realm of nothingness, as there were no missions that required going there. The inhabitants of the Dark Demon Realm were not foolish enough to venture before the Grand Minister and the Omni Kings, disrupting the Tournament of Power. Otherwise, it would be akin to inserting a straw into a cesspool. Disgusting. 12 angels, 12 destroyers, 2 Omni Kings, 1 Grand Minister. If they could succeed, Kuranoya would surely give them a thumbs up. Impressive. You were truly remarkable. If the Dark Demon Realm possessed such capabilities, would our time realm still exist? Then let us head there directly. Kuranoya looked at the three. All right. Both Gokus and Vegeta nodded in agreement, receiving their confirmation. Kuranoya promptly opened a portal before them and stepped through. Let us go. Passing through this portal will lead us to the realm of nothingness. The trio hurriedly followed. As they crossed the portal, a bright light enveloped them, and they found themselves in the realm of nothingness. Goku curiously surveyed the surroundings. The realm of nothingness was indeed fascinating. It was completely devoid of objects, and being alone there evoked a profound sense of isolation. Fortunately, there was light, and the air was refreshing. If not for the need to push his body forward, he felt as if he were floating in space. Haha, isn't it marvelous? The entire realm of nothingness was created by the Grand Minister, naturally. Kuranoya delighted in observing the bewildered expressions on others, while she possessed all the knowledge. Indeed, it's truly remarkable. When will I ever become as powerful as the Grand Minister? Goku mused, filled with admiration. Upon hearing this, Kuranoya glanced at Goku, momentarily silent. Given Goku's innate talent, it was hard to say. However, She certainly hoped Goku could reach such strength if he were as powerful as the Grand Minister. Wouldn't she then have a strong ally? She wouldn't need to fear the Dark Demon Realm at all. Goku could simply annihilate the Dark King, sparing her from the arduous task of sealing him and preventing him from breaking free. Just a question. What do you think about writing about Gohan's school life as a prodigy? I remember enjoying the episodes of Dragon Ball Z,